After transmigrating to Aquamarine Star for several decades, on the day of Ye Feng's 65th birthday, the Mother Planet Transmigrators Welfare Association began issuing pensions. Talent not enough? Pension, add points. Comprehension not enough? Pension, add points. Realm not enough? Pension, add points. Whatever was lacking, add to it. At 65, it was exactly the age to strive. Many years later, on the starry battlefield, Ye Feng waved his hand, and a million-strong alien army turned to ashes. Before 65, if you call me old man, I had no objections. After 65, please call me Ye Invincible. The story begins. Long Kingdom, Aquamarine Star Federation, Heishan City, Guangming Residential Complex, Building 16, Unit 2, Room 703. Cultivation Room. He could no longer remember which attempt this was to break into the great martial master realm. Feeling the lack of follow-through in his own chi and blood, Ye Feng's expression was numb. Failed again. In fact, before this attempt at breaking through, he had already expected this result. But he still wanted to try. No miracle happened. I read discredit transmigrators. Ye Feng seek it. Because of the nourishment of energy particles in the air, human lifespan in this world had increased quite a bit compared to his previous life. This was even more true for martial artists. As long as one became a martial artist, barring accidents, living to 100 was easy. For someone as powerful as a martial god, their lifespan could even reach 1,000 years. But if one's realm did not reach Grandmaster, chi and blood would visibly decline with age, especially after 60. If one could not break through to the Grandmaster realm of an immaculate body, undispersed chi and blood, and chi transforming into condensed gang, the rate of decline in chi and blood would sharply increase. With insufficient chi and blood, the success rate of breaking through a major bottleneck in martial arts would become extremely low. It was rare to hear of an ordinary person successfully breaking through a major martial arts bottleneck after the age of 60. Ye Feng's talent was average. He had only barely cultivated to the perfected martial master realm at 55. After tonight, he would be 65. The bottleneck to great martial master had trapped him for a full 10 years, and even now, he still could not break through. He was unwilling to accept it. But reality was incomparably cruel. This was even more true in the domain of martial arts. Just maintaining the perfected martial master realm had already exhausted Ye Feng's energy and resources. If he wanted to go a step further, then unless a miracle appeared, or he caught the eye of some rich woman from a great family and obtained heavenly treasures. As for his looks, he was still very confident. Sword-like brows, starry eyes, a high-nosed bridge, sharp features, and a mature, steady aura from head to toe. He looked to be less than 40. He stood 1.95 meters tall, upright and straight. As for his build, he was the type who looked lean in clothes, but muscular without them. In the eyes of rich women, conditions like his were quite popular. Even though this world's power level was extremely high, being handsome really could put food on the table. But with his body about to turn 65, Ye Feng really could not withstand that kind of repeated torment. Old Ye, you want a wife or not? Recalling his old friend's words, a trace of temptation flashed through Ye Feng's eyes. He was about to turn 65. If he were still on Earth, he would already be at retirement age. Unfortunately, in this world where ferocious beasts ran rampant and alien races from beyond the domain invaded from time to time, retirement was such a distant dream. For ordinary people, even living in peace was a luxury. When he had just transmigrated over, Ye Feng had only been 18. Having lived 2 lives, he deeply understood the cruelty of the world. Failing to get into a martial arts university, he had resolutely chosen to enlist in the military. He had already had enough of an ordinary person's life. Since the dump truck had given him a second chance in this life, he wanted to gamble on it. Through decades of military life, fighting ferocious beasts, risking his life against alien races from beyond the domain, struggling against fate, across more than 100 battles big and small, Ye Feng didn't even know how he had survived. Not only had he survived, he hadn't lost an arm or a leg either. All 5 limbs were intact. There wasn't even a big scar left on his body. Maybe all his talent points had gone into luck. Even his skin was still fair. Unlike those comrades who had become charcoal dark from wind and sun, he was born to be a pretty boy. At 60, he had come down from the battlefield and was assigned to the Heishan City Defense Force. With peak martial master cultivation, he served as a squad captain under the 4th Brigade, continuing to shine and give off heat. During that time, he had gone through more than 10 small-scale beast hides and handled several cases involving alien activity. Overall, life had been fairly stable. If he remained unable to break through, then he would most likely die in some future battle. That was also his fate as a soldier. If he wanted to break fate and completely take control of his own life, then he had to become stronger. Strong enough for that sliver of hope of a breakthrough. Ye Feng had even remained a virgin all this time. A 65-year-old virgin. Thinking of this, Ye Feng let out a deep sigh. If I keep holding on like this, it seems meaningless now. In this world, not everyone possessed the talent to become a martial artist. The descendants of martial artists undoubtedly had a higher chance of possessing martial talent than the descendants of ordinary people. So the alliance encouraged marriages between martial artists and ordinary people, and for that reason, it had also relaxed marriage restrictions. It no longer upheld monogamy. The higher one's martial realm, the more wives one could marry. A martial artist could marry 2, a martial master 3, a great martial master 4, and so on. Upon reaching the realm of guardian martial god, one could marry 10 wives. Female martial artists enjoyed the same right as well and could marry multiple husbands, as long as the other party was willing. Realm classification: martial artist, martial master, great martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, martial god, guardian martial god, corresponding to ranks 1 through 9 for ferocious beasts and alien races. For ordinary people, being able to marry a martial artist was something they could only dream of. They could use it to change their fate and social class. Martial artists who had retired from the battlefield were especially popular. Older age, compensation payments, stable work, and a relatively safe house assigned by the Federation. Those conditions surpassed more than 99% of ordinary people. And most of these martial artists were covered in injuries and no longer young. Who knew what day they might die? As the spouse, the woman was the first heir, and this was protected by Federation law. If she was lucky, she might even have a child with martial talent. Then the future would hold hope. Who could resist such temptation? Most were willing. Of course, the martial artist side also knew about this situation. Both sides were simply taking what they needed. The woman wanted money, security, and a chance to cross class lines. The man was much simpler. He just wanted someone young and pretty who could bear children. Just like Yi Feng's old friend, who had also retired from the battlefield. At 62, that guy had married 2 young girls, not yet 23. If his energy had been able to keep up, he would even have wanted to marry a third. He called it contributing to the continuation of humanity. In the past, Yi Feng had scoffed at this and furiously called his old friend shameless despite his age. Now he chose to join in. Seeing that the time had already passed midnight and that he was now officially 65, Yi Feng sighed. Then so be it. Ding. Ye Feng, with cultivation at the peak of martial master, trembled all over. He could be certain he had not heard wrong just now. It was not a hallucination. Something had gone ding. A sound like that could not appear in a cultivation room. Ding. Traveler in a foreign land, Yi Feng, detected that your age has reached 65. You meet the standards of the Motherworld Transmigrator Welfare Association. Starting today, a pension will be issued to you every month. If the month is incomplete, it will still be issued according to the full monthly amount. October's pension has already been issued. Initial amount, 2,500. The annual pension increase rate is 10 per year. Personal status panel activated. You may summon it with your mind to view it. Traveler in a foreign land. May your martial fortune flourish in this foreign land. Motherworld Transmigrator Welfare Association. Pension. The wild joy and excitement in Yi Feng's eyes slowly faded. If it was only giving him money, then it seemed pretty useless. With his current cultivation and status, even if he was given a huge amount of money and resources, he might not be able to keep them. Thinking of how the panel had already been activated, Yi Feng immediately called out for the panel in his mind. At once, his personal status panel appeared before his eyes. Ye Feng. Gender, male. Age, 65118. Race, human. Talent, low grade, 87100. Comprehension, medium, 6881000. Special talent, none. Cultivation method, Jinjuan body tempering art, perfect. Pajuan profound gang art minor mastery, 781000. Martial skills, military 13 forms perfect. Wuying soul chasing arrow major mastery, 29883000. Benlay saber major mastery, 2173300. Gale steps major mastery, 2957300. Chi in blood, 875. Realm, peak martial master, 9991000. Pension, 2,500. After more than 40 years of unremitting cultivation, even though his talent was only the worst low grade, the results were still quite impressive. Aside from the Pajuan profound gang art, which he had exchanged for with military merits after leaving the battlefield and had only reached minor mastery, all his other cultivation methods and martial skills had at least reached major mastery. His comprehension was actually pretty good. His gaze focused on the realm row, and he discovered that he was only 1 point away from breaking through to the great martial master realm. That tiny 1 point of progress was like a towering mountain standing in front of him. He had tried dozens of times and never succeeded. Yi Feng knew very well just how difficult it was. Maybe this was the limit his talent and physical condition could reach. Low-grade cultivation talent was still just too poor. When he had first joined the army, he had 2 years to rest and improve himself. After that, he was basically always in a state of war preparation. He could only squeeze out time to cultivate between patrols and battles. By the time he had both the time and resources to devote himself fully to cultivation, he had already passed the best age for it. His talent was poor to begin with, and he also couldn't devote himself fully to cultivation. It was understandable that he had failed to break through. Yi Feng held no resentment over this. After all, if he hadn't joined the military, then on his own, he probably would have cultivated all his life and only become a martial artist. He wouldn't even have reached the martial master realm. He might not even have become a martial artist at all. His gaze shifted to the pension row. Almost at the same time, a green plus sign appeared behind all the cultivation methods that had not reached perfection. The same was true for his talent and realm rows. His heart started pounding violently, and Ye came up with an extremely bold idea. His eyes locked onto the realm row. Being unable to break through to Great Martial Master had already become his inner demon. Just moments ago, he had even thought about giving up cultivation, finding two young and beautiful girls to marry, and shamelessly enjoying life. Now, that thought had completely vanished. Without hesitation, his mind moved, and Ye immediately used his pension to fill the progress bar in the realm row. Pension -1. Current realm. Peak Martial Master 10001000. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Ye forcibly suppressed his emotions. In an instant, he felt the chi and blood throughout his body surge violently and grow at a terrifying rate. His entire body felt as if it had been thrown into boiling water. His skin turned red all over, radiating scorching waves of heat. A clear stinging pain came from his skin. The energy particles drifting through the air all rushed impatiently into Ye Feng's body and transformed into his chi and blood. The entire process lasted nearly a minute. Boom! The chi and blood inside his body suddenly burst outward, forming a chi and blood barrier around him. Chi and blood released outward. The Great Martial Master Realm. Ye Feng's expression was a little complicated. He broke through just like that. He glanced at the pension row and discovered that he had only used 1 point. He still had 2,499 left. After standing there in a daze for nearly 5 seconds, Ye suddenly laughed. It was wild, unrestrained laughter. Ye Hava. I made it. The emotions he had suppressed for decades were completely unleashed at this moment. The cheat had arrived, and it was damn strong. The mountain that had always pressed down on his heart had collapsed. He felt lighter than ever before. Ye was thoroughly losing composure, and his grin had even turned savage. Thankfully, the soundproofing of the cultivation room was extremely good. Otherwise, this would probably have been socially fatal. Great Martial Master. Initial stage, 0300. Chi and blood, 1,000. Pension, 2,499. With only 1 point of pension, Ye had broken through to the Great Martial Master realm. His chi and blood had surged by 125 points, reaching the lower limit of what an ordinary martial artist who had just entered the Great Martial Master realm could achieve. Even if it was only the weakest level among Great Martial Masters, it was still Great Martial Master. Realm was the foundation. With chi and blood released outward, he could attack and defend. Ordinary martial masters couldn't even get close to him. They couldn't even break his chi and blood barrier. As long as his chi and blood was sufficient, no matter how many martial masters came, they would just be delivering themselves to him. It wasn't just defense. On the offensive side, a great martial master could release chi and blood outward and wrap it around attacks, increasing the power of martial skills. Whether it was the Wu-Ying soul-chasing arrow or the Benlei saber, their power would skyrocket. Ye Feng's combat strength had soared. Before, due to his insufficient realm, these two martial skills of his that had reached major mastery couldn't display their full 100% power. Now, that probably wouldn't be a problem anymore. It was just that the consumption would definitely be high. Thinking of this, Ye Feng immediately made a decision. Talent and comprehension didn't bring much return from improvement right now. After all, he was already 65. After breaking through to the Great Martial Master realm, his lifespan limit had increased to 150 years. 85 years of life might seem long, but in an unstable external environment full of danger on all sides. What Ye Feng needed more right now was an increase in immediate combat power. Since he could directly use pension points to raise his realm, then he would first push it all the way to Grandmaster. After reaching the Grandmaster realm, his body would become leakless, his chi and blood would no longer decline, and his lifespan would also surge to around 200 years. At that point, 65-year-old Ye Feng would still have more than 100 years left to live. Judging by lifespan alone, that would only count as middle-aged at most, and he would still have plenty of time to continue improving. In this world, the Grandmaster realm counted as having fairly solid self-preservation ability. Thinking of this, Ye Feng no longer hesitated. All 2,499 points of pension were poured into his realm. Pension 2,499. Realm starting to rise. Great Martial Master initial stage peak. Great Martial Master middle stage. Great Martial Master middle stage peak. The so-called bottlenecks of martial arts were like a thin sheet of window paper, breaking with a single poke. The chi and blood in his entire body surged wildly. He kept staring at the chi and blood row on the status panel. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. The increase in chi and blood was shockingly huge. It wasn't just the cultivation room. Energy particles within a radius of several hundred meters began surging rapidly toward Ye Feng, forming an invisible energy vortex. Quite a few martial artists who were also staying up late to cultivate were alarmed at that moment. Before they could trace the source, the disturbance had already ended. What the hell was that? Why was there such a huge energy fluctuation just now? It doesn't seem like activity from the foreign races. It feels more like the commotion caused by a realm breakthrough. A realm breakthrough? Could someone have broken through to the Grandmaster realm? If Grandmasters were that easy to break through to, then our Heishan city wouldn't have only 4 Grandmasters. Report the situation first. Something about this feels off. Several male and female martial artists who had sensed the disturbance gathered together. The situation outside was unknown to Ye Feng. As his blood and qi surged wildly, his martial realm also rose at a rapid pace, finally stabilizing at the late stage of Great Martial Master. His entire body's blood and qi surged out of control, and the whole training room was wrapped in blood-red blood and qi. Sharp, heavy, oppressive, guarding his mind tightly, Ye Feng crazily circulated the Pejuan Xiangang art. As expected of an earth-rain cultivation technique he had exchanged for after exhausting decades of accumulated merits. It helped Ye Feng bear the surging blood and qi in a very short time. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Feng had initially mastered his own blood and qi, and with the earth-rain cultivation technique, he had also raised the quality of his blood and qi quite a bit. It vaguely showed a tendency to transform into gang qi. The Pejuan Xiangang art was said to be able, once cultivated to perfection, to transform one's blood and qi into higher strength gang qi, even if one's realm did not reach Grandmaster. As for the transformation efficiency, it was tied to personal talent. What Ye Feng valued was its effect of refining blood and qi. Unfortunately, the cultivation technique was not easy to train. He had practiced it for 5 years and had only gradually reached minor mastery. The cultivation realms of techniques and martial skills were divided into 4 stages: entry, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. But even at minor mastery, the Pejuan Xiangang art still gave Ye Feng a considerable boost in strength. Otherwise, with his declining blood and qi and no backing, he would not have been able to keep his position as squad leader. There were plenty of people eyeing his post. Concentrate. Another 10-odd minutes passed. Only after his blood and qi had completely stabilized did Ye Feng let out a long breath. Looking at the panel, his blood and qi had already reached the late stage of Great Martial Master at 8289. His eyes flashed with sharp light. No side effects, and no need to invest resources. After his realm improved, his blood and qi would rise to the corresponding level automatically. Very good. Very strong. Ye Feng was very satisfied. Retirement? Didn't he exist? Girls? That stuff would only affect the speed of his blade. 65 was the perfect age to struggle. However, Ye Feng had no intention of exposing his strength right away. He planned to keep a low profile for a while. Once he reached Grandmaster and had the strength to protect himself, then he would gradually reveal his combat power. Playing it safe was definitely not wrong. As a level 3 base city, Black Mountain City had a population of over 1 million. The city defense captain and also Black Mountain City's strongest expert, Tong Ming, was publicly only at the middle stage of Grandmaster. In the operations against the Beast Tide and the foreign races before, Ye Feng had seen him make a move. Every strike carried the force of splitting mountains and severing rivers. Gang qi raged, and any foreign race or ferocious beast that approached within 100 meters of him was torn to pieces. The weaker ones were directly turned into blood mist. One man could block 10,000 troops. His presence shook heaven and earth. That scene had been deeply imprinted in Ye Feng's mind. Back then, he had secretly thought that if he could also become a strong expert at Grandmaster Realm in the future, how glorious that would be. Who would have thought that even the bottleneck at Great Martial Master would trap him for over 10 years? He had originally thought he no longer had any chance of becoming a Grandmaster. Who would have thought that now? He was only 3 days away from it. There were still 3 days left in this month, and only 2 months and 3 days until next year. At that moment, Ye Feng was extremely glad his birthday was in October. Next year, his retirement pension would still increase by 10%. 3 days later, in November, he would receive another $2,500 in retirement pension. That would be enough for him to break through to Grandmaster Realm. The realm he had only been able to look up to before was now right before his eyes. It was impossible not to be excited. He simply cannot sleep, so he might as well not sleep. With Ye Feng's current realm and mental strength, not sleeping for several nights would not be a problem at all. He spent the whole night further stabilizing his realm, letting his blood and qi hide within his body. As long as someone's realm was not far above his, or they were a particularly perceptive powerhouse, they should not be able to detect the change in his strength. Still, better safe than sorry. Thinking that he still had 5 days of leave left this year, Ye Feng glanced at the time and sent a message to his old friend Wang Kaishan, who was also a squad leader, asking him to help take leave. The reason was simple: seclusion. In recent years, he had taken leave many times for seclusion breakthroughs. After sending the message, Ye Feng's emotions had already calmed down and he began to feel sleepy. After washing up and grabbing something to eat, he went straight to rest in the training room. There were enough ingredients at home, and for these 5 days, he did not plan to step out of the house even once. 3 days later, the moment his November retirement pension arrived would be the moment he broke through to Grandmaster. That was how steady he was. Thinking of this, Ye Feng got excited again, and the sleepiness vanished completely. A little speechless, then a message came in on his communication wristband. When he opened it, it was from Wang Kaishan. Old Yi, see if there's anyone you like. Before Ye Feng could reply, more than 10 clear full-body photos were sent over. Each photo also came with relevant information underneath. They were all young women between 18 and 24, with looks and figures both top-notch. Even Ye Feng was tempted. Damn it, using this to test this great martial master? He had to admit that, as expected of a friend he had known for over 20 years, Wang Kaishan understood his taste very well. However, men's tastes in women were actually about the same. No matter how old they were, they always stayed loyal to liking young and beautiful ones. Ye Feng was no exception. If this had been before, he would probably have gone along with it. But now Ye Feng was in no mood to look for women, and he immediately replied, I feel like I can break through this time. Help me keep an eye on things over at the squad. Sure, when you come out of seclusion, we'll pick together. Ye Feng. Taking 2 deep breaths, Ye Feng did not reply again. But he found that he really could not sleep, and it was frustrating. Wang Kaishan was still very reliable. After the morning shift change, he went to the office of the 4th Squad captain, Lei Zhan, first thing to help Ye Feng request leave. The city defense team concerned the safety of Black Mountain City's million citizens, and Ye Feng was a squad leader with heavy responsibility. For leave like this, he definitely had to report it as early as possible. If something went wrong because he had not requested leave in advance, it would be trouble. Fortunately, nothing urgent had happened at the moment, and Ye Feng did still have 5 days of unused leave. Squad Captain Lei Zhan did not think much and agreed. Thinking of Ye Feng's condition, Lei Zhan, who could empathize deeply, could not help but sigh. If I'm not mistaken, last time we tested him, Fengzi's blood and chi value had already dropped below 900, right? Captain Lei, you know the guy's personality too. He has been like this for decades. Now telling him to give up, he definitely won't be willing to. Wang Kaishan sighed. A trace of unwillingness flashed vaguely in his eyes. Who would really be willing to give up if there was still hope of breaking through? Shaking his head slightly to throw those thoughts out of his mind, Wang Kaishan looked at the increasingly aged 4th Squad Captain, Lei Zhan. Captain Lei, are you really going to retire this time? I don't want to retire either, but the situation doesn't allow me not to. Already 117 years old, with his blood and chi having fallen to 8,000. Unable to impact Grandmaster Realm, and his body constantly plagued by injuries and illness, plus the pressure from inside the organization. Lei Zhan knew he could no longer hold the front line. Seeing this, Wang Kaishan opened his mouth, wanting to comfort him. In the end, he could only sigh. Haze, stepping down might be good too. Has the destination been settled? If nothing unexpected happened, he'd probably go to Black Mountain Second High School to be the principal. Lei Zhan said calmly, that is not bad. The school side is much safer than here. Wang Kaishan nodded, then seemed to think of something and asked, what about the successor? Same as before, internal recommendation from the division? No. Lei Zhan shook his head. The higher-ups mean to hold a martial arts tournament for the entire city defense force. The winner will take my place. The 4 major divisions are military divisions. Those bastards actually dared to reach in. Wang Kaishan said angrily. Hearing this, Lei Zhan's eyes sharpened. What is there to be afraid of? They started testing the waters years ago. This time, while the chief commander is in seclusion, they finally couldn't hold back. The sharpness in Lei Zhan's eyes gradually faded, and his expression returned to calm. But in the end, it still comes down to strength. If your own strength is lacking and your position gets taken, you can't blame anyone else. But enough. The tournament is already set. It's useless to say more. If you don't want my position to be snatched away by the other 2 factions, then you'd better buck up on your own. The city defense force only had 5 major division commanders. Above them was the chief commander. A division commander was an absolute figure of real power. Plenty of people were staring at that position. Where there were people, there was Jianghu, even with external crises constantly looming. The city defense force was still far from a single united bloc. It was divided into 3 major factions: the military, the families, and the commoners. The military and the families held the leadership positions and occupied the dominant ground. The commoners had the largest numbers and were also a force that could not be ignored. Someone like Ye Feng, who had retired from the front lines, naturally belonged to the military faction. To defend Black Mountain City, relying only on military strength was obviously not enough. The power of the families and the martial artists among the commoners was equally crucial. Among the current 5 division commanders, the military held 3 seats and the great families held 2. One division commander had 3 squad leaders under him, and each squad leader managed a martial artist unit of 100 people. Altogether, the more than 1,500 martial artists formed the main city defense force of Black Mountain City. Of course, besides the city defense force, there are also institutions and units like the Public Security Bureau and the Civil Defense Force. Once a crisis occurred, it would be easy to mobilize 10,000 people to fight. But in terms of combat strength, compared with the all-martial arts city defense force, there was still a huge gap. The emphasis was not on quantity, but quality. That was the Federation's current main strategy. Resources were only that limited. It was impossible to support so many martial artists. As a Tier 3 base city, Black Mountain City had a permanent population of over 1 million, but the number of officially registered martial artists was less than 3,000. The city defense force alone took up half of them. It could be said that whoever could control this force could influence the situation in Black Mountain City. Those great families had always wanted to gain more decision-making power, while the commoners wanted to gain a certain voice. Both sides had their eyes on Lei Zhan's soon-to-retire position. The division commander was going to step down. Inside the cultivation room, Yifeng saw the message Wang Kaishan had sent. To say he had no thoughts about it would be impossible. The 5 division commanders were all peak great martial masters, all seeking a chance to break through to Grandmaster. Lei Zhan was the oldest among them. Over the years, he was in a situation much like the others, unwilling to give up, yet with only a slim chance of breakthrough, forced to pin his hopes on a miracle. Retiring this time was understandable. If he didn't step down, how could someone else rise? After all, besides the 5 division commanders, there were still other members of the city defense force with peak great martial master cultivation. In Yifeng's memory, there were 3 of them, 1 from the military, 2 from the families. It was not impossible that there were also people hiding their strength. This decision to push for promotion through a martial tournament could not have been driven by the family faction alone. The commoner faction had definitely agreed as well. Both factions had agreed, and with the chief commander in seclusion and not handling affairs, the military side was forced to compromise. Since the commoner faction also chose the tournament, they must have some backing. Most likely, they also had members at the peak great martial master realm. Forget it. Why think so much? The tournament date still hadn't even been decided yet. 3 days later, I'll be a grandmaster. As long as I want it, that position can only be mine. He no longer dwelled on it and tried to continue cultivating on his own. Compared with the rocket-like speed when using stat points, cultivating through his own talent was as slow as an old man taking a walk in the park. The huge gap made it impossible for Yifeng to calm down and cultivate. After tossing and turning for a long time, he truly couldn't manage cultivation. But he'd end up getting sleepy. He slept all the way until evening. Ever since transmigrating to this world, Yifeng hadn't slept this peacefully in a long time. He subconsciously glanced at the communicator. No message had come through, which made him secretly relieved. After casually eating something, he began practicing Benlei Blade in the cultivation room. More than anything else, he was adapting to his current explosive increase in cultivation. The hallmark of the great martial master realm was the external release of blood energy. Yifeng's current control over his own realm could only be considered passable, not excellent. Usually, keeping blood energy restrained wasn't a problem. But once he entered combat mode, that control would immediately drop. It would be very easy for an opponent to see through his true realm. He needed time to adapt and gain control. During the next few days of leave, Yifeng planned to focus all his energy on improving his control in this area. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Beep. November pension has arrived. That sound was like heavenly music. Yifeng forcefully restrained the turmoil in his heart and, with a thought, opened the attribute panel. Looking at the 2,500 retirement fund inside, he didn't hesitate at all. Go for it. Max out my cultivation directly. Beep. Retirement fund, 501. Current realm, Great Martial Master Peak, 3,000 out of 3,000. Breakthrough? Taking a deep breath, Yifeng said in a deep voice, breakthrough. The instant he made his decision to break through, a soul-shaking pressure erupted from Yifeng and spread in all directions. Everything within several hundred meters was enveloped by it. The energy particles within 1,000 meters suddenly became violent, forming an energy vortex centered on Yifeng and crazily pouring in. Such a drastic change immediately drew the attention of the martial artists living nearby, especially in Building 16. Everyone except Yifeng quickly rushed out and stood in the open space below the building, looking up at the change. Isn't that the 7th floor? That's the floor where Captain Yi lives. Captain Yi is cultivating. Cultivation can cause such a huge commotion. Something's wrong. Hurry and contact the city defense force. Qingguang residential area was located in Black Mountain City's inner ring. Those who could live here were basically martial artists, or very wealthy families. At this moment, all of them were showing expressions of shock. This scene was simply too terrifying. The energy particles were so dense, they were almost visible to the naked eye. Such a sight could only usually be seen inside those extremely expensive cultivation rooms. Yet now it had appeared inside a residential area. It was truly unbelievable. Many people directly contacted the city defense force. Some others were deep in thought at this moment. Everyone knew Yifeng's cultivation level, a veteran peak martial master, even though his blood energy had started to decline due to age. With his extremely high-level martial skills and the combat experience he had accumulated over decades in the military, his combat powers still ranked among the upper echelon of peak martial masters, especially that ghostly arrow technique of his over the past few years. It had made a name for itself inside the city defense corps. Sniping heads from 1,000 meters away with pinpoint accuracy, He was the ultimate old silver coin. He even had the spectacular record of shooting down a Tier 3 beast, the equivalent of a human great martial master, from 1,000 meters away. He became famous in one battle, and no one dared look down on this old man. Yifeng's martial realm was his weakness. Now, looking at this scene, it seemed like he was about to break through. But wasn't this a bit too much of a commotion? How did it look anything like the scene of breaking through to the great martial master realm? If you said this was breaking through to the master realm, they will believe it. Yifeng breaking through to master realm? Wasn't that a joke? How could that be possible? Something was off. The City Defense Corps got the news at the first moment. As Yifeng's direct superior, Lei Zhan had no choice but to personally lead his men over at once. As for everything outside, Yifeng had no idea. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the thrill of his soaring strength. His chi and blood surged wildly, easily breaking past 10,000. He had reached the minimum standard for a master, and his chi and blood were rapidly transforming into Jinqi with even stronger destructive power. The whole process was extremely smooth, without the slightest stagnation or obstruction. Along with that, the hidden injuries left behind from years of overloading his cultivation and past battles were also rapidly healing. Impurities inside his body were even being expelled directly through the pores of his skin. Wash the marrow and cleanse the body. That phrase surfaced in Yifeng's mind. He could clearly sense that the previous weak feeling, as if his whole body were a sieve and his chi and blood were constantly leaking out, had completely disappeared. Now, his body was in a state of only taking in energy from the outside and never leaking it out. No leakage throughout the body, no dissipation of chi and blood. This was a master. After reaching the master realm, lifespan surged to 200 years. At 65, Yifeng could only be considered middle-aged. The benefits of washing the marrow and cleansing the body were not limited to that. His skin became taut, and his once half-white hair was turning black and glossy at a visible speed, brimming with vitality. He looked dozens of years younger, as if he had returned to his 30s. With his eyes closed, feeling this transformation, Yifeng's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. He did not know how long had passed. When the transformation between chi and blood and Jinqi reached a balance point, that irresistible pleasure gradually faded. Slowly opening his eyes, Yifeng moved his mind and summoned the attribute panel. Looking at the information in the realm column, Master initial stage, 10,000. Chi and blood, 10,000. He nodded in satisfaction. A master now, feeling the shackles in his body have been completely broken, the abundant chi and blood, and the Jinqi that only needed a single thought to transform and burst out through his body. Yifeng smiled. At least now, I have some ability to protect myself. He still had 1,999 retirement points left. Putting all of them into his realm would still only leave him at master initial stage. Yifeng decided to raise his martial skill realms first. Retirement points, add points. Ding, retirement points, -12. Wu Ying pursuing soul arrow has reached perfection. Ding, retirement points, -827. Binlei blade has reached perfection. Ding, retirement points, -43. Jifeng step has reached perfection. Countless insights into these three martial skills flooded into his mind like a tide, as if he were in a separate space, repeatedly practicing them until the martial skills reached perfection. He did not know how much time passed before Yifeng completely digested all those insights. All martial skills perfected. A little addictive. His gaze immediately shifted to the cultivation technique column. Retirement points, continue adding points. Ding, retirement points, -922. Pejuan Xiangang art has reached major accomplishment. Running Pejuan Xiangang art again, its power and efficiency were greatly increased compared to before. Yifeng felt like he was terrifyingly strong now. There were still 195 retirement points left. The Master Realm was enough for now, and all his martial skills were already perfected. Pejuan Xiangang art needed 3,000 points to reach perfection, so it would take 2 months. What Yifeng cared about most was still the special talent column, but there had been no movement there at all. He did not know whether it was because his retirement points were too few, or for some other reason. From his decades of experience and what he had heard in this world, there were indeed an extremely small number of martial artists with special talents, known as the favored children of heaven. For example, talents specialized in weapons, those born to learn blades or swords advanced extremely quickly, or innate divine strength, iron sinews and steel bones, and so on. He had heard of them too. The most special, and also the strongest in rumors, were those mental talents, born with an exceptionally strong spirit, able to fly through the air, even influence an opponent's mind, and move objects from afar. They were extremely powerful, truly monstrous geniuses. Since there was a special talent column on the panel, that meant it was probably obtainable. Thinking of this, Yifeng's mood surged, but he still forced himself to calm down. Focusing on the present was what mattered most. As for the future, who could say for sure? His gaze then fixed on the talent column. A low-level talent was still too weak. Ding, retirement points -13, talent successfully upgraded to medium. Current level, medium, 1,000. As expected, it required 1,000 points to upgrade to high level. Upgrading comprehension from medium to high required 1,000 retirement points. Talent was the same. Everything was within Ye Feng's expectations. It was within an acceptable range, if he really wanted to raise it. Once next month's retirement points arrived, he could directly reach high-level talent. He could think about it then. This talent upgrade was different from the realm upgrade. There was no particularly noticeable feeling. Ye Feng tried circulating Pejuan Xiangang art and found that it was indeed smoother than before. It sped up by about 1/3, and this was still only the mediocre medium-level talent. Ye Feng nodded inyardly. He was thinking that when his retirement points became more plentiful in the future, he could continue raising his talent and comprehension. If both talent and comprehension were raised to the very top, then even without relying on retirement point boosts, he could still cultivate on his own and raise the realms of his cultivation techniques and martial skills. All of that was premised on no fatal crisis appearing. Otherwise, he would still have to keep adding points to his realm. Putting those thoughts aside, before Ye Feng could properly feel the might of the master realm, bang, the sound of the door being smashed open made him frown. Beyond transforming Qi into Jinqi and increasing physical strength, the master realm also strengthened spiritual power to a certain extent. Ye Feng's perception had become increasingly sharp. Just now, all his attention had been on the panel. Now that he came back to his senses, he immediately sensed the situation outside the cultivation room. Those surging Qi and blood forces were like lamps in the dark night, extremely eye-catching. Why had the captain and the others come? Ye Feng could tell at once whose auras those were, the chief Captain Lei Zhan and the comrades from the fourth squad. His eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. The cultivation room door was extremely sturdy and opened only one way. Once someone entered, it could only be opened from the inside. If no one was inside, it could only be opened from the outside. Feeling the increasingly violent Qi and blood outside the door, Ye Feng knew that if he did not act soon, those guys were probably going to force the door open. His figure flashed, turning into a blur. In less than the blink of an eye, he crossed several meters and reached the door, pressing the open button. During the entire time, not a single sound was made. The perfected swift wind step had boosted Ye Feng's explosive power several times over, making his speed absurdly exaggerated. Combined with the also perfected soul-tracking arrow, Ye Feng's long-range sniping ability had seen a huge increase. In close combat, he also had the perfected Thunderbolt Blade, a Xian-level technique. The Pejuan Xiangang art could refine Qi and blood, amplify the power of true energy, and also significantly strengthen the body. Now Ye Feng only lacked a fist technique, and he would become a true all-rounder. The cultivation room door slowly opened, feeling the Qi and blood force rushing at him. The Qi and blood throughout his body instinctively surged outward, coiling around his entire frame and easily withstanding the wave of Qi and blood. Qi and blood externalization. Grand Martial Master. His expression changed in shock, as if he had thought of something. Lei Zhan's face changed drastically, and he immediately instructed the people behind him. Guard the door. No one is allowed in. Without waiting for a response, he entered the cultivation room and casually pressed the closed door button. His eyes widened at Ye Feng, as if he wanted to see through him. Captain, what do you mean by this? Ye Feng said calmly. A peak Grand Martial Master. A figure that had once been out of reach, but now he could punch one out with a single strike. The gap between true energy and Qi and blood was like heaven and earth. You broke through? Lei Zhan stared fixedly at Ye Feng. He has gotten younger. This confirmed the guess in his heart. Ye Feng didn't hide it and nodded. I broke through. Most likely. The commotion from his breakthrough had been too great and attracted outside attention. This was his first time breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, so he had no experience. He'd still have to be more careful in the future. Next time he broke through to Great Grandmaster, he should go to the wilderness and find an uninhabited area. With the strength of the Grandmaster realm, as long as he didn't enter the depths of Black Mountain Range, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten him. At this moment, Lei Zhan, hearing Ye Feng's response, took a deep breath and said with complete seriousness, that breakthrough commotion of yours doesn't look like Grand Martial Master at all. When the door had opened just now, Ye Feng had explosively released his Qi and blood. The terrifying pressure that rushed over had only ever been something he felt from the chief captain and the other two Grandmasters in Black Mountain City. Combined with Ye Feng's current youthful appearance, the answer was already extremely obvious. Breaking through to Grand Martial Master absolutely could not produce such an effect. Thinking of this, Lei Zhan's gaze toward Ye Feng carried heat and urgency. Seeing this, Ye Feng was silent for a few seconds before a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Captain, from now on, you can call me Ye Grandmaster. Good, good. Lei Zhan heavily patted Ye Feng's shoulder. The palm shook with pain, but Lei Zhan didn't care in the slightest. Those guys still wanted to seize my position. Now that you've become a Grandmaster, this position can only be yours. He had previously said that everything depended on ability, but in his heart, he was undoubtedly still very concerned about whether the military could continue to hold onto his position as squad leader and maintain enough say. Now that Ye Feng had Grandmaster level battle strength, What did the other side have to fight with? He suddenly felt completely relaxed, and Lei Zhan then said, "Don't spread the fact that you've become a grandmaster for now. Wait until the competition and give those guys a surprise. My vacation only has 2 days left." Before Ye Feng could finish, Lei Zhan cut him off. "I'll approve leave for you. If nothing unexpected happens, the competition should be held next Monday. You can come back then." "All right, I'll listen to you." Ye Feng was happy to take it easy. As a sub-team captain, he had to lead his team to patrol the city wall every day, and sometimes he also had to go out to the wilderness for patrols and investigation, or carry out rescue and corpse retrieval work. Now that he didn't need to do those things and could stay home on leave, Ye Feng certainly wouldn't refuse. "Then I'm taking the people with me." After saying that, Lei Zhan turned and opened the door to leave the cultivation room. From beginning to end, he didn't ask why Ye Feng could break through to Grandmaster. That trust moved Ye Feng a little, and at the same time, he couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. If he really was asked, he didn't know how he'd answer. He couldn't exactly say he was cheating, could he? In his perception, Lei Zhan led the people away directly. A few minutes later, maintenance staff came over and repaired the door that had been kicked to pieces. He didn't leave the cultivation room. Just after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, his talent had increased to intermediate, all his martial techniques had reached perfection, and his Earth Grade technique had reached the major success stage. Ye Feng needed time to adjust to the changes in his strength. With Lei Zhan's help, no one came to disturb him. That saved him a lot of trouble. For 2 straight days, Ye Feng stayed cooped up at home. He only chatted a few times with Lei Zhan and Wang Kaishan through the communicator. The rest of the time, he stayed alone in the cultivation room. He had basically adapted to the changes brought by his improved strength. However, staying shut away in the cultivation room and only training by himself wasn't enough to let him fully understand his current condition. Ye Feng planned to make a trip to the wilderness and enter Black Mountain Range to personally experience real combat. Ye Feng. Gender, male. Age, 65,200. Race, human. Talent, intermediate, 0-1,000. Comprehension, intermediate, 688 1,000. Special talent, none. Technique, Xinjuan body refining art, perfect. Pejuan Xingang art major success, 0-3,000. Martial techniques, military body 13 forms perfect, soul tracking arrow perfect, thunderbolt blade perfect, swift wind step perfect. Chi and blood, 10,000. Realm, Grandmaster early stage, 0-1-10,000. Retirement fund, 182. With my current strength, as long as I don't go deep in, there shouldn't be any danger. If I can't beat it, I'll just run. With the perfected swift wind step, he could still briefly fly. Ye Feng was confident there wouldn't be any problem. In the early morning of this day, Ye Feng leaped down from his own window and vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. After greeting Lei Zhan and not encountering any obstruction, he smoothly flew over the city wall and headed straight toward Black Mountain Range. With the cultivation and chi and blood strength of the Grandmaster early stage, he could fly continuously for nearly half an hour. Without affecting combat ability, he should come down to rest every 15 minutes. Black Mountain City was backed by Black Mountain Range. With Ye Feng's current speed, it took less than 3 minutes to enter the mountain range. Nighttime was when ferocious beasts were most active and martial artists generally wouldn't enter the mountain range. Of course, there was always the possibility of some reckless fools. He flew deeper at full speed for a few more minutes. During that time, in Ye Feng's perception, he detected quite a few ferocious beasts, mostly first and second tier, and he had no intention of taking action. Continuing deeper, Ye Feng finally stopped above a lake in the middle of a dense forest. He suddenly drew his blade, and dark red, true energy instantly wrapped around the blade. The originally 1-meter-3 blade length suddenly expanded to over 30 meters, and from top to bottom, it slashed straight toward the center of the lake. Thunderclap, rip, the dark red blade light, carrying true energy, slashed down directly, so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. The lake, with a diameter of no less than 200 meters, was like a fragile piece of tofu, split in two. The golden strange fish lying at the bottom of the lake, over 10 meters long, directly turned into a blood mist. Third-tier golden scale sawtooth fish. If it had been before, if this thing had kept hiding at the bottom of the lake, I really wouldn't have had a way to deal with it. But now one blade is enough. This wasn't the city, and it wasn't the cultivation room. There was no need to restrain himself or hold back. Over the following time, Ye Feng began to vent freely. Thunderbolt, Thunderfall, Thunderbreak. The 9 styles of the Benlei blade poured out without end. With astral energy blade, light, rampaging wildly, destroying heaven and earth. The entire area looked as if the end of the world had come. Under the blade light, everything was split apart and destroyed. The lake was forcibly cut into more than 10 pieces. More than half of the water evaporated. And the fish monsters lurking within were none spared, all turning into blood mist. The air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the dense forest was all scorched black. If one looked closely, every cut was perfectly smooth, like a mirror. Swift wind step. His figure flickered, and with every step, he could easily cross no less than 200 meters. Over 200 meters per second. This was Ye Feng's current limit speed, more than 10 times faster than when he was at the peak of martial master rel before. Close to the speed of sound. Bow and arrow, draw the bow. Everything within 1,000 meters was clearly visible to Ye Feng. Locking onto a rabbit beast frantically fleeing in a completely irregular path. Astral energy wrapped around the bow and arrow. The moment he released his hand, the bow and arrow vanished from sight. Silent and invisible. Only that crimson astral energy streak, completely beyond the eye's ability to track, proved that the bow and arrow truly existed. In the span of a breath, that rabbit beast's head had already exploded, along with the dense forest and ground in front of it. A spiral-shaped hole dozens of meters wide appeared bottomless. If he did not wrap it in astral energy and blood chi, Ye Feng could truly make it silent and invisible. But the power would drop by a lot. He could choose depending on the opponent's strength. He did not use the bow and arrow again. With astral energy condensing into arrows, Ye Feng turned into a human Gatling gun. Crimson astral energy arrows transformed into streaks of flowing light, shooting out in all directions. Everything blocking the way was mercilessly pierced through. Its effective range had reached nearly 3,000 meters, almost 3 times farther than before. Taking someone's head from 3,000 meters away, the ideal sniping distance was within 1,000 meters. If he changed to a higher quality bow, the range should be able to expand further. Ye Feng was extremely satisfied with his current combat power. The might of a grandmaster left the whole area in ruins. For the beasts in Ye Feng's area, tonight was destined to be sleepless. They all fled in all directions, not daring to linger for even a moment, only hating that they could not run faster. After unleashing everything for more than an hour, the knots in his heart that had been buried for decades were shattered. He no longer had to live so carefully. A grandmaster was only the beginning. Ye Feng's eyes were firm. Great grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, martial god, and even the guardian martial gods, of which the entire Federation only had 8. His current lifespan cap was 200 years. As his strength increased, the cap would continue to rise. Every month, he would receive a pension, and every year, his pension would increase by 10%. In other words, the longer Ye Feng lived, the stronger he would inevitably become. Standing at the peak of humanity, truly controlling his own fate, would no longer be just a delusion. Ye Feng's eyes were firm. His strength had improved, the future was promising, and his mindset changed along with it. It was time to live a different life. Just as he was preparing to leave, at the farthest point where heaven and earth met, a black dot flashing with purple lightning suddenly appeared. That brutal aura could be sensed even from such a great distance. A person or a beast? If it was an alien race, then things would be troublesome. Every time alien races moved, what followed was always large-scale invasion. With just Black Mountain City's defense force, they definitely could not hold. They had to request support from the higher-level base city at the first possible moment. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not retreat, but went straight toward it. He had served in the military for decades, and had seen too many tragic scenes of humans being slaughtered. Back when he lacked the ability, there was nothing he could do. Now that he had some strength, he could not just stand by and watch. The other side was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, it closed to within 3,000 meters. With Ye Feng's superhuman eyesight, he had already clearly identified the other party's identity. And in his ears came the distinctive rumble of thunder. 4th-tier beast, Thunder Pattern Windwing Hawk. It was named for the lightning patterns on its feathers. During flight, it would also produce thunderous roars. Its attacks carried a certain paralyzing effect. With its wings spread, it was over 20 meters wide, like it could blot out the sky and cover the sun. Its body was huge, yet its speed was still terrifyingly fast. It was a very troublesome beast. So he had intruded into this thing's territory. Ye Feng let out a breath of relief. As long as it was not an alien race, that was enough. If this had been before, encountering a beast comparable to the Grandmaster realm would have left him with only one choice: run. But now Ye Feng chose to fight. Beasts were strongest in physical bodies. Once they reached 4th tier, they had a chance to awaken bloodline talents. The Thunder Pattern Windwing Hawk had a very high talent. After reaching 4th tier, it was almost certain to awaken a lightning talent, and its combat power could rank among the top in 4th tier beasts. Beasts awakening bloodline talents were indeed powerful, but humans could cultivate techniques and martial skills, and they also had the support of equipment. Their power boost was no small matter either. At the same realm, humans were generally stronger. In the span of a breath, seeing the Thunder Pattern Windwing Hawk close to within 1,000 meters, Ye Feng drew the bow and knocked the arrow. Astral energy instantly condensed into 9 sharp arrows. 9 arrows fired at once. In the blink of an eye, 9 red flashes shot from different angles, straight toward the Thunder Pattern Windwing Hawk's eyes not covered by feathers, the gaps between its feathers and the joint connections. The Hawk's pupils shrank sharply. At such a close distance, with Grandmaster strength, master-level invisible pursuing soul arrow, and such a huge body, it had no chance to dodge. There was only enough time to close its eyes, hoping to lessen the damage to them. The other 7 sharp arrows entered instantly. The huge impact made the thunder-patterned Windwing Hawk's charging momentum come to a halt, and a sharp cry followed, but it still maintained flight and did not fall. The moment it opened its eyes again, its beastly instincts told it that a fatal crisis had already arrived. It subconsciously looked up, only to see Ye Feng somehow already above it, holding a blade in one hand, with a crimson astral energy blade light over 30 meters long radiating a destructive aura. Thunderfall. The blade light slashed straight down, and blood mist burst from the thunder-patterned Windwing Hawk's back. Its defense was broken through. Without the slightest pause, Ye Feng kept swinging his blade, one strike faster than the last, every strike breaking through its defense. Like a violent storm, the onslaught gave the thunder-patterned Windwing Hawk no chance to adjust or dodge, brutally hacking it down toward the ground. Dozens of consecutive strikes landed on the same spot on its neck. Feathers shattered, revealing the flesh beneath. Sizzle. A huge hawk head was cut off. Ye Feng stopped moving. The violent astral energy gradually rained in. His face was as dark as water as he looked at the thunder-patterned Windwing Hawk beneath his feet, now completely lifeless, and said calmly, "That's it? A 4th-tier beast, yet had not even the slightest strength to resist." This gave him a fairly clear understanding of his current combat power. Once he took the initiative, even a thunder-patterned Windwing Hawk, whose talent and combat power ranked near the front among 4th-tier beasts, could only take a beating. The commotion here was not small. If there was one, there would be 2. It was uncertain whether other 4th-tier beasts would appear. The battle just now had been short, ending in less than half a minute. But the continuous full-force burst had consumed a great deal. Earlier, when Ye Feng was testing his own strength, he had also spent quite a bit. If he got surrounded now, it would be extremely passive. With that in mind, Ye Feng quickly dealt with the thunder-patterned Windwing Eagle, packed up the valuable materials he could take with him, and then activated Gale stepped to retreat at high speed. Less than half an hour after Ye Feng left, 3 huge ferocious beasts arrived at the spot. If Ye Feng were still here, he would immediately recognize them. Green Rock Savage Bear, Azure Scale, Giant Flood Dragon, Redmane Split Mountain Pig. All of them were 4th-tier ferocious beasts. One after another, many 2nd and 3rd-tier ferocious beasts also arrived, numbering in the hundreds, and surrounded the entire area. Roars kept ringing out. The beast hide on the Black Mountain side usually had 4th-tier ferocious beasts as the top combat power, and there had been no 5th-tier combat power. They also fought on their own. Now, 3 4th-tier ferocious beasts were actually peacefully staying together. This was obviously abnormal. Carrying a huge snakeskin bundle over one shoulder, Ye Feng sped through the dense forest. Silent and soundless, his figure flickered in and out of view. He seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, sweeping past. His sense of direction was good, so he didn't get lost. Not long after, he saw the outline of the city wall of Black Mountain Bay City. He returned the same way. Just after vaulting over the city wall, he spotted team leader Lei Zhan standing by the wall and smoking. Seeing Ye Feng appear, Lei Zhan immediately crushed out his cigarette and walked over. "You're back." Lei Zhan glanced at the bundle. The skin of a 3rd-tier black serpent python. "Looks like you got quite a haul. I just ran into it. Killed it while I was at it." Thinking of his earlier decision to hide his cultivation before the martial arts tournament, Ye Feng continued. "I can't conveniently sell these materials. Team leader, I'll have to trouble you to handle them for me." "Sure. I'll directly transfer the earnings to your card later." Lei Zhan didn't mind too much. Every so often, the city defense team would organize its members to clean out the ferocious beasts on the outskirts of Black Mountain Range. The valuable materials would then be sold as a group, and the proceeds would be distributed to the members who took part according to their contributions. They already had channels for selling goods, and the prices were even more fair than the shops in the city that bought ferocious beast materials. After all, they were dealing with the entire city defense team S members, one of their own, and the higher one S position, the higher the selling price for materials. Lei Zhan often handled the sale of ferocious beast materials for others, so he was very experienced at it. In his view, with Ye Feng's current strength, going out for less than 3 hours and getting some 2nd and 3rd-tier ferocious beast materials was nothing special at all. There was nothing worth paying extra attention to. "Sorry to trouble you." Ye Feng nodded. "Why are you being so polite with me?" "All right, since you're back, I'll head back first." Knowing that Lei Zhan had been waiting there for him just in case, Ye Feng handed over the materials, said a word of farewell, and went home as well. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into the night. Gale Step should already be at full mastery. This kid really has been hiding his strength. Lei Zhan let out a soft sigh, unable to clearly see Ye Feng's movements at all. "I'm old. From now on, it's the young people's world." For Lei Zhan, who was 117 years old, the 65-year-old Ye Feng was indeed a young man. Shaking his head and not thinking about it further, Lei Zhan carried the bundle back home. As an absolute high-ranking member of the city defense team, his treatment was definitely much better than Ye Feng's. His residence was a standalone villa. At that moment, in the villa courtyard, during their earlier conversation, all his attention had been on Ye Feng, so he hadn't noticed it. Now, looking at the bundle on the ground that gave off a bloody smell, That strange, heart-stirring aura made Lei Zhan's heart tighten. Then he mocked himself. It's just some ferocious beast materials, and I'm already feeling this way. Looks like I really am old. Thinking that wrapping it in snakeskin was too fishy, and the smell was honestly a bit strong, it would be too eye-catching to take to the trading hall tomorrow. So he planned to put it in a specially made bag. However, the moment he untied the snakeskin bundle and saw those feathers covered in thunder patterns, the sharp claws that emitted a chilling gleam, and the eagle head that proved the identity of these materials, Lei Zhan was horrified. 4th tier ferocious beast, thunder pattern windwing eagle. Just after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, he could kill this kind of 4th tier ferocious beast that had awakened bloodline talent. Lei Zhan realized that his estimate of Ye Feng's strength seemed far too conservative. He was probably no weaker than the Zhang family's Zhang Tianda, a Grandmaster. That would put him among the top 3 combat powers in the Bay City, and he was still part of our military faction. He suddenly felt that the position of team leader was a little too low for Ye Feng. After all, Ye Feng was only 65 years old. A 65-year-old peak martial master could only be considered to have average talent, with no real potential left to dig out. But a 65-year-old Grandmaster absolutely deserved the word genius. This was exactly the age to strive. No, I have to report this to the chief team leader. Patting his thigh, Lei Zhan shouldered the materials and hurried toward the villa where the chief team leader was staying. Bright Light Community. After washing up, Ye Feng lay on the bed, replaying tonight's battle in his mind, his expression excited. I'm so strong. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. At noon the next day, Lei Zhan had already sold the thunder pattern windwing eagle and the ferocious beast materials Ye Feng had picked up along the way, and transferred a total of 23 million Federation points. As a squad leader, Ye Feng's monthly salary was only 50,000 Federation points. Adding some hidden benefits, and the income everyone was secretly making on the side, he would at most get a little over 100,000 Federation points a month. In other words, this trip outside the city for less than 3 hours earned him 160 months of income. However, while it looked like a lot, when converted into city defense contribution points at a 10-to-1 ratio, it was only 230,000 contribution points. A normal Earth-tier cultivation method, or martial technique, required 10 million contribution points. For example, the Breaking Army Profound Gang skill Ye Feng exchanged for, as an Earth-tier mid-grade cultivation method, normally required 21 million contribution points. Back then, as a soldier who had always been on the front lines, Ye Feng had enjoyed quite a discount. Otherwise, even after saving for decades, it still wouldn't have been enough to exchange for it. As for yellow-tier cultivation methods, or martial techniques, they were much cheaper, requiring only 3 million. Looking at it that way, these 23 million actually wasn't that much. It wasn't even enough to exchange for an Earth-tier upper-grade cultivation method or martial technique. As for Heaven-tier, that was not even something one would dare think about. And the reason he could earn so much this time was mainly because the Thunder Pattern Windwing Eagle-S materials were valuable. But 4th-tier ferocious beasts were not common. You would run into them every time you went out. However, deep within Black Mountain Range, it was said that 5th-tier, or even 6th-tier king-level ferocious beasts were entrenched there, though it seemed they had made some agreement with the Federation's powerhouses and would not step into human-based cities. Likewise, humans generally would not enter the depths of Black Mountain Range. Both sides were in a non-aggression state. But beast tides attacking the city still appeared from time to time, and Ye Feng said he didn't understand it. He didn't waste brain cells thinking too much about it. When his strength became strong enough, he would naturally know the answer. For the next few days, Ye Feng didn't go out again. Instead, he focused on trying to cultivate the Breaking Army Profound Gang skill. Aside from his cultivation method, all his other cultivation methods and martial techniques had already reached full mastery. With average talent and more than 10 hours of cultivation each day, it would take 2 days to increase by 1 point of progress. To reach full mastery in the Breaking Army Profound Gang skill, he needed 3,000 points. Converting that, if he relied on himself to cultivate this technique to full mastery, it would take 6,000 days, which was 164 years. That seemed like it might still be acceptable. But the premise was that he had to cultivate for more than 10 hours every day. Who had time for that? After trying it himself and learning the exact progress, Ye Feng immediately gave up the idea of improving through cultivation alone. What was wrong with waiting 2 months? Was he a little extra pinch and nice? With his current strength, he was enough to handle most situations. If he really couldn't handle it, then he would just avoid the sharp edge for now, find a safe place, and keep grinding his realm. If he went all out on grinding his realm, he could reach Grandmaster in 4 months. That was really too fast. It even felt unreal, but feeling the power he had now, Ye Feng knew it was all true. Thanks to the gifts from his fellow travelers from the Mother Planet, time quietly arrived at the day when Lei Zhan stepped down and the city defense team competition began. After many days, arriving at the city defense team and looking at the familiar buildings and scenes around him, Ye Feng couldn't help feeling a sense of belonging. After all, this was the place where he had fought for 5 years. There were many comrades here who had fought alongside him, and to whom he could entrust his back. Even those team members from aristocratic families and commoners would stand united against outside enemies when a beast tide appeared, and he could trust them with his back. Thinking of the plan Lejean had told him yesterday, Ye couldn't help sighing inwardly. Wasn't this a bit too high profile? But a look of anticipation flashed through his eyes. Old Ye, you bastard, you finally decided to show up. Do you know how I've spent these last few days? Wang Kaishan rushed over with dark circles under his eyes. After seeing Ye Feng's current appearance clearly, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Why you old Ye? Seeing Ye Feng nod, Wang Kaishan stared at him closely, sizing him up. You dyed your hair? Put on makeup? You really do look much younger. So you've finally come around and started paying attention to your appearance. Ready to find a girl and carry on the family line. Huh? Old Wang, leave those girls to you. I can't enjoy them, Ye Feng said with a smile. The oppressive look between his brows was gone, and his whole body gave off a calm, composed temperament. Wang Kaishan was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he was full of shock. You made it? At that moment, Wang Kaishan's feelings were a little complicated. He was happy for his good friend, who had persisted for so many years and finally seen the clouds part to reveal the moon. At the same time, he felt a little bad. Had he given up too early? If he had kept going, could he have broken through to Great Martial Master 2? Could he have had more possibilities? Rather than being like now, where, to put it nicely, he was fighting for the future of the Federation, and to put it bluntly, he was just drifting through life. Seeing Wang Kaishan like this, how could Ye Feng not know what he was thinking? Just as he was about to offer some comfort, voices of conversation suddenly came from behind him, drawing his attention. Dongji, what are your thoughts on this competition? Other than me, there are several peak Great Martial Masters, and all of them are strong. I've only just broken through. To be honest, I really don't have much confidence. Don't belittle yourself. We're all peak Great Martial Masters. We want to suffer in terms of realm. That's the position of big captain. We have to fight for it. One radish. One hole. Back then, there was no opening, so even if your strength was enough, it was useless. Now that there's an opening, we definitely have to go all out. Yeah, I just don't know who that position will end up in the hands of. Dongji, good luck. Us brothers are all supporting you. I will. A few of them saw Ye Feng and Wang Kaishan. They didn't ignore them, smiled and nodded, then walked away. This Wang Dong's talent was very good. He had reached peak Great Martial Master at just over 40 years old. Watching Wang Dong and the others' backs, Wang Kaishan changed the subject. Too bad he doesn't have much background. His cultivation method is only Earth rank, which is passable, but his martial techniques are only Yellow rank. And he only broke through not long ago. His realm has met the standard, but his real strength still falls short. A peak Great Martial Master at just over 40. And his cultivation method is only Earth rank. His talent is really strong, Ye Feng said with emotion. There was no envy in his eyes. Wang Kaishan nodded in agreement. His talent is indeed strong. Rumor has it that the chief captain seems to intend to focus on training that guy. But in this competition, he has no chance. Not to mention Zhang Yi and Ouyangzhe, the sons of two grandmasters. Even Sun Tai from the commoner camp has already tempered himself at the peak Great Martial Master stage for 8 years. His strength is far beyond what Wang Dong can compare to. At this point, Wang Kaishan couldn't help sighing. Sigh. On our side, there's only Chen Lei as a peak Great Martial Master, and he's already 89. His chi and blood are obviously not as strong, and he doesn't have an advantage in cultivation methods or martial techniques either. Unlike the warriors recruited from the commoner and aristocratic sides, most of the military team members were retired soldiers from the front lines, so their talent was definitely inferior. If ordinary people without background had talent, who would join the military? To put it nicely, they were fighting for a future for themselves. To put it bluntly, they were going to the front lines to be cannon fodder. They were seeking a chance at a meteoric rise from a pile of corpses. Out of 100 ordinary people who enlisted, probably fewer than 30 would survive. And it wasn't just talent. In general, soldiers who retired from the front lines were already old, and their bodies had hidden injuries from years of high-intensity battle. In terms of real strength, they really didn't have the advantage. And with only Chen Lei as a peak Great Martial Master, he would be absolutely targeted by the other two sides. Already at a disadvantage one-on-one. Against many, the hope was truly slim. Not necessarily. There might be some variables. Ye Feng comforted him. He didn't say it outright. Hearing that, Wang Kaishan smiled. True. Anyone who can retire from the front lines doesn't lack a few tricks. Back then, there was no chance, but now that the chance is right in front of them, maybe some peerless old silverback will appear and directly have Grandmaster cultivation, suppressing everything. Hearing that, Ye Feng immediately couldn't smile anymore. Why did it feel like he was being cursed? Before he could speak, a snore of laughter came from nearby. Rather than pinning your hopes on impossible things, I think you'd be better off thinking about how to get along with the new big captain. Aja, don't put it so bluntly. After all, they'll all be our subordinates from now on. If relations get too stiff, it won't be good for carrying out work. The one called Aja was Ouyangzhe, the son of Ouyang Feng, the grandmaster and head of the Ouyang family. The one who spoke afterward was no ordinary person either. Zhang Yi, the son of Zhang Tianda, Grandmaster and head of the Zhang family. Both were peak great martial masters under the age of 50, and both had tempered themselves at this realm for many years, searching for the chance to break through to Grandmaster. Because they came from Grandmaster families, their cultivation methods and martial techniques were both of decent rank and quality, and they lacked nothing in resources. Their foundation was much deeper than Wang Dong's. You people. Wang Kaishan showed an unhappy expression, but before he could finish, Yi Feng had already stepped forward and stood between them. If it had been before, Yi Feng probably would have endured it, but now he couldn't. As for this so-called competition, to Yi Feng, it was just a formality. His agreement with Lei Zhan was to hide his realm before the competition. Now that the day of the competition had arrived, even if his strength was exposed, it was no big deal. However, before Yi Feng could reveal his strength, the sound of piercing air suddenly rang out from near and far, drawing everyone's attention. Chief Captain Tong Meng, Grandmaster Ouyang Feng, Grandmaster Zhang Tianda. The three Grandmaster-level powerhouses of Black Mountain City all appeared, streaking rapidly over them. Yi Feng could clearly feel Tong Meng's gaze pause on him. Did he get discovered? Or did the squad leader report my matter upward? Yi Feng leaned more toward the latter. Tong Meng, as the total commander of the city defense force and the strongest person in Black Mountain City, did not belong to any faction and had always maintained a neutral stance. At least, that was how it looked on the surface. But in truth, everyone knew that Tong Meng had once been a soldier who withdrew from the front line. In essence, he belonged to the military faction. He only stood in the neutral position on ordinary days out of consideration for the bigger picture. After all, he was the city base's force pillar, the person with the most power. It was impossible to let civilians or the family side take that role. The Federation needed enough control over the base city and would not allow a kingdom within a kingdom to exist. After those three Grandmasters put on their flying show and stirred things up, the few of them immediately lost any interest in exchanging words. After glancing at Yi Feng and Wang Kaishan with a proud look, Zhang Yi and Ouyang quickly left. Two damn idiots. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Kaishan asked in confusion, didn't the total commander go into seclusion? Why did he come out? Who knows? Maybe he just finished seclusion, Yi Feng said. That said, Yi Feng had an extremely strong premonition that the other party was coming for him. But in this world, he was a properly rooted, clean background member, a veteran of the Federation for decades. Look into it. One of our own. There definitely wouldn't be any problem. Yi Feng felt completely at ease. If worst came to worst, he would just run, hide for 10 or so years, then come back out after becoming invincible. By then, all problems would no longer be problems. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt full of confidence. Neither of them stayed here any longer. They first returned to their own squad to meet up with their teammates. Yi Feng's relationship with his subordinates was pretty good. He had always followed the principle that if he had meat to eat, others at least got a sip of soup. Their interests were tied together, so their relationship could hardly be bad. He had also taken occasional leave to go into seclusion before, so even though he rested a few extra days this time, the team members didn't feel anything was wrong. After chatting briefly and seeing that it was about time, Yi Feng led the team to the martial arena. At the north side of the martial arena, a high platform had been built. Tong Meng sat in the center. Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianda were seated to his left and right, and the three of them chatted idly. The five squad leaders had no qualification to sit down, and all stood to the side. Lei Zhan was among them as well. Seeing Yi Feng bringing his team over, he smiled at him, and even used his eyes to gesture toward Tong Meng's side. Seeing this, Yi Feng nodded knowingly and thought to himself, looks like he already talked it through with the total commander. No wonder yesterday, he specially told me not to worry about anything and just suppress them with force. With Tong Meng backing him, there really was nothing to worry about. The personnel quickly arrived. As the squad leader who was about to leave the city defense force, Lei Zhan became the host of this grand competition. After a brief opening and a quick explanation of the rules, he declared the competition started. A competition deciding a high-level position like squad leader started so hastily and casually that many people were surprised. Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng both frowned, feeling that something was off. Their gazes subconsciously turned toward Tong Meng's side, but they found Tong Meng calm and composed, his expression steady. There was no sign of anything unusual. Were we overthinking it? The two of them thought. This grand competition used a ring format. There was only one martial platform. Whoever went up first became the ring master, and the one who defeated all challengers would be the final victor. The rules were very simple and rough. Anyone could see that the later one went up, the more advantageous it was. Those who went up first were easily worn down by successive challengers. So people like Zhang Yi, Ouyang Zhe, and Sun Tai, peak great martial masters that they were, sat firmly on the sidelines without any intention of going on stage. They kept exchanging looks with one another, drawing everyone's attention and discussion. Just as a few late-stage, great martial master team members were hesitating, Yi Feng sprang up and landed gracefully in the arena, drawing everyone's attention. There was shock, curiosity, and disdain. Every kind of reaction was present. Looking around at everyone, Yi Feng said in a deep voice, "The squad leader position is mine." crimson chi instantly exploded outward, covering the entire field. Grandmaster Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng suddenly stood up. They looked in disbelief at Yi Feng, who was surrounded by crimson chi and radiating astonishing pressure. No mistake about it. This was chi density only a grandmaster could possess. Those martial artists at the great martial master realm who relied on special methods to convert blood energy into chi all had very ordinary chi strength. Yi Feng clearly was not in that situation. Zhang Tianda, who had already begun trying to break through to the mid-grandmaster realm, even felt that Yi Feng's chi strength was not much weaker than his own. His heart was filled with disbelief. Ouyang Feng was just as astonished. There were only 15 squad leaders in the entire city defense force, so of course they knew Yi Feng. In their impression, he was just a peak martial master with ordinary talent. In a few more years, he might not even be able to maintain his realm and would most likely have to step down from the squad leader position. Someone like that was not worth much attention from grandmasters like Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng. Who would have thought that the Yi Feng they had ignored would give them such a huge surprise? After all, they were grandmasters. The two of them quickly calmed down, then looked toward Tong Ming, who had remained calm from beginning to end. Their hearts sank immediately. No wonder this guy didn't stop the competition this time, and even pretended to be in seclusion. So he had a trump card in his hands. Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng sat back down and exchanged a look. Their hearts were quite helpless. Besides Tong Ming, the military faction had gained another grandmaster-level powerhouse. If they wanted to gain more say, the difficulty had just shot up. However, the addition of another grandmaster was definitely a good thing for Black Mountain Bay City. At this moment, the people around the martial arena also came back to their senses from the shock. My God, Chi! Yi Feng broke through to grandmaster. Boss is awesome. He hit it so damn well. I kept thinking he was just a peak martial master. Who would be? He thought he'd hidden an entire realm. He probably took leave these past few days just to break through to grandmaster, right? Since he captain broke through to grandmaster, there's no suspense in this competition. No matter how strong Zhang, Yi, and the others are, they're still only at the great martial master realm. They probably can't even break Yi captain chi defense. Be more confident, take out the word probably. They can't break it at all. The fourth squad is too lucky. With a grandmaster leading them, their safety when going out of the city for patrols is guaranteed. Zhang Yi, Ouyang Zhe, and the others, the peak great martial masters who had originally been widely favored to take the squad leader position, all had somewhat ugly expressions now. Thinking of the things they had said to Yi Feng on the way here, Zhang Yi and the others felt their faces burning. Too damn embarrassing. No wonder Yi Feng had been so calm back then. He had already broken through to grandmaster. They looked at each other and could both see the unwillingness and helplessness in the other's eyes. Just after breaking through, his realm probably still isn't fully stable. We may not be without any chance, Ouyang just said solemnly. Standing beside him, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. I think so too. If it's a war of attrition, we still have a chance to win. However, Sun Tai, Wang Dong, and Chun Lei, who were nearby, showed no reaction to the two men's suggestion at all. They looked at them like they were idiots. The others were even more direct and acted like they hadn't heard a thing. As long as you weren't blind, you could tell just how terrifying Yi Feng's Ganqi was. Even from 100 meters away, the pressure was still overwhelming. If they had to face him head on, being able to bring out even half of their full strength would already count as an outstanding performance. They were already behind in realm to begin with. And on top of that, they wouldn't even be able to fully use their strength. How were they supposed to fight? Crossing a major realm to defeat a grandmaster? No one in the Federation's history had ever done that. There was even less chance for them. At least, they had that much self-awareness. Seeing that no one had taken the bait, Zhang Yi and Ouyang just said nothing more. No one here was stupid, since they definitely couldn't win. No one was willing to go up there and waste their effort. They might even offend Yi Feng, this newly advanced grandmaster, and that would be a huge loss. Since they couldn't resist, they could only choose to accept it. Seeing everyone discussing it endlessly, yet no one stepping up, Yi Feng said nothing and turned to look toward the chief captain. Noticing his gaze, Tong Ming pulled up a slight smile. Since no one is coming up to challenge him, then starting today, the position of 4th Brigade captain will be taken over by Yi Feng. After saying that, he glanced at the calm-faced Zhang Tianda and the other man, then rose into the air and vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng hesitated for 1 second. After giving Yi Feng a deep look, they also flew off without the slightest intention of chatting with him. Do they all love putting on airs that much? Yi Feng wondered if he should also take a flight himself. Obviously, they could only fly for a short time. Yet each one of them loved flying around all day. Still, it did make them look a lot more impressive. Looking at Lei Zhan and Wang Kaishan as they walked toward him, Yi Feng knew he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Old Yi, so you've been hiding your true strength this whole time. Wang Kaishan looked pained. He had thought they were brothers sharing hardship together. But who would have thought Yi Feng had gone straight from that to driving a Land Rover? That sense of gap really wasn't something he could get over anytime soon. Lei Zhan, who had long known the situation, had a face full of relief. Well done. The 4th Brigade will be in your hands from now on. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Ye Feng Simidet. For the next while, he naturally had to deal with the other team members as well. Even Zhang, Yi, and Ouyang came over to congratulate him. Since it was already settled and couldn't be changed, they could only go with the flow. Among the younger generation of great families, there were rarely fools who couldn't read the situation. More than half an hour later, in the brigade captain's office, Yi Feng was currently handling the work handover with Lei Zhan. As a brigade captain, one of the upper ranks of the city defense force, he didn't need to go out on patrol every day, but once a crisis appeared, he would need to lead the charge at the front. This was the tradition of the city defense force. The stronger your strength, the greater the responsibility and pressure you had to bear. Yi Feng naturally had no objections to that. All right, that's about it. If you don't want to waste time dealing with the brigade's daily, trivial matters, you can find yourself a secretary and authorize her to handle them for you. Lei Zhan blinked. Hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. That works. Need me to recommend someone? Lei Zhan looked expectant. Not suspecting anything, Yi Feng nodded. You got a suitable candidate? I was planning to keep her for myself. But before she could come over, I got kicked down from the position instead. Lucky you, kid. Lei Zhan looked a little annoyed. That actually made Yi Feng interested. If that person's really that outstanding, why not just take her with you to know? To high school, you can keep her. It's settled then. I'll have her come find you tomorrow. All right, then I'll reluctantly accept. Yi Feng didn't pay too much attention to it. No matter what, she was just a secretary. He had no thoughts right now about messing around with romance. He simply wanted someone to help him deal with the brigade's miscellaneous affairs. The work handover was complete, and they had more or less finished talking. With a complicated expression, Lei Zhan left the office he had stayed in for more than 10 years. It made Yi Feng feel a little emotional. Before long, he would probably leave this place too. Shaking his head, he stopped dwelling on it. Yi Feng sat in the office for a while, replied to messages from Wang Kaishan and other friends in the city defense force, then got up and headed toward the chief captain's office on the top floor. During the handover, just now, Lei Zhan had passed on the chief captain's words, telling him to come to the office after he finished getting things in order. A grandmaster had suddenly appeared under his command, and one of the only 2 grandmasters currently in the city defense force at that. It really wouldn't make sense not to have a private talk. The chief captain's office was located on the top floor of the city defense force headquarters. All 4 sides were made of one-way blast-proof glass, and it was also the tallest building in Heishan Bay City, giving it an unbeatable view. It carried a feeling of standing atop the summit and taking in all the mountains below. You're here. Pulling back his gaze from the distance, Tong Meng, who had been posing by the window, turned his head. Yi Feng, low talent, enlisted at 18, retired from the front line at 60, joined the city defense force of Heishan Bay City. On the surface, only at peak martial master realm. Before his words even fell, his gongqi erupted violently and wrapped around the entire office. Yi Feng only felt as if a mountain had been pressing down on his body. Instinctively, he unleashed his own gongqi in defense, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. The other party's realm was obviously not as simple as the publicly known mid-stage grandmaster. At the very least, he was a late-stage grandmaster or even a peak grandmaster. Otherwise, Yi Feng wouldn't have been this passive. Still, the realm he had raised through point allocation was extremely solid, and his foundation could be called perfect, even if his raw strength was inferior. It wasn't to the point where he had no power to resist at all. A trace of surprise flashed through Tong Meng's eyes. His gongqi gradually dissipated. You're very good. Not as strong as you. Yi Feng steadied his breathing. He was already thinking that maybe next month's retirement pension should just be poured straight into raising his realm. He'd still been too inflated. With only early-stage grandmaster battle strength, facing Tong Meng was still too difficult. If the other party truly wanted to keep him here, he might not be able to leave unharmed. That gave Yi Feng a strong sense of insecurity. Even in Heishan Bay City, probably only the man in front of him could put this much pressure on him. You're still young, Tong Meng replied. Without waiting for Yi Feng to respond, he continued. 3 years. Yi Feng didn't understand. Tong Meng slowly said, 3 years from now, I will be transferred away from Heishan City. At that time, the person I recommend will take over the position of chief captain. His eyes locked onto Yi Feng. I will recommend you for the position. But if you want to sit firmly in that seat, your current strength isn't enough. Chief captain, is there a possibility? Yi Feng said confidently that I'll leave Heishan City one step before you do. At that moment, Tong Meng could no longer keep a straight face. Surprise appeared on his face. You're a little too confident. Talking more is pointless. Time will prove everything. In 3 years, he could collect nearly 100,000 in retirement pension. He only needed 10,000 retirement pension to reach the great grandmaster realm. In Heishan Bay City, he could directly change his name to Ye Invincible, and he'd still have nearly 90,000 retirement pension left. Even if it took 10 times more to rise to the Martial King realm, that would still be enough to reach late-stage Great Grandmaster or even peak Great Grandmaster. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way he'd be weaker than Tong Meng. If someone was going to leave, it would be Tong Meng. The Federation couldn't possibly let a Grandmaster stay in a Tier 3 base city. That would be a waste of talent. Yi Feng also wanted to go out and see the outside world to experience some new scenery. Black Mountain City was too small. Above Tier 3 base cities were Tier 2 base cities, Tier 1 base cities, and then the super base cities, of which there were only 3 in the entire Water Blue Star Federation. Now that he had come to this world, and even gotten to cheat, there was no way he could keep cooped up in a Tier 3 base city forever. Seeing that Tong Ming had no intention of continuing the conversation, which was basically an order to leave, Ye Feng didn't linger and took his leave directly. Watching his departing back, Tong Ming narrowed his eyes. What gave you such confidence? Everyone had their own secrets. As long as he made sure Ye Feng wasn't a spy planted by another race, and that he was on humanity's side, that was enough. He had no intention of prying into other people's privacy. In the Federation, that was the most basic rule. Leaving in 3 years was that because his term was up, or because his strength had broken through. Ye Feng didn't dwell on it. He didn't return to his office. Today was his first day in office, and staying in the office the whole time was pointless, so he decided to take a walk around the area under the 4th Squad's responsibility. Oh, ISNT this Grandmaster Yi? You actually came to inspect in person. We're truly flattered. Wang Kaishan teased. Looks like someone's mood has already calmed down. Ye Feng smiled. Not jealous anymore. I was never jealous. I was just a little unhappy, Wang Kaishan said meaningfully. I treated someone as a brother, and that someone actually kept it from me for so long. The people around him had the same expressions. In their view, Ye Feng had definitely already been at the peak Great Martial Master level and had only been hiding himself as a peak Martial Master. This time, with Lei Zhan forced to step down in order to make sure the squad leader position didn't get taken by the other 2 factions, he had no choice but to reveal his strength. Combined with Ye Feng's usual style and personality, this was the most widely accepted guess among everyone. Of course, Ye Feng wasn't about to explain anything. This way was just fine. After chatting with Wang Kaishan for a bit, he went to other areas. Because he had become a squad leader and broken through to Grandmaster, he didn't become arrogant and overbearing. In his interactions with others, Ye Feng was still exactly the same as before. This secretly relieved the people in the 4th Squad. Their gazes toward him also carried a hint of recognition. No one liked people who got lucky once and immediately started putting on airs. With his hands behind his back, Ye Feng walked unhurriedly through the area under the 4th Squad's responsibility. After greeting and meeting all the team members on duty today, he rose into the air. A few seconds later, he disappeared into the sky. The team members all looked on with envy. Flying through the air was fucking cool. That night, in the living room of room 703 in the Guangming residential district, Ye Feng and Wang Kaishan sat facing each other. Being promoted to squad leader and officially entering the upper echelons of the base city, if they didn't celebrate, it really wouldn't make sense. Over all these years in Black Mountain City, Ye Feng could chat with anyone, always keeping to the principle of being kind to others. But if you asked who he was truly close to, there was only Wang Kaishan. They had known each other back when they were serving in the military, and later were both assigned to Black Mountain City. They were both squad leaders, matched each other in every aspect, and their personalities also meshed well. So their relationship naturally became closer and closer. When are you planning to move? Wang Kaishan asked. As a high-ranking member of the city defense team, a squad leader would be assigned to live in a detached villa in the villa district. Ye Feng answered honestly, not sure. No one has told me about it yet. They're probably still coordinating it. The logistics department will likely come find you tomorrow. Without continuing that topic, Wang Kaishan showed a playful smile. A villa so big. Living there alone would be too lonely. What do you think about what I mentioned before? With your current status and strength, you can pick anywhere in the whole base city. I don't have any thoughts on it, Ye Feng said calmly. He was destined to leave Black Mountain City. Naturally, he didn't want to leave too many ties here, especially when his strength was still far from being unbeatable. Being alone was the best choice. You sure can endure, Wang Kaishan said, glancing at Ye Feng's hands with some amusement. Ye Feng suddenly felt a red aura blocking his vision, and a stabbing pain shot into his eyes. Then he heard Ye Feng's irritated voice. Stop looking around with your eyes. You brat, so what if you're a Grandmaster? Wang Kaishan rubbed his eyes. Ye Feng smiled. A Grandmaster is pretty impressive. The next day, 4th Squad Leader's office, looking at the girl in front of him, who was about 5'7", with short hair, a sharp and spirited appearance, a fitted uniform that outlined her figure, and a pair of round, long, eye-catching legs. Ye Feng found her more and more familiar. You're Captain Lei's relative? Lei Zhan is my father, Lei Ting said calmly. She was quietly sizing up Ye Feng as well. At 65 years old, he looked like he was in his 30s. That made her feel a little envious. His calm, mountain-like bearing stood in sharp contrast to his sword-like brows, star-bright eyes, and sharp, heroic air. It was hard to imagine that 2 such completely different temperaments could exist in the same person. One had to admit, he was very charming. Add in the strength of a Grandmaster, and Ye Feng satisfied every fantasy she had about a partner. Yes, fantasy. She couldn't help but recall the words Lei Zhan had said last night, and the resistance in her heart had already completely vanished. She felt like she might not be good enough for Ye Feng. A daughter? Thinking of the meaningful look Lei Zhan had given him yesterday, If Yifeng still didn't understand what he meant, then he'd be too stupid. He felt very speechless inside. I treat you like a captain, and you want to be my father-in-law? Women would only affect the speed of my blade. Lei Zhan was destined to be wasting his time. I'll leave the work here to you. If you run into anything you can't decide on, contact me directly. Yifeng stood up. Hearing this, Lei Ting nodded seriously. Understand. MHM. Yifeng gave a slight nod and walked out, no longer paying much attention to Lei Ting. Seeing this, Lei Ting secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she couldn't help feeling a trace of disappointment. Why was this different from what she had expected? Didn't they say Yifeng had been single since birth and had lived a chaste life for 65 years? With very little contact with women? A man like that, suddenly seeing a young, vibrant, beautiful woman like her, should have reacted like this? Lei Ting couldn't help doubting her own charm. But soon, she had no time to think about that anymore. Aside from the sweep and patrol tasks that required going beyond the city walls, Yifeng handed all the other matters over to her. Not long after, the dedicated communicator sent over several tasks that required her to assign personnel. Lei Ting had often helped Lei Zhan handle these matters before, so she was very familiar with them. But Lei Zhan had never been as hands-off as Yifeng. Most of the time, he would stay nearby and watch, in case she made a mistake. Who would have thought that Yifeng would just talk for a couple of sentences and then leave, not worrying at all about her making mistakes? Is this what Grandmaster bearing is like? It's much better than Dad's, Lei Ting thought to herself. Then she lowered her head and began handling matters. If Yifeng knew what Lei Ting was thinking at this moment, he would probably blush a little. The reason he was almost completely hands-off was mainly because he was lazy, and it had nothing to do with breadth of vision or bearing. After leaving the office, Yifeng glanced at the message sent through his communicator and went straight to the logistics department. Just as he reached the door, he saw that the logistics chief, Tianyu, was already waiting there. This was treatment Yifeng had never had before. All that could be said was the squad captain's face really was useful. For a squad captain with Grandmaster level combat strength, it was even more useful. The logistics department couldn't afford not to take him seriously. In this world where strength ruled, cultivation level was power. If you wanted to stand high enough, there was no need to consider anything else. You just had to become strong enough. Yifeng had stayed in the logistics department for less than 5 minutes before leaving. The efficiency was terrifyingly fast. The assigned villa was already cleaned, with furniture and appliances fully stocked. He could move in with just his luggage. After becoming squad captain, Yifeng's monthly salary had directly soared to 500,000. And with other benefits and income added on, he could easily make over 1 million a month. That sounded like a lot, but it really wasn't. All squad captains were peak Great Martial Masters, and the next step was the Grandmaster realm. To break through, an annual income of over 10 million was truly a little tight. Needless to say, Zhang Yi and Ouyangzhe, the sons of Grandmasters from wealthy families, had also been stuck at peak Great Martial Master for a long time and still hadn't found the chance to break through to Grandmaster. Before his awakening, Yifeng had been stuck at the Great Martial Master bottleneck alone for over 10 years. The bottleneck at Grandmaster realm was undoubtedly even more terrifying. The process of blood energy transforming into astral chi was extremely dangerous. One mistake, and his meridians would shatter, leaving him a cripple. He definitely had to prepare thoroughly before attempting to break through. Of course, Yifeng didn't need to worry about cultivation bottlenecks now. Just at points. Thinking of this, Yifeng returned home, simply sorted out his few belongings, and then headed to his newly assigned residence. He had never been someone who forced himself to suffer. Why not live in a villa if he had one? The 3-story villa, plus the yard, covered more than 1,000 square meters. No wonder Wang Kaishan had said it would be lonely living there alone. It really was a bit empty. But the advantage was that it was quiet. The inner-city villa district only had 10 villas in total, and the people living there were the absolute upper echelon of the base city. After Lei Zhan resigned, he moved out of the villa district. Very realistic. The villa Yifeng moved in was the one Lei Zhan had lived in before, but the one next to Tongming's. However, unless the base city faced a major crisis, this division captain rarely acted and was seldom seen. He was almost always holed up in the cultivation room. Compared to Guangming residential district, the cultivation room in the basement of the villa had an energy factor concentration at least 3 times higher than the outside world. The cultivation efficiency was undoubtedly much higher as well. As for how much the efficiency improved, that depended on one's talent. The higher the talent, the higher the efficiency in absorbing and converting energy factors. Unable to wait, Yifeng tried it out and discovered that after cultivating for 12 hours, the progress of Piju and Xingang had increased by 1 point. The cultivation efficiency had directly doubled. He would need only 82 years to cultivate this technique to the perfect realm. And this was only the setup of a level 3 base city. The cultivation environment in higher level base cities would be even better, Yifeng muttered to himself. Then he stood up, stretched his body, and drank 2 tubes of energy serum to fill his stomach, thinking that he still lacked a fist technique, and it would be best to add a body refining technique to improve his physical strength as well. He opened his communicator and entered the internal exchange website of the City Defense Force. Before, because he refused to sink into mediocrity, he had been constantly seeking breakthroughs in cultivation while also making sure his realm and blood energy didn't T-drop. In normal times, his income and contribution points had basically all been spent. This time, after being promoted to squad captain, the city defense force rewarded him with 5 million contribution points. That was equivalent to giving him a profound rank cultivation technique. Adding the 2,300,000 contribution points he could exchange from his previous harvest outside the city. He now had a total of 7,300,000 contribution points. Even the worst earth rank cultivation techniques and martial skills required 10 million contribution points. He was still quite short. Ye Feng thought. As for profound rank cultivation techniques and martial skills, he could no longer even be bothered to look at them. If the contribution points required for heaven rank techniques weren't so absurd, he would have wanted to get everything in one step. Still too poor. Silently closing the website, Ye Feng decided to leave the city and hunt ferocious beasts to earn contribution points. As squad captain, he had the authority to organize his subordinates to go out and sweep the ferocious beasts near the base city, while also investigating the situation of the beasts in the Black Mountain Range. The beast materials obtained during the process could be distributed privately without being turned in. For ordinary city defense force members without backing, this was an important income channel. But the danger level was still quite high. Once they entered the Black Mountain Range, everything would become very uncontrollable. No one could guarantee 100% safety or that no accidents would happen. So every time this kind of mission came up, many team members were unwilling to participate. They could only be forced through a lottery to determine the members going out, or use a rotating schedule directly. But this time, upon learning that Ye Feng would personally go to the Black Mountain Range to hunt ferocious beasts, the members of the 4th squad all signed up enthusiastically. With a Grandmaster leading the team, the safety factor would definitely be much higher than with a great Martial Master leading it. That was basically a pure money-making opportunity. Who would let it go? Everyone responded with incredible enthusiasm. There were simply too many applicants. Almost everyone in the 4th squad wanted to go out, so Ye Feng could only take them out in batches. Anyway, he would be going out for the next few days, and everyone who wanted to go out would at least get one chance to make money. That morning, Ye Feng took 50 team members, including Chun Lei, and left the city, entering the Black Mountain Range. He had originally wanted to bring Wang Kaishan too, but that guy had fought 2 against 1 last night, and today his legs were weak. Clearly, he was T-fit for climbing mountains and crossing rivers, so he could only wait for next time. Did you hear? Squad Captain Yi from the 4th squad personally led the team into the Black Mountain Range to hunt ferocious beasts. A Grandmaster leading the team, so the safety shouldn't be a big problem. As long as you're careful, it's basically free money. Too bad we don't have that luck. Is Ye Feng short on money? He just took office, and he is already going out to hunt ferocious beasts. Bold of you. Call him Ye Grandmaster, or Squad Captain Yi. Calling him by his name directly is too rude. If those guys from the 4th squad hear it, aren't you just making trouble for yourself for nothing? Ahem, cultivating the Grandmaster realm definitely costs a lot. Squad Captain Yi doesn't have any backing, so he can't just stay in the base city cultivating like Zhang Yi and Ouyang. He has to find cultivation resources himself. Without any backing, he still broke through to Grandmaster. Squad Captain Yi's talent probably isn't as simple as it looks, and he must have paid unimaginable effort. That is for sure. Squad Captain Yi is famous in our city defense force as a cultivation maniac. The city defense force was abuzz with discussion, and envy and jealousy were everywhere. The news quickly reached the other squad captains, and even the ears of the division captain. Even Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianda both learned that Ye Feng had led a team out of the city. Tong Ming alone had always pressed the two of them so hard they could barely breathe. And along with that, even though their families were deeply rooted local powers, they still had to act with restraint in the base city. Now another Ye Feng had appeared, and he was from the military side. Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianda were under tremendous pressure. They were not only Grandmasters, but also the heads of the Ouyang and Zhang families, and had to consider the interests of their families. Making a move against Ye Feng would only create an enemy for themselves for no reason. It would definitely be more trouble than it was worth. If they failed, it would be a disaster for the family. The safety of the base city would also drop by quite a bit, which did not align with the family's core interests. That meant they could only find ways to win Ye Feng over and build a good relationship with him. The moment Lei Zhan sent his daughter to Ye Feng as a secretary, they had already learned about it and had been watching closely. When they saw that Ye Feng not only did not refuse, but instead chose to delegate authority and let Lei Ting fully handle the battalion's daily affairs, they were immediately tempted. If Lei Ting could do it, then the female members of their 2 great families could do it as well. Their looks, figures, and abilities would not be inferior in the slightest. Now that they had learned Ye Feng had gone out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, and knowing his background, they judged that he was most likely short on cultivation resources. Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianda met in private and decided they could make use of this to close the distance between themselves and Ye Feng. If they could pull Ye Feng into their camp, then it would become a 3-against-1 situation and the advantage would be on their side. On the civilian faction S side, The core members had also been discussing Yifeng the whole time. They themselves lacked resources, so they definitely could not use resources to win Yifeng over. But they had people. As for the little schemes of the factions below him, Tong Ming might seem like he usually did not care much about affairs. But in truth, he knew everything clearly. Even so, he still did nothing and let them try to win Yifeng over. How would you choose? Inside the top-floor office of the city defense team, Tong Ming gazed toward the Black Mountain Range, anticipation in his eyes. On the outer edge of the Black Mountain Range, you'll hunt in this area. If anything happens that you can't handle, fire a signal flare immediately. I'll come over at once. Naturally, Chunlei and the others had no objections to Yifeng's instructions. If anything, they were all eager to get started. Only after Yifeng's figure had completely disappeared from sight did they withdraw their gazes. Along the way earlier, they had already made quite a few gains. Relying on Yifeng's superhuman perception and eyesight, not a single ferocious beast they encountered had escaped. All of them had been killed. Most of them were first-order ferocious beasts, but as they gradually went deeper, second-order ferocious beasts began to appear more often. Aside from Chunlei, who was a peak Great Martial Master, among the 50 team members who had come this time, there were 15 Martial Masters and 2 Great Martial Masters. Dealing with second-order ferocious beasts was still very easy for them, even if they ran into third-order ferocious beasts. As long as they were cautious and did not encounter a beast horde, there should not be much of a problem. So all Yifeng needed to watch out for was whether fourth-order ferocious beasts or beast hordes would appear. With his current speed and his ability to fly for short periods, once danger appeared on the team member side, he could arrive in an extremely short time. That could greatly ensure the safety of the team members. When one holds a position, one must fulfill its duties. Since he had brought them out, Yifeng naturally intended to bring them all back in one piece as much as possible. He did not go too deep. Fourth-order ferocious beasts were things you could only encounter by chance. There was no need to force it. Forcing his way deep into the Black Mountain Range would only place himself in danger. Yifeng definitely would not do something so foolish. This time, his main targets were third-order ferocious beasts. With his current strength, he could easily insta-kill third-order ferocious beasts. As long as he encountered one, he could kill it in a single exchange. A few hours passed, and Yifeng successfully killed 7 third-order ferocious beasts and several dozen second-order ferocious beasts. Carrying a huge beast-hide bundle on his back, he was in a good mood. That should be about 1 million contribution points. If I come a few more times and save up 30 million contribution points, I can directly exchange for an Earth-rank high-tier martial skill or cultivation method. If I could run into a beast horde, the profits would definitely be even higher. Too bad I didn't run into one this time. After checking the time, Yifeng rose into the air and flew back at high speed. In less than 10 minutes, he found Chunlei and the others resting where they were. Their harvests were all quite good, and every one of them had a smile on his face. Even though they had to hand over 20% of their gains to Yifeng, they still made quite a lot. It was far more than the city defense team's salary. If they came out a few more times, it would be enough to buy a house in the inner city. No wonder some martial artists in the Bay City chose to become hunters or form hunting teams and enter the Black Mountain Range to hunt ferocious beasts. It was indeed dangerous, but the returns were truly high. The 4th Battalion had a total of more than 300 people. Taking 50 people each time and resting 1 day a week, each person could only get 1 turn per week, which meant 4 times a month. With Yifeng backing them up, they wished they could come out every day. Unfortunately, that was not realistic. Most of the team members still needed to remain stationed in the base city. After all, behind them stood a million civilians. Even a first-order ferocious beast was a nightmare-like existence for ordinary people. Small-caliber bullets could not even break their defenses. Large-caliber bullets or artillery shells could at most deal with third-order ferocious beasts. Once a ferocious beast reached the 4th order, its mobility, defense, and recovery would all become terrifyingly powerful. It would be very difficult for thermal weapons to kill it. At least, that was the case in Black Mountain Bay City. So the city defense team bore a heavy responsibility. Over the next few days, Yifeng took different team members out of the city every day. Even his friend Wang Kaishan was only taken out once. His life was almost entirely a straight line between 2 points. If he was not in the Black Mountain Range, then he was resting in the villa. He gave absolutely no chance to those who wanted to make contact with him. He had the team members exchange all the materials for him, and the contribution points were directly transferred into his identity card. Everyone in the Federation had an identity card. It was basically a combination of a bank card, ID card, pass, and more from his previous life, and it was quite convenient. Yifeng's way of doing things was also a clear statement of his attitude. He was not planning to have much contact with the other 2 factions outside the military. No one was stupid. After understanding Yifeng's attitude, those who had deliberately come to befriend and approach him stopped waiting around. Since Yifeng was unwilling, if they forced the issue and annoyed him for no reason, that was obviously inappropriate. On this day, as usual, Yifeng checked his current assets once. 11,730,000 contribution points. Still need to keep working. However, reality did not give him the chance to continue going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Tong Ming, the stabilizing pillar of Black Mountain Base City, who had always carried the image of a shut-in man, quietly left the base city. Before leaving, he only briefly informed Ye Feng and the other 4 battalion captains of the city defense team, telling them that Black Mountain Base City's defenses would be in their hands for the time being. There were no extra words. He left extremely abruptly. It was said that the higher-ups had suddenly assigned him a special mission. Ye Feng did not believe a single punctuation mark of it. He had a constant feeling that something was about to happen, so he stopped going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. For the next few days, everything seemed no different from before, but the calmer it was, the more unsettling it felt. Waiting around like this is too passive. Whether there's really a problem or not, I'll know once I test it. Opening his communicator, Ye Feng contacted Lei Ting and told her to follow the previously arranged order and have the 50 team members whose turn it was to go out with him make preparations and gather at the city gate. More than half an hour later, Ye Feng led the group out of the city. He did not go too far from the city, only hunting on the outer edge of the Black Mountain Range. They stayed out for nearly 8 hours and only returned in the evening. Naturally, everyone returned safely. The Black Mountain Range was enormous. So far, they had only swept through less than 1/5 of the outer region. During that time, they often ran into private martial artist teams from the base city. They were basically all hunting in groups. They still had not encountered a lone wolf. If one person left the city alone, then if anything unexpected happened, the margin for error would be far too low. Seeing the members of the 4th squad following Ye Feng and getting meat of all kinds, the other 4 squads could no longer hold back. The 4 squad leaders discussed it and realized that if this kept going, they would not be able to keep control of their men. It was still pretty risky to lead a squad alone, so they decided to pair up, with 2 squad leaders leading together, as long as they stayed on the outskirts. Safety could still be guaranteed. And just like that, all 5 city defense squads started heading out to hunt. A few more days passed, and the base city remained quiet and stable. Ye Feng still led his team out of the city every day. They left in the morning and returned at dusk. It had become routine. As for the other squad leaders, their stamina was clearly falling behind. They still had training to handle, so there was no way they could lead teams out every day. That made the other 4 squads even more envious of the 4th squad. Having a squad leader who was energetic and powerful, and a grandmaster at that, was just too good. That day, Ye Feng led his men out of the city as usual. Not long after, in a residence in the outer city of the base city. He's gone? Just left. He's shooting TB trying to trick us. You can tell that guy wants to save up contribution points to exchange for martial techniques or cultivation methods. By routine, he'll be gone for 7 or 8 hours. That's enough for us to act. Then let us get started. May the beast god bless us. May the beast god bless us. The few of them all looked devout, with fanaticism in their eyes. They quickly left the residence and scattered to different areas of the outer city. It took less than an hour for the hidden undercurrent to begin surfacing. City defense team, 4th squad office. It's him again. Lei Ting's expression tightened. These past few days, following Ye Feng's instructions, she had arranged for the trusted team members to pretend to take leave while secretly investigating the outer city and inner city in different areas. She had thought Ye Feng was being overly cautious. Who would have thought that today they would really find a problem? Team members in multiple areas of the outer city sent back information, saying they'd found unusually gathered crowds, and those people as states all looked off. They looked a bit like the methods of the foreign beast god cult. The beast god cult worshipped the beast god totem. The foreign activity in Black Mountain City over the past 10 years was basically all the work of this cult. Through special means, even people without martial talent could gain power comparable to martial artists at the cost of having to drink blood every day. And the temperament of its followers would become extremely prone to rage and impulse, losing reason and even humanity. Even their own lifespan would be affected. The cultists of the beast god cult generally did not live long. People whose lives were going poorly and who desperately craved power were often tempted and recruited into it. At this moment, learning that the beast god cult was preparing to make trouble again, Lei Ting did not hesitate and immediately contacted Ye Feng. Though he seemed to be leading a team out of the city, Ye Feng had actually not gone far. He was also carrying a device that boosted signal reception, so even from dozens of kilometers outside the city, he could still receive information from within it. At that moment, seeing the message Lei Ting sent, Ye Feng frowned. The beast god cult had been crushed so many times, yet there were still remnants left in the base city. More importantly, was this timing for making trouble not a little too coincidental? With Tong Meng suddenly leaving this time, no matter how it looked, it reeked of something suspicious. It felt too much like a fishing operation. Only, whether they were trying to fish out the beast god cult or someone else, Ye Feng was still unsure. What concerned him more was the attitude of the Zhang family and the Ouyang family, the 2 top families in the base city. Logically speaking, even if Tong Meng left, with the 2 families in town and each of them having a grandmaster expert, there was no way the beast god cult would get any chance. Unless the 2 families turned traitor. But that possibility was extremely low. If they really did that, what awaited them would be the Federation's retaliation, and the entire family would be doomed. In Black Mountain Base City, grandmasters were already the ceiling, but in the Federation's public strength, there were 5 guardian war gods. on par with rank 9 ferocious beasts and foreign races, the true ceiling of humanity. There were even more martial gods, martial saints, martial kings, and grandmasters. Unless they had lived long enough and wanted to die, the big families within the Federation would not dare act recklessly. Then the question was, who gave the beast god cult the courage to make trouble? Ye Feng could not figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. However, before he could return to the base city, the Black Mountain Range was already boiling over. Looking at the rolling dust billowing in from afar, covering the sky and the earth, and the trembling on the ground like an earthquake, Wang Kaishan, who had accompanied Ye Feng out of the city this time, swallowed hard. Tide of beasts. His voice was shaking. Out in the wild, without the protection of city walls, facing a beast tide of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, with a high probability of even fourth-tier ferocious beasts among them. The dozens of them were no different from trying to stop a chariot with their arms. Chances were, they were going to die here. The other team members all looked terrified as well, their gazes instinctively turning to Ye Feng. What a coincidence. A beast tide had shown up right on time. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to instruct them. You all head back to the city first. What about you? Wang Kaishan asked urgently. Ye Feng's expression remained calm. I'll buy you time to retreat. Before Wang Kaishan could say anything, Ye Feng continued. Don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, I can still retreat safely. Once you get back to the city, go straight to number 2 middle school to support our old squad leader. With that, before anyone could respond, Ye Feng rose into the air and flew straight toward the beast tide that seemed to blot out the sky. He carried a tragic air, like one man standing against 10,000 troops. Seeing this, Wang Kaishan knew this was not the time to waste words. Gritting his teeth, he led the team members to withdraw. Good. Decisive enough. Sensing Wang Kaishan and the others leaving, Ye Feng let out a breath of relief. With his strength, he could have retreated easily, but he could not do that. Nor could he stand by and watch his comrades be swallowed by the beast tide, when he clearly had the ability to do something. So fight. Tens of thousands of flying and running beasts surged forward like a tide. Even the world itself seemed to change color. Even though Ye Feng had enlisted at 18 and started fighting on the front lines at 20, at this very moment, he still felt a little uneasy inside, but that feeling was instantly wrapped in resolve. He had no second choice. Boom! The instant he drew his blade, scarlet chi coiled around his entire body. He did not fly, choosing instead the more energy-saving method of running. Just as he was about to collide head-on with the beast tide, the 30-odd meter-long chi blade slashed out at high speed. The blade itself turned into a blur. Thunderfall. In the blink of an eye, the blade light plunged into the beast tide, forcibly carving out a vacuum zone over 100 meters wide. All the ferocious beasts inside it instantly turned into a blood mist. The attack did not stop, and blade light scattered wildly. But the number of ferocious beasts was simply too great. One wave was cut down, and immediately 2 more waves surged forward in relentless succession. Very soon, Ye Feng was swallowed by the beast tide. It looked extremely dangerous, but in reality, it was pretty safe. Unless he ran into a 4th-tier ferocious beast. The strongest among these beasts were only 3rd tier, and none of them could break through Ye Feng's chi defense. Instead, the moment these beasts touched his chi, their flesh and blood would be ripped apart. As long as Ye Feng's chi and blood were sufficient, he could keep cutting forever. That settled it. The plan had changed. Start cutting. And so, an extremely shocking scene appeared on the battlefield. From above, the beast tide had already completely surrounded Ye Feng, endlessly surging toward the spot where he was. A scarlet blade of gongqi, dozens of meters long, slashed at a speed the naked eye could barely keep up with. With every swing, dozens of vicious beasts lost their lives. As a result, the entire area where Ye Feng stood was shrouded in a blood mist. With every breath, the smell of blood in the air made people feel especially dizzy. The vicious beasts, meanwhile, were stimulated until their eyes turned red, surging toward Ye Feng like mad. Real combat was the best way to test true strength. The Parrot Shingang art at the great accomplishment level gave Ye Feng extremely high conversion efficiency between chi and blood and gongqi. The loss from conversion was not much, and the strength of his gongqi had even increased. Based on his current output and consumption, Ye Feng was confident he could hold off the beast tide for 3 hours. For that much time, at his current killing speed, if the vicious beasts kept stubbornly throwing themselves at him, slaughtering 10,000 beasts would be no problem at all. However, things did not go as smoothly as expected. Less than half an hour after he started cutting them down, the vicious beasts that had been charging in mindlessly by sheer numbers gradually came to a stop. Genteret on Ye Feng. The area within a radius of over 1,000 meters was completely wrapped in blood mist. Even the air had become thick like blood. One could only vaguely see a figure standing there with a blade in one hand. One man against 10,000 beasts. The advantage was mine. Ye Feng's expression changed. Amid the shaking earth and mountain, a massive beast shadow over 10 meters tall charged straight at him. Almost at the same time, 2 huge beast shadows appeared on his left and right. Instead of passively standing his ground, Ye Feng chose to take the initiative. Gale step, his figure flickered, and in an instant he arrived several hundred meters ahead, where he also saw the vicious beast's true form. A fourth-tier vicious beast, Qingyan Savage Bear. Thunder Pierce. Before the other side could react, the Scarlet Blade Light thrust straight into the Qingyan Savage Bear's chest. He was aiming for a single killing blow, but after the Blade Light entered less than 5 CUN, it got stuck between the muscles and could not go any deeper. He saw that the area of the bear's chest had already turned into blue rock-like patterns, and its defense had surged. A massive bear claw, carrying a shrill, whistling wind, swiped over. He dodged it easily. Before Ye Feng could continue attacking the Qingyan Savage Bear, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged in from behind. Instinctively, he leaped into the air and dodged. Looking closely, he saw a fourth-tier Bailin giant Jiao with 2 horns on its forehead, spewing cold air from its mouth. He had almost been hit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of earth spikes shot up from below with piercing wind sounds, stabbing straight at him. A fourth-tier red mane mountain-splitting boar. In midair, Ye Feng twisted and shifted to avoid the spikes, then used the opening to widen the distance. Watching the 3 powerful fourth-tier vicious beasts on the ground working in perfect coordination and awakened with bloodline talents, Ye Feng estimated the time. Not enough. If he retreated now, Wang Kaishan and the others would most likely be caught up too. He would have to hold on a bit longer. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng charged downward. At the same time, Gongqi condensed into a bow. 9 arrows fired at once. This forced the Qingyan Savage Bear and the Redmane mountain-splitting boar to fail to close in at the first moment. He nimbly avoided the cold air, his eyes like blades, fixed on the reverse scale at the 7 CUN point of the Bailin giant Jiao. Among the 3 fourth-tier vicious beasts, it had the weakest defense. He slashed with full force, 13 strikes in 1 second. The blade lights hacked against the Bailin giant Jiao's scales, sending sparks flying. He dodged with Gale step, once again widening the distance, drawing and knocking an arrow, while forcing back the Savage Bear and the boar. He once more closed in on the giant Jiao. Sensing Ye Feng's intent, the Bailin giant Jiao simply curled up into a ball. Cold air instantly wound around its entire body, turning into a thick layer of ice armor as it assumed a defensive stance. This beast was quite clever. Ye Feng instantly changed direction and launched a surprise counterattack. He passed between the Savage Bear and the mountain-splitting boar, catching the 2 beasts off guard. Thunderstrike, crackling descent, thunder extreme. The violent blade light was like scattered flowers from a celestial maiden, completely covering the 2 beasts. But the situation was not optimistic. Facing the Savage Bear and the mountain-splitting boar, both awakened with bloodline talents and possessing formidable defenses. The early-stage Grandmaster Realm enhancement made the speed-focused Xian-level Parablade clearly lack enough attack power. It could break their defenses, but it was not lethal. Even with Gongqi coiling around it, the opponent's bloodline talents somewhat offset the attack bonus from the Gongqi. If it were one-on-one, Ye Feng was confident he could win by relying on his speed and agility. But against 3, the 3 vicious beasts worked well together, and there were still tens of thousands of vicious beasts surrounding them. Ye Feng could not go all out without holding anything back, and his chances of victory were not high to begin with. He could only stall for time. As the giant Jiao lifted its defensive stance and attacked again, Ye Feng could no longer continue forcefully controlling the Savage Bear and the mountain-splitting boar. He could only dodge. Since he could not win, and his speed advantage was the most obvious, Ye Feng immediately changed tactics. He began hit-and-run warfare, while dragging the 3 beasts around. He kept slaughtering the surrounding 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier vicious beasts. If he could not kill the 4th-tier ones, could he not kill these weaklings? It really was still best to rely on a higher realm for suppression. Fighting across the same realm was just too hard. The Grandmaster realm was still too weak. Ye Feng decided that from now on, his retirement fund would still be used to prioritize realm improvement. Thinking of how he still had 182 points of retirement fund left unused, Ye Feng thought, a man had to go all in. 182 points, all added to realm. He would not leave himself any way back. Chi and blood, 982,182. Grandmaster early stage, 182 1 million. With a thought, he quickly opened the panel to take a look. His realm had not changed, but his chi and blood had increased by 1,820. Judging from the increase in chi and blood, the improvement was quite obvious, almost a 20% rise. He still had to pile points into realm. Ye Feng seek it, but now was obviously not the time for that. He closed the panel and focused on the battle. Just like that, he dragged the beast tide for another half hour and killed over 3,000 vicious beasts in the process. Now, whenever those weakling vicious beasts saw Ye Feng charging in their direction, they would decisively scatter and flee, then gather toward the position of the Savage Bear trio. They were already terrified of being killed by Ye Feng. That was good news. There was also bad news. His chi and blood consumption was much greater than expected, and more than half had already been used up. Ye Feng knew he had to leave. Blade light erupted, and Parak 9 styles were driven to the extreme. After forcing back the 3 beasts, Yifeng rose into the air amid their roars and sped toward the direction of the base city. Those flying vicious beasts blocking his path could not even withstand his Gongqi. He did not even need to bother with them. He just had to crash straight through. His retreat speed did not slow at all. In just over a dozen breaths, Yifeng successfully broke away from the beast tide. What surprised Yifeng was that after he left, the beast tide did not press forward again. Instead, it slowly retreated. That cowardly? Yifeng was a little surprised. In the past, when a beast tide attacked a city with tens of thousands of vicious beasts, it would only collapse and retreat when it was reduced to 2,000 or 3,000 beasts. This time, he had only killed a few thousand vicious beasts, and they had already retreated. The 3 savage beasts. You should really think about what you're saying. They had come in high spirits, not even seeing the city walls yet, and had been stopped by one human for over an hour. The key was that they had no way to do anything about him, and several thousand of their companions had died because of it. What the hell was there left to fight for? The vicious beasts retreating on their own and no longer attacking the base city was definitely a good thing for the base city. The communicator was already unusable because of the aftermath of the battle just now, so Yifeng had no idea what was going on over there. All he could do was get back to the base city as quickly as possible. Given Yifeng's current chi and blood condition, flying straight back was indeed fast. But the consumption was too great. If the base city needed him to join the fight immediately, that would put him at a severe disadvantage. So Yifeng chose to travel on foot. With Grandmaster level Swift Wind Step boosting him, his speed was still extremely fast. At this time, the situation inside the base city was far from optimistic. The beast tide that Yifeng had blocked and driven back was only one wave. This time, there were 3 waves in total. They attacked the base city's south gate, east gate, and west gate. Since Yifeng came to Heishan for his post, this was unquestionably the largest beast tide yet. And it was not just the beast tide. Inside the base city, beast god cult followers had already begun wreaking havoc and slaughtering civilians. The outer city was already in complete chaos, because the inner city housed the 2 great families' territories. As well as the base city's upper echelons and most of its martial artists, it had been relatively stable at first. Normally, anyone from the outer city who wanted to enter the inner city had to pass layer upon layer of inspection. But now that the outer city had descended into chaos, schools and hospitals had become the main targets. Civilians from the outer city kept flooding into the inner city for refuge. The numbers were simply too large, and it was inevitable that beast god cult followers would mix in among them. As a result, the inner city gradually began to spiral into disorder as well, leaving no spare energy to care about the outer city. But with the 2 great families, people helping maintain order, plus a large number of civilian martial artists, the Public Security Bureau and Militia Squad's main forces were also in the inner city, so the situation was still within a controllable range. However, the city defense team's resistance against the beast tide was clearly passive. Aside from the beast tide blocked by Yifeng, the other 2 waves were attacking the east and west parts of the base city respectively. Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng, the 2 grandmasters, could only defend 1 route each. Both of them had encountered 4th-tier ferocious beasts. The former was fighting 1 against 2, while the latter was even like Yifeng, fighting 1 against 3. They could only barely hold the line. Compared to the wilderness, fighting at the city wall came with far more restraint for Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng. One careless move, and if there were friendly fire casualties, or if the wall was destroyed and the beast tide poured into the base city, the losses would be enormous. The city defense team's attention was completely tied up by the beast tide, so the inner city could not provide support for the time being. In the outer city, only part of the official forces from the Public Security Bureau and Militia Squad remained. Added to that were some civilian martial artists. They formed the main defensive force. Facing hundreds of beast god cult followers, all of whom at the very least had martial artist level combat strength, they were undoubtedly being suppressed. Unknowingly, the beast god cult scale inside Heishan Bay City had already grown to such a degree. It was shocking. With insufficient defensive strength and no way to take care of the entire situation, they could only choose to contract their forces and focus their defenses around Heishan First High, the Public Security Bureau building, and the Federal Hospital. As for Heishan Second High, on the other side, it had directly become a no-man's land and was hit by the beast god cult followers. The new principal, Lei Zhan, together with the martial arts class teachers, the dean of students, and the other martial artists, reacted swiftly. The moment the chaos broke out, they transferred the students to the underground shelter. They themselves stood guard at the entrance to the shelter. As a peak great martial master, Lei Zhan was still terrifyingly strong even at over 100 years old. But he was only one man, facing 5 beast god cult followers with great martial master level combat strength. Even though the strongest among them only had late-stage great martial master combat strength, while the others were only at mid-stage great martial master, 1 against 5 was still difficult. Aside from Lei Zhan, the only others at second high who were martial masters were the dean of students and the homeroom teacher of the elite martial arts class. The rest were only martial artists. With Lei Zhan pinned down, the few of them had to face the assault of more than 100 people. The situation was obviously unfavorable for them. It was just that the restricted space made it impossible to fully unleash their strength. Otherwise, they might already have been crushed. Am I really going to die here? With a piercing gaze, Lejean stared at those beast god cult followers. Even if I die, I have to drag a few down with me. What a pity for those more than 1,000 students. Lejean did everything he could to buy time. But as time passed, under the siege, he still clearly fell into a disadvantage. On the other side, aside from the dean of students, the other teachers had already been defeated. Each of them was being torn at and devoured by several beast god cult followers who had completely lost their minds. Their eyes filled with despair. Those who had no opponents left and had not lost their minds began attacking the shelter doors. Lejean watched with great anxiety. Distracted, he was seized by an opening, and several more wounds appeared on his body, blood flowing freely. The smell of blood made the beast god cult followers besieging him even more frenzied. Lejean was beaten back step by step, and it looked like he was about to be defeated and die. A desperate atmosphere spread through the entire field. But neither he nor the dean of students showed any intention of retreating. They were all fighting to the death without backing down. Under such circumstances, old squad leader, we're here. Wang Kaishan hacked down a beast god cult follower, blocking the corridor entrance with one slash, then led several dozen members of the fourth squad in. The city defense team members all had extremely rich combat experience. Their equipment was the best in the base city, and they worked together with great coordination. Even when facing enemies 2 or 3 times their number, they still clearly held the advantage. Seeing this, Lejean's expression turned joyful. They could win. His chi and blood erupted, and his attacks became even fiercer. Relying on the greater intensity of his chi and blood, he directly abandoned defense and switched to a life-or-death fighting style. He caught his opponents off guard. With Wang Kaishan and the others' reinforcement, the situation immediately turned around. The crisis at Heishan's second high was about to be resolved. Thinking back to the battle situation when he had just arrived, Wang Kaishan felt extremely fortunate. It was a good thing he had followed Yi Feng's orders and, after returning to the base city, immediately brought people over to reinforce them. Otherwise, Heishan's second high would most likely have fallen. At the same time, he silently prayed that nothing must happen to Yi Feng. And at this moment, Yi Feng had already returned to the south gate of the base city, the city wall area under the 4th squad's responsibility. Seeing that it was very quiet and no battle had broken out, yet he couldn't sense Wang Kaishan and the others' auras. And the city gates had already been shut before the time they were supposed to be, was enough to explain the problem. The thick black smoke rising inside the base city made Yi Feng furrow his brows. Something had definitely happened. He leaped up and landed firmly on top of the city wall. Before his breathing had even steadied, Feng Rue, who had taken over Yi Feng's original position, quickly ran over. Big squad leader, the beast god cult, and the beast tide attacked at the same time. The east and west walls are resisting the beast tide, while the inner city and outer city are already in complete chaos. Most of the outer city has already fallen. Whereas the squad leader, Yi Feng, asked with a frown. Feng Rue shook his head. Hasn't T come back yet? The beast tide, probably one T come here. Leave some brothers behind. The rest go support the outer city. Don't split up. After giving the order, Yi Feng didn't wait for Feng Rue's response. He rose into the air and flew at high speed toward the east wall of the base city. At full speed, in less than 3 minutes, Yi Feng smoothly reached the edge of the east wall. Looking at the pack of ferocious beasts that had already climbed onto the wall, and the city defense team that was retreating step by step, he took a deep breath, then plunged downward like a meteor. He crashed straight into the beast tide on the city wall. His Ganshi erupted instantly, clearing out all the ferocious beasts around him. The sudden scene drew the attention of the entire battlefield. Once they saw it was Yi Feng, the city defense squad members were all instantly fired up. Captain Yi is here. Brothers, reinforcements are here. Quick, drive these beasts off the wall. We held it. We can hold it. Yi Feng's arrival caused morale on the city defense side to soar. Grandmaster level combat power was enough to change the course of a battle by one person alone. At least, that was the case in Heishan Base City. Ouyang Feng, who was currently fighting 3 4th-order ferocious beasts by himself, secretly let out a sigh of relief. He no longer needed to split his attention toward the city wall and could focus fully on dealing with the 3 4th-order ferocious beasts. Once Yi Feng resolved the crisis at the wall, he would be free to come support this side. At that point, the situation would immediately reverse. Thinking of this, Ouyang Feng's fighting spirit surged, and the worry in his heart had already dissipated. They could win. For the moment, Yi Feng had no energy to pay attention to Ouyang Feng's situation. At top speed, he made a sweep of the ferocious beasts that had charged onto the wall. He did not clear them out completely, mainly because he did not have the time. The ones left over could be handled by the city defense squad members here. There was no need for him to do everything personally. He still had to give other people a chance to perform. Huff, huff. After catching a few breaths, he took the opportunity to check Ouyang Feng's situation. The strength Ouyang Feng was showing now was far beyond the initial Grandmaster realm he had displayed on the surface before. He was clearly at the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. He really knew how to hide his strength. Feeling that his breathing had steadied, Ye Feng downed several tubes of energy potion and immediately joined the battle. Ouyang Feng took the main offensive role, while Ye Feng supported him. The situation, which had been faintly at a disadvantage, immediately turned around. Ye Feng tied down one ferocious beast. In a one-on-one fight, he was clearly the one with the upper hand. Ouyang Feng fought 2 against 1 and still held the advantage. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Ouyang Feng was the first to score a kill. Seizing the right moment, he formed one hand into an eagle claw and forcibly tore off the giant ape's arm, which was thicker than Ouyang Feng's entire body. Its combat power dropped sharply, and the giant ape turned and fled on the spot. The remaining 2 fourth-order ferocious beasts could not help but freeze for a moment. Ye Feng seized that instant of opportunity. As he swung his blade and cut down the ferocious beast in front of him, he also drew his bow and loosed an arrow straight at the fleeing giant ape. The Ganchi arrow was silent and unbelievably fast. The instincts of ferocious beasts were terrifying. The giant ape subconsciously shifted to the side and avoided the vital point. The Ganchi arrow was still terrifyingly powerful and successfully shot it to the ground. But because the giant ape's defense was astonishing, the arrow failed to pierce through it. Ouyang Feng, who had rushed after it, seized the chance and finished it off in one smooth motion. Next came a 2-on-2, knowing they were outmatched. The remaining 2 fourth-order ferocious beasts did not hesitate in the slightest and retreated directly. But the other ferocious beasts did not withdraw. They still kept charging at the wall without regard for their lives. With Ye Feng and Ouyang Feng, 2 grandmasters, the crisis here had already been resolved. Good thing you got back in time. Otherwise, this place really might have fallen, Ouyang Feng said with relief. Ye Feng looked toward the city wall. Deal with the crisis here first, then head to the west wall. Before he could finish speaking, a monstrous explosion suddenly rang out from inside the base city. A huge blood mist mushroom cloud slowly rose into the air. It looked extremely horrifying. Even from far away, Ye Feng could sense the bloody aura and pressure within it, along with a strange fluctuation, unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. Ouyang Feng's startled cry immediately rang out by his ear. The blood explosion secret art. Then, as if he had thought of something, Ouyang Feng's expression changed drastically. This is bad. They're going to open an alien race passage. This was Ye Feng's first time seeing the blood explosion secret art. It gave him the feeling of a nuclear bomb exploding in his previous life. But whether in terms of power or blast radius, it was nowhere near a nuclear bomb. It was just that the blood-red mushroom cloud looked truly too bizarre. As for the alien race passage, Ye Feng naturally knew what it was. If alien races wanted to reach Aqua Blue Star, they needed to open a passage linking the 2 worlds. The strength of the passage determined the rank of the alien races that could come to Aqua Blue Star. The stronger the passage, the higher the rank of the alien races that could arrive. The Federation's 3 super base cities each guarded either a spatial passage capable of letting 9th-order alien races through or a region inhabited by 9th-order ferocious beasts. They could truly be called humanity's strongest fortresses. Alien race activity had appeared around Heishan Base City before, but a spatial passage had never appeared. So all of it had been small-scale alien race activity. But this time, a spatial passage was actually about to appear, and the key point was that the ferocious beasts had even coordinated with them. Had they formed an alliance? Ye Feng knew things had become troublesome. What exactly is on Aqua Blue Star? Why does every last one of them want to invade it? Ye Feng could not understand. But clearly, now is not the time to think about that. Seeing that Ouyang Feng had no intention of going over to investigate, Ye Feng did not force the issue and immediately said seriously, Patriarch Ouyang, I'll leave the city wall to you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ouyang Feng replied with a serious expression. Ye Feng nodded and charged straight toward the blood mushroom cloud. Watching Ye Feng the whole time, Ouyang Feng's expression kept shifting. Part of him thought that if Ye Feng died over there, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for his family. But another part of him thought that if the strength of this spatial passage was extremely high, then the base city was basically finished. Should he start finding a way out for his family as soon as possible? Betraying the human race was definitely out of the question. He did not want to become that kind of raw flesh-eating monster. More importantly, humanity on Aqua Blue Star currently controlled most of the world. The ferocious beasts had all been driven into deep mountains, old forests, or the oceans. Alien races had no foothold at all on Aqua Blue Star. No matter how he looked at it, there was no future in that. So if they truly could not resist by force, then the only option left would be to leave Heishan Base City. But unless there was absolutely no other choice, he definitely could not leave. After all, the Ouyang family's roots were here. If they went to another base city, even a powerful dragon could not suppress the local snake. There would be a risk of being swallowed up. Wait a little longer. Why hasn't Ti Tongming shown up yet? Didn't he really leave, did he? Ouyang Feng wrestled with himself. Then he threw himself back into battle, planning to finish off the beast tide here before going to support Zhang Tianda. If their 2 great families acted together, then no matter which path they chose, their their margin for error would be much higher. Back to Ye Feng's side. Ye Feng had never fully trusted these great families within the base city. What they cared about had always been family interests, not the greater cause. Of course, Ye Feng himself was not some complete self-sacrificing idealist either. He would only take action on the premise that he could preserve himself. For now, it seemed there were no Grandmaster-level enemies inside the base city. If he went over now, his safety was still somewhat guaranteed. Still, with only a little over 4,000 points of chi and blood left, Ye Feng felt somewhat unsure. But very soon, reality showed Ye Feng the price of raising a flag. Before he could even reach the blood mushroom cloud, an overwhelmingly powerful aura entered his range of perception, making him feel a lethal sense of danger. Oh damn, Grandmaster-level combat power has appeared. Just as Ye Feng was hesitating over whether he should retreat immediately. After all, he was not in his prime right now. Just from the aura the other side was showing, it probably already had mid-stage Grandmaster combat strength. It gave off the feeling of walking straight into a beating. A cold shout, devoid of any emotion, suddenly rang through the sky. In the inner city, a figure came from afar, closing in on the suddenly appeared Grandmaster-level combatant. The latter was visibly panicking. Tong Meng, why are you here? How ruthless. To lure me out, you actually sacrificed so many people. Tong Meng, you're no different from us. You upper-class bastards should all die. Ignoring the other side's curses, Tong Meng closed in at high speed, killing intent swirling in his eyes. Along the way, he even spared a glance over here. Just that one glance made Ye Feng feel as if something terrifying had locked onto him, and he got a little uncomfortable, using the whole city as bait, just to draw that person out. From the big picture, there was nothing too wrong with that. Leaving such an enemy Grandmaster-level combatant hiding inside the base city was truly too dangerous. If one day Tong Meng really wasn't in the base city and ran into a situation like today's, the entire base city would be helpless as the other side slaughtered its way through, sacrificing part of the population to lure the other side out and kill him. In the long run, it was absolutely worth it, but still felt awful. However, reality did not allow Ye Feng to keep dwelling on this. Since Tong Meng had already shown up, he no longer had to worry about running into an opponent he could not match, and he headed straight for the blood-colored mushroom cloud. Once the spatial passage was fully constructed, it could not be destroyed. But before it was completed, as long as those people acting as keys were killed, the passage could be shut down. With his blood chi below half, Ye Feng could no longer sustain flight. He could only walk, pushing Wind's step to its limit. At the sight of this, Tong Meng, far away, slightly nodded. Not stupid. He understood what that look meant. Then the aura of a late-stage Grandmaster fully exploded, forcefully suppressing the beast god cult believer who had obtained Grandmaster-level combat strength through special means. The guy had actually been extremely cautious, always observing and waiting. Only after confirming that Tong Meng truly was not around did he show himself in the outer city. Who would have thought Tong Meng could endure this much, using the sacrifice of tens of thousands of common people to win the other side's trust? Seeing that he could not escape, the other side directly went into a blood sacrifice and fought for his life. But the gap in realms was too huge. In the end, he was still easily killed by Tong Meng. They were all fucking old inverts. Ouyang Feng was like that, and Tong Meng too. Their real strength was one minor realm higher than what they showed on the surface. They really could hide it. Ye Feng, Sikhit Inyardli, and the remaining Grandmaster in the base city flashed through his mind. Wonder if Zhang Tianda is hiding his strength too? If things go badly, he might already be mid-stage Grandmaster and has been pretending to be early stage all this time. While he was thinking, he finally arrived at the area where the blood-colored mushroom cloud was located. What met his eyes was a complex talisman formation drawn with human blood. Around it, more than 200 beast god cult believers with abnormally sturdy builds were continuously pouring their blood chi into it. Visibly, these believers' bodies were gradually becoming thin and shriveled. Not just blood chi, even their flesh and blood were dissolving. During this process, the color of the formation grew darker and darker, and a blood-red gate, 10 meters long and wide, faintly appeared in sight. Ye Feng knew he could not wait any longer. He immediately charged in like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and with just a few slashes, he easily butchered dozens of people. In less than 5 breaths, he had hacked down all the immobilized believers around him. Facing the severed limbs and flesh all over the ground, Ye Feng's expression did not change at all. Calm, cold. In his eyes, these are no longer people. They were all beasts. You can pursue strength, but you can't do it in such an inhuman way. Even if you drank beast blood, how would he pick on you? Did you have to drink human blood? However, what surprised Ye Feng was that even after killing all the believers, the giant gate was still continuing to solidify. He tried attacking the giant gate, but found that it had no effect, as if they were in different dimensions. Ye Feng's attacks could not even touch the giant gate. Since attacking the gate was useless, Ye Feng immediately changed targets. His sword chi raged as he started clearing the ground, directly slashing the blood-colored formation that had seeped 5 meters into the earth into pieces. During this process, The speed at which the giant gate solidified visibly slowed down. It worked. Ye Feng's expression lit up. He immediately sped up the destruction. After the formation was completely destroyed, the giant gate began to slowly dissipate. Then came a scene that made Ye Feng's scalp tingle. Inside the giant gate, many Beastman projections suddenly emerged, each of them staring dead at Ye Feng, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Pretty scary. Even before the giant gate fully disappeared, Ye Feng could hear those Beastmen's howls. Too bad he did not understand their language, so he had no idea what they were saying, but he could roughly guess. It definitely was not anything nice. If nothing unexpected happened, I should be on their must-kill list. Ye Feng simid. He was not panicking. Next time we meet, let us see how much I look like the old me. Tong Ming's voice came from behind him. Scared? Not really. He turned around and looked at Tong Ming's forever poker face, then said, Congratulations, Commander. You finally got what you wanted. Do you think I'm very cold-blooded? Without looking at Ye Feng, Tong Ming gazed at the blood-colored mushroom cloud that was gradually dissipating and continued on his own. I'm going to the higher-level base city next. I'll probably be gone for about a month. During this time, the base city will be handed over to you. After saying that, before Ye Feng could respond, he rose into the air and flew out of the city. You should really be gone this time, right? Ye Feng muttered under his breath. The higher-level base city for Heishan City was Zhengshan Base City, a level 2 base city. Under normal circumstances, core higher-ups like the commander of the city defense squad, the strongest person in a base city, would not leave lightly, much less head to another base city thousands of miles away. If anything unexpected happened during that time, the base city could even be wiped out. Even so, Tong Ming still left. Was it confidence? Or was he forced to? Compared to his previous life's Earth, Waterblue Star was dozens of times larger. The distances between the Federation's various base cities were all no less than 1,000 miles, and the farthest even reached tens of thousands of kilometers. And this was only the Federation formed by countries like the Dragon Country, Southern Vietnam, the Polar Bear, and the Island Nation. Many people firmly believed that beyond the sea, there was also a Human Torch. Then the distance would be even farther. It was only separated by a stretch of sea, but the number of ferocious beasts in the ocean was astonishing, including many high-tier ferocious beasts. With the Federation's current strength, it could not cross it. So no one knew what the situation was like on the other side of the sea. Shaking his head, he did not think any further about these pointless things. Tong Ming had gone to Jinshan Base City, more than 2,000 kilometers away. Judging by the looks of it, this time it probably was not a fishing operation. Thinking about how Black Mountain Base City would now have only him, a single official Grandmaster, in charge, just thinking about it was troublesome. However, things were already set and could not be changed. He could only take it one step at a time. That day, many people in the base city saw Tong Ming leave. But with this experience, no one could tell whether Tong Ming had truly left or if he was pretending again, trying to lure out more enemies. Only Ye Feng knew clearly that Tong Ming had really left. He still had to leave for a full month. He did not know whether it was because he had to be away for so long that he chose to use bait tactics and sacrifice part of his own people. Only Tong Ming himself knew the answer. With the death of that beast god cult believer with Grandmaster-level combat power and the alien race passageway ultimately failing to be established, the situation inside the base city was undoubtedly stabilized. There was no need to go reinforce the city wall side at all. With Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianda, the two Grandmasters, holding the line, the beast tide was nothing to fear. In less than an hour, it had retreated, from beginning to end. What determined the direction of the situation was only top-tier combat power. And only top-tier combat power had such decisive influence. All the beast god cult believers who had surfaced in the city this time had already been completely dealt with. And those who had taken the opportunity to cause destruction were also successfully suppressed. Next came the handling of all post-battle matters. This was not the first time such a situation had happened, and the base city already had a mature post-battle procedure, without even needing Ye Feng to give any orders. Everyone was carrying out their work in an orderly manner. Well, Tong Ming had never cared about these trivial matters anyway. The base city itself had a base city lord, along with a full set of administrative departments. All the departments worked together, and the situation was quickly brought completely under control. Ye Feng found that there was basically nothing for him to do, but he also could not go out of the city to hunt fierce beasts. What if there were beast god cult remnants, or if something else happened on the fierce beast side, and he just happened to be away? The situation would really be hard to say. He could not always count on the two great families. If that happened, the reputation of the city defense team would definitely be affected. After decades in the military, some thoughts and ideas definitely could not be changed in a short time. To be exact, Ye Feng had no intention of changing them either. He would not shirk the responsibility that belonged to him. After dealing with Lei Zhan, who came to thank him, and then having a simple gathering with Wang Kaishan and the other captains and squad leaders of the city defense team, Ye Feng's daily routine for the next more than 10 days was simply back and forth between the villa and the city defense team headquarters. Time quietly arrived in December. Ye Feng. Gender, male. Age, 65,203. Race, human race. Talent, medium, 0-1000. Comprehension, Medium, 688 1000. Special talent, none. Technique, Xinjuan body tempering art, perfect. Pejuan Xiangang art, great mastery, 273 1000. Martial skills, military body 13 forms perfect, invisible, soul-chasing arrow perfect, Binlei blade perfect, Jifeng step perfect. Vital energy and blood, 36,820. Realm, Grandmaster early stage, 268 1000. Retirement pension, 0. Whether it was Yi Feng fighting 3 4th-tier fierce beasts to the death in the Black Mountain Range, or the feelings he had after returning to the base city and facing Tong Meng, as well as that beast god cult believer with Grandmaster-level combat power. All of it shook him deeply. He did not like this kind of uncontrollable feeling. Adding points to Pejuan Xiangang art up to perfect level would indeed improve his combat power, and the strength of his astral energy would become stronger than that of other Grandmasters of the same realm, as would his body. But that was only when compared within the same realm. It was better to directly add points to his realm. Once his realm was higher, the improvement in combat power would undoubtedly be even greater. All of December's retirement pension was dumped into his realm. His vital energy and blood surged by 25,000, and even his lifespan limit increased by 3 years. Feeling the far stronger total amount and intensity of his vital energy, blood, and astral energy compared to before, Yi Feng knew his decision had been right. Just dump points into the realm. Although the current panel still showed Grandmaster early stage, Yi Feng felt that his overall strength should not be much weaker than Ouyang Feng, who was at Grandmaster middle stage. Once next month's retirement pension arrived, he would be able to break through to Grandmaster middle stage. From Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster, it would take a total of 4 months. Once he reached the Great Grandmaster realm, Yi Feng would become the strongest person in Heishan Base City, and his personal safety would gain a tremendous guarantee. If he was willing, he could be transferred to a level 2 base city at any time and take a position in the upper ranks. Martial Dao reigned supreme. Once strength was there, power naturally came with it. Yi Feng looked forward to that day. If Grandmaster level, across the entire Shui Lan Star, was only considered an ordinary expert, then Great Grandmaster level was the true backbone of humanity on Shui Lan Star. Even in a super base city, a Great Grandmaster was not someone to be handled casually. Of course, Great Grandmaster was not Yi Feng's final goal. Given enough time, even a martial god would be nothing but a monkey in front of him. In December, the cold winds of Heishan Bay City were blocked by the Black Mountain Range, and the entire city could not feel a trace of cold. But the aftershocks of the chaos were still there, and there were not many people on the streets. Most shops were already operating normally again, but the atmosphere was a little heavy. After all, it had affected tens of thousands of people in the outer city, and the casualty count had exceeded 10,000. The wounds on both body and heart would need time to heal, and precisely because of this extreme worry about future safety, martial artists inside the base city became increasingly popular, especially in the matchmaking market. As long as someone was a martial artist, they would be fought over. There was no need to even consider age. As long as he was a martial artist, that was enough. Everyone knew that only by becoming a martial artist, or by having a martial artist they could rely on, would they have the strength to survive. At this moment, inside the office of the 4th City Defense Brigade as Brigade Commander, Uncle Yi, thank you. Lei Ting's face was full of gratitude. Yi Feng waved it off. Don't be so polite. The old team leader took good care of me back then. Business is business. This time was all thanks to you, or else my dad might have died there. Lei Ting bud. Yi Feng opened his mouth, then did not persuade her any further. Do as you like. It was rare for him to come to the office, naturally not for the purpose of listening to a girl's words of thanks. Because of the earlier beast tide, every city defense brigade had suffered some personnel losses. A 1,500-man establishment could not be understaffed. Right now, there was a shortage of 273 people. According to convention, recruitment would be carried out inside the base city. The minimum requirement was martial artist level, under 50 years old, and with a clean background. Of course, if one's realm had reached Martial Master or Great Martial Master, the age requirement could be relaxed appropriately. This time Yi Feng had come to check the staffing situation of the 4th Brigade, because he had forced the beast tide back by himself. The wall section guarded by the brigade had not been attacked by the beast tide, so compared to the other brigades, the 4th Brigade had very few casualties. It was only during the battle with the beast god cult believers in the outer city that some losses occurred. More than 10 were injured, and after resting for a while, they could continue fighting. As for the fallen members, there were 4. All of them were martial artists, and their luck had been terrible, as they ran into believers at the Great Martial Master Realm. With a gap of 2 major realms, they were killed instantly. There was no time to rescue them. You personally keep an eye on the compensation work for these 4 members. After giving the instruction, Yi Feng said, as for the upcoming recruitment, we only have 4 slots. Let your Uncle Wang keep an eye on it. Okay, I got it. Lei Ting entered work mode. She stared straight at Yi Feng with an expression of wanting to say something, but hesitating. Anything else? Yi Feng asked. Lei Ting said expectantly, my mom and dad want to invite you to dinner at our home. Are Lao Wang and the others going? No, I'm not going. Then I'm not going either. Before Lei Ting could speak again, Yi Feng stood up. All right, I'll leave these matters to you. Contact me again if anything comes up. With that, he quickly walked out of the office. Yi Feng understood Lei Zhan's thoughts very well. But he had no such intentions, so he didn't want to give the other party any hope. Lost in thought, Yi Feng had just walked out of the headquarters building when a figure suddenly ran over, then dropped straight to his knees. Master Yi, I heard that you're still unmarried, with no children or daughters. I, Wang Teng, am willing to provide for your retirement. Yi Feng. Provide for retirement? Not only Yi Feng, but the others around them were also stunned as they watched Wang Teng kneel without warning and bang his head on the ground 3 times. What kind of move was this? He wasn't trying at all anymore. Wang Teng was known to many people. He wasn't a member of the 4th squad, but belonged to the 5th squad. An orphan, mid-stage martial artist, 24 years old. Actually, Wang Teng's potential was pretty good. If not for his family's terrible circumstances, with his talent, he could have entered a martial arts university. But only an ordinary martial arts university. So he never received any sponsorship. Who would have thought that such a somewhat pity-inducing team member, with almost no presence, would suddenly pull something like this? You want to provide for my retirement? Yi Feng had already recovered and looked at him with interest. At that, Wang Teng raised his head and nodded firmly. I want to provide for your retirement. Seeing this, Yi Feng smiled. I'm 65 this year. I still have at least 100 years left to live. And you're only at martial artist cultivation right now. So you've only got a few dozen years of lifespan left. After saying that, he didn't continue. Wang Teng, who had come to his senses, instantly flushed red. All right. Cutting him off, Yi Feng reached out and pulled Wang Teng to his feet, patting him on the shoulder. In a sincere tone, he said, don't keep thinking about these crooked ideas. Focus on your cultivation. With that, he left before Wang Teng could respond. I'll live longer than you, and you still want to provide for my retirement. Young people these days. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Feng didn't take it too seriously. As one of only 4 masters in the base city, many people were watching him. Most of them wanted to win him over or build ties with him. Who would have thought someone would even want to be his son and provide for his retirement? Really, what the hell? The world was huge. There were all kinds of odd things. This matter spread quickly through the city defense team. Regarding Wang Teng's mysterious move, some admired it, some envied it, and some looked down on it. But everyone had to admit that Wang Teng was really bold. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't dare do this. If it were a master with a bad temper, getting off with a broken leg would count as light punishment. After leaving city defense team headquarters, Yi Feng wandered aimlessly around the inner city. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the outer city, but there really wasn't anything fun there. The higher-end entertainment facilities in Black Mountain City were all in the inner city, as were the shops and restaurants. Yi Feng didn't want to suffer needlessly. As a lone old guy with no relatives, he didn't have to worry about work. If he didn't cultivate, he really had nothing else to do. Coming out for a walk and clearing his head felt pretty good. The streets were still quiet, but the shops were all open. For the sake of convenience and to save time and energy for cultivation, he drank energy potions every day and rarely ate proper dishes. Now that he was a master, naturally he didn't need to wrong himself like that anymore. Walking up to a restaurant that looked pretty good, Yi Feng went straight inside. There were many people eating, which suited Yi Feng just fine. He found a seat by the window, ordered 4 dishes and a soup, and ate while watching the street scene. For a moment, he suddenly felt like he had returned to Earth. Before he could reminisce for long, he saw Wang Kaishan walking along the street with one young, pretty girl in each hand, a worthless smile on his face. The girls beside him were also smiling. It was obvious those smiles weren't fake. For ordinary people, especially women, having someone to rely on was more important than anything else. At this moment, Yi Feng had to admit he was a little envious. He even felt a trace of impulse. Should he also find a young, pretty, good-bodied, obedient girl? He couldn't help but think of the photos Wang Kaishan had sent him before. Lei Ting's face also appeared in his mind. Those long legs, any normal man would look twice. Yi Feng was no exception, but after coming to his senses, he immediately put that fluttering feeling aside. As for family responsibility and all that, Yi Feng wasn't planning to take it on for now. Being alone was pretty good. Over the next few days, aside from cultivating, Yi Feng went out every day to eat and enjoy the pleasure of food. Tong Meng had said he would leave for 1 month. Now more than half a month had passed, and there were only about 10 days left. That guy should be coming back soon. Thinking about the other man's late-stage master combat strength, Yi Feng still felt some pressure, even though they were on the same side, but still wasn't safe. The only one he could truly rely on was himself. 2 more months of lying low, and he'd become a great master. He couldn't get carried away. He still had to stay steady. Yi Feng thought. He opened the communicator on his wrist and tapped into the internal exchange network, adding the contribution points he had earned from suppressing the beast tide and the unrest, along with his previous savings. His contribution points had now reached 21,233,000. He was already not far from the final goal of 30 million. If he could leave the city to hunt fierce beasts, he could save up enough in less than 10 days. Unfortunately, he couldn't get out now. He seriously suspected that it was precisely because the city defense team now had him a master-level combatant that Tong Meng was able to leave the base city. Otherwise, that guy would have been stuck here forever. That day, after finishing his cultivation as usual, Yi Feng strolled alone in the inner city, thinking about what to eat. Food was one of the few hobbies he still had left, mainly because Black Mountain Base City really didn't have much else for entertainment. He couldn't exactly go get foot massage, could he? He didn't want to, but if he ran into someone who recognized him, wouldn't that be awkward? Better forget it. A master had to have the bearing of a master. He could go later, when he traveled to another base city and no one knew him. No need to rush. However, even though Yi Feng could lie low, other people couldn't sit still anymore. Sure enough, just after he sat down at a restaurant and before the food had been served, Wang Kaishan arrived. With Yi Feng's perception, he had actually noticed Wang Kaishan following him long ago, but he hadn't bothered with it. Now that he saw the other man walking straight toward him, he could roughly guess his purpose. Old Yi, now that the base city has stabilized, can we continue going out of the city to hunt? Wang Kaishan's eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. Yi Feng asked with a smile, do you want to go out, or do the brothers want to go out? My thoughts are the same as the brothers. Seeing that Yi Feng kept looking at him, Wang Kaishan took a deep breath and explained, after this unrest, everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation has been very high. They all want to improve their strength as much as possible before the next unrest and beast tide arrive. But you know how it is, the city defense team's income is really stretched thin. Wait another 2 weeks, Yi Feng said as he poured Wang Kaishan a cup of tea. At that, Wang Kaishan nodded. All right. They weren't saying Yi Feng had to take them out of the city hunting right away. They just wanted a specific time, something to look forward to. The dishes were quickly served, and Wang Kaishan naturally wasn't leaving. He claimed he was there to fleece the rich. Yi Feng didn't care. The inner city's consumption was high, but with his income, he could come out to eat every day if he wanted. More than 20 million contribution points. Converted to Federation points, was more than 200 million. At Black Mountain City's spending level, he wouldn't even be able to spend it all in a lifetime eating out. The next day, the long-prepared recruitment meeting for the City Defense Force finally began. There were fewer than 300 slots in total, but nearly 400 martial artists signed up. That didn't seem like much, but for Black Mountain Bay City, where the entire City Defense Force only had fewer than 3,000 martial artists, this number was already very high. Every year, the number of martial artists added to and lost by the Bay City was almost the same, and the total had never exceeded 3,000. With a population of 1 million, it took 30 to 40 people to produce one martial artist. The ratio was far too low. This was also the main reason the City Defense Force had always upheld the rule that the strong charged at the front to avoid a sharp drop in martial artist numbers. Once the City Defense Force couldn't even fill its 1,500 authorized slots and had to let non-martial artists join, that meant Black Mountain City had already reached a life-or-death moment. In a base city where hot weapons were not widely used and were not powerful enough to deal with second-tier and above fierce beasts, martial artists were the core force in defending the city. The City Defense Force's 1,500 authorized slots with a base city's red line. The recruitment went rather smoothly. The rules were very simple and crude. Sparring. Whoever was stronger got in. Yi Feng and the other 4 battalion commanders all came to watch in person this time, and their subordinate squad leaders all came too, secretly competing to win over those newcomers who had good immediate combat strength and strong potential. With a Grandmaster in charge, the newcomers all rushed to join the 4th Battalion. It was just that there were only 4 slots in total, so the competition was undoubtedly fierce. Among the more than 400 applicants, the vast majority were martial artist realm. Only 23 were martial masters, and there was only one great martial master. He was already close to 90 years old, and was still only at the early stage of great martial master realm. Rather than saying he wanted to make a name for himself in the City Defense Force, it was more like he wanted to get some cultivation resources for his martial artist grandson. Yi Feng liked leading teams out of the city to hunt fierce beasts, and every team member could steadily earn quite a bit more every month. This had already become common knowledge in the martial artist circles of the base city. This great martial master, Wu Chuang, came for that extra income. Safety was the main thing. Once a month, and if luck was good, it could be even higher than a month's salary. It was basically like getting 2 salaries, and the City Defense Force's own pay and benefits were already quite good. Combined, the appeal was truly huge. For a clean background great martial master like Wu Chuang, the 4th Battalion would definitely not refuse him. In Black Mountain City, a great martial master already counted as top-tier combat power. Before receiving his retirement pension, Yi Feng himself, as a squad leader, had only been a peak martial master and had never been able to break through to great martial master. That said enough. Now that there was a ready-made great martial master joining, only an idiot would turn him away. The other 3 slots went to the 3 strongest among the 23 martial masters. If all the battalions had the same number of slots, then the 4th Battalion hogging everything would definitely cause public outrage. But this time, the 4th Battalion only had 4 slots in total, so the other 4 battalions didn't have that much of an objection. After all, there were still 20 martial masters left to split. The recruitment meeting ended quickly. Those martial artists who were selected were all in good spirits. From now on, they were organized people with an official slot. Those who weren't selected naturally couldn't feel good, but they didn't dare make trouble around the city defense force. They could only hold it in. That made it even worse. Seeing that there was nothing else for him, Yifeng was just about to leave when the 5th Battalion Commander, Kai Wu, and the 3rd Battalion Commander, Guan Yunjiao, stopped him from the left and right. Brother Yi, when was the last time we drank together? Don't tell me our bond has gone cold? Kai Wu said with a smile. Guan Yunjiao echoed. He has already become a grandmaster, after all. He probably looks down on us now. Brother Guan, Brother Kai, can you two speak properly? Yifeng Simidet. They were all from a military faction, and they saw each other all the time. Their relationship had always been fairly harmonious. It was just that Yifeng had only been a squad leader before, and hadn't had much contact with these 2 battalion commanders. Seeing them take the initiative to come over, Yifeng was a little curious about their purpose. This isn't a good place to talk. Kai Wu hin de. Without refusing, Yifeng nodded. Let us go to the office. Kai Wu and Guan Yunjiao naturally wouldn't refuse. Not far away, Zhang Mu and Ouyang Xiao, the battalion commanders of the 1st and 2nd battalions, looked at each other. They could both see helplessness in the other's eyes. In the past, among the 5 city defense battalions, although they only held 2, they're saying things hadn't actually been that much less. After all, the 2 top families behind them represented the base city's 2 top clans, and they had 2 grandmasters backing them. But as Yifeng revealed grandmaster-level combat strength, the weight of Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng clearly dropped, while the military faction's power of speech rose dramatically. One Tongming had already left them struggling to breathe, and now there was Yifeng. Too hard. For the 2 great clans, this was obviously not the result they wanted. The key was that they had no solution. Yifeng was a deeply rooted member of the military faction, impossible to poach. As for destroying him, with the powerful combat strength Yifeng had shown during the previous Chaos and Beasttide, trying to cleanly cut all ties without a trace was impossible. He really didn't look like a grandmaster who had just broken through. That further confirmed the guess that Yifeng had been hiding his strength all along. Then the question was Yifeng still hiding his strength now? It was like a sword hanging over their heads. It was truly awful, and there was really nothing they could do. By then, Yifeng had already arrived at the office with Kai Wu and the other man. Lei Ting tactfully left and even helped close the door. Brother Yi, all 3 of us came from the front lines, so I won beat around the bush. There is something I want to ask your thoughts on, Kai Wu said directly. Seeing that both men were serious, Yifeng reigned in the smile on his face. Go ahead. The battalion commander should be going to the upper-level base city, right? Guan Yunjiao asked. His tone was very certain. That made Yifeng feel puzzled. Before he could speak, Kai Wu explained, Brother Guan's older brother works in our upper-level base city. He had someone send word before that battalion commander Tong will be going there soon to visit his family, and in a few years at most, he should be transferred away. The battalion commander is leaving? Yifeng recalled what Tong Ming had said before about giving him 3 years. But on the surface, he still showed puzzlement. Is the information accurate? More or less, Guan Yunjiao replied. Then he fixed his eyes on Yifeng. By convention, Battalion Commander Tong has the authority to recommend the next battalion commander. So that's what you mean? Yifeng looked at the 2 of them. Guan Yunjiao's expression was serious. We hope that if Battalion Commander Tong recommends you by then, Brother Yi, you can choose to refuse. He didn't immediately respond. From the earlier conversation, it was clear that the 2 of them were led by Guan Yunjiao. Combined with the fact that his elder brother held a post in a higher-level base city, and the rumors in his memory that Guan Yunjiao, who was already at the peak Great Martial Master realm, had been accumulating foundation and preparing to break through to the Grandmaster realm. If Yifeng still could not guess the answer, then he would be too stupid. A few seconds later, after figuring out the reason, Yifeng asked, What can I get? Hearing that, Kai Wu and Guan Yunjiao both secretly let out a breath. Having a demand meant it could be negotiated. If it could be negotiated, then it was just a matter of how much it would cost. 10 million contribution points, Guan Yunjiao said very directly. Not enough. Yifeng was equally direct. The position of Chief Captain isn't that cheap, although he had never intended to take the Chief Captain position in the first place. Since someone was delivering themselves to his door, if he didn't take advantage of it, that would really be unreasonable. As for whether he would offend the other party, Yifeng wasn't worried at all. 3 years later, the one who should be worried would not be Yifeng, but them. No angry expression appeared as expected. Instead, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Guan Yunjiao's mouth. 20 million. Deal. Guan Yunjiao had already been prepared to continue haggling. But who would have thought Yifeng would agree so quickly? He froze for a moment. It was only when Kai Wu, standing nearby, reacted swiftly and pulled him that he came back to himself. Brother Yi is straightforward, Guan Yunjiao said with a smile. Contentment brings happiness. Yifeng also said with a smile. With 20 million plus the contribution points he had saved himself, he would have enough to exchange for those few high-grade, Earth-tier cultivation methods that Black Mountain Bay City had the highest exchange authority for. There was no need to waste any more words. Looking at Guan Yunjiao, Yifeng thought, what a good guy. He actually came to deliver contribution points on his own. Little did he know, Guan Yunzhao was looking at him the same way right now. He agreed to withdraw from the chief captain competition for 20 million contribution points. Too easy to satisfy, wasn't he? As expected of someone with the surname Guan Yunzhao was very reliable. That same day, he transferred over the contribution points. In principle, contribution points were not allowed to be traded privately. Of course, principles only restrained honest people. Looks like this guy's brother's position isn't low. 20 million contribution points without batting an eye. He definitely isn't from an ordinary family with no background, Yifeng thought. He was a little puzzled. Since they had so much influence, why did they send Guan Yunzhao to Black Mountain Bay City? Wouldn't it have been better to leave him in Jinshan Bay City? If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. No need to waste the brain power. Looking at his current 41,123,000 contribution points, Yifeng opened the internal exchange network. The highest authority in Black Mountain Bay City was for high-grade Earth-tier cultivation methods and martial techniques. Anything higher would be Heaven-tier cultivation methods and martial techniques. And each one was outrageously expensive. From what others said, even the cheapest Heaven-tier cultivation method cost 50 million contribution points. The key point was that having contribution points alone still wasn't enough to exchange for one. Both the Base City Authority and the Personal Authority had to meet the standard. Black Mountain Bay City was only a level 3 base city, so its authority definitely wasn't enough. He just didn't know whether Jinshan Bay City had enough authority. It was said that above Heaven-tier cultivation methods, there were even higher-grade cultivation methods. That was something Yifeng, at his current level, had no way of reaching. Not even being allowed to look at them. Tell me, wouldn't that be infuriating? After shaking his head slightly and not bothering to dwell on it, Yifeng began checking the list of high-grade, Earth-tier martial techniques and cultivation methods he could currently exchange for, focusing mainly on fist techniques, palm techniques, and body-refining cultivation methods. The scene of Ouyang Feng tearing off a 4th-rank fierce beast's arm with one claw was still fresh in his memory. In his impression, the foundation of the Ouyang family was 2 middle-grade, Earth-tier cultivation methods. One of them was a body-refining cultivation method. That should be the reason they could be so domineering. True Qi could defend by flowing through the body, but if it was broken through by an opponent, then the body would be the last layer of defense. Improving the body's strength was also extremely important. With both body and true Qi as insurance, it would absolutely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The effect of the Breaking Army profound true Qi art was more about purifying true Qi and increasing its power. Body refinement was only an additional effect, and not a very significant one. Yifeng's current body strength had not reached the level where he could directly withstand a Grandmaster's attack. That visually shocking scene of Ouyang Feng tearing off a 4th-rank fierce beast's arm with one claw was still vivid in his mind. If there was a suitable body-refining cultivation method, Yifeng felt that he could give it a try. If not, then according to the original plan, he would choose a fist technique or palm technique to improve his barehanded close combat ability. With that goal in mind, Yifeng began browsing the cultivation methods and martial techniques. Now that he had locked onto the high-grade Earth tier, the number of available cultivation methods and martial techniques was not much. There were only 5 in total. Each martial technique and cultivation method had a brief introduction that kept the person choosing from being completely in the dark. After carefully checking through them once, Yifeng finally locked onto 2 of them. Kanglin Overturning Tide Palm. The palm technique is continuous and relentless, and its might can stack. Once cultivated to perfection, it can stack up to 10 layers of force. Those with water attribute cultivation methods will cultivate this palm technique with twice the result for half the effort, and it can also boost the palm technique's power. Purple Thunder Vajra Indestructible Body improves body strength in all aspects, can increase the power of thunder-type martial techniques, and once cultivated to perfection, it is invincible among those of the same level, immune to water and fire, impervious to a myriad of poisons, and any non-fatal injury can recover quickly. Note, cultivating this technique requires body tempering through lightning. The requirements for the cultivation site are extremely high, and a place struck by lightning must be found. The danger level is extremely high, so choose carefully. Looking at the bright red warning text for Purple Thunder Vajra Indestructible Body, Yifeng raised an eyebrow, thinking that he only needed to add points to raise the realm of cultivation methods and martial techniques, and did not need a specific cultivation environment. There was no need to talk about danger at all. Kanglin Overturning Tide Palm required a water attribute cultivation method to fit perfectly. Breaking Army Profound True Qi Art was a general, attribute-less cultivation method, so it clearly didn't fit. Thinking about it this way, Yifeng really had nothing to hesitate over. Not to mention, the contribution points required for the 2 were not even on the same level. Yifeng realized he was still too young. He had thought that saving up 30 million contribution points would be enough. It was completely not enough. Kanglin Overturning Tide Palm needed 34,500,000 contribution points, while Purple Thunder Vajra Indestructible Body required 38,500,000. For cultivation methods and martial techniques of the same tier, if everything else was not considered, choosing the more expensive one was definitely not wrong. The contribution points that had only just warmed up his hands were immediately used up for the most part. The relevant contents of Purple Thunder Vajra Indestructible Body, including the key points to pay attention to during cultivation, site requirements, auxiliary medicine and resources, and so on, all appeared in Yifeng's identity card. However, he could only cultivate it himself and could not teach it to others. If discovered, his cultivation would be directly abolished. No one dared to challenge this Federation rule. Those who dared to violate it were already gone. Naturally, Yifeng would not do anything reckless. The contents of his cultivation method were extremely numerous. He spent an entire morning memorizing everything, and the panel immediately displayed the cultivation method. Purple Thunder Vajra Indestructible Body not started, 0/500. It required 500 points just to begin. He wondered how many it would take from beginner to minor success. It also required a specific Purple Thunder to cultivate, and the process was extremely dangerous, even deadly. Yifeng did not dare try it lightly. He would just wait for the points to be added. But with the entry cost being so high, he was a little hesitant about whether to add points to this cultivation method. After all, for the next retirement funds, he still wanted to push his realm up first. Using only 500 points, he would still have 2,000 points left, which would also be enough to raise his realm to the middle stage Grandmaster level. Yifeng made his decision. He might as well strengthen himself a little more. A technique this powerful would obviously be useless if he just left it there and didn't improve it at all. Glancing at the less than 3 million contribution points left in his balance, Yifeng curled his lip and thought that once Tongmeng came back, he would still have to go hunting ferocious beasts in the Black Mountain Range. Not only had he already promised Wang Kaishan and the others, he himself also needed to save up more capital and train his actual combat ability. As for the 3 4th-tier ferocious beasts he had run into before, Yifeng had never forgotten them. Once next month's retirement pension arrived, he would go find them. He had originally thought Tongmeng would come back before the January retirement pension arrived, but he didn't. Big brows, big eyes. And yet you still let me down when I trusted you so much. Yifeng shook his head. The year of new calendar 798 arrived. At the exact moment the year turned over, the long-lost system voice rang out at the right time. Beep. New year, new atmosphere. Starting this month, monthly retirement pension increased to 2,750. This month's retirement pension has arrived. Exile traveler. Life is getting more and more promising. This playful? For some reason, Yifeng actually felt a bit warm inside. An annual pension increase of 10%. Life really was getting more and more promising. Yifeng had already decided how to use this month's pension. Beep. Retirement pension, 500. Purple Thunder Vajra Immortal Body entered the entry level. Current realm, entry level, 0/1500. The instant the system voice sounded, Yifeng's whole body trembled. It felt as if the cells in his body were being reorganized, his muscles shaking all over, even his bones going numb. It was like being electrocuted, but the feedback was rather gentle. The whole process lasted just over 10 seconds before it ended, leaving him a little unsatisfied. He clenched his fist and felt the clearly stronger force. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. But when he saw that it would take another 1,500 points to reach the minor success realm, he couldn't help frowning. It went up by 1,000 just like that? Wouldn't minor success to great success be directly 3,000? As a mid-grade, Earth-tier technique, Paju and Xiangang art only needed 3,000 from great success to perfection. Just one rank apart, and the gap was this huge. Too bad he didn't have any more Earth-tier techniques, otherwise he could compare a bit more. Yifeng Seekit. He was still too poor. He didn't continue adding points to Purple Thunder Vajra Immortal Body. The remaining retirement pension was directly all in on Realm. Boom. The moment the remaining 2,250 retirement pension was all dumped into Realm, pure blood and chi crazily surged into Yifeng's body. The energy factor concentration in the villa's training room was very high, and the villa itself covered a large area. So there wasn't the huge commotion that had happened when he broke through to Grandmaster before. The so-called bottleneck, under the impact of the extremely abundant blood and chi, was like a thin membrane pierced with a single poke. Mid-Grandmaster. After the breakthrough, his realm quickly stabilized and even took a big step toward the late Grandmaster stage. Yifeng. Gender, male. Age, 65-206. Race, human. Talent, average, 0/1000. Comprehension, average, 688/1000. Special talent, none. Technique, Town Army Body Tempering Art, perfection. Pajun Xiangang Art, great success, 40/3000. Purple Thunder Vajra Immortal Body Entry Level, 0/1500. Martial skills, Army Body 13 Forms perfection. Invisible Pursuit Soul Arrow perfection. Thunderbolt Saber perfection. Gale Step perfection. Blood and Chi, 59,320. Realm, Mid-Grandmaster, 49,321,000. Retirement pension, 0. His lifespan had increased by another 3 years. and his blood and chi had surged to nearly 60,000. His sustained combat ability had improved enormously, and his mid-grandmaster realm had already caught up to Ouyang Feng. Give him one more month, and he would be able to catch up to Tong Ming. This growth speed satisfied Ye Feng very much. His combat power was soaring. Next, once Tong Ming returned from Jinshan Bay City, he could go take revenge in the Black Mountain Range. However, day after day passed, and Tong Ming still didn't return. Instead, it was his half-brother Tong Wei who arrived. The key was that Tong Wei's attitude was a bit off. That day, in the Chief Squadron Leader's office, Ye Feng, Guan Yunzhao, and 3 other city defense squadron leaders gathered together, looking at Tong Wei seated in the main seat, each with different expressions. Guan Yunzhao and Kai Wu looked solemn. Anyone with eyes could tell the two of them were in a bad mood, especially Guan Yunzhao. He was practically about to write, "I'm very unhappy" on his face. On the other hand, Zhang Mu and Ouyang Xiao, who had always looked full of resentment before, were now smiling. Something was very wrong. Pulling back his gaze from secretly observing the 4 of them, Ye Feng shifted his attention to Tong Wei. He found that Tong Wei was also looking at him right now. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes that made Ye Feng very uncomfortable. If it had been last month, he might have still been somewhat wary. But now, having broken through to mid-grandmaster through his own effort, Ye Feng said he had nothing to fear. After all, the strength Tong Wei was currently showing was only mid-grandmaster. At the same realm, Ye Feng was not the least bit afraid. If he couldn't beat him, he'd just run. No big deal. And compared to Tong Ming, who liked to hide his strength, Tong Wei revealed his realm the moment they met. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't seem like someone with a deep mind. Of course, they had only just met. You couldn't know a person by looking at his face. Ye Feng planned to keep observing. Seeing Ye Feng look at him so calmly, Tong Wei's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. Starting today, I will take over as the city defense chief squadron leader of Black Mountain Bay City. The current job arrangements will remain unchanged for now. In the future, the 5 squadrons will undergo an assessment every month. His gaze swept across the crowd, sharp and piercing. There's no faction division here, and I don't like faction divisions either. I only believe in one thing. The capable go up, the weak go down. This was the rhythm of making trouble. Glancing at the other 4 with their different expressions, Ye Feng's face remained as calm as ever. So troublesome. He was definitely part of the military faction. That couldn't be changed, but he didn't want to get involved in these boring struggles. From the current situation, though, Tong Wei seemed to be standing with the family side. At the very least, he wasn't as close to the military side as Tong Ming had been before. Was it because he felt threatened by the military faction's growing power? Or because Guan Yunzhao wanted to compete for the chief squadron leader position? So he was wary and wanted to suppress him? Or was it simply a personal stance issue? Impossible to tell clearly. What could be confirmed now was that Tong Wei was someone who had come out of the military, but more like a family descendant sent out to train and polish his credentials. If that was really the case, then conflict was unavoidable. He just couldn't let me develop in peace. Standing up, Ye Feng said, "I still have something to handle. If there's nothing else here, I'll leave first." "Fine." Tong Wei stared at Ye Feng. In his mind, he was recalling the relevant information. After getting a response, Ye Feng didn't bother thinking about anything else and strode straight out of the office. Let him scheme however he wanted, as long as he was strong enough. The other side could go to hell. Seeing Ye Feng just leave like that, Tong Ming's brows furrowed slightly, while Guan Yunzhao and Kai Wu's expressions became a little better. It was just that once he thought of the position he had been planning for so long, and how Tong Wei had snatched it away just like that, and at the exact moment when the base city's internal troubles had just been resolved. This timing for reaping the benefits was really too precise. Tong Ming, this trash. Guan Yunzhao complained inwardly. By comparison, Ouyang Xiao and Zhang Mu were much calmer. It was obvious they had already discussed it with Tong Wei, so they were full of confidence. The capable rise, the weak fall. On the surface, it seemed fair. In reality, it was clearly tilted toward the 2 major families. After all, as local powerhouses, they had deep foundations and controlled many resources. For martial artists, talent was important, but resources were just as essential. Wealth, companions, methods, and land. Wealth came first. In that regard, the 2 major families had a huge advantage. Overall, Ye Feng and Guan Yunzhao's positions should be secure. Kai Wu, on the other hand, was not so certain. If the family faction took 1 more seat, that would make it 3-2. With Tong Wei's bias as well, the military faction and the city defense team would definitely be hit hard. Even if he looked only at top combat strength, it was still 3-1. The military faction had only Ye Feng left as a grandmaster, and he was only at the early grandmaster stage. At least in Kai Wu and the others' eyes, that was the case. By then, Ye Feng, who had left early, had already reached the south gate. Feng Rui and the 50 members of the 4th squad had been waiting here for a long time. Since the total captain had returned, no matter who took the position, the base city already had top combat strength. Ye Feng no longer needed to keep guarding the base city. The restaurants in the inner city were almost getting old. At last, he could go into the mountains. Not long after Yifeng led his team out of the Bay City, Guan Yun Zhao and the other three also walked out of the Total Captain's office. They left in pairs, and when their eyes met, there was clear hostility. Inside the office, Tong Wei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing southward. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "Yifeng, I hope you know what is good for you." HM. Yifeng turned his head and looked toward the Bay City. For some reason, he felt like he was being watched. His gaze locked onto the faint outline of the city defense team's headquarters building almost at once. Tong Wei's image surfaced in his mind. "Captain, is something wrong?" Fang Rui's voice pulled Yifeng's thoughts back to reality. He smiled faintly. "No problem." For several days in a row, Yifeng led the 4th Squad out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Thanks to his breakthrough in cultivation, his sensing range had become even wider. Each time, he returned with a decent haul. Of course, that was only for himself. As for the squad members, whether they got more or less, there was nothing that could be done about it. Everyone understood that. If they got little, they could only blame their own bad luck. At this efficiency, in another 10 or so days, they should be able to sweep through the outer regions of Black Mountain Range near the Bay City. As for whether they would go deeper after that, Yifeng wasn't thinking about it yet. He would deal with that later. He would clear the outer region first. However, before Yifeng could continue his hunting plan, Tong Wei started stirring things up. The first city defense team martial arts convention began. Purely competing in martial arts was nothing to worry about. The key was that after the matches, positions would be assigned based on strength ranking. The 5 strongest would serve as the captains of squads 1 through 5. After that, rankings would continue in order, and the top 15 would become squad leaders. Absolute strength ruled. The martial arts convention was held once every 3 months. That meant every 3 months, positions could change. On the surface, that was how it looked. In reality, the squad captains basically wouldn't change. The squad leaders might shift a little, but wouldn't affect the big picture. Tong Wei's intentions were as obvious as Wang Zhaojun crossing a river. Everyone could see them. He was determined to support the family faction. The martial arts convention began as scheduled. As one of only 2 grandmasters in the city defense team, Yifeng stood on the arena for 30 seconds. No one challenged him, so he defended the title successfully and became the convention's top rank. It was an expected result, so he hadn't cared much. But when Yifeng learned that he would be taking over the 1st squad, the family faction squad that had previously belonged to Ouyang Shao, he was immediately speechless. So that S where the knife was. He was indeed the captain of the 1st squad, but all 3 squad leaders were from the Zhang and Ouyang families. And all 300 members were the same people from the original 1st squad. In other words, Yifeng had been completely sidelined. Guan Yunzhao, who took over as the captain of the 2nd squad, was in the same situation. As expected, Kai Wu lost in the tournament. Being defeated in succession by Ouyang Zhe and Zhang Yi, he ultimately placed 9th and was assigned to the 3rd squad, whose captain was Ouyang Shao. The captains of the remaining 2 squads were Zhang Mu of the Zhang family and Ouyang Zhe of the Ouyang family. Sideline me and Guan Yunzhao. Leave Kai Wu alone as a squad leader in the 3rd squad. He can't stir up much trouble either. That was ruthless. Yifeng thought to himself. Since the other side was dead set on sidelining him, he was actually quite happy to enjoy the freedom. He had never been one to care about management anyway. Lei Ting, his secretary, would naturally continue to be employed, representing him in the 1st squad's work. Originally, he had taken his teammates out to hunt ferocious beasts because he was thinking of old ties. Now, there was no need to do that anymore. He could just go out alone. The 1st squad's squad leaders and members also didn't bring up anything like asking him to lead everyone. Clearly, they had accepted the situation by default. He thought this would be the end of it, and that he could finally develop in silence. Who would have thought that only 3 days later, Tong Wei would come up with another move? Total Captain's office. You want me to lead a team to escort supplies to Zhenhai Bay City for a trade? Looking at Tong Wei, who wore a friendly expression, Yifeng asked with a smile, "Can I refuse? The city defense team only has us 2 with the ability to escort it. As the total captain, I need to guard the base city. From a bigger picture, it can only be you." Tong Wei looked righteous. For him to even say something like that, did he really not feel ashamed? Yifeng silently criticized him in his heart, but out loud he said, "Since the total captain has put it that way, I don't seem to have a reason to refuse." Meeting Tong Wei's smiling face, Yifeng really felt somewhat bored. He also had no interest in putting on a polite act with these power-obsessed, control-hungry people. He said directly, "To be honest, I have no interest in your so-called power games. As long as you don't affect me, my comrades, and the stability of the base city, that's enough." "What do you mean by that?" Tong Wei's smile faded. The corner of Yifeng's mouth curved. Exactly what it sounds like. After speaking, he stood up. When he reached the door, he turned back and looked at Tong Wei, whose expression had turned unpleasant, and said, "I'll take the escort mission. I'll just treat it as going out for a breather. Lately, the base city has been a bit smoky, and it's getting on my nerves." Since it was already impossible for them to stand on the same side, Yifeng didn't mind tearing the mask off completely. With the same mid-grandmaster cultivation level, he had nothing to fear. As for this escort mission, if there was money to be made and he didn't take it, then he'd be a fool. Between the federal base cities, there were fixed transport routes. Every so often, each base city would send people to clear the ferocious beasts around these routes, so safety could still be guaranteed. In the past, every 3 months, Black Mountain Base City would transport a batch of local specialties to other base cities in exchange for the resources it needed. This was essentially trade between base cities. Because Black Mountain Base City was backed by Black Mountain Range, resources such as medicinal herbs, minerals, and ironwood were extremely abundant, so the trade value was not low. Zhenhai Base City, just like its name suggested, guarded the coastline. It was rich in all kinds of marine resources and also sat at the transportation hub connecting several nearby base cities. Many base cities chose to conduct trade there. There were 4 such large-scale trade events each year. 3 of Black Mountain Base City's trips went to Zhenhai Base City. The remaining 1 went to its superior base city, Jinshan Base City. For escorting 1 trip this time, Yifeng could earn 3 million contribution points, equivalent to 1 profound-grade cultivation method. During the journey, any ferocious beast killed could have their materials sold directly to the base city merchants traveling with the convoy. A round trip took about 1 month, and usually brought in 4 to 5 million contribution points. It was definitely a cushy assignment. If this had been during Tong Meng's time, Yifeng definitely wouldn't have thought much about getting a job like this. But now that Tong Wei, who was bent on cooperating with the great families, had handed this assignment to him, he had to question his intentions. Was he trying to send him away so he could stir up trouble inside the base city while he was gone? Tong Wei, that damn bastard, is definitely plotting something bad. Wang Kaishan looked worked up. Yifeng was very calm. Bear with it. I'll be back in a month. You need to be careful. The hearts of these people who play with power are filthy. Who knows what tricks they'll pull? Don't worry. With my strength, even if I can't win, I can still retreat. Looking at the worried Wang Kaishan, Yifeng was still a little moved. Then he changed the subject. As for you, you're about to become a father. You need to change that temper of yours. For this next month, if you can endure it, then endure it. Wait until I get back before doing anything. Why should I endure it? Subconsciously glancing at his 2 wives chatting quietly in the living room, Wang Kaishan let out a sigh. Forget it. I'll endure it. I'm not alone anymore. As long as you understand. Seeing his good friend like this only made Yifeng even more certain of the thought he had always held. When you were alone, you were free and unrestrained. You feared no one. At worst, you could just leave. But once you truly had family, that bond was warm, yes, but it could also become shackles. Over the next 2 days, Yifeng got together with several squad leaders from the former 4th Brigade, as well as the old brigade captain Lejean. After that, he led the team escorting the supplies out of the base city. This team included all sorts of people from Black Mountain Base City. The City Defense Army was the main force of the escort. Independent martial artists and the merchant caravan's own guards served as support. The entire convoy numbered over 2,600 people, with more than 500 transport trucks and off-road vehicles of various kinds. It was an extremely massive group. They drove out through the north gate of the base city, heading north all the way. That same afternoon, right after the convoy left, the office of the City Defense Army's commander couldn't wait to release an announcement. Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng were officially hired as consultants to the City Defense Army, participating in its decision-making matters and answering directly to the commander. Their status was equal to that of brigade captains. That meant that during major decisions, the 2 of them also had voting rights. Before, it had been 3 against 2. Now, it was basically 5 against 2. This was extremely unfavorable to the military faction. As for the commoner faction, well, they had never even been at the table. Of course, voting rights only mattered when Tong Wei wasn't getting involved. If Tong Wei wanted to interfere, then all of it was just decoration. Black Mountain Base City was his personal kingdom. In the past, Tong Meng hadn't bothered with affairs much. So many things had been decided through voting. But judging from the control Tong Wei had shown now, he clearly had no intention of delegating power. Logically speaking, with a personality like that, he should have been incapable of cooperating with the local great families. Yet Tong Wei had chosen to join forces with the great families and suppress the military faction instead. The move was a little contradictory. A lot of people in the base city said they couldn't make sense of it. No one knew what this newly appointed commander was really trying to do. As for the upheaval in the base city, Yifeng, who had already left, naturally had no way of knowing. And he had no interest in this kind of aggravating mess anyway. Right now, all of Yifeng's thoughts were on this trip to Zhenhai Base City. After spending every day drilling into the mountains, he could finally go see the sea. Without the pressure of improving his strength, Yifeng was feeling very relaxed right now. If he had the chance, he still wanted to enjoy life a little. In his view, this trip to Zhenhai Base City was basically like a vacation. Unfortunately, there wasn't much scenery along the way, though the road was fairly level. Because of the terrain, he had previously always gone into the mountains on foot and rarely rode in vehicles. Now, sitting inside an off-road vehicle and watching the wasteland scenery slide backward, occasionally spotting martial artists hunting ferocious beasts in teams, Yifeng found it all rather novel. Thinking back on it, ever since being assigned to Black Mountain Base City, in all these years, aside from entering the mountains to sweep through and hunt ferocious beasts, he had never truly left the base city. In the past, How could a cushy assignment like this ever have fallen to him? Shaking his head, Ye continued watching the wasteland scenery. From time to time, he spread out his perception to check the surrounding situation. As the convoy kept heading north and got farther and farther from Black Mountain Bay City, people were basically nowhere to be seen anymore. The danger of staying overnight in the wilderness was too high. Hunting teams generally wouldn't venture too far from the Bay City. For 8 days straight, everything remained completely peaceful. They didn't even see the shadow of a ferocious beast. These beasts weren't stupid either. Charging recklessly at such an enormous convoy was just suicide. Captain, in another week, we should be able to reach Xinhai Bay City. In the front passenger seat, Sun Tai, the first team squad leader and a veteran peak great martial master from the commoner faction, was giving his report. Every time his gaze landed on Ye Feng's youthful appearance, envy would show on his face. Already 59 years old, he had been stuck at the peak great martial master realm for many years, never able to find a chance to break through. His body was growing older and older. How could he not be anxious? If he could also break through to Grandmaster, then he could become young again like Ye. Just thinking about it was enough to fill him with motivation. Sitting in the back seat. Ye was resting with his eyes closed and only gave a slight nod. But very soon, dozens of violent auras suddenly entered his perception range. Notify everyone. Something's happening to the northeast. There are 4 third-order ferocious beasts, Ye warned. Sun Tai immediately opened the vehicle communicator and informed the rest of the convoy. The speeding convoy quickly came to a halt. Dozens of ferocious beasts rapidly closed to within 1,000 meters. And then Sun Tai and the others saw Ye rise into the air and instantly charge into the beast pack. Ganshi erupted, killing them all in seconds. Everyone watching instantly felt overwhelming security. Having a Grandmaster leading the team really was incredibly reassuring. Ye didn't need to worry about handling the aftermath of the battle. All he needed to do was collect the money. Altogether, it was only a bit over 200,000 in profit, but it was better than nothing. He had thought it was just an isolated incident. But over the next several hours, the convoy began encountering beast packs more and more frequently. Rather than coming for the convoy, these ferocious beasts looked more like they were fleeing for their lives. That made Ye a little curious. But he had to stay with the convoy, so there was no way he could leave. Out in the wasteland, too much curiosity could easily get you killed. And so, another 3 days passed. Seeing that they were only a few days from reaching their destination, with the mission basically half complete, Ye was in a good mood. Who would have thought he had been happy too soon? The previously flat road now had many animal tracks on it, mixed with signs of fighting. The dark red-black earth, soaked through with blood, made people's hearts tremble at the sight. Captain, there seems to have been a battle here. The traces are all very fresh. Sun Tai examined the area. Another squad leader who had come over, Zhang Yi, asked, Captain, what do we do? Have someone level the road and keep moving. Ye ordered. His perception spread to the limit, and he didn't sense anything unusual, so he relaxed a little. Understood. After receiving the order, Zhang Yi organized the men to level the road. Sun Tai muttered, should be fine, right? Don't worry. Even if something happens, I'll be the one standing in front, Ye said with a smile. Sun Tai laughed. Yeah, with you here, there's definitely no problem. Stay on guard. Got it. Because they had to level the road, the convoy's speed dropped a lot. A route that should have taken only 3 or 4 days would probably need 10 days at this rate. Wonder if there's overtime pay, Ye thought. He didn't let down his guard. To survive decades of military life, he had relied not on strength, but on a cautious style. In the wilderness, anything could happen. Being careful was never wrong. That evening after dinner, Ye ignored the watery, pleading looks from the few girls in the convoy who wanted to take a shortcut and return to his tent. There was no way to sleep in the car at night. A tent was the most portable place to stay. Once midnight passed, the system voice rang out at just the right time in his ear. Ding! February pension has arrived. With a thought, he opened the panel. Looking at the pension balance of 2,750, Ye walked out of the tent. After greeting the team members around him, he swiftly flew away from the convoy. A distance of more than 10 kilometers was only a matter of a few dozen seconds for Ye. Almost there. After sensing the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, Ye immediately thought, add points. Ding! Pension 2,750. The energy particles within 10,000 meters around him turned into a huge energy vortex, rapidly surging into Ye body. In less than a minute, without feeling any bottleneck at all, Ye smoothly broke through to the late-stage Grandmaster realm. His blood and chi surged by 27,500, reaching 86,820. Late-stage Grandmaster, 768,210,000. Looking at the realm info on the panel, a sharp gleam flashed in Ye eyes. Next month, I'll be able to break through to the great Grandmaster realm. After spending a few more minutes adjusting to his newly surged strength, Ye finally returned to the camp. Seeing Ye come back so quickly and safely, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without their backbone around, they always felt uneasy. Having successfully broken through, Ye was full of confidence in this escort mission. 4 ferocious beasts above rank 4. Their intelligence increased greatly, no less than humans, and they basically wouldn't T-step into areas where humans were active often. As for ferocious beasts with a maximum rank of 4, Ye wasn't worried at all now. Traveling through the wilderness, time passed especially fast. 5 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, the road had already been restored to flat ground. It seemed they had passed through the dangerous area. At noon that day, the coastline could already be faintly seen in the distance. That meant Jinhai Bay City was almost there. Everyone was in a good mood. However, when they continued north and finally saw the outline of the Bay City, the scene that appeared before them shocked everyone. The outer wall of the south gate of the Bay City was already badly shattered. Outside the wall were hundreds of damaged vehicles of all kinds, some burned until only metal frames were left. If your eyesight was good enough, you could also see black smoke rising inside the Bay City. It seemed buildings were being burned. At first, Yifeng had thought that since this was someone else's Bay City, it wouldn't be polite to casually spread his perception too much. But now it was obviously wrong, so he immediately expanded his perception to the limit. There wasn't a single trace of living aura in the entire Southgate area. Farther than that, Yifeng's perception couldn't reach. It was certain something had gone wrong. Stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. With that, before the others could respond, Yifeng instantly rose into the air, turning into a streak of light as he rapidly reached the sky above the Bay City and clearly saw the situation here. At this moment, huge holes had been torn in the eastern and northern walls of the Bay City, both near the coastline, and all kinds of fishmen with fish heads and human bodies were constantly pouring in. In the seawater near the coast, several extremely sinister auras were hidden as well, making one's heart tremble. It was obvious the outer city wall defenses had already collapsed. Right now, the city defense forces of the Bay City were relying on the inner city walls, as well as the streets and buildings of the outer city, to retreat and defend. After a rough scan, he sensed more than 10 fishmen with rank 4 combat strength, while the human side only had 4 Grandmaster level fighters. At the very least, it was 1 against 3 across the board. The strongest one was even facing 1 against 5. The disadvantage was obvious. The number of rank 2 and rank 3 fishmen was also terrifyingly high, far beyond the Bay City's defense forces. At the west gate of the Bay City, civilians were being organized for evacuation. The crowd was packed densely together. It seemed they had already made preparations for the Bay City to fall. After instantly understanding the situation, Yifeng ignored those more than 10 rank 4 fishmen and drew his blade straight into the eastern district of the Bay City, where the fishmen were the most concentrated and the most numerous. At the same time, over in the inner city, get lost. Seizing an opening, he sent a punch that forced back the leading fishman. Immediately, 4 rank 4 fishmen surrounded him. Jinhai Bay City's city defense chief, Mao Renfeng, didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. While struggling to deal with them, he quickly glanced at the other 3 core battlefields. The Li family head, at the middle stage Grandmaster realm, was being besieged by 4 rank 4 fishmen covered in blood. The strength of his true chi could no longer maintain its peak, and he was steadily losing ground. The Sun family head, also at the middle stage Grandmaster realm, was in no better shape. Huang Fei, who had come from Qingqing Bay City 3 days ago, escorting supplies, and was at the early stage Grandmaster realm, was in the worst situation. He was being beaten without any ability to fight back, and his right hand was bent at an unnatural angle. It was clearly broken. Heaven wants Jinhai dead. Mao Renfeng was filled with regret. For 2 years, the Fishman tribe had never appeared, which had made him lose vigilance. Earlier, his subordinates had clearly reminded him that there seemed to be something unusual in the ocean, and that he needed to be on guard against a Fishman attack. But he hadn't taken it too seriously. He only told his men to stay alert, thinking that even if there were any problems, Jinhai Bay City had 5 Grandmaster experts in total and should be enough to handle it, so he hadn't reported it. Who would have thought the Fishman tribe would really come, and in a scale far beyond before? They even brought large sea beasts with them. The 2 early-stage Grandmasters under him fought to the death against several times their number of rank 4 fishmen, and ultimately both died at the walls. The large sea beast then rushed ashore and violently smashed through the wall. All the siege equipment was destroyed. The moment the wall was breached, Mao Renfeng knew he was a sinner. The Bay City could no longer be held. However, from beginning to end, Mao Renfeng had never thought of fleeing. Even though his strength did give him the ability to escape, he couldn't get past his own conscience. There were no cowards here. Only a total commander who died in battle. With a heart set on death, Mao Renfeng had already prepared to fight to the death. He directly gave up defense and began attacking recklessly. Just as they were about to clash again, an overwhelmingly powerful true chi suddenly appeared in the outer city. Who? Everyone subconsciously looked over. What appeared in their sight was a stranger of about 30 years old, yet the aura around him was terrifyingly strong. Even from far away, Mao Renfeng, at the peak of the middle stage Grandmaster realm, felt an astonishing sense of pressure. Stronger than him, a late-stage Grandmaster expert, wrapped in Crimson Gang Chi. The purple lightning glow turned into a saber aura dozens of meters long. With one slash, the entire street was split in two. The fishfolk flooding into the street in dense waves, whether second order or third order, lost consciousness the instant they touched the saber aura. In just a few breaths, Ye had killed more than half of the fishfolk that had poured into the eastern urban district. The rest were scared into retreat. Since you came, don't think about leaving. Gale stepping through the air, his figure flickered. In an instant, he closed in. With every swing of his blade, at least dozens and at most over 100 fishfolk died. By himself, Ye was chasing down and slaughtering 3,000 to 4,000 fishfolk. Seeing this, the 3 fourth-order fishfolk closest by, who had originally been besieging Huang Fei, quickly exchanged a glance. Then 2 of them rushed toward Ye. That instantly eased Huang Fei's pressure. The distance had been a bit too far, and Ye was killing too fast. By the time they closed to within a range of over 1,000 meters, 80% of the fishfolk in the eastern urban district had already been slain. Only a few had escaped the base city and hidden in the sea, or scattered into different blocks. Sensing the approach of the fourth-order fishfolk, Ye did not waste words. The instant he turned, his figure shot forward. Gale Step was pushed to the limit, and Gang Chi poured out without reservation. Thunderclap. A streak of purple-red saber light flashed by. Break. Kila. Blood mist sprayed out. The fourth-order fishfolk holding a steel fork was nearly cut apart diagonally from the shoulder to the waist. Only a layer of flesh and skin remained, barely keeping the body connected. Dead beyond any doubt. With one slash, he killed a fourth-order fishfolk equivalent to the early Grandmaster realm. The battlefield instantly fell silent. The people in Jinshan Bay City who had still been resisting in despair now burst with wild joy in their eyes. So strong, they were saved. Dozens of meters away, the shark-headed fourth-order fishfolk halted, already showing fear. Before it could do anything, Ye had already closed in. He feinted a slash, pretending to cut across the waist, and split it in two, making the shark-headed fishfolk dodge instinctively. Then in that instant, he switched moves and brought the blade down with mountain-cleaving force. Thunderfall. Purple saber light appeared again, so fast and naked I could not keep up at all. The shark-headed fishfolk instinctively raised both arms to block. The muscles in its arms tensed instantly, actually giving off a metallic sheen. Zila. Sparks flew, mixed with scarlet blood. The saber light failed to reach the bones and tendons. It only sliced open the muscles on the shark-headed fishfolk's arms. Yifeng's face remained calm and cold. He did not pause at all. If one strike could not kill, then 2 slashes. If 2 still weren't enough, then 3. Slash. Slash, 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 slash. Dozens. Even over 100 slashes engulfed the nearly 4-meter-tall, shark-headed fishfolk. Blood mist filled the whole space. It clearly could only harden parts of its body. It could defend its arms, but not the rest. With one thing cared for and another neglected, fish skin, fish flesh, fish tendons, fish bones, all fell in pieces. It did not even have time to let out a scream before it was skinned alive. Kila. One slash took its head. Gale Step. His figure vanished. Silently, he closed in at terrifying speed. In midair, he sheathed his saber. Gang Chi formed into a bow. He drew it and set an arrow, aiming at the fourth-order fishfolk in front of Huang Fei. Shadowless, soul-chasing arrow. Xiao xiao xiao. Dozens of long arrows of Gang Chi, invisible, colorless, and soundless, sealed off that fourth-order fishfolk's every escape route from all angles. Compared to before, when he had only been at the early Grandmaster realm, Ye had now already reached the late Grandmaster realm, thanks to his Gang Chi increasing several-fold in both quantity and quality. Even though this was only a profound rank martial skill, its power was still extremely formidable, several times stronger than before. The same martial skill, when used by a martial artist versus when used by a Grandmaster, naturally differed enormously in power. That fourth-order fishfolk only had battle strength at the early Grandmaster level. At this moment, horror shook its expression. The image of its companion, who had mid-Grandmaster battle strength, being skinned alive by Ye was still echoing in its mind. And now it had been locked onto run. It had no intention of fighting at all. The instant the sense of mortal danger appeared, it turned and ran. But the moment it moved before its feet had even shifted in the slightest, sharp pain erupted from its limbs, chest, head, neck, and other places. It focused and looked. To its shock, dozens of wounds had appeared on its body, blood wildly spraying out. Every wound was spiral-shaped, the flesh inside completely shredded, the tendons severed, deep enough to expose bone. Its pupils contracted violently. I'm going to die. It wanted to run, only to find it could no longer exert any strength at all. Kila. Its neck suddenly felt light. The sky was azure blue. The body standing on the ground covered in wounds. Why did it look so familiar? One slash took its head. Ye glanced at the stunned Huang Fei more than 10 meters away. His gaze paused for a second on Huang Fei's severed arm before he spoke. Take care of your wound. I'll leave the remaining fish folk in the eastern district to you. After speaking, he activated Gale Step. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, his entire figure vanished from spot. Only at this moment did Huang Fei come back to his senses. He subconsciously stood at attention and replied, yes. The motion tugged at his wound, and the intense pain instantly cleared his mind. Although he had lost an arm, he was still a Grandmaster expert. In a third-tier base city, that made him absolute upper management. Yet now he could only handle the rough work of cleaning up the remaining can of fodder. But at this moment, Huang Fei had no complaints at all. Instead, his heart was surging with excitement. He had thought he would die here today. Who could have expected such a terrifying expert to appear? He could live. Looking toward the fish folk in the eastern district fleeing outward, Huang Fei took a deep breath. None of you are escaping. I can't beat fourth-order fish folk, but you think I can't deal with you lot. At this time, the other fish folk that had been watching Yi Feng's side of the battle the whole time, especially the dozen or so fourth-order fish folk, were all terrified out of their minds. Human-like disbelief appeared in their eyes. How long had it been? Had even 1 minute passed? 3 companions with fourth-order battle strength had already been killed. Those were fourth-order fish folk, not 4 pigs. If it were them, could they have done something like that? The answer was no. Run. At this moment, that was the truest thought in the hearts of all those fourth-order fish folk. They turned and ran, without even the slightest hesitation. As for the fish folk in the northern urban district that had been wreaking havoc and destroying everything, they also reacted quickly, all turning to run toward the coastline. Only, before they had taken more than a couple steps, the area where the fish folk were most densely packed was showered with Ye Feng's saber light. They had no thought of resisting whatsoever. They only hated that they had not been born with 2 extra legs. The fish folk fled in a mad scramble, even trampling each other in the process. Inside, they were cursing wildly. Instead of chasing the fourth-order fish folk, he came to hunt down little nobodies like them. Can you at least act human? Sensing that Ye Feng had not taken them as his target, the fleeing fourth-order fish folk all let out a breath of relief. But they did not dare relax in the slightest, and all retreated at full speed. Ye Feng was too fast. If they did not run faster, then once he caught up, their lives would most likely be over. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone else in the base city, Ye Feng was chasing and hacking at tens of thousands of fish folk and more than a dozen fourth-order fish folk all by himself with a saber in hand. The visual impact was overwhelming. Too strong. Is this reinforcement from a higher-level base city? How could he have gotten here so fast? And speaking of it, it seems like none of our messages got out. A real man should be like this. Turn the tide by himself, fight tens of thousands of enemies alone, and crush them in battle. Forget it. We can only fool ourselves like that in our dreams. I thought we were definitely going to die today. Who would have thought things would suddenly take a turn? It feels so damn good to be alive. I wonder if this Grandmaster is married. I want to introduce my little sister to him. In your dreams, inside the base city, the people who had survived the disaster finally let that taut string in their hearts loosen. The moment they relaxed, it felt like all the strength had drained from their bodies. A lot of people couldn't even hold their weapons anymore and dropped straight to the ground on their butts. But smiles were still on their faces. Of course, there were also some who still had strength left. Following in Ye Feng's footsteps, they began desperately hunting down the fishmen. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, getting a sip of soup was still good enough. Seeing this, Mao Renfeng opened his mouth. He had originally wanted to say that desperate enemies shouldn't be pursued and that it was enough to stop while they were ahead. But when he saw how ferocious Ye Feng was, he immediately swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Stop would stop. With such a powerful expert charging at the front, they should wipe them all out. Wouldn't it be great to cripple the fishman race in one shot and by the base city, several years of peace? Thinking of this, after steadying his breathing and Gongqi, Mao Renfeng immediately followed after Ye Feng. In the distance, the heads of the Li family and the Sun family exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, they followed as well. Ye Feng had already lost count of how many fishmen he had cut down. He only knew that the path he had come from was littered with fishman limbs and shattered corpses. He had carved out a bloody road by force, leading straight to the damaged hole in the northern city wall. Seeing that the dozen or so fourth-order fishmen had already rushed into the sea and disappeared, Ye Feng didn't stop moving and hacked his way all the way to the shoreline. Suddenly, a towering wave came sweeping in. It looked ready to drag Ye Feng into the sea. The dozen or so fourth-order fishmen that had just fled and vanished were hidden within it, their killing intent chilling. A fishman-esque combat power in the ocean was definitely much stronger than on land. Many of their bloodline abilities could only be used in the ocean. They couldn't unleash them properly on land. The relevant information flashed rapidly through his mind. Oomph. With a cold snort, he drew his blade, and a saber light dozens of meters long slashed out in an instant. One slash split in two. The giant wave was cut into 2 halves from the middle. Locking onto the nearest fourth-order fishman, Ye Feng cleaved through the waves and arrived before it, scaring the fishman so badly that it instinctively tried to flee. But it was already too late. Ye Feng was too fast. In the time of a blink, he had already reached it. First slash, the weapon in the fishman's hand was sent flying. Second slash, its right arm was severed and thrown away. Third slash, the long blade stabbed straight into its chest. As it churned inside, Gongqi burst forth in a violent twist, turning flesh, blood, and heart into mush. A fourth-order fishman dead. Seeing the scene, how could the other fourth-order fishmen still have any courage to fight? They had thought that once they got into the sea, they'd be back in their element. Who would have thought that another companion would die so quickly? Fight my ass. Retreat. Sensing that the fishmen had completely lost the will to fight, Ye split open the waves with several quick slashes and swiftly locked onto another nearby fourth-order fishman, cutting off its escape route. By this time, Maurer and Fong and the others had also arrived. Four-way encirclement. Fishman. The battle lasted 3 seconds. Then the fishman's head separated from its body. Ye did not continue the pursuit. At the shoreline, facing fourth-order fishmen, he was still confident that with his realm advantage, he could defeat them. But if he truly went out onto the sea surface, with no foothold and no ability to fly for long periods of time, that would be the same as throwing himself into grave danger. He absolutely couldn't do that. At the very least, a Grandmaster definitely couldn't go into the sea once he reached the Great Grandmaster realm and gained the ability to fly for extended periods. Then he could act without restraint. Returning his blade to its sheath, Ye looked toward Maurer and Fong and the other two, who were staring at him with faces full of gratitude. Captain of the City Defense Brigade of Heishan Bay City. What kind of nonsense title was that? After learning Ye Feng's identity, Maurer and Fong now looked like his whole worldview had been shattered. A late-stage Grandmaster serving as the captain of a third-level Bay City's City Defense Brigade? Each of those words, taken separately, made sense. But put together, were they serious? Was Heishan Bay City really that ridiculous? In a third-level base city, the chief captain of the City Defense Corps was usually only at the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. Only a very small number could reach late-stage Grandmaster, and those are basically people sent down to pad their resumes. Normally, late-stage Grandmaster experts almost never stayed in a third-level base city. It was far too wasteful. Take Shanghai Base City, for example. Since it was located by the coastline, its situation was more complicated. It was also a transportation hub and a trade center for several surrounding third-level base cities, so the City Defense Force had 3 Grandmaster experts. Adding in the 2 Grandmasters from the 2 major families inside the base city, they made 5 Grandmaster experts in total. The strongest among them was Chief Captain Maurer and Fong. At the peak of mid-stage Grandmaster, guarding a third-level base city, that was more than enough no matter how you looked at it. As for Heishan Base City, although it backed onto the Heishan mountain range, its overall danger level was much lower than Jinhai Base City's. And yet, even a brigade captain there was at late-stage Grandmaster. Then wouldn't he, the chief captain, have to be a great Grandmaster? Otherwise, how could he keep everyone under control? Maurer and Fong truly couldn't make sense of it. But obviously, now wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. Jinhai Bay City had just suffered a deadly crisis. Large sections of the city wall and urban area had been destroyed, and the casualties were severe. After the battle, there were many things that needed to be handled. After settling Ye Feng and the others from Heishan Bay City who had come with him, Maurer and Fong, as chief captain, plunged into work. Captain, this place is a complete mess right now. If we want to finish trading all these supplies, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here a while longer. Sun Tai's eyes were filled with admiration. Everyone in the convoy already knew what Ye Feng had just done. He had forcefully slain 5 fourth-order fishmen. And as for the other fishmen, he had cut down no fewer than 10,000. One man had reversed the entire battle. That battle record was absurdly overpowered. Admiring the strong was a trait carved deep into human bones. Without question, in Sun Tai and the others' eyes, Ye Feng was an indisputable super expert, a late-stage Grandmaster realm. He really hit it too well. That newly arrived chief captain kept trying to seize power and suppress people, but after all that, he's not even stronger than Captain Yi. Sun Tai had already made up his mind. Once they returned to Heishan Base City, the commoner faction would stand on Ye Feng's side. Only by following the strongest one would there be any real future. As for Tong Wei, or whatever, who was that? Never heard of him. The increasingly burning gaze from Sun Tai made Ye Feng subconsciously take half a step back. Since we're already here, we're definitely going to sell off all the supplies. Then we'll stay a few more days. Understood, Sun Tai replied. Then he went back to the convoy side to take charge of the specific arrangements. A team of more than 2,000 people had to have someone handling things. Ye Feng only needed to decide the overall direction. The detailed management had always been handled by Sun Tai and Zhang Yi from the Zhang family, which suited him just fine. If we keep staying here, by the time I get back to Heishan Bay City, I might already be a great Grandmaster, right? Ye Feng felt a little expectant. If he really reached the great Grandmaster realm, then all of Tong Wei's little tricks will become nothing but a joke. Trying to play power struggles with a great Grandmaster in a third-level base city. Wasn't that just laughable? In the end, what mattered was that your own fist had to be hard enough. In front of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were paper tigers. Jinhai Bay City was still in the middle of recovery and rebuilding order. Because Ye Feng had arrived in time, the inner city walls had not been breached, and internal facilities were still relatively intact. It was just that most of the shops were currently closed. Right now, resources needed to be concentrated on reconstruction. It would take a few more days before things fully recovered. There was nothing much to shop for. So Ye Feng went on Jinhai Bay City's internal network and found a few books introducing medicinal herbs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With nothing better to do, he read through them. If he ran into any in the wilderness later, he would be able to recognize them. At least he would not miss them. Even if he had no use for them himself, he could still sell them for money. Unfortunately, he did not have any spatial equipment. Otherwise, the flesh and blood of those ferocious beasts could actually be sold for money too. The higher the rank, the richer the energy contained in their flesh and blood. It was just that handling it was quite troublesome. It could not simply be roasted directly, so the selling price of the raw material was actually not very high. It was also inconvenient to carry, so most of the time, hunting teams only took the most valuable materials from a ferocious beast's body. Only when the harvest was truly too little would they haul the corpse away as well. In comparison, those heavenly materials and earthly treasures and medicinal herbs were still more valuable, and they were easier to carry too. After reaching the Grandmaster realm, Ye Feng's memory had improved drastically. He was not quite a photographic memory, but once he looked at something a few times and memorized it, he basically would not forget it. Reading books, eating the local specialty foods of Jinhai Bay City that Mao and Feng had specially arranged for people to deliver, occasionally going out for a walk, and every day Sun Tai would report the status of the team's material transactions to him. His days were very full, and 5 days passed quickly. Order in both the inner and outer city of Jinhai Bay City had basically stabilized. The streets had returned to being clean and level. The buildings were still being repaired, and ordinary people had basically gone back to their respective lives and jobs. Because more than 200,000 people had died, the entire base city was now permeated by an atmosphere of grief. As the chief captain of city defense, Mao and Feng could not shirk responsibility. If nothing unexpected happened, he would most likely be removed from his post. As for who would take over, that was still unknown. The detailed situation here had already been sent to the superior base city, Gongxiong Bay City. At this moment, a group of upper-level officials from Gongxiong Bay City had gathered in an office. "How is the investigation into Ye Feng's information going?" asked Yen Li, the commander-in-chief of city defense. The director in charge of personnel intelligence below him said seriously, "We have already found his information. This Ye Feng belongs to Heishan Bay City, a third-level Bay City under Zhoushan Bay City. He holds the position of City Defense Battalion Captain, and the realm listed in the reported information is early-stage Grandmaster." After a pause, seeing Yen Li signal for him to continue, he went on, "His background is extremely clean. He is originally from Xinghuan Bay City, which fell 30 years ago. He joined the army at 18, retired from the front lines at 60, and was assigned to Heishan Bay City. Judging from the current situation, he should have been hiding his true ability, though the specific reason is unknown. However, based on the materials I was able to find, during his service on the front lines, he did not have conflicts with his superiors, so the possibility that he offended high-level officials can basically be ruled out. Of course, we also cannot rule out the possibility that some information cannot be verified. After all, too much time has passed." After hearing the report, Yen Li looked toward the others. "Let's hear it." Those familiar with Yen Li's personality naturally knew what he meant. Most likely, he was thinking about poaching talent again, so they immediately began speaking one after another. "Commander-in-Chief, I know you cherish talent, but this person belongs to Zhoushan Bay City after all. The probability of us keeping him here is not high. It would not hold up in terms of regulations or procedure." "That's right. Unless this Ye Feng voluntarily applies to transfer to our side. But that depends on how much importance he is given in Heishan Bay City. With late-stage Grandmaster strength, he only became a battalion captain, and only in the last 2 months at that. I don't think he's been valued enough. Of course, it is also possible that he himself wanted to keep a low profile, so he hid his strength. Some people really are like that. They'd rather stay tucked away in a third-level base city and live steadily than go to a second-level base city and take a gamble." Listening to these meaningless remarks, displeasure appeared on Yen Li's face. But he also knew that the facts were indeed as they said. Still, they had one advantage over Zhoushan Bay City, and that was that they knew Ye Feng's realm. Zhoushan Bay City probably did not, because ferocious beasts ran rampant in the wilderness. The Bay Cities could not connect their networks to each other. The internal network could only be logged into inside a Bay City. According to the authority levels of each Bay City, the content on the internal network also differed. This time, in order to find Ye Feng's information, their side had specifically sent people to Zhoushan Bay City. So on Zhoushan Bay City's side, they most likely did not know that Ye Feng was a late-stage Grandmaster expert. That meant there was room to operate. An image of someone appeared in Yen Li's mind, and he thought, if we transfer him over directly, Zhoushan definitely won't agree. But if it's an exchange, they probably won't refuse. That kid hasn't always wanted to leave? Fine, I'll grant his wish. Jinhai Bay City, Inner City, Haiwei Grand Hotel. "Captain, you spent too much on us again." Sun Tai ate with great satisfaction. That was what he said, but there was not the slightest trace of embarrassment on his face. Eating off a rich man. Now that he had already decided to follow Ye Feng from now on, he felt absolutely no psychological burden. The main reason was that seafood really was delicious. Heishan Bay City was located inland, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There was definitely no shortage of ferocious beast meat, but seafood was certainly unavailable. By comparison, Sun Tai still preferred seafood. The fishy smell of ferocious beast meat was too heavy, making it difficult to handle, and it demanded high culinary skill from a chef. In all of Haishan Bay City, there were only 2 or 3 restaurants whose ferocious beast meat could truly be called delicious, and the price was naturally not low. Anyway, even as a squad captain with a fairly good income, Sun Tai could only occasionally take his family there once. His wallet could not handle it. As for ferocious beast meat that had not been properly processed, the taste truly was hard to praise. It was not even as good as drinking an energy potion. Seafood, on the other hand, did not need all that trouble. Just steam or boil it casually, and it would already be unbelievably delicious. Fresh enough to make your eyebrows fall off. If you like it, bring some back with you later. No matter how good something tasted, after eating it for so many days, Ye Feng felt he had pretty much had enough. Waving a hand, Sun Tai replied, "Forget bringing it back. It's too far away. For ingredients like seafood, it's best when it's fresh and alive. If there's a chance later, we can come again." Replying casually, Ye Feng got to the point. "How are the material transactions going? Chief Captain Mao has taken very good care of us. The trading area is giving priority to allocating transaction slots to us. Give another 3 days or so, and it should all be finished." Nodding, Ye Feng asked curiously, "Has Zhang been behaving himself lately?" "Very much so." What Sun Tai really wanted to say was that in front of a late-stage Grandmaster super expert like you, even if Zhang he had any thoughts before, he probably would not dare now. He was docile like a little kitten, as long as he's behaving. If the other side did not cause trouble, Ye Feng could not be bothered with him. His desire for control was not that strong. As long as it did not affect him, he would not interfere too much. After sitting a while longer, Ye Feng and Sun Tai left the hotel and went off to handle their own business. Within Zhenhai Bay City, in the last 2 days, 2 more trade teams from other base cities had arrived. Every base city had its own specialties, and now that he had nothing to do, he liked wandering around the trade market. It was a specially designated area located on the west side of the inner city, near the city gate. Only trade teams from the various base cities, martial artists, and merchants who could provide proof of assets and identity were allowed to enter. Outside the trading district, a commercial area had spontaneously formed. Food, drinks, and entertainment. It had everything, all of it specifically serving the people inside the trading district. It gave off a very make money in Zhenhai, spend money in Zhenhai, and don't even think about taking a cent home kind of vibe. At first, Ye Feng had been pretty interested in the entertainment there. But one day, after entering one of those establishments, he discovered that the female technician had absolutely no way of doing anything to his body. After that, he let it go, at the late Grandmaster realm. Even though his purple thunder Vajra indestructible body was only at the entry level, his body's toughness was still absurdly high. Even if an ordinary person pressed so hard their fingers broke, to him, it would feel no different from a light scratch. As for martial artists, there was no way they would do massage work. At least in a third-tier base city, martial artists wouldn't degrade themselves like that. Even the weakest martial artist in a third-tier base city was still above ordinary people. Who would be willing to become a technician? Female martial artists in a third-tier base city were even rarer. If a family had a son, they generally would never be willing to bankrupt themselves to let a daughter cultivate. Any female martial artist was either an only daughter doted on beyond measure, or a disciple of some family clan. How could she possibly become a technician? As for letting a male martial artist do the massage, Ye Feng didn't have that kind of kink. Since massages were out of the question, Ye Feng found that the only thing left for him to enjoy was soaking in baths. The water baths in Zhenhai Bay City were actually pretty good. Especially in winter, they felt a lot like soaking in a hot spring. You could soak while watching all kinds of performances. It was very relaxing. It was just that every now and then, girls would show up and pretend to run into him by chance. Even if they didn't come over and strike up a conversation, Ye Feng still felt uncomfortable. It gave him the feeling of being treated like a monkey on display. Compared to the 2 great families of Haishan Bay City, the Sun family and the Leaf family of Zhenhai Bay City were undoubtedly much more proactive. They kept sending over girls from their families for Ye Feng to look over. And they came in different styles, too. Throwing out bait every day didn't cost much effort. If by some chance Ye Feng took a liking to one of them, that would be a huge profit. A late Grandmaster expert was a ceiling-level existence in a third-tier base city. It was just that Ye Feng had no interest. After the failed massage incident, he realized he could no longer muster much interest in ordinary girls. Everything had to be restrained and held back. What was even the point of that? I wonder what things are like in Haishan Bay City now. Ye Feng was a little curious. Tong Wei had gone to such lengths and even paid the price of giving up such a cushy job just to send him away. What exactly was he trying to do? Leaving the bathhouse, Ye Feng's figure flashed, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. The surrounding people all froze for a moment and exchanged glances. The few young women nearby, each dressed in a different style and all blessed with excellent looks and figures, all revealed disappointed expressions. They silently complained in their hearts. They had practically delivered themselves to his door, yet Ye Feng still had no thoughts at all. Could it be that this grandmaster didn't tea like women? If Yifeng knew what those girls were thinking right now, he would definitely have something to say about it. Instead of returning to his residence, Yifeng went to a cliff by the seaside. Standing high and looking into the distance, he gazed at the boundless sea. The biting winter sea wind could not affect him in the slightest. He didn't even need protective chi, with his current chi and blood exceeding 80,000. Even if he wore nothing at all and stood somewhere dozens of degrees below 0°C, he still wouldn't feel cold. A human-shaped sun. Get the idea? During this period of time, looking at the sea had become a part of Yifeng's life. Standing by the shore, undisturbed by anyone, with his state of mind completely calming down, it felt very comfortable. If he could have a cup of hot tea as well, that would be perfect. Sensing the aura from the ocean below, a trace of a smile flashed through Yifeng's eyes. His protective chi condensed into chains, instantly crossing several hundred meters and accurately capturing a creature in the sea. A green crab the size of a wash basin. Its shell gave off a cold gleam, making it look extremely intimidating. Peak first-rank strength. Guess I'm adding something extra to dinner tonight, Yifeng thought. There were an enormous number of mutated creatures like this in the ocean. Generally speaking, aside from certain specific mutated marine creatures that needed to reproduce on land, the others would not come ashore and stayed in the sea the whole time. For humans who had no offshore-based cities, the impact wasn't all that great. On the contrary, because they were easy to prepare and tasted delicious, they had become one of the favorite delicacies on humanity's dining tables. Of course, the ocean didn't contain only mutated creatures. There were also sea races such as the fish folk. No one knew exactly when these sea races had appeared. But what could basically be confirmed was that they were not races from another world, but native groups of aqua blue star. They just had never been discovered before. If the land was where humans, ferocious beasts, and foreign races fought one another, then in the ocean, it was the sea races and marine mutated creatures competing for survival. Actually, most sea races only moved about in the ocean. After all, once they came ashore, their battle power would be restricted, and they couldn't fully display their strength. Humanity's real battlefield was still on land. Thinking of the brutal scenes from the frontline battlefield where he had served for decades, Yifeng's mood grew heavy. Unlike base cities, the front line had no such stability. At every moment, one had to worry about sudden attacks from foreign races and ferocious beasts. Every day, one's nerves were wound tight, afraid that the moment the eyes closed, one might truly fall asleep forever. Just thinking about that kind of life was exhausting. So most people who managed to survive and retire from the front line would no longer cultivate so desperately. Instead, they would choose to build a family, enjoy life, and pass on their bloodline, because they had already fought with their lives for decades. Having finally come back alive, it was time to loosen up. Of course, Yifeng was not one of those people. He knew very well that even in a base city, if your strength was insufficient, you would still become cannon fodder. If he wanted to control his own fate, if he wanted to truly live freely, then he had to keep getting stronger. Back then, he had no choice. Now, he wanted to live the life he wanted. Of course, with Yifeng's current strength, it still wasn't enough to achieve that goal. He still had to continue working hard. With that thought, Yifeng suddenly lost all interest in looking at the sea. Carrying the big green crab, he returned to his residence. Before he could even enter, a voice full of provocation came from behind him. "You're Yifeng?" Following the voice, what entered his sight was a burly man with a buzz cut, over 2 meters tall, staring at him with an openly provocative expression. The other party showed no intention of concealing his cultivation, but his control over chi and blood and protective chi was extremely good, so he did not affect the people around him. Mid-Grandmaster. Yifeng raised a brow, a little curious. Were Grandmasters this cheap now? Could this be Mao Renfeng's successor? The heads of the Sun family and Li family were both at the Mid-Grandmaster realm. Mao Renfeng was at peak Mid-Grandmaster, and he had previously had 2 subordinates at the early Grandmaster realm. Only then had he barely been able to suppress them. But the guy in front of him had not reached peak Mid-Grandmaster. He probably wasn't enough, was he? Say something. Being stared at in silence like this. The other party was clearly growing impatient. Quite a fiery temperament. Looks like he should be pretty young. After making that judgment, Yifeng handed the green crab in his hand to a trembling staff member at the side, then stepped forward. "I'm Yifeng." As he spoke, he extended his right hand. A trace of surprise flashed through the other party's eyes. He didn't quite understand what Yifeng meant, but he reacted very quickly. He immediately extended his right hand as well. He grabbed Yifeng's right hand hard, and then his ganchi suddenly erupted. Holy shit, this young man. Yifeng instinctively released his own ganchi to defend. In just an instant, he suppressed the other party. Realm suppression, a perfected Earth-grade cultivation method. There was no way he could lose. His right hand was like steel rebar, tightly locking around the other man's palm. He could clearly feel the bones in that hand letting out silent wails. If Yifeng wanted to, he could crush the man's hand on the spot. The other party clearly had not cultivated any body tempering technique. His ganchi was fairly strong, but his physical body was rather ordinary, at least in Yifeng's eyes. That level of body strength was completely insignificant. At the very least, it was 2 levels lower. The man's expression changed drastically. He did not pull his arm back. Instead, he further increased the output of his ganchi. He even used some force generation techniques from his fist art, but it was useless. He still couldn't break free. Instead, sharp pain spread from his palm. His bones could be crushed at any moment. By this point, the arrogance in his eyes had completely vanished. All that remained was caution and disbelief. How can you be this strong? Why can't I be stronger than you? Yi Feng asked calmly. As he spoke, he released his grip. The man pulled back his slightly trembling right hand and casually hid it behind his back, pretending to stay calm. Then he said seriously, Gao Ding, former captain of the City Defense Brigade of Gangxiong Bay City. A City Defense Brigade captain in a second-level Bay City would automatically be promoted 1 rank upon arriving at a third-level Bay City, making him equivalent to a City Defense Chief Captain on the same level as Tong Wei. I don't think we've even met before, have we? Yi Feng asked. Gao Ding nodded. We haven't tea. I was just curious how strong the guy was who got me traded to Jinshan Bay City. A self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You really are way stronger than me. I should be known. Old man, Yin would never make a losing deal. Traded? Yi Feng looked puzzled. Without hiding anything, Gao Ding explained, Old man, Yin took a liking to you. So he used me, the one he didn't care for, to trade with Jinshan Bay City and bring you over. From now on, you're one of Gangxiong Bay City's people. That sudden, Yi Feng was speechless. It really gave him the feeling of being treated like merchandise. They could just trade him whenever they wanted. More importantly, they used him, a late-stage grandmaster, to trade for a mid-stage grandmaster. Were the people at Jinshan Bay City all pigs? They actually made a deal at a loss. Though thinking about it, they probably didn't know his true realm over there. When have those bastards at the top ever considered our feelings? Brother, you'll get used to it, Gao Ding said, as if they were on the same side. Yi Feng's strength had earned his acknowledgement. He respected the strong. What brother? You're not even 50 yet, right? I'm already 65. Yi Feng shot him a glance. You're 65? Gao Ding's eyes lit up, and he laughed. I'm only 46. I thought you were my age. So you're an old guy too, huh? Give me another dozen years, and I'll definitely surpass you. A dozen years? As long as I'm stronger than you right now. That's enough. Not giving Gao Ding any chance to resist. Yi Feng grabbed his shoulder with one hand and shot rapidly into the sky. In just a few breaths, the two vanished beyond the horizon. Not long after, from a reef area less than 10 kilometers off the eastern coast of the Bay City, a series of explosive sounds rang out, enough to make the heart tremble. Mixed within them were Gao Ding's screams. You can't hit me. No, not here. You old bastard. You have no martial virtue. If you got the guts, wait another dozen years. Don't hit my face. That night, Gao Ding showed up with a pair of panda eyes. Under Mao Renfeng's baffled gaze. He insisted on staying in the room next to Yi Feng's, his eyes full of grievance. As the only son of the Gao family in Gangxiong Bay City, aside from a few older sisters, when had Gao Ding ever been beaten up like this? The key was that he really couldn't beat Yi Feng, which made it especially unbearable. He thought that once they reached Heishan Bay City and finished the work handover, he would definitely get his revenge. Yi Feng was definitely leaving, so then he'd go after Yi Feng's superior instead. Chief Captain, was it? You're exactly the one I'm going after. For someone at the late-stage Grandmaster realm like Yi Feng to willingly stay in a third-level Bay City as a mere brigade captain, their relationship definitely had to be unusual. He had already checked the relevant information earlier. The current city defense chief captain of Heishan Bay City, Tong Wei, was only at the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. About the same as him. If he couldn't beat Yi Feng, could he not beat you too? As for the Tong family behind Tong Wei, Gao Ding didn't care in the slightest. Who didn't have some old great-grandmaster backing their family? He wasn't scared at all. At this moment, Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the bed. He only ran the Pejuan Xingang Gong through one full cycle before stopping. He realized his heart simply couldn't calm down. How had he suddenly ended up being transferred to Gangxiong Bay City? Originally, he had planned to enjoy himself in Heishan Bay City for a while under the identity of a great grandmaster. Who would he thought he'd be leaving so soon? Luckily, they had given him time for the handover, so he could still go back once. Thinking of his good friend, Wang Kaishan, Yi Feng considered whether he should have him transferred as well, but he quickly gave up on the idea. In Heishan Bay City, Wang Kaishan's peak martial master realm made him a core force, but in a second-level Bay City, he definitely wouldn't qualify to be a squad captain. At best, he would probably only count as an elite team member, while the danger would increase several times over. It really wasn't worth it. Better to let him stay in Heishan Bay City. When the time came, he could ask Gao Ding to look after him a little. As for Tong Wei and those two great families, for Yi Feng's sake, they likely wouldn't make things difficult for Wang Kaishan. Counting the time, by the time he returned to Heishan Bay City, it would be close to March. When that time came, he should take a trip to the Heishan mountain range and settle a few matters. The Qingyan savage bear, the Bailan giant flood dragon, and the Qizong mountain splitting boar. Those three fourth-order ferocious beasts had never slipped Yi Feng's mind. His memory was just that good. Before leaving, He could count it as doing one more thing for Heishan Bay City, sweeping through the outer region once, killing as many fourth-order ferocious beasts as possible. He could treat it as a parting gift before he left. Brother Ye, just a small token of my appreciation. At the south gate of Jinshan Bay City. As Mao Renfeng spoke, a sturdy man behind him immediately stepped forward and respectfully presented a wooden box about 1.5 meters long with both hands. Ye Feng did not take it. Brother Mao, what do you mean by this? He was not a greedy man. A few days earlier, on the very night he met Gao Ding, to show gratitude for his support in aiding Jinhai Bay City this time. They had already paid him through official accounts, 30 million contribution points. That was equivalent to one Earth-grade cultivation method or martial skill. It was already more than enough. Now Mao Renfeng was giving him something again, and Ye Feng did not want to accept it. Not to mention that after spending time together these past days, they had gotten along well and could be considered friends. He would not take rewards without merit, especially not between friends. As if he had already expected this reaction, Mao Renfeng said seriously, Brother Yi, those 30 million contribution points were the Bay City's reward to you. This, on the other hand, is my personal thanks. If you consider me a friend, then accept it. Then many thanks. Now, that it had been said to this point, if Ye Feng still refused, then he would be the one acting improperly. Once he was transferred to Gongxiong Bay City, there would most likely still be chances for him and Mao Renfeng to meet again in the future. He could just treat it as building connections. One more friend was definitely better than one more enemy. After getting along with him during this time, Ye Feng could tell that Mao Renfeng was an honest and decent man, someone worth befriending. I'm the one who should thank you. If you hadn't come to support us in time, I'd probably already be lying in the dirt by now, Mao Renfeng said sincerely. Before Ye Feng could say anything else, Gao Ding's impatient voice came over. Are you two done talking? It's time to go. This bastard really deserved a beating. After glancing at Gao Ding, Ye Feng looked back at Mao Renfeng. We'll meet again. We'll meet again, Mao Renfeng replied. He was extremely optimistic about Ye Feng. To have cultivated to the late Grandmaster realm at the age of 65, with no backing from any major family or powerful force, and to have reached this level entirely on his own, just that alone showed how terrifying his cultivation talent was. Placed in a level 3 base city, he would absolutely be a super genius, a monstrous existence. Even in a level 2 base city, there were only a handful stronger than Ye Feng. For the Chief Commander Yin Li to trade Ye Feng for Gao Ding, who seemed to have better talent, was definitely a huge gain. Don't be fooled by the fact that Gao Ding had reached the middle Grandmaster realm before turning 50. If his growth environment and family situation were swapped with Ye Feng's, it was hard to say whether he could even reach Grandmaster at 65. There was even a very high chance he would die before he ever grew up. After all, with Gao Ding's foul mouth and reckless personality, he was far too easy to offend people. If not for his family's protection, he probably would have been schemed to death long ago. Old man, you're not cursing me, are you? Gao Ding's voice pulled Mao Renfeng's thoughts back to reality. He tried his best not to look at Gao Ding's eyes, but Gao Ding saw through him clearly, making his suspicion even firmer. Before he could blow up, Ye Feng grabbed him by the neck. Let us go. Get in the car. I. What do you mean I? Didn't you say you were in a hurry to leave? Let us go. The two of them quickly got into Gao Ding's custom large off-road vehicle, and the convoy then left Jinhai Bay City. After staying for more than half a month, they could finally head back. Everyone in the convoy was in a good mood, and since it had already taken more than half a month to come here, they had been away from the Bay City for over a month. When they arrived, there were more than 2,600 people. Now, those who had decided to return numbered fewer than 2,400. The rest had chosen to stay in Jinhai Bay City. That was their freedom. Generally, the movement of non-official personnel between base cities was allowed, as long as these non-official people could get to the base city they wanted to reach on their own. As for official personnel, they needed to be transferred. If they didn't belong to the same system, then the consent of the base city where the transferee came from was required. Of course, if the higher-level base city had directly approved it, then there was definitely no problem. Ye Feng was in exactly the situation. Black Mountain Base City didn't even know yet that he was being transferred away. The specific paperwork and documents were all in Gao Ding's hands in the same car as Ye Feng. Thinking that he was going to be transferred from being a city defense captain in a level 2 base city to being a city defense captain in a level 3 base city, Gao Ding felt terrible. If he couldn't beat Ye Feng, he would definitely have beaten him up. By the way, don't you have your own car? Why are you riding in mine? Gao Ding asked unhappily. His build was already sturdy, and with only himself in the back seat, he could fully stretch out. Now that Ye Feng was there too, it was a little harder to move around. It wasn't crowded, exactly, just not as comfortable as before. No choice. Your car is more comfortable, Ye Feng said righteously. As he spoke, he even gave Gao Ding a look that said, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you. That only made Gao Ding feel even more stifled. Ignoring this guy, Ye Feng opened the wooden box Mao Renfeng had given him, planning to see what was inside. Gao Ding looked over too, and after seeing what was in it, surprise appeared in his eyes. That old Mao is really generous. He actually gave you the family heirloom outright. Family heirloom? looking at the long blade in the wooden box, nearly 4 feet long, with blood-colored patterns on the blade, cold air constantly emanating from it, and a bright red blood character carved into the hilt. Ye Feng immediately took a liking to it. It was moving. What a gorgeous blade. As if remembering something, Gao Ding's eyes held reverence. The Mao family used to be glorious in Gongxiong Bay City too. They produced a peerlessly brilliant peak grandmaster. But later, when that grandmaster unexpectedly fell, the family suddenly lost its pillar, and only then did it gradually decline. Staring at the long blade in the wooden box, Gao Ding said seriously, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be that grandmaster's saber. Blood drink. Blood drink." Ye Feng raised a hand and gently touched the blade, feeling the faint sting from the cold air. He grinned. "Good blade. Nonsense." This was the saber of a peak grandmaster. Its grade had already reached the earth tier. If he hadn't fallen midway, that great figure very likely would have condensed martial will and broken through to the martial king realm. In that case, there'd be no current old Yen's business. And the chief commander definitely wouldn't be him. Looking at Ye Feng, Gao Ding's expression was a little complicated as he continued. There are plenty in the Bay City who coveted this blade, but the chief commander suppressed all of them. Who would thought it would end up in your hands? Am I going to be targeted? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Gao Ding nodded. Most likely. Seeing that Ye Feng still had a smile on his face, Gao Ding was a little curious. Aren't you afraid? What is the use of being afraid? Looking at Blood Drink, Ye Feng's gaze was firm. My things, no one can take them. With Gao Ding along for the return trip, there was no shortage of contribution points. So Ye Feng had no desire to make a move. It was like letting Gao Ding fulfill the duties of the Black Mountain Bay City defense captain in advance. After learning that this guy had originally been a captain in Gongxiong Bay City and was now going to Black Mountain Bay City, but still as a captain, it was clearly a demotion. Ye Feng suddenly felt a little sorry for Gao Ding. But it was obvious that this guy was not satisfied with the position of captain at all. He looked like he was planning to make a big show of things. And Tong Wei was clearly going to have a headache. Just from how the two of them made him feel, Gao Ding was obviously stronger. Both were backed by major families, and both had come to Black Mountain Bay City from a level 2 Bay City. One wanted absolute power, and the other was dissatisfied with his own position. A real clash of sharp points. It should be very exciting, but unfortunately, he probably wouldn't get to witness it himself. Ye Feng found that a bit of a pity. More than 10 days later, Black Mountain Bay City was finally reached. Along the way, they only encountered a few small-scale beast tides, and Gao Ding handled them all by himself. Ye Feng didn't even need to make a move, so the experience was pretty good. We're finally here. Gao Ding let out a long breath. During this period, Ye Feng hadn't made a move against the ferocious beasts, but he had made a move against Gao Ding. On the surface, it was called sparring. In reality, he just wanted to test the blade. Weapon and equipment grades were divided into mortal, yellow, black, earth, and heaven. Above that, there was supposedly divine grade, also called divine artifacts. That was not something Ye Feng could reach at present. Even in a level 1 base city, there would be no divine artifacts. Only the 3 super base cities might have them. As an earth tier precious saber, Blood Drink was extremely valuable. No wonder so many people coveted it. Compared with the yellow tier saber Ye Feng had before, Blood Drink's capacity for an amplification of spiritual chi had reached an extremely considerable level. With this blade, Ye Feng's combat strength had risen by at least 20%. Its attacks also carried ice attribute damage. It was a pity that he didn't cultivate an ice attribute technique. Otherwise, it would truly have been a perfect match. It absolutely could have achieved the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Of course, a blade is only an external tool. The true strength is one's own strength. At this moment, the convoy had already entered Heishan Bay City. It looks decent. Through the car window. After glancing at the orderly situation inside the Bay City, Gao Ding slightly nodded. It was a bit better than he had expected. Then his tone changed. By the way, you had it pretty rough, huh? Nobody even came to pick you up when you got back. Is a late-stage grandmaster really that low profile? No choice. Who told me I don't have any backing? Ye Feng spread his hands. Then he opened his communicator and sent Wang Kaishan a message. The other side replied almost instantly. Old Yi, you're finally back. You don't know, right? Right after you left, that bastard Tong Wei started causing trouble. He turned on voice mode and briefly explained everything Tong Wei had done in the Bay City during this period. Ye Feng didn't hide anything. Just like Gao Ding openly eavesdropped. After roughly understanding the situation, Ye Feng asked, he didn't make things hard for you, did he? No. How would they dare? My brother is a grandmaster. Wang Kaishan grinned. As long as they didn't make things hard for you. Ye Feng relaxed, then invited him. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Sure. Just in time, I can tell you all about that bastard's dirty tricks. During this period, Wang Kaishan had clearly been holding it in. With Ye Feng gone, he had no confidence. For the sake of his family, he could only endure it. Too frustrating. After hanging up, Ye Feng looked toward Gao Ding. Come to my place for dinner tonight. I'll introduce you too. After I leave here, help me look after him. You wanted to look after him just because you said so? Then wouldn't I lose a lot of face? Seeing Ye Feng's hand already resting on the hilt of his blade, Gao Ding immediately changed his tune. Fine, I'll give you some face. From now on, I'll cover that guy. Thanks. Don't be like that. You're scaring me. I wanted to hit someone. Once they reached the base city, the convoy no longer needed Ye Feng's escort. He didn't go to the chief commander's office to report on the trade either. Ye Feng went straight back to the villa, and Gao Ding naturally followed. It could be seen that Wang Kaishan had found someone to clean it. The villa was still as clean as when he had left. Tong Wei wanted to keep up appearances, but Ye Feng had no interest in playing along. Leaving aside the confidence brought by strength, he was no longer even a resident of Heishan Bay City. He didn't even belong to the same administrative district anymore. There was no need to give Tong Wei any face at all, and as the Bay City's City Defense Chief Commander, Tong Wei quickly learned that the convoy had returned. He sat in his office, waiting for Ye Feng to come over. He was already organizing his thoughts and preparing his words. He had even come up with the excuse for not going to meet him himself. He was too busy with official matters. No problem. However, after waiting a long time, Ye Feng still hadn't come. After asking around, he learned that Ye Feng had no intention of coming over at all. Instead, he had returned to the villa and never came out. Tong Wei's face instantly darkened. So you're determined to go against me? After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately contacted the Ouyang family and the Zhang family. Since Ye Feng refused to obediently listen, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Just a grandmaster with no background. Heishan Bay City could afford to lose him. However, what surprised Tong Wei was that the Ouyang family and the Zhang family both said that Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianda were in seclusion and couldn't come. Clearly, just yesterday, they were still discussing with him how to further seize control of Heishan Bay City and concentrate all power in the city defense force. Yet today, they suddenly went into seclusion. Something was wrong. His instinct told Tong Wei that there was definitely something he didn't know. At the same time, inside a secret chamber in the Ouyang family residence. Is the information accurate? Ouyang Feng's expression was grave. Zhang Tianda wore the same expression. It can't be wrong. This Ye Feng is not a grandmaster in the early stage, but a late-stage grandmaster. Our chief commander Tong miscalculated. He was hiding it really deep. Good thing we didn't make enemies with him. There's still room to maneuver. Ouyang Feng let out a breath of relief. Tong Wei asked us to go over this time. Most likely, he wants us to deal with Ye Feng together with him. Zhang Tianda's expression was gloomy. I already told Zhang to keep quiet and make sure everyone in the convoy who knew Ye Feng's true cultivation doesn't say a word. Well done. Let Tong Wei go kick this iron plate then. He dares to come to our Heishan Bay City alone and wants to monopolize power and rule as a dictator. Does he think he has Tong Ming? In truth, Ouyang Feng looked down on Tong Wei. After all, he was also at the middle stage of Grandmaster, and his strength was not much weaker than Tong Wei's. The reason he had been so obedient when Tong Ming was chief commander before was entirely because he respected Tong Ming's strength. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Tong Ming had beaten him into submission, but Tong Wei clearly didn't have that kind of hard power. He relied more on pressure and position. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Tong Wei actually didn't even count as a real strong dragon. As for the so-called Tong family, they were far away in Jinshan Bay City and couldn't control things here at all. And they wouldn't. If a family descendant needed family help just to gain a foothold in a level 3 Bay City, then he was pure trash. Naturally, someone from the Tong family would stand up and take his place. That was how big families were, profit first with many factions. There was only so much resource. If you got a little more, someone else had to get a little less. Even within the same family, they had to fight for it. They had no chance before. But now that they did, they were definitely going to make things hard for Tong Wei. However, Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianda didn't know that Ye Feng was no longer a resident of Heishan Bay City. He could no longer manage affairs here. The only ones who knew Ye Feng had already been transferred were Gao Ding, who had taken over his position, and the two subordinates Gao Ding had brought from Gongxiong Bay City. Don't let Gao Ding's usual carefree and rough manner fool you. At the very least, he knew not to come alone. He had to bring 1 or 2 trusted confidants. Otherwise, he would end up like Tong Wei now, too easy to scheme against. The core information simply wouldn't reach his ears. Not only the two great families, but Sun Tai's side also chose not to report Ye Feng's information and strictly ordered the civilian faction members who knew to keep the secret. It can only be said that no one who could make a living in the Bay City was an idiot. Everyone understood that Tong Wei was going to be in trouble. Bro, don't worry. Once old Ye, brother Ye, gets transferred, I'll cover Heishan Bay City. Whoever dares bully you, just tell me. I'll beat him so badly, even his mother won't recognize him. Boss Gao, I've got nothing to say. This little brother's life is yours now. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. No objections, absolutely none. It's enough that you said that. Follow me from now on. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well. It's just a big villa, right? You'll be able to live in 1-2 in the future. Big brother. Bro. Swaying a glass of red wine, Ye Feng glanced at Gao Ding and Wang Kaishan, who had clearly met for the first time tonight, yet shared the same scent, felt like they'd met too late, and were just short of kneeling down and swearing brotherhood on the spot. He lightly shook his head. He should have guessed it earlier. With old Wang's personality, he was a perfect match for Gao Ding. Both of them were rough men with some finesse. Shifting his gaze, he looked out the window at the waning moon hanging in the sky. Suddenly, the line the moon has its wax and wane. People have their sorrow, and joy came to mind. He had stayed in Haishan Bay City for 5 years. Everything here was so familiar, and he had long since gotten used to the pace of life and work here. Now that he was about to leave, he inevitably felt a bit sentimental. But very quickly, Ye calmed his emotions. Since he couldn't resist, he could only take it. Besides, he didn't actually want to refuse. The world was vast. Haishan Bay City was too small. He wanted to go out and see it. A level 2 Bay City was only the starting point. Ye would definitely head to those 3 super Bay Cities in the future. He wanted to see the strongest fortress and combat power of humanity. For now, though, Ye strength was still far from enough. With his late-stage Grandmaster cultivation in a level 3 base city, even across the entire Federation's more than 1,000 base cities, he could basically find very few opponents. But in a level 2 base city, late-stage Grandmaster was no longer top-tier combat power. There was still a huge gap. The chief commanders of ordinary level 2 base cities were usually late-stage Great Grandmasters, or even peak Great Grandmasters. If there was a difference of even one minor realm, the difficulty of winning would skyrocket, let alone a difference of major realms. Basically, there was no chance of fighting above 1S level and winning. However, very soon, 2 days later, March arrived. Another retirement pension would be credited. Opening the status panel and looking at his late-stage Grandmaster realm information, Grandmaster 7682100000, Ye eyes flashed with anticipation. 2 days later would be the moment he broke through to Great Grandmaster. With that level of cultivation, once he reached a level 2 base city, he should be able to protect himself without issue. That was Ye confidence. He wondered how much retirement pension it would take to break through from Great Grandmaster to Martial King. As for the state of martial cultivation, Ye understanding only went as far as the Great Grandmaster realm. Once one reached Great Grandmaster, one could comprehend one's own martial intent. Intent was something profound and mysterious, something that could only be understood, not spoken. The difficulty was extremely high. A Great Grandmaster who had comprehended martial intent, and a Great Grandmaster who had not had an enormous difference in combat power. With Ye average comprehension, trying to understand martial intent was as hard as ascending to heaven. To be precise, if he couldn't directly use retirement pension points to raise his realm, then with Ye average talent and comprehension, it would basically be impossible for him to break through to Grandmaster in the first place, let alone the Great Grandmaster realm after that. Comprehending martial intent was even more like a mirage, pure nonsense. He didn't know whether retirement pension could directly add points to martial intent, or whether he had to comprehend it himself before he could add points. Ye eyes were clear. If it was the latter, then he would have to add a wave of comprehension first. His current comprehension was average, 6881000. He only needed 312 retirement pension points to raise it to high. The cost wasn't high. At that point, he could decide whether to add points that way depending on the actual situation. The night passed quickly. At noon the next day, Ye didn't go to Tong Wei's office. He and Gao Ding went directly to Tong Wei's residence to highlight his status. That guy didn't live in the inner city villa district, but instead built a private manor directly in the inner city, looking like he wanted to be a local tyrant here. This guy really knew how to enjoy himself. Gao Ding curled his lip, walking through the manor. Looking left and right, he acted as if he were looking at his own things. This place is a little too big, Ye commented. Even the villa he lived in now felt too empty to him. A manor or something like that really wasn't suitable for one person to live in. Anyway, Ye didn't like it. Empty? Gao Ding said with a strange expression, as if it were only natural. Marry a few wives, have a few more kids, and LL be lively. Then he thought of the things Wang Kaishan had said to him last night, and couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I forgot you're a loner. You want another beating, is that it? At least give me some face outside. If you want to fight, we can do it after we get back. Feeling like this guy had awakened some strange attribute, Ye silently put some distance between them. After that, under the butler's lead, the two of them walked for about 3 minutes before reaching the living room. The old master will be down shortly. Please wait here. Both of you. With that, the butler turned and left. Sitting on the sofa, Ye took out the treasure and rare herb compendium he had swiped from Jinhai Bay City and flipped through it. Gao Ding beside him wasn't as calm as Ye. His face showed displeasure. What the hell? He actually has the guts to make me wait for him. His perception spread out instantly, locking onto the martial aura on the 3rd floor. Grandmaster's perception was extremely sharp. Normally, they wouldn't probe each other so carelessly like Gao Ding. That was pure provocation. Almost instantly, Ye sensed Tong Wei's spiritual perception landing on him. Qi and blood restrained, true Qi settled, reality and illusion indistinct. His own perception instantly locked onto Tong Wei. In a room on the 3rd floor, cold sweat poured down Tong Wei's forehead. He found that he couldn't sense Ye details at all. Instead, he himself now felt as if he had been stripped completely naked. The person Ye Feng brought with him didn't hide his strength at all either, middle-stage Grandmaster. One he couldn't see through, one on the same level as himself. In an instant, everything that had been unclear, all the questions, became clear. No wonder Zhang Tianda and Ouyang Feng had said they were in seclusion yesterday and refused to see him. No wonder Ye Feng hadn't come to his office immediately to report the contents of this transaction. Even the other members of the city defense team who had escorted the convoy this time hadn't come to headquarters for debriefing. They had all just gone straight home. So they had all been waiting here for him, all wanted to make a joke of him. At that moment, Tong Wei understood everything. A bead of cold sweat slid down from his brow. I can't go down. If he went down now, he would be getting slapped in the face for nothing. Before he thought of a solution, Tong Wei didn't want to see Ye Feng. He immediately prepared to send a message to the butler, telling him to find some random excuse and send Ye Feng and the others away. However, before Tong Wei could act, Gao Ding went upstairs directly. The butler and the few servants who tried to block him were knocked flying in a single exchange. Boom! The door was kicked apart, and Gao Ding strode in. Tong Chief Commander, first time meeting. Gao Ding, from Gongxiong Base City. From now on, I'll be replacing Brother Yi as the Base City S Brigade Captain. Being challenged like that, Tong Wei should have been unable to tolerate it. But when he heard that Gao Ding actually came from Gongxiong Base City, he immediately calmed down. Gongxiong Base City? Replacing Ye Feng? That's right. Gao Ding nodded and directly tossed the relevant documents into Tong Wei's arms. After doing that, he turned and walked to the door, then looked back with a grin. Please take care of me from now on, Tong Chief Commander. As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the 3 words Chief Commander. Then he left. He didn't give Tong Wei any chance to speak at all. In the living room, Ye Feng, who was still sitting quietly, couldn't help but shake his head. Too reckless, but it does feel pretty satisfying. Looking at it this way, being a brute actually wasn't so bad. Seeing Gao Ding jump down the stairs, Ye Feng didn't plan to stay either. He got up and left as well. Tong Wei wouldn't see him, as if he wanted to see that guy anyway. He had just come today to notify them of his transfer out of Heishan Bay City. After this, there probably wouldn't be another chance to meet. It was a pity he couldn't watch Gao Ding spar with him. One was a brute, the other liked to use his brain. The clash between the two of them would definitely be interesting. Gao Ding was clearly not someone who liked to sit still. After leaving Tong Wei's side, he went straight to the headquarters of the city defense team. After notification was done, he had already gotten into character. From the captain of a second-tier base city, he had been downgraded to the captain of a third-tier base city. To say he had no anger in his heart would be impossible. Gao Ding was preparing to take over the first squad, then make a big move. With his rough and overbearing personality, the people from the Ouyang family and the Zhang family probably wouldn't dare to act up, and the ordinary members of the city defense team definitely wouldn't go against him either. After all, Sun Tai had already clearly stated that he wanted to follow Ye Feng. Now that Ye Feng was leaving, Gao Ding, as the successor, had background, strength, and a broader perspective than Tong Wei by far. It was really hard to think of a reason not to side with Gao Ding. Next, there was definitely going to be a fierce struggle over the position of chief captain. Just thinking about it was exciting. He didn't go to the city defense team. Ye Feng just sent Wang Kaishan a message, asking him to contact his former teammates. Tonight, he would treat everyone to a meal at the largest restaurant in the inner city. Anyone who could come should come. The next time they ate together, who knew when it would be? Maybe they would never have another chance in this lifetime. Ye Feng didn't know how Gao Ding was operating at the city defense team headquarters. He only knew that at tonight's banquet, Gao Ding had brought the 3 squad leaders of the first squad over. Clearly, he had already successfully taken control of the first squad. It seemed the Ouyang family and the Zhang family had already made a new decision and were probably standing on Gao Ding's side. A family's habit of flipping back and forth was just very family-like. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly understood why the Federation allowed these large families to exist, and even let them occupy important positions within the base cities, with family ties holding them back when the base city encountered crisis. These large families really would fight to the death, and as long as the strongest combat power was from the local families, these so-called large families wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal. They would only weigh the benefits and choose sides, willing to fight to the death to protect the base city, easy to control, and helpful in maintaining the base city's stability. So it was easy to understand why these large families could be tolerated all this time. Anyway, as long as someone was stronger than the large families, they wouldn't have any strange thoughts. That was how simple it was. A world that worshipped the strong. That night, Ye Feng directly booked the largest hotel in the inner city. The old captain, Lei Zhan, also came and even brought his daughter, Lei Ting, with him. It was obvious he still hadn't given up. Unfortunately, Ye Feng really had no interest in that. With Lei Ting's early-stage martial artist cultivation, her body simply couldn't take it. It would break with just a little force. What was the point of that? After learning that Ye Feng had already been transferred to work in a second-tier base city, everyone felt reluctant to part with him, and also a little worried. The rank system of the Federation base cities wasn't set up randomly. A second-tier base city did have better resources and development, but the dangers it faced were also much greater. There were benefits, and there were drawbacks. This world was fair. Ye looked very calm about it. And didn't he hide anything? He told everyone his current realm. Anyway, the day after tomorrow, he would break through to Great Grandmaster. There was nothing wrong with openly stating that he was at the late-stage Grandmaster realm. Always keeping his actual combat power higher than the achievements he showed to the outside world was the effect Ye wanted. He had already clearly experienced what it felt like to suppress others with realm. It felt great. He had no interest in fighting across realms. Even fighting at the same realm was boring. It was tea until well past midnight that everyone finished eating and drinking their fill and went home. Ye wasn't good at partings, so the next morning, he didn't notify anyone in advance. He only sent everyone a farewell message at the moment he left the coverage area of the base city's internal network. After that, through his authority, he spent 10 million contribution points to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources, placed them in the villa, and sent Wang Kaishan a message to have him go over and receive them. This was the only thing Ye could do for this old friend now. Old Wang, take care. In the end, he looked once more in the direction of the base city, then soared into the sky and vanished rapidly into the horizon. He didn't head to the Gongxiong base city to report immediately. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. He planned to first go to the Black Mountain Range to see those old friends and break through to Great Grandmaster while he was at it. Then he would report. And at this time inside Black Mountain Base City, this guy just left like that. Inside the City Defense Team headquarters, in the Captain's office, Gao Ding looked at the message Ye had sent in his communicator and curled his lips. But that's fine. If he really had me send him off, I would even know what to say. This really is old Ye's style. Wang Kaishan, who had already been transferred from the 4th squad to the 1st squad by Gao Ding, had a look of emotion on his face. Especially when he saw that Ye had prepared so many cultivation resources for him. To say he wasn't team moved would be impossible. But he was also somewhat regretful, because of his lack of strength and his family ties. Otherwise, he wanted to go to the Gongxiong base city with Ye and make a break for it. They could watch out for each other, and, at the very least, he wouldn't be by himself with not a single trusted person around. At that moment, Wang Kaishan felt an extremely strong desire to become stronger. With cultivation resources worth 10 million contribution points, he might not be without a chance to break through. He had to try. The others in the city defense team who received the message were also deeply moved. But very quickly, they all adjusted their moods and focused on their work. Because they were very clear that from the moment Ye revealed his late-stage Grandmaster realm, he no longer belonged to Black Mountain Base City, and it was impossible for him to keep working with them the way he had before. Ye didn't belong here. He was on a broader world and a bigger stage. Thinking that they had actually been comrades with such a super expert, and worked together for so many years, everyone felt proud. A lifetime bragging right. The former Wang Tong, who had wanted to support Ye in retirement but had been rejected, also learned that Ye had left. There was disappointment in his eyes. But very quickly, he perked up and started looking for his next target. He really didn't want to take even a single detour. At this moment in Black Mountain Base City, if there was anyone most concerned about whether Ye had left, it was undoubtedly Tong Wei. After learning Ye true cultivation level, Tong Wei felt unbearably stifled. All the preparations, all the plans, all those so-called sure-win schemes had become a joke at this point. In the face of absolute strength, those schemes and tricks simply couldn't stand on stage. Had he really left? Or was he trying to numb me by pretending to leave? Tong Wei couldn't be sure. So he decided that for the next period of time, no matter what Gao Ding did, he would ignore it. As long as he was still the chief captain, then once Ye true departure was confirmed, there would still be a chance to turn things around. But just thinking about Gao Ding's background and that rough personality gave Tong Wei a headache. A scholar meeting a soldier. Reasons simply couldn't be explained. The undercurrents inside the base city were surging, but it no longer had anything to do with Ye At this moment, he had already entered the Black Mountain Range. Before, he had only wandered around the outskirts. This time, he planned to go a little deeper. There were thousands of things in the world that didn't go as one wished. After spending more than 10 hours deep in the Black Mountain Range, he still hadn't found a single 4th-tier ferocious beast. That was very frustrating. As for ferocious beasts below the 4th tier, Ye didn't make a move on them because he didn't want to carry beast materials to the Gongxiong Base City. And he also didn't want to return to Black Mountain Base City to exchange them. Besides, 1st dash, 2nd dash, and 3rd-tier ferocious beasts didn't pose much threat to Black Mountain Base City anyway. So whether he made a move or not no longer mattered. Night. He found a sheer cliff hundreds of meters high and carved out a cave halfway up. Ye had no intention of sleeping. He sat cross-legged inside the cave, closed his eyes to rest, and quietly waited for March to arrive. His perception spread out, making sure there was no threat within a radius of 10,000 meters. Time passed second by second. Ding! Your March retirement funds have been credited. Wanderer from a foreign land, congratulations. You've survived another month. Right now, you're still very weak. Keep working hard, getting more and more mischievous. Ye mouth twitched. There was no need to argue with the system. He took a deep breath, then moved his will and opened the panel. Seeing the retirement fund balance of 2,750, his expression brightened. He carefully sensed the surroundings again and still didn't detect any threatening aura. Without any hesitation, Yifeng immediately muttered, "Add points." Ding. Retirement funds minus 2,318, current realm. Master perfection, 100,000, 100,000. Do you wish to break through? Break through, Yifeng said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the energy particles within a radius of more than 10 kilometers were violently drawn over and surged into Yifeng's body at high speed. His blood and qi began to skyrocket. 90,000, 95,000, 99,999. Master perfection. The increase was still continuing. What came next was the bottleneck that had troubled countless geniuses, Great Master. Out of 100 Master Perfection geniuses, fewer than 1/10 could break through to Great Master. That showed just how terrifying the bottleneck was. However, Yifeng didn't even have time to feel it before the bottleneck was directly smashed through. Great Master. The moment his blood and qi broke through the master threshold, Yifeng only felt his mind suddenly loosen. His entire body entered a completely blank state. A faint, profound insight seemed to form deep in his mind. He wanted to seize it, but his spirit couldn't move at all. He couldn't find it. He could only watch it gradually blur, then finally disappear. His blood and qi seemed like a wild horse breaking free of its reins, becoming extraordinarily violent. Scarlet blood qi intertwined with astral qi and rampaged in all directions. Cracks appeared densely across the rock wall, spreading like spiderwebs. The entire cliff was on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to be buried alive, Yifeng finally regained consciousness. The once raging blood and qi, like a ship caught in a storm, suddenly finding a harbor, quickly calmed down. Earlier, with his mind completely blank, he felt much. But now that his awareness had returned, Yifeng only felt every muscle in his body. No, every cell, emitting a joyful emotion. He subconsciously circulated his cultivation method and discovered that his efficiency at absorbing energy particles from the air had increased tremendously. Most importantly, that efficiency was still increasing. If Yifeng's absorption speed before had been 1, then now it was 3. As time passed, the absorption efficiency kept rising and finally stabilized at 10. A full 10-fold increase. When everything finally settled, Yifeng let out a long breath and felt unprecedented comfort. Both his body and spirit had undergone a complete transformation compared to before. His perception could now cover an area of more than 10 kilometers, and his physical strength had more than doubled. Even without looking at the panel, Yifeng could confirm that his talent had improved. Of course, looking directly at the panel would be even more intuitive. With a thought, the panel appeared before him. Yifeng, gender, male, age, 65,300. Race, human. Talent, high, 7,773, 10,000. Comprehension, medium, 6,881, 10,000. Martial Dao will, not comprehended. Special talent, none. Cultivation method, town army body tempering art, perfection. Breaking army profound astral technique, mastery, 7,830, 10,000. Purple thunder, Vajra indestructible body, entry, 0, 1,500. Martial techniques, military body 13 forms, perfection. Invisible soul-chasing arrow, perfection. Thunderbolt blade, perfection. Gale step, perfection. Blood qi, 100,000. Realm, great master initial, 0, 100,000. Retirement funds, 432. His talent had indeed improved, and it had directly jumped from medium to high. Yifeng looked delighted. Breaking through to great master actually came with this kind of benefit. It was actually easy to understand. Leaving aside a few extremely special cases, the cultivation talent each martial artist possessed basically represented their martial path ceiling. Before, Yifeng's talent had only been medium, and reaching master realm had already been his limit. Now that he had broken through to great master, it had directly matched him with the corresponding talent level. High, 7,773, should be the talent required for a normal breakthrough to great master. High was not the end. He could still continue adding points upward. He wondered what talent level came after that. Yifeng was a little curious. After serving for decades and spending another 5 years in Heishan Bay City, the strongest talent Yifeng had ever seen was only high talent. That was an absolute genius. In his memory, by the time that person took the martial exam, he was already at the late martial artist stage. In the end, he was admitted to a top federal martial arts academy. Now decades had passed. If that person hadn't fallen and had enough resources to keep up, he probably had also reached great master by now, right? He lightly shook his head and stopped dwelling on those old matters, returning his attention to himself. High cultivation efficiency was 10 times that of medium. At this point, even without relying on retirement funds to add points, Yifeng could already live up to the word genius. If he could raise his talent tier by one more level, would his cultivation efficiency increase another 10-fold? Then would cultivation be like riding a rocket? He glanced at his current blood qi, which had reached 100,000, then moved his gaze downward and fixed it on the realm column. Breaking through to Martial King realm required 100,000 retirement funds, a full tenfold increase over before. Based on the current monthly retirement fund of 2,750, it would take 3 years. In reality, it definitely wouldn't need 3 years, because the retirement funds would increase by 10% every year. But it would still take at least 2 years. The time was too long. With such a long period, dumping all the retirement funds into the realm didn't feel very cost-effective. He looked again at the information for his high talent on the panel. It only took 2,223 retirement funds for his talent to rise one more level. He felt like he could give it a try. Ye Feng made his decision. After his talent improved, not only would his cultivation efficiency surge sharply, but his martial technique training speed would also increase. It definitely wouldn't be a loss. Even if the final return didn't meet expectations, at worst he would only lose 1 month as retirement funds. Completely acceptable. Besides all that, after reaching Great Master Realm, the age limit had already risen to 300. There was also a new column on the panel, Martial Dao Will. It was shown in gray as not comprehended. Thinking back to that moment when his mind had been completely blank, when that profound insight had appeared, yet he couldn't grasp it no matter what, Ye Feng knew that should be his Martial Dao Will. This thing didn't just require talent. Comprehension was also very important. Relying on himself to understand, it would be too difficult. He wondered if he could directly add points with retirement funds. At the very moment that thought appeared, the Martial Dao Will entry on the panel suddenly changed. The instant he noticed it, Ye Feng focused his eyes on it, and his expression immediately turned a little colorful. Martial Dao Will, not comprehended, 3,000 nice. This was much clearer at a glance. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. 3,000 retirement funds to comprehend Martial Dao Will. No need to add to comprehension anymore. Any problem that could be solved by adding points wasn't a problem. Originally, Ye Feng had been thinking about whether to use the remaining 432 retirement funds to directly boost his comprehension, raising it to high grade and increasing the chance of comprehending Martial Dao Will. But now it seemed unnecessary. Rather than gambling on that mysterious, intangible possibility, it was better to save up retirement funds and add points directly. That way, he could comprehend it steadily and surely. Plans never kept up with changes. Martial Dao Will first, then. Rumor had it this thing gave an enormous boost to strength. Talent could wait a bit. High grade wasn't too bad either, so he could make do with it for now. If he kept 250, then added the 2,750 arriving next month, that would be exactly enough to make up the 3,000 retirement funds needed to comprehend Martial Dao Will. As for the remaining 182 retirement funds, Ye Feng had no intention of keeping them. After thinking for a few seconds, he directly ruled out comprehension. If he added to his cultivation realm, it would increase his qi and blood by 1,820 points, compared to his current total of 100,000 qi and blood. That was just icing on the cake, better than nothing, but not by much. He might as well add a talent. That way, his cultivation efficiency could rise a bit more. Ding, retirement funds 182, current talent rank high, 959, 3,000. The moment the points were allocated, Ye Feng felt his body become much lighter and more comfortable. The feeling was incredibly intoxicating. Too bad it lasted too short time. Before he could savor it properly, it was already over. No wonder women didn't like fast men. After glancing over the information on the panel once more, Ye Feng finally closed it and left the cave, which could collapse at any moment. Even if it did collapse with his current physical strength, it wouldn't pose any danger. But being buried alive definitely wouldn't feel good. Ye Feng wasn't Gao Ding. He had no self-abuse tendencies. He found a flat and open area nearby. Along the way, he also picked up a second-order ferocious beast, a razor-tusked porcupine, which had been so frightened by the aftershock of his breakthrough that it had slammed into a tree and fainted. After handling it simply, he lit a fire and started roasting it. Ye Feng considered his barbecue skills pretty decent, considering that this solo trip to Gongxiong Bay City, even after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm and being able to fly continuously, would still likely take a full day to reach if nothing unexpected happened. Ye Feng obviously couldn't keep flying for 24 hours straight. He would most likely have to camp out in the wild halfway through. So he had brought seasonings. At least the meat wouldn't be so fishy that it was impossible to swallow. Ferocious beast meat still had to be handled by professionals. As he chewed on the roasted meat that could only barely be called edible, Ye Feng didn't think the problem was his barbecue skills. If anyone was to blame, it was the ferocious beast meat itself for being too hard to prepare. Fortunately, he wasn't picky. His decades of service left no room for being fussy about food. There was no cafeteria in the expansion zones. The logistics department usually just handed out energy potions directly. One tube could last a whole day. As for the taste, there was no point expecting anything. It was like underboiled, traditional medicinal herbs. The effect was actually pretty good. It filled the stomach well. When the body was under heavy strain, it could also quickly restore physical stamina. Energy potions were divided into ranks 1 through 9. First rank was the weakest. 9th rank was the strongest. At Haishan Bay City, at most, you could only buy second-rank energy potions. Even on the city defense team's internal exchange network, you could only exchange for third-rank energy potions, and even then, there weren't many. Back when he had been stuck at the peak Martial Master realm and unable to break through, in order to make sure his realm didn't fall, Ye basically drank energy potions for all 3 meals a day. Ordinary food might taste good, but the energy it contained was too little. A normal Martial Master could eat enough in one meal to equal the portions of 5 to 8 ordinary people. It took time and effort, and it was full of impurities. Given the choice, Ye would definitely choose energy potions. But now, he would rather gnaw on mediocre-tasting roasted meat. He truly couldn't force that stuff down anymore. Only after eating 7 or 8 gene of roasted meat did Ye finally feel full. Fortunately, the improvement in his physique included his teeth as well, so eating it wasn't too difficult. The commotion from his breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm had been too great. The ferocious beasts nearby had either died or fled, so even though Ye was roasting meat in the wild, no ferocious beasts were drawn over. The night quickly passed. Early the next morning, he was still eating roasted meat. After filling his stomach, Ye swiftly rose into the air. He and T carefully felt it last night, but now he could clearly sense it. Before, it had been as if an invisible hand was constantly pulling him toward the ground. As a result, when flying, he had to split off part of his attention and chi and blood to resist that force. The consumption was enormous. If he kept flying nonstop, he would soon be unable to continue. But after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, that downward pulling sensation, something like gravity but far more powerful, had basically disappeared. To be precise, it had been successfully resisted. While flying, Ye could clearly feel chi and blood swirling around the surface of his skin, isolating and offsetting that pulling force. He didn't need to spend effort controlling it. His chi and blood reacted that way instinctively. 100,000 chi and blood seemed to be a critical point. When he had only had a bit over 80,000 before, there hadn't been any such effect. Once I get to Gangxiong Bay City, I should see if there are any related books. I need to understand Grandmasters, as well as the realms above Grandmaster, their details, and what to watch out for. Better not make a fool of myself, Ye thought. The feeling of being able to fly freely without worrying about consumption was extremely pleasant. Without holding back, he directly pushed his speed to the limit. Exactly how fast he had no professional instrument to measure it. But Ye was certain it had probably exceeded the speed of sound. It was hard to imagine. If Grandmasters were already this fast, then just how terrifying would the speed of experts in even higher realms be? Of course, Azure Blue Star didn't belong only to humans. The ferocious beasts were vast in number and formidable in strength. Flying recklessly in a straight line, without any regard for danger, would only put himself in peril. There was no avoiding detours to steer clear of the territories of certain high-rank, ferocious beasts. After completing the handover of his position, Gao Ding had given him something like a compass, only more advanced, a guidance pointer that recorded a relatively safe route of travel. No matter where he was, its endpoint always pointed toward Gangxiong Bay City. With this thing, he didn't have to worry about losing his direction. A few minutes later, Ye came to a stop, his whole body hovering in the air. His body arrived first, and the sound followed after. The feeling was rather strange. The consumption wasn't high. At full speed, that flight just now had consumed less than 1,000 chi and blood in total. Without considering the need to preserve combat strength, Ye could fly continuously at full speed for 6 hours, enough to cross several thousand kilometers. But Azure Blue Star was dozens of times larger than Earth. At his current speed, wanting to circle the entire planet in a single day was still far beyond him. Wait, where is this? This doesn't look like the outer region. Looking down from above at the scene below, where black fog coiled thickly and made it impossible to see the situation inside, Ye frowned. Just as he was about to leave, a beast roar filled with fury suddenly came from below. That beast roar was like lighting a beacon tower. At intervals from every direction, more beast roars began to ring out, one after another, rising and falling without end. Noticing the situation, Ye no longer lingered. After locking onto a direction, he was ready to retreat at full speed. But just as he moved, a human voice came from the towering mountains shrouded in black mist in the distance. Its pronunciation was a little awkward, but it carried undeniable authority. Human, you've crossed the line. Being able to speak human language meant it had already awakened intelligence, and its strength was definitely above Tier 4, at least Tier 5. However, the other party did not attack directly. It only issued a warning. Was it because of some agreement with the human side as powerhouses? Or because it had no confidence in taking him down? Or because he had only crossed the line and had not actually attacked any fierce beasts? Ye couldn't determine the exact reason. It was my rashness. Farewell. After cupping his fists in salute, Ye transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the distant sky with a whoosh. Not long after, a fierce beast with a pair of wings on its back and a height of a full 8 meters appeared at the spot where Ye had been earlier. It looked in the direction Ye had left. Cowardly human. As soon as the words fell, an intense sense of danger suddenly surged up. Its expression changed violently in a very human way, but before it could move, a figure had already closed in at an astonishing speed and arrived right in front of it. What followed was a scarlet blade light, radiating a chilling aura and a deadly threat, along with a piercing sound that made the eardrums ache. The sound had not even arrived before the person did. Swoosh! The massive beast body plummeted rapidly. Before it even hit the ground, dozens of invisible astral chi arrows had already blanketed all its vital points. The pain made it unable to help but cry out, "Wah, human, I'm going to kill you." It slammed heavily into the ground, and the black mist was directly shaken apart, revealing the ground's true appearance. The ground, dark and devoid of sunlight, was actually covered in dense vegetation and trees. But they were not emerald green. Instead, they were a strange purple. There was no time to care about that for now. The moment the beast body landed, Ye Feng's next wave of attacks had already arrived, and the blade of Xuan thrust straight toward the other party's chest. It felt as if even the air had been pierced halfway through, creating waves of chilling pressure. Buffed. The blade only stabbed in less than 10 centimeters before it could no longer go deeper, getting stuck in the thick muscle. One strike failed. Ye Feng yanked it out and quickly put distance between them. Thunderbolt. Blade lights wrapped in astral chi layered over one another, instantly engulfing the other party. But it still failed to achieve the desired effect. It was only superficial wounds, unable to damage its bones. So hard. Ye Feng focused his gaze and clearly saw the other party's appearance. It had a pair of wings on its back, a tiger's head and a lion's body, sharp teeth and claws, and an extremely burly, massive frame. Its two vertical snake pupils looked especially chilling. A winged snake-eyed, lion-tiger beast. Once it reached adulthood, it could attain Tier 5. In the species, there were occasionally exceptionally gifted double-pupiled individuals. Records stated that the strength of a double-pupiled lion-tiger beast could reach Tier 6. The one in front of him was obviously not double-pupiled. It should be Tier 5, on the same level as a Grandmaster. At this moment, facing the barrage of blade lights, the lion-tiger beast's wings changed from their original brown to pitch black, radiating a metallic sheen, fully covering its body in an astonishing defense. Looks like I can't kill it in a short time. Ye Feng understood instantly. He could break its defense, but his attacks weren't fatal. Actually, he had originally planned to leave directly. But in the end, he still couldn't suppress the stir in his heart. He had probed the situation from the edge of his own perception limit. He discovered that its aura was indeed much stronger than a Tier 4 beast, but not so strong that it was impossible to contend with. So he immediately turned back. However, a Tier 5 fierce beast was clearly even harder to deal with than he had expected. This was still his home ground. Who knew whether other Tier 5 fierce beasts would come to surround and attack him? The moment he realized he couldn't quickly kill it, Ye Feng had already started thinking about leaving. Remember this. My name is Yenli. If you want revenge, you're welcome to come find me at Gangxiong Bay City. With that said, Ye Feng withdrew at full speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was about to report to Gangxiong Bay City for duty. In Yen, Li was his superior. It was only natural for a superior to take pressure for a subordinate. Ye Feng said it with complete righteousness, without the slightest hint of guilt. A few seconds later, the wings slowly parted, confirming that Ye Feng had already left. The lion-tiger beast's eyes burned with anger. Damn it, Yenli of Gangxiong Bay City, I'll remember you. After reaching Tier 5 and awakening intelligence, this was the first time it had suffered such a huge loss. It had been beaten up for nothing. Nearly half the feathers on its wings had cracked. Its body was covered in no fewer than 100 wounds of varying sizes, all of them seeping blood. It looked quite terrifying. However, fierce beasts had extremely strong physiques and astonishing recovery. As long as the bones and meridians weren't damaged, it would take more than a few days to recover fully. Back on Ye Feng's side, after flying at full speed for more than 10 minutes, only when the outline of Heishan Bay City came into view did Ye Feng finally stop. After breaking through to Grandmaster level, he really was a bit overconfident. If he had been surrounded there, he likely wouldn't have been able to retreat without paying a price. Ye Feng silently warned himself. He couldn't be this impulsive again. Given enough time, he would definitely become invincible. There was no need to put himself in danger too early. He did not return to Heishan Bay City. Instead, he took out the tracking pointer and, following the direction it indicated, prepared to head to Gangxiong Bay City. As for those 4 Tier 4 fierce beasts, the Heishan mountain range was so vast that he simply couldn't find them. He couldn't just keep wasting time in the Heishan mountain range, could he? Better to report first. He wondered what kind of work Gangxiong Bay City would assign him. Hopefully something more leisurely. Thinking about all this and that, Ye Feng followed the direction indicated by the tracking pointer. Along the way, he made 7 or 8 turns, to the point where he was almost dizzy from flying, and only by evening did he finally arrive at his destination. Compared to Heishan Bay City, Gangxiong Bay City had taller and wider city walls, and all kinds of large-caliber thermal weapons were installed as well. The city defense team patrolling it, however, was not as exaggerated. Most were martial warriors, and martial masters were far from rare. Grand martial masters, who were scarce creatures in Heishan-based city, were much more common here. As for grandmasters, they were also rare. In any case, Ye Feng had not seen one yet. After quickly sensing the area, he withdrew his perception and instead descended from the air to the city gate. The sudden figure startled the nearby city defense team. But anyone who could fly was at least a grandmaster, and they did not dare be negligent. So there was no scene of him being difficult to deal with. After confirming his identity, Ye Feng was respectfully escorted into the base city. What met his eyes was a prosperous and lively scene. His first impression was that there were many people here, and the buildings were much taller than those in Heishan. On closer inspection, one could feel that the residents here were very relaxed. Clearly, they were extremely confident in the base city's defensive strength and were not worried about any emergency situation. This was quite different from what Ye Feng had imagined a Tier 2 base city to be like. Not bad. It was already late, so he did not immediately go report in. After showing his identity and smoothly entering the inner city, Ye Feng found a hotel and prepared to first reward his 5 internal organs temple. However, just as he sat down by the window, he felt the eyes of the diners around him quickly fix on him, which left him rather puzzled. What is wrong with this seat? Sir, I'm very sorry. This seat has already been reserved by an honored guest. The server had clearly also noticed Ye Feng's situation and hurried over at once, his face full of apology. Ye Feng didn't care about it. It was just a different seat. He was already 65, not 25. He had long since passed the age of competing over everything. As long as people talked properly, it was fine. He was the type to respond to softness, not force. Led by the waiter, he changed to a window seat with a slightly worse view. Looking over the menu, Ye Feng found that most of the dishes were made from ferocious beast meat and precious materials. The signature charcoal grilled meat steak was actually marked as meat from a 4th-tier ferocious beast, but it required a reservation and wasn't available every day. Of course, the price was equally beautiful. Looking at the pictures and labels on the menu, one dish only contained 2 gene of meat, yet was priced at 100,000. The bodies of 4th-tier ferocious beasts were generally not small. A casual one could easily yield over 10,000 gene of meat. At this restaurant's pricing, just selling the meat from one beast could bring in tens of millions. Calculated that way, it didn't seem that expensive. After all, in Heishan Bay City, the materials from a single 4th-tier ferocious beast could also be exchanged for several million contribution points. Converted into Federation credits, that was also tens of millions. Of course, if the priceless materials on a 4th-tier ferocious beast were included, handling it himself would definitely bring a higher total value. If only the meat was sold, the profit would be much lower. How do I reserve this signature dish that uses 4th-tier ferocious beast meat as the main ingredient? Ye Feng asked. He admitted that he was a little tempted. Hearing that, the waitress's eyes lit up. You only need to register and pay a deposit. Seeing that Ye Feng looked calm and had no objection, the waitress immediately continued. Of course, if sir is willing to recharge a membership, there will be a certain discount on dish prices. The reservation order for dining is also ranked according to membership level. Then sign me up for a membership. With Ye Feng's current strength, he truly wasn't short on money. Going out for a few hours, he could casually make several million back. If he got lucky and encountered a 4th-tier ferocious beast, then one trip could bring in tens of millions or even over 100 million in profit. We have 2 types, regular membership and super membership. It's actually just a difference in cumulative recharge amount. If your cumulative recharge reaches 1 million, you'll automatically be upgraded to super membership. As for regular membership, you only need to recharge 10,000. The benefits of super membership are basically a fully enhanced version of regular membership. After giving a simple introduction, the waitress looked at Ye Feng with an expectant expression. How much does her plan to recharge? 1 million first. If your dishes suit my taste, I'll probably come here often in the future. Ye Feng's expression was calm, as if what he was recharging wasn't 1 million, but just $100. Don't be fooled by the fact that one signature dish made from 4th-tier ferocious beast meat cost 100,000. That was the restaurant's top signature item. The other dishes weren't nearly that expensive. Normally, spending over 10,000 on a meal was already quite good. Someone like Ye Feng, casually recharging 1 million at once, was not common. Sir, I'll handle it for you right away. From now on, you'll be our honored super member. The waitress beamed, especially when the 1 million Federation credits entered the restaurant account. Her smile became even more sincere. As a direct service employee, she would definitely get a commission. At this moment, looking at Ye Feng, tall, handsome, and wealthy, the waitress's eyes flickered with interest. While returning his identity card, she tried, without leaving a trace, to brush against his fingers. However, just as their fingers were about to touch, Ye Feng suddenly pulled his hand back slightly, avoiding her, and smoothly took his identity card back. Bring the dishes out as soon as possible. Without looking at the waitress, Ye Feng shifted his gaze to the scenery outside. Seeing that, how could the waitress not understand what he meant? She immediately turned and left, a little disappointed. Why did they all want to take shortcuts so badly? Ye Feng sikit inyardly. He didn't care much and instead began looking forward to the taste of the dishes. However, what he got wasn't the dishes arriving at the table, but three young men and women who were obviously of no ordinary status, walking straight to the seat where he had been sitting earlier. How important could these distinguished guests really be? After one glance, Ye withdrew his gaze and paid them no further attention. No matter how high their status was, it had nothing to do with him. But what happened next left him rather speechless. Clearly, he had arrived first and ordered first. They had come later and ordered later, yet their food was served first. The customers at the other tables, who were also waiting for their dishes, seemed already used to this and showed no anger. Even so, Ye didn't really care that much. At most, it was just waiting a few more minutes. Better one less problem than one more. Having just arrived in a new base city and not yet figured out the situation here, Ye didn't want to make enemies for himself so quickly. Usually, the more arrogant a person was, especially young people like these, the deeper their background. Otherwise, once you beat the young one, the old one would come. Beat the old one, and an even older one would come. That would never end. Better one less problem than one more. Who would have thought that after only a few bites, the bulliest man among the three raised his hand and called the waiter over. Have all the people at these window seats moved somewhere else? They're blocking our view. The waiter, who was apparently not worthy of having a name, looked troubled. Young Master Qin, this is their problem? And no problem. Looking at the waitress walking toward him with a pleading expression, Ye smiled. If Wang Kaishan were here, he would definitely know that this was Ye Feng's expression when he was extremely speechless. Not giving the waitress a chance to speak, Ye waved a hand and stood up. He truly couldn't eat this meal anymore. At least not here. He really had no appetite anymore and was already thinking of switching to another restaurant. However, just as Ye stood up and had only taken 2 steps, that man's voice rang out by his ear again. Stop. Let me see your blade. Turning his head, Ye found that the other man's eyes were fixed straight on Blood Drink. The man's 2 companions beside him both showed looks of surprise as they carefully sized Ye up. Sigh. Can't even avoid this. Letting out an inward sigh, Ye stared at the man expressionlessly. What if I don't? In Gangxiong Bay City, no one can refuse me. His gaze shifted from Blood Drink to Ye Feng's face. After searching through his memory and confirming that this face was not among the people he couldn't afford to offend, Qin Hao immediately lost all reservations. As he spoke, he stood up directly and strode over. His large, fan-like hand reached straight for the hilt, and the excitement in his eyes grew even hotter. No mistake, absolutely no mistake. This is that blade? Sigh, why bother? His hand had only reached halfway when he suddenly felt an icy chill run through his entire body. His shoulder abruptly sank, and he instinctively wanted to kneel. At the same time, a faint sting came from his neck. Before he could properly process any of it, it felt as if he had been targeted by an unbeatable, ferocious beast. Qin Hao's whole body instantly tensed, and the deadly sense of danger made him go rigid. At some unknown point, Ye had already drawn his blade from its sheath. Blood Drink rested directly on Qin Hao's shoulder. With only the lightest touch, the edge had already cut through the skin on his neck. The moment a bead of blood emerged, it was frozen by Blood Drink's cold aura. Qin Hao did not dare move at all. At this moment, Ye only needed to exert the slightest force to separate Qin Hao's head from his body. The diners who had originally been waiting to watch a joke immediately reacted, every one of them showing fear. When did he draw the blade? No one saw it at all. If Qin Hao died here, it was hard to imagine just how crazy Commander Qin Yang would become. He had gotten a son in his old age, and Qin Hao was his only child. The 2 bodyguard-like figures standing at the entrance both changed expression. With a tap of their feet, they rushed over at top speed. The moment he noticed their movement, Ye merely glanced at them and said flatly, "Scram." His gongshi erupted instantly. It didn't affect anyone else, striking the 2 of them with perfect precision. It was as if 2 great mountains had slammed into them head-on. The 2 were forcibly pinned in place, unable to advance even an inch. They could not move at all. This terrifying level of control, this despair-inducing intensity of gongshi, and this suffocating pressure, at this moment they fully understood. They had kicked an iron plate. As a clan head's only son, Qin Hao held an exalted status. As the bodyguard assigned to him by the family, the 2 of them were both extremely strong. Both were at the early Grandmaster realm, yet in a single exchange, they were completely suppressed. They had no doubt that if Ye wanted to, he could kill them instantly. To accomplish this so casually, Grandmaster cultivation was definitely not enough. That left only one possibility. This man who looked very young, around 30 years old, was a great Grandmaster. That was a super powerhouse on the same level as the family head. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Young Master Qin is the Commander's only son. Please, for the Commander's sake, spare him. Seeing the 2 of them acting so humble toward Ye Qin Hao's expression turned extremely ugly. But he wasn't stupid. He knew Ye Feng's strength was extraordinary. Using only gongqi, he had suppressed 2 early Grandmaster experts in a single exchange and left them unable to advance at all. At the very least, he had to be at the late Grandmaster realm. Qin Hao didn't dare think in the direction of Great Grandmaster. In the entire Gangxiong Bay City, There were only 5 great grandmasters on the surface. His father, Qin Yang, held the position of commander firmly with his mid-great grandmaster cultivation. On top of that, the Qin family was one of the 3 top great families in the base city. That was why Qin Hao had been able to throw his weight around here. Not quite without restraint, but if he wanted something, he could usually get it. Just thinking that he had only put on airs over a meal and over a single blade offended an expert that even his father would have to treat seriously, a late grandmaster powerhouse, filled Qin Hao with regret. But none of it showed on his face. He looked at Ye Feng, his gaze unconsciously shifting to Blood Drinker resting on his shoulder. The blade's chilling aura made him incomparably uncomfortable, and his heart was full of annoyance. There was no mistake. It really was the Mao family's heirloom, the treasured blade Blood Drinker. He was used to acting tyrannically, and this was inside the Bay City, so he hadn't thought much just now. But really, he should have realized it earlier. Someone who could obtain this blade was never someone he could control. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao restrained the ugly look on his face and said seriously, "Sorry. I was reckless just now. You don't want my blade anymore?" Ye Feng raised a brow. The other side's attitude surprised him a little. Qin Hao subconsciously wanted to shake his head, but instantly reacted. Damn it, Blood Drinker was still lying right by his neck. If he shook his head now, wouldn't that be suicide? Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. I wouldn't dare. What a pity. Ye Feng let out a soft sigh. Then he sheathed the blade. Originally, he had been thinking that since they were already enemies, he might as well offend them all the way. If someone tried to seize a martial artist's weapon and was killed in the counterattack, no one could fault him for it. If this place couldn't accommodate him, then at worst he could just return to Heishan Bay City, or head to the superior Zhanshan Bay City. With his great grandmaster realm, no matter where he went, he would be valued. Who would have thought the other side would back down? People who knew when to bend and when to stretch were the most troublesome. If he made a move now, then he would be the one in the wrong. So he could only let the other party off for now. What he didn't know was that this muttered remark of his made Qin Hao, along with everyone around them, tremble inwardly. He really wanted to kill me? Qin Hao couldn't help but shiver all over. After this disturbance, Ye Feng had no desire to keep eating here. He turned and walked toward the door. Everyone along the way didn't dare brush against him in the slightest, and all of them quickly averted their eyes. Only after Ye Feng had left the hotel did everyone finally let out a long breath. Looking at Qin Hao, who appeared like he had survived a disaster, they were shocked, but inwardly they also felt immensely gratified. That brat had finally provoked someone he shouldn't have. I've long been sick of the sight of him. The 2 companions who had come to eat with Qin Hao also finally came back to their senses and hurried over to comfort him. Where the hell were you just now? And now you decide to come over. Qin Hao was deeply dissatisfied. Both of them were members of the Qin family. Usually, they fawned over and flattered him, acting like they followed his lead in everything. But when something really happened, all they knew how to do was hide off to the side and stay silent. Realistic as hell. He had no interest in staying here to eat anymore. After waiting 1 minute, Qin Hao also left the hotel, preparing to go home and tell his father what had happened. He felt utterly helpless inside. What kind of bullshit was this? He had just come out for a meal and ended up offending an expert who was at least late grandmaster. Even in Gongxiong Bay City, someone with that level of cultivation could absolutely enter the upper ranks. Qin Hao could already predict the outcome. Most likely, his father was going to scold him. He just hoped he wouldn't get beaten too badly. If he really couldn't take it, he could only go ask his mother and grandmother for help. At this time, Ye Feng had already found another restaurant. He discovered it was still the same routine. He didn't care, so he got another super membership card. This time, he finally didn't run into some rich young master again, and could enjoy the food in peace. The taste really was much better than Heishan Bay City. He could come here often in the future. Ye Feng marked down this dining spot. He also didn't shortchange himself. That night, he found a hotel in the inner city that looked extremely upscale and directly booked the presidential suite on the top floor. It was only 30,000 a night. Pocket change. Only a bastard would refuse to spend money. He was already 65. It was time to enjoy life. He himself also had the capital to do so without worry. Other great grandmasters needed to pour in massive amounts of resources in order to break through. Without family support, they would most likely live pretty tightly. Ye Feng didn't need to worry about resources at all. He only had to wait for his monthly pension to arrive, then directly add points. Usually, he only cultivated in moderation. That saved him the cost of cultivation resources. So there was no need to be frugal in daily life. Spend when it was time to spend. If he ran short on money, he could just go outside the base city and kill vicious beasts. While he was thinking about all this, Ye Feng had just been about to take a bath when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. A martial master. With a slight sweep of his senses, Ye Feng immediately knew the strength and realm of the person outside. He opened the door and saw a middle-aged man with a respectful expression, holding a wooden box in both hands. "Sir, what my young master did today was wrong. I hope you won't take offense. My master has already punished the young master by forbidding him from leaving the house for 1 month. This is an apology gift that my master specifically instructed me to bring." As he spoke, the man offered the wooden box with both hands. "I'll accept the gift." Ye Feng did not refuse. He didn't say anything explicitly, but his meaning was perfectly clear. This matter was over. he would not pursue it any further. If he refused the gift, that would mean tearing relations apart. After all, the other side had already taken the initiative to admit fault and offer compensation. There was no need to turn everything into a fight to the death. The main conflict was still external. When humanity could stop hiding in base cities and live openly and honestly beneath the vast heavens and earth, then it wouldn't be too late to fight among themselves. Sir, is there anything you need me to take back with me? The man remained as respectful as ever. Ye Feng shook his head. No. Ignoring the man's stiffened smile, Ye Feng directly closed the door. Not pursuing the matter didn't mean he no longer cared at all. He just didn't want to make things too ugly. After all, everyone here was a person of status. He walked to the living room and casually placed the wooden box on the coffee table. He didn't check it right away. Instead, he stepped into the bathtub that had already been filled, sinking his body into it. The water temperature was just right, wrapping around his whole body. It was so comfortable that Ye Feng couldn't help but close his eyes. However, he did not completely lower his guard. His perception spread outward, covering every part of the presidential suite. If any unusual aura came near, he would notice it immediately. When away from home, it was better to be cautious. Inner city, Qin family estate. He took it. Qin Yang's expression was indifferent. The man who had just delivered the compensation to Ye Feng respectfully replied, he took it, but he didn't ask me to bring any message back. MHM. Qin Yang gave a slight nod. He said nothing more. Seeing this, the man quietly excused himself and slowly withdrew from the room. Lowering his head, Qin Yang looked at the document on the table. Written on it was information related to Ye Feng, late-stage Grandmaster. Thinking back to what his subordinates had reported earlier, as well as the speculation regarding Ye Feng's realm, Qin Yang murmured in a voice only he could hear. If he's really a great Grandmaster, then the balance of the base city is about to be broken. Unlike Heishan Bay City, where the so-called three-way struggle was fake and the chief captain's family actually dominated everything with absolute authority, Gangxiong Bay City was currently in a state of delicate balance. Chief Commander Yin Li represented the official side, overseeing the entire situation. In terms of personal strength, he was the strongest in the whole base city. Without equal, the three commanders were all held by the heads of the top local families, each responsible for specific defense matters. They held high rank and immense power. The remaining side was an alliance of other families and the commoner faction, responsible for the base city's concrete governance and logistics. Their role was equally vital. Originally, the commoners and those other families weren't even qualified to sit at the table. But 4 years ago, a game changer emerged from the commoner faction. At the age of 127, he broke through to the great Grandmaster realm. If that were all, it still wouldn't have been enough to attract the other families into an alliance. The key was that this person had comprehended martial Dao will. With an early-stage Grandmaster realm, he could match the combat power of a mid-stage Grandmaster. That carried a completely different meaning. It wasn't just that he was powerful right now. His future was even more worth looking forward to. One had to know that even Chief Commander Yin Li, who was at the late-stage Grandmaster realm, had not comprehended martial Dao will. The three commanders were the same. That alone showed just how valuable this person was. He attracted the other non-top-tier families to take the initiative and seek an alliance with the commoner faction. The original two-sided struggle naturally transformed into the current triangular balance. The three sides restrained one another, forming a delicate equilibrium. Internally, the base city appeared very harmonious. In many matters, everyone understood each other without speaking and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Under such circumstances, if Ye Feng wasn't a late-stage Grandmaster but a great Grandmaster instead, then whichever side could recruit Ye Feng into its camp would be able to break the current balance and seize the initiative. Thinking of this, Qin Yang couldn't help but frown. Because of Qin Hao, their Qin family was already at a disadvantage before the contest had even begun. That son of his really needed a beating. Fortunately, Ye Feng had accepted the gift, showing an attitude of reconciliation. That was good news. It meant the Qin family was only at a disadvantage, not out of the game. If nothing unexpected happens, those people should already be paying attention to this Ye Feng too. Things are about to get lively. Qin Yang es gazi sharpenet. And that was indeed the case. Qin Hao was no nobody in the base city. Yet someone had publicly held a blade to his neck, and in the end, Qin Hao had even resolved it by apologizing. There had been no shortage of observant people at the scene. The news quickly reached the ears of the major factions. Everyone immediately began paying attention to Qin Yang's attitude. The moment they learned he had sent someone to deliver compensation in person, everything became clear. Ye Feng was very strong, worth recruiting, but no one approached him first. Instead, they started looking into and researching all related information about Ye Feng. Among them, the most excited was undoubtedly the Alliance faction, because the Mao family, to which Mao Renfeng belonged, was one of them. The blood-drinking treasure saber in Ye Feng's hand was the Mao family's heirloom. With that connection, they were undoubtedly already ahead of everyone else. Their relationship with Ye Feng was naturally closer than the others. If Ye Feng joined them, they would gain another top-tier combat force, and their right to speak would soar. Of course, all of this depended on one premise. Ye Feng's actual realm had to have reached Great Grandmaster. At this moment, in the Chief Commander's office, Yan Li naturally also knew about Yi Feng's situation, and his expression was somewhat complicated. He was actually very satisfied with the current state of the base city. Once balance was broken, it meant chaos and a loss of control. That was not a result he wanted to see. The key point was that Yi Feng was someone he had personally chosen to bring in by exchanging Gao Ding of the Gao family. Now it rather felt like he'd picked up a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Forget it. I'll wait until I meet him and then decide. If he's only a late-stage grandmaster, then none of these troubles will exist. Yan Li sighed inwardly, but based on the information he had received, he leaned more toward Yi Feng being a great grandmaster. A late-stage grandmaster couldn't do that much. If that was really the case, then he would probably have no choice but to be forceful once again. Everything was for the base city, unaware that on his very first day here, he had already drawn the focused attention of a whole group of upper echelon figures in the base city, and that his personal information had been thoroughly dug through, with one wrong move potentially reshuffling the entire situation. Yi Feng soaked for more than half an hour, washed up, and came to the living room feeling completely refreshed. Only then did he open the wooden box. The current him was no longer the ignorant man he once was. He hadn't read all those books for nothing. With one glance, he recognized what was inside the wooden box and couldn't help sighing. They're really willing to part with this? Five-finger blood ginseng. It got its name because its shape closely resembled the 5 fingers of a human hand, and its entire body was blood red. It was an extremely rare heavenly treasure. Whether consumed directly or boiled together with other medicinal ingredients before eating, its absorption effect was extremely good. But because the energy it contained was far too massive, one had to at least be at the Grandmaster realm to consume it. It was like a balloon. It had a limit to how much it could bear. Once that limit was exceeded, it could easily burst. People were the same. Nothing should be taken to excess. A heavenly treasure that could only be consumed at the Grandmaster realm. Its value went without saying. They really are generous, though they'll probably also try to show off their strength. As expected, big families love this kind of thing. Yi Feng smiled faintly. As long as the other side didn't come provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to get involved in all that troublesome mess. Living his own life was what mattered most. The night passed without incident. After breakfast the next day, and after taking another stroll around the inner city, Yi Feng finally headed to the city defense headquarters. Ganxiong Bay City was a second-tier Bay City and had to oversee and manage more than 10 surrounding first-tier Bay Cities. Besides the city defense team, the headquarters of departments such as Administrative Management and the Public Security Bureau were all gathered in one place to improve overall efficiency. It wasn't just an office area either. It also included buildings like a martial practice ground, cafeteria, residential district, armory, cultivation arts pavilion, and more. The headquarters alone occupied nearly 1/5 of the entire inner city, which showed just how massive it was. After the guards verified his identity, Yi Feng took a car to the city defense team headquarters building. Along the way, he could clearly sense the covert looks and assessing gazes being thrown at him from all around. Thinking back to his conflict with Qin Hao yesterday, Yi Feng had actually already known he would definitely draw attention. He just hadn't expected it to happen this fast. Looks like the situation here is even more delicate than I expected. Yi Feng now had a clear idea. Even if you'd never seen a pig run, you'd at least eaten pork before. Yi Feng was fairly familiar with the situation inside the Federation's base cities. Either one family dominated, or several families maintained a balance. The former was the exception. The latter was the norm. From the looks of it now, Ganxiong Bay City was most likely in that balanced state between several factions. For a high-end combat force like him to arrive and not get watched would have been the strange part. By the time his thoughts reached that point, the elevator had already brought him to the top floor of the city defense headquarters building, outside the office of the chief commander. The person guiding him did not continue escorting him. After indicating that Yi Feng should knock and enter on his own, he left. So the top dog really does like that feeling of looking down from above. With a calm expression, Yi Feng knocked on the door. About 2 seconds later, a response came from inside. Come in. He opened the door and stepped in. What he found inside was not the office decor he had expected. It looked more like a cultivation chamber. There was even a tea table set up inside. At that moment, Yan Li was seated at the main seat by the tea table, smiling. You finally come. The first time meeting the chief commander. Of course I had to adjust my state a little first. Yi Feng smiled as he walked forward. His entire bearing gave off a relaxed feeling that made a trace of surprise flash through Yan Li's eyes. You are very confident. When you have no desires, you stand firm. If you don't have that many pursuits, then there's no need to think about that much. With your cultivation, some things aren't something you can avoid just because you don't want to do them. I think the chief commander shouldn't be the kind of person who likes forcing subordinates to do things they don't want to do. After pondering for a few seconds, Yan Li, who understood what Yi Feng meant, raised a hand in gesture. Sit first. Have a cup of tea with me. Sure. Yi Feng directly sat down across from Yan Li. He casually took the teacup the other man handed over and drained it in one gulp. It was slightly bitter, then sweet aftertaste followed. His whole body turned warm. This tea probably wasn't anything ordinary. Looking at the slight twitch at the corner of Yan Li's mouth, Yi Feng praised, good tea. Drinking like that, what the hell kind of flavor could you taste? Though he complained inwardly, Yenli didn't reveal his true emotions on his face. He also didn't pour Yi Feng a second cup. Instead, he turned to the topic of Yi Feng's work arrangement. You were exchanged from Jinshan Bay City using Gao Ding of the Gao family. In principle, you'll next be assigned to Commander Gao's team. As for the position, it should still be City Defense Battalion Commander. Seeing that Yi Feng's expression did not change at all, as if he completely didn't care about that, Yenli asked, "Do you have any thoughts of your own?" "I'm fine with anything," Yi Feng replied. He looked exactly like the kind of person who would do whatever he was told to do. That actually made Yenli unable to read his real thoughts. But before he could continue speaking, bang, the door was shoved open violently, and a tall figure charged in. "Old Yin, I heard my battalion commander has arrived." "What do you mean your battalion commander? Where Yi Feng will ultimately be transferred hasn't been decided yet." Yenli obviously wasn't about to admit it, even though that wasn't what he had just told Yi Feng. At the core of it, he had only wanted to test Yi Feng's real thoughts. He didn't actually want to transfer Yi Feng over. That one do. He was exchanged using my family's dingsy. Right now I'm short one battalion commander on my side, so he can fill the spot perfectly. As he spoke, the man stared straight at Yi Feng, the burning look in his eyes completely undisguised. Looking at this man, who resembled Gao Ding somewhat, and had an extremely similar temperament, Yi Feng had a rough guess of his identity. If nothing unexpected had happened, this should be one of the three great commanders, Gao Ida, mid-stage Grandmaster Cultivation, a body refining expert, Gao Ding's grandfather. Those pieces of information surfaced in Yi Feng's mind. "Ida, Yi Feng's position still needs further discussion. As for the battalion commander vacancy on your side, I'll allow you to promote someone yourself." Yenli still wouldn't let up. Gao Ida clearly had no intention of giving up. "No way. I want him. This isn't a matter of giving him to you, just because you want him. We still have to ask what he himself wants." "That's true." Nodding, Gao Ida walked over and directly sat in the seat beside Yi Feng. "Kid, come under me. Be a battalion commander for a while first. After that, I'll make you my deputy. If you're willing to marry my granddaughter, then this position of mine can be yours in the future too." Yi Feng, huh? He had not expected the man to pull something like this. Why am I suddenly a little tempted? What the hell? He.S. offering a little too much. The corners of Yen Li's mouth twitched wildly. For this kind of shameless move, he was absolutely going to object. But before he could speak, the door that had just automatically closed was pushed open again. So lively. "You don't mind if we join too, do you?" Turning toward the voice, Gao Ida showed a displeased expression. "Old Qin, Old Tian, what are you two doing here?" The newcomers were none other than the other two commanders of the Bay City, Qin Yang and Tian Shun. "If we didn't come now, it feels like you'd be forcibly recruiting a grandson-in-law," Qin Yang teased. As he spoke, he also gave Yi Feng a slight nod. Tian Shun, who was walking beside him, had an unhappy look on his face. "How many times have I told you? Don't call me Old Tian." "Got it, Old Tian." On the surface, Gangxiong Bay City only had 5 grandmasters in total. Right now, 4 of them were standing before Yi Feng. To be precise, counting him, there were 6 grandmasters. And now, 5 of them were all here. They were all over 100 years old, nearly 200, yet they only looked to be in their 40s or 50s. After reaching the grandmaster realm, one's chi and blood would no longer dissipate, and the speed of facial aging would slow drastically. Unless they suffered severe injuries and their bodies became seriously depleted, there was no way to tell their real age at all. The upper echelon had gathered. The sword-drawn tension Yi Feng had expected did not appear. The 4 of them behaved more like old friends, constantly joking and teasing one another. In truth, they had all known each other for at least several decades, some for over 100 years. They had also fought side by side for about that long. After such a long time, even a stone would have warmed up. They were friends and also comrades who could entrust their backs to one another. Of course, that was when facing outward together. The moment internal issues appeared, every last one of them would argue until their faces turned red. That was exactly the situation now. No fighting, just talking. What grandmasters? At this moment, the 4 of them looked more like 4 old men haggling at a wet market. The key point was that Yi Feng, the person directly involved, had somehow become the freest one at this moment. He didn't interrupt. He poured himself several cups of tea and started observing these 4 grandmasters who held heavy influence in the base cities. Qin Yang looked the most refined. His words were short, but sharp. Yi Feng had originally thought he was the kind of upper-rank figure with deep schemes. But now that he saw him getting along well with the others, that didn't seem to be the case. Gao Ida lived up to his name. His voice was really loud, and he was truly reckless, but he wasn't stupid. He was the typical type who was rough on the outside, but careful on the inside. Like father, like son. Looking at this guy, Yi Feng thought of Gao Ding. Same kind. Tianshun, just his surname alone sounded impressive. His temper was explosive, and he would erupt with astral chi at the drop of a hat. The cultivation method he practiced seemed to be of the fire attribute, and his control was extremely good. The astral chi didn't even damage the floor tiles. It was purely a show of intimidation. But everyone present was a grandmaster, so bursting with astral chi didn't carry much deterrent effect. As for Yenli, the overall commander, Yi Feng had thought he was fairly amicable earlier. But now, the only two words he felt from this man were forceful. The strongest, the highest ranked. Every word carried an unshakable, non-negotiable intent. For grandmasters, each with their own traits, Ye was thinking about how he should get along with them in the future. From what he saw now, it didn't seem like there was anyone especially hard to deal with. But very quickly, Ye was surprised to find that the four people, who had still been arguing a moment ago, suddenly turned their eyes in tacit agreement. Their gazes all locked onto him. No matter how much we talk, if the person himself isn't willing, then it's meaningless. Yin Li, who was a little annoyed, looked serious as he asked, Ye when do you plan to take up a post? As he spoke, he casually glanced at the teapot beside him, which was already empty, and his heart rate sped up a little. My damn combine tea. One tail costs 5 million. The key is, it's impossible to buy even if you have money. After drinking this batch, there may not be another one. He usually couldn't bear to drink it. Today was rare. He had finally brewed a pot. Giving away 1 cup just now had already hurt enough, and who would have thought that in the end? He himself only got 1 cup. The rest were all drunk by Ye like it was water. This is unbearable. Of course, it was one thing to be angry, but if he really flipped over a few cups of tea, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Endure it. However, if Ye could drink combine tea like water and still have clear eyes without the slightest daze, then his true realm was already very obvious. A grandmaster couldn't do that. Only a grandmaster could. A 65-year-old grandmaster. Even in a super base city, that could be called a genius. And yet he had appeared in a tier 3 base city, with no background at all and scarce cultivation resources. Ye talent was too monstrous. Was it really a good thing to bring such a super genius under his command? At this moment, seeing Yin Li and the other 3 all staring at him, Ye wasn't nervous at all. He just smiled faintly. I actually want to go to a more relaxed apartment. Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Gao Ida looked confused. A relaxed apartment meant no development potential. With such outstanding talent, and he wanted to slack off? Qin Yang reacted very quickly. Come on my side. Just in time, the equipment department has the director is about to step down. You could take over directly. Most of the time, you'll just be in the office drinking tea and reading newspapers or whatever. I'll also raise your treatment by 1 level. No way. Absolutely not. With Ye Feng's strength and qualifications, he should be on the front line, fighting battles. How can he waste his time in a support department? Gao Ida looked dissatisfied. Tianshan, meanwhile, stayed true to his usual foul mouth. Bullshit, what front line? Even geniuses need room and time to grow. Come to my side. You can just be the deputy commander. You won't have much work to do normally. Just focus on cultivation. The 3 commanders clearly oversaw different areas. Aside from Gao Ida, Ye was quite tempted by the other 2. He had fought for decades. It was time to rest and enjoy life. However, before Ye could make a decision, Yin Li spoke up. Give him some time to think. During this period, no one is allowed to disturb him. TCH, old Yin. You only know how to suppress us. Ye only just arrived at our base city. He really should be given some time to understand the situation here. He already understood part of it yesterday. Old Qin, you really should control Qin out of your family. He has been used to acting high and mighty. This time it's only because Ye was generous. If it were me, I'd make sure he lay in bed for 3 months before this matter could be over. Old Tian, don't be so sarcastic. Then just say whether it's the truth or not. The final result was that Ye wouldn't join either side for the time being. He would enjoy the treatment of a deputy commander, first adapt to and understand the situation in Gongxiong Bay City, and then make a decision. Ye was satisfied with this result. He didn't have to do anything, and he still got a monthly salary of 1 million Federation points, plus a subsidy of 1 million contribution points, along with a villa residence and full benefits. If possible, Ye wanted to keep this state forever. But it was obvious Yin Li couldn't just let a high-end combat force stay idle like this. After Gao Ida, Qin Yang, and the others left, the overall commander made his stance clear. You should also understand that for the internal stability of the base city, I won't let you join either side. Then, old Yin, what do you plan to arrange me? Ye leaned back in his chair, relaxed. Yin Li had already given up resisting this form of address. Since all the grandmasters in the base city called him that, it didn't matter if one more person did too. I haven't decided yet. Stay on standby in the base city for now. I think Shanghai Base City is pretty good. Ye volunteered himself. Hearing that, Yin Li looked over with a strange expression. You want to go to a tier 3 base city? Can't I? Of course not. Unless a spatial passage of a foreign race above 4th tier intensity appears, a tier 3 base city can't have a grandmaster stationed there permanently. That's the consensus between us humans and high-tier ferocious beasts. Yin Li explained that. As the struggle between humans and ferocious beasts grew more intense, it was common to see one person slaughtering hundreds of thousands, even millions of ferocious beasts. Likewise, high-tier ferocious beasts could easily do the same and wipe out a city. If both sides kept shamelessly bullying the weak, it wouldn't take long before either humans or ferocious beasts could be wiped out as a race. Without a huge population base to support them, new powerhouses couldn't emerge. Without new powerhouses and fresh, strong blood entering the ranks, The only outcome waiting for both sides would be destruction. After all, there were still the foreign races. No one knew what on Water Blue Star had caught their eye, but foreign races would occasionally open spatial passages and invade. And on the side of the three super base cities, humans were directly fighting the foreign races head-on. As for the ferocious beasts, most of them also weren't willing to give up their territory. Their attitude toward foreign races was also mostly hostile, with a common enemy. Human powerhouses and high-tier ferocious beasts had ultimately reached the relevant agreement. Without foreign race involvement, the highest station combat power allowed in different tiers of base cities was limited. A Tier 3 base city's highest permanent combat power was Peak Grandmaster. A Tier 2 base city's was Peak Grandmaster as well. While a Tier 1 base city had crossed into Martial King territory, and the upper limit for station combat power was raised to Peak Martial Saint. As for the super base cities, there was no upper limit. The ferocious beasts followed the same rule. For example, over at Heishan Base City, the highest ranked ferocious beasts in a beast tide were only 4th rank. No ferocious beast above 4th rank would appear. Strictly speaking, when Yifeng had accidentally entered the depths of the Heishan mountain range and fought the twin-winged snake-eyed lion tiger beast, he had broken the rules. But he hadn't killed any ferocious beasts, so presumably the ferocious B-side wouldn't have too much of an issue with it. Seeing Yifeng nod in understanding, Yanli spoke again. Back when you were in a 3rd level base city, you couldn't come into contact with this kind of information. Since you don't have any work for now, you could go check out the archives room and learn some things that 3rd level base cities don't have access to. Alright, Yifeng didn't refuse. He waited for a while and even hinted with his eyes several times. But Yanli clearly had no intention of brewing another pot of tea. Left with no choice, Yifeng could only leave in disappointment. Thinking that he could come by more often in the future, he figured this commander-in-chief, who liked to consider the bigger picture, probably wouldn't mind. He checked the time. It was almost lunchtime. Earlier, Qin Yang and the others had all flown away, and Yifeng had no intention of making things hard on himself. There was no way he was going to walk again. He quickly rose into the air. Looking down from above, his field of vision instantly became incredibly broad. He easily found the cafeteria at headquarters. In the span of a breath, he had flown to the main entrance. Wasn't this way more convenient than walking? Just as he was about to head inside, a woman's voice came from beside him. Stop for a second. The voice was extremely restrained and abstinent in tone. Yifeng subconsciously looked over. A round-faced girl over 1.8 meters tall, with full curves, slim limbs, a solid lower body, and a resolute appearance, was staring at him seriously. She looked a little familiar. Combined with her build and appearance, for some reason, Yifeng thought of Gao Ding and Gao Ida. A puzzled look appeared in his eyes. Need something? Let us get acquainted. Gao 1. She walked over. Gao Ding is my younger brother, and Gao Ida is my grandpa. So? Yifeng asked back. He immediately understood. So she really was from the Gao family. Those genes really were passed down in one line. Instead of answering right away, Gao 1 looked Yifeng up and down, then raised a brow. My grandpa told me to get to know you, but honestly, you're not my type. What a coincidence. I'm not interested in you either. Then I'll report back to my grandpa like that. Do whatever you want. Yifeng had no interest in bickering with her further and walked straight into the cafeteria. Gao 1 was left standing where she was, watching his back as he left, her brows slightly furrowed. Without lingering on the 1st and 2nd floors, Yifeng went straight to the private room area on the 3rd floor. His benefits were already linked to his identity card. When dining in the cafeteria, ordinary meals were completely free, while expensive ingredients came at half price. The cafeteria's prices were already cheaper than the hotels outside. With the discount, they became even cheaper. After learning all this, Yifeng suddenly felt a little stupid. He had actually recharged a 1 million membership card at a hotel outside. But after tasting the food here, he suddenly understood. Expensive things were expensive for a reason. A cafeteria was a cafeteria. Whether on Earth or on Aqua Blue Star, its only job was to make sure the food got cooked. As for those so-called creative dishes, they were only creative, but they didn't taste good. I'd better eat outside from now on. Yifeng shook his head. Still, in the spirit of not wasting food, he finished everything. After eating, he left. Just as he stepped out of the private room, he saw several men and women coming out of another private room as well. In Heishan Base City, female martial artists were rarely seen. But over here, Yifeng noticed that the number of female martial artists had increased quite a bit. For what he had seen so far, the ratio of female to male martial artists was about 3 to 7. At that moment, the group also noticed Yifeng. They obviously didn't know him. But anyone who could eat in the private rooms definitely didn't have a low status, so they all nodded at him politely. Yifeng nodded back, and then he was forced to overhear their conversation. Today's dishes are still as high level as ever, especially that charcoal grilled fireball tail. That one really leaves an impression. Old Wang's cooking really is good. He is no worse than the head chefs at those top restaurants outside. The key point is that it's cheaper here. This counts as headquarters welfare for us. I heard that 3rd-rank Rattletail Fireball was killed and brought back by Captain Ye. Captain Ye is pretty strong, and she is beautiful too. By the way, she has been polishing her realm at great martial master perfection for several years now, right? Is she about to break through? That is hard to say. Too many people here are stuck at that realm. At most, only one or two manage to break through each year. Yifeng wasn't he interested in this so-called Captain Yi or in realms and such. What he was curious about was the fact that he had also ordered the charcoal-grilled fireball tail. So why had it tasted so ordinary to him? Had they not eaten the same dish? Or was it simply that these people had never eaten truly good food before? So they thought this was delicious? Before Yifeng could figure out, the group had already gone downstairs and left. Forget it. Why think so much about it? He was coming here again anyway. Shaking his head slightly, once he reached the cafeteria entrance, Yifeng paid no attention to the people around him and directly took off into the air. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight. He was heading back to the villa assigned to him. He left behind a crowd of men and women with shocked and envious looks on their faces, including several cafeteria staff members. Unlike everyone else, their expressions changed drastically. Instead of going outside, they turned and ran back into the cafeteria, heading straight for the kitchen. Head chef, something big happened. Unaware of any of this, Yifeng had already arrived at the entrance of a standalone 3-story villa. He scanned his identity card, and the gate opened. Since he was living alone, a villa that was too large would actually feel uncomfortable, so Yifeng had specifically asked for a smaller one. Small in name only. The 3 floors plus the underground cultivation room added up to over 2,000 square meters. The interior decoration was luxurious, and the room layout was excellent. None of that really mattered to Yifeng. He went straight to the underground cultivation room. The moment he entered, he clearly felt the difference between inside and outside. The concentration of energy particles was at least 10 times higher than the outside world. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Of course, that didn't mean that if the concentration of energy particles was 10 times higher, cultivation speed would also get a 10-fold boost. Everyone's talent was different, and absorption efficiency varied as well. Whether someone could fully adapt to such a dense cultivation environment still depended on whether their talent was sufficient. Curious about how much his cultivation speed would increase, Yifeng didn't hesitate and immediately began cultivating. Inside the underground cultivation room, which covered 300 square meters and had a ceiling height of 5 meters, the normally invisible energy particles now formed a 6-colored vortex visible to the naked eye. At the center of the vortex was none other than Yifeng, who was cultivating. At this moment, his body became like a ravenous Tao-Tai, endlessly devouring the energy particles. Time passed unnoticed in cultivation. 5 hours quickly went by. Completely immersed in the pleasure of cultivation, Yifeng hadn't noticed the passage of time at all. This was the first time he had cultivated so smoothly, the first time he had felt the joy of cultivation. He summoned the panel and checked it. The proficiency of the Pajuan Xiangang technique had directly surged by 80 points. At this cultivation speed, after making a quick calculation, he found that it would take less than 40 days to raise the mid-earth tier Pajuan Xiangang technique to the perfection realm. Too fast. Back in the cultivation room at Heishan Bay City, he could only raise his proficiency by 1 point a day at most. Now, with his talent improved and a cultivation room with a higher concentration of energy particles, Yifeng's cultivation speed had become extremely fast. Looks like from now on, he would need to spend his retirement fund to raise the Pajuan Xiangang art anymore. Yifeng was in a pretty good mood. He had directly saved a whole month as retirement fund. After 5 hours, not only had his technique proficiency surged, his chi and blood had also grown, increasing by 111 points. His realm, however, had only risen by 1 point, currently at 1,100,000. That was enough to show just how difficult cultivation at the Grandmaster realm was. Without some conditions in place, you really just couldn't cultivate it. If he cultivated 10 hours a day, he should be able to gain 2 points of cultivation. Without considering bottlenecks, if he kept cultivating like this for 50,000 days, he would reach great Grandmaster perfection. Converted, that meant he would need 1,369 years. Yifeng was now 65 years old. In other words, he could cultivate to great Grandmaster perfection before the age of 200 and then challenge the Martial King realm. His future was absolutely promising. This also made Yifeng clearly realize one thing. With his current talent, as long as his cultivation environment could stay at a certain level, even without relying on stat points, his cultivation efficiency still wouldn't be low. It was just a pity that the cultivation conditions for the purple Thunder Vajra undying body were too harsh. It required bathing in lightning. Not only was the danger level extremely high, even the place needed for cultivation was hard to find. The possibility of cultivating it on his own was slim. Of course, as a man with a retirement fund, when in doubt, he could just add points directly. 1,369 years to reach great Grandmaster perfection? Yifeng's response was, "You can look down on me if you want, but you can't look down on the Mother Planet Transmigrators Association." He might have his own limits, but his retirement fund didn't. Closing the panel, he and felt much during cultivation, but now that he had stopped, hunger instantly hit him. Yifeng stood up, circulated his chi and blood to loosen up his limbs, then walked out of the cultivation room. He was planning to go to the cafeteria, thinking of the 2 restaurants where he had recharged a super VIP membership yesterday. He fixed the direction and flew straight over. He didn't go to the restaurant where he had run into Chin Hao. It still felt a little unpleasant. So he went to the second one instead. My lord, you're here. The moment she saw Yi Feng, the waitress immediately clicked over in high heels, taking quick little steps as she trotted up to him, her face full of respect. Yi Feng looked a little puzzled. You know me? You're one of our super VIP members. I know every single one. All right then, pick me a window seat. Yes, please follow me. Led by the waitress, Yi Feng arrived at a window seat on the third floor and sat down. This time, no one told him to give up his seat. He didn't have to wait long. In only about 10 minutes, all 8 dishes and 1 soup were served. Yi Feng noticed that the customers who had arrived before him still hadn't gotten all their dishes, and he couldn't help sighing inwardly. That membership card really wasn't recharged for nothing. As he ate, he looked at the street scenery outside. The food here was obviously much better than the headquarters cafeteria. If the full score was 100, the cafeteria would get at most 50, while this place could score 85. Unfortunately, they didn't have any dishes made from 4th order ferocious beast meat. With Yi Feng's current digestion and absorption ability, even 3rd order ferocious beast meat was nowhere near enough. After finishing 8 dishes and 1 soup, he was only about 60% full. Still lacking. The stronger one's strength, the bigger one's appetite usually became. Once someone reached the Grandmaster level, they generally stopped going to restaurants and just drank energy potions directly. Filling and convenient. But Yi Feng had no intention of treating energy potions as meals. What kind of life would that be? He raised a hand and called the waitress over. Do you buy ferocious beasts here? Yi Feng asked, even though he already knew the answer. Hearing that, the waitress froze for a moment. She had met people who reserved dishes made from 4th order ferocious beast meat, but she had never run into a situation like Yi Feng's. She reacted quickly and respectfully replied, We do, but we only buy ferocious beasts of 2nd order and above. I see, waving his hand to indicate she could go back. Yi Feng turned his gaze to the street scene outside the window. The streets of the inner city were very broad, with shops lining both sides. At night, the flow of people was heavy. From time to time, he could even see Grandmaster experts flying through the air. They were basically all coming from the city defense headquarters. So presumably, they had missions to handle. Of course, they might also just be showing off. He didn't stay long. Yi Feng got up and left the restaurant, then flew to headquarters archive room within a few breaths. It was basically like a library. There were 6 floors in total. With Yi Feng's authority, he could freely go to any floor and read any materials. He mainly checked information related to great grandmasters and the martial realms beyond that. He kept looking through all kinds of materials until the archive staff got off work, only then leaving. The materials Yi Feng focused on the most were, without question, books related to the great grandmaster realm. The thing mentioned most often was martial will. Martial will, the comprehension and manifestation of one's personal will. Once comprehended, it can affect opponents on the spiritual level. Put simply, ordinary great grandmasters only had physical output, while great grandmasters who had comprehended martial will also had magical attacks. Naturally, their combat strength was much stronger. More importantly, a great grandmaster who had not comprehended martial will could never break through to the martial king realm. Martial king, one who has comprehended and successfully condensed a personal, exclusive martial will. Only by no longer following the footsteps of predecessors and walking a martial path that belongs solely to oneself can one be called a king. As for the martial saint, martial god, and guardian martial god beyond that, the materials mention them very little. Presumably, only by reaching a first-level base city or an even higher-ranked super base city could one learn more. After leaving the archive room, Yi Feng didn't return to the villa right away. Instead, he found a barbecue place in the inner city. The grilled meat really did taste great. The grade of the ferocious beast meat wasn't high, but had been handled extremely well. There wasn't the slightest fishy taste. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it became. It wasn't tough either. The texture was unbeatable. If only the grade of the meat were a little higher, it would be even more perfect. Thinking of this, Yi Feng decided to get himself a 4th order ferocious beast. Going out of the city and searching on his own like a headless fly would have too low a success rate. So he planned to borrow the power of the base city. Gongxiong Base City Chief Commander's office. Good tea. Taking a small sip of the calming tea in his cup, Yanli showed a look of enjoyment. In his mind, the image of Yi Feng chugging it down earlier surfaced instinctively, and he immediately felt a little exasperated. Tea should be savored slowly. How can you drink it like water? He really doesn't know how to enjoy life. He then pressed the bell-shaped button on the desk. A few seconds later, his assistant quickly walked in. My lord, what are your orders? After that Yi Feng left my place yesterday, what did he do in the base city? Yanli asked. The assistant opened his notebook and reported, after leaving your place, Lord Yi went to the headquarters cafeteria. His dining experience was not very satisfactory. According to the investigation, the head chef, in order to focus on receiving several team members from family backgrounds, assigned an apprentice to handle Lord Yi's dishes. The taste was probably lacking, but Lord Yi still finished everything. After a pause, seeing Yanli give a slight nod without saying anything, the assistant continued, after lunch, Lord Yi returned to the villa and didn't go out again until evening, when he went to the Liu family's Sia restaurant for dinner. As for today, after checking the distribution map of ferocious beasts around the base city at 9:30 in the morning, Lord Yi left the base city. Keep an eye on when he returns to the base city. Inform me the moment he does. Understood. You may leave. He waved his hand. Just as the assistant was about to walk out, Yinli suddenly said, have the cafeteria side straighten things out too. That matter. The assistant looked a little confused. Commander Qin already dealt with it that same day. He moved pretty fast, Yinli muttered. The assistant took his leave. He knew very well that at a time like this, there was nothing he could say. Watching the assistant leave, Yinli drained the tea in his cup in one gulp, his expression blank. At the same time, at the Gao family estate. You mean even tea take a liking to you? Gao Ida had a look of regret on his face. Hearing that, Gao nodded. That is what he said anyway. Like I do take a liking to him. Fine. Then I'll have your younger sister find a chance to get in contact with him. Gao Ida had no intention of giving up. There were plenty of young female martial artists in the family. If they approached him one by one, and one of them happened to catch his eye, that would be a huge profit. Gao Wen, however, looked puzzled. Grandpa, there is no need for us to throw ourselves at him, right? If we don't take the initiative, others will. Looking at his granddaughter's matter-of-fact expression, no longer showing the usual roughness she displayed. With a trace of shrewdness now in her eyes, Gao Ida let out a sigh. You don't understand how much influence an outsider grandmaster with no background or backing at all can have on a base city. What? That Yi Feng is a grandmaster. Didn't I tell you? No. Grandpa, how about I go make contact instead? Similar scenes were also playing out at the Qin family and the Tian family. At this moment, the most anxious group was undoubtedly the Alliance faction. The chief commander and the three commanders had all already met Yi Feng, while their own leading figure was still in closed-door cultivation, with no sign at all of coming out. Wouldn't T that put them behind? Don't look at how their faction seemed to have the largest number of people. In terms of overall strength, they had always been at the bottom among the three sides, and the gap wasn't T small. That was also the main reason they had gone all out in supplying Tang, Yan's cultivation. Since there was no way for their overall strength to surpass the others in the short term, they would try to widen the gap in top-end combat power instead. As long as Tang Yin could break through to the middle stage of Grandmaster, with the strength boost from martial intent, he would be comparable to an ordinary late-stage Grandmaster. At the Grandmaster realm, the gap between the middle stage and the late stage was enormous. 3 middle-stage Grandmasters still could not defeat 1 late-stage Grandmaster. That was also the confidence Yin Li had in suppressing the 3 middle-stage Grandmaster commanders by himself. So if Tang Yin could break through again, the Alliance side would truly rise. That had been the previous plan. Now, however, a Yi Feng had appeared, someone with no foundation, also from a commoner background. The Alliance side immediately had a new idea. If Yi Feng could join them, their momentum would rise at once. They could also spread out their investment, instead of putting all their eggs in one basket like they were now. If Tang Yin suddenly changed his mind when the time came, they would be finished. With one more option, they would have one more layer of security. The problem was, since the other two sides had both had their leading figures meet with Yi Feng, their side would definitely have to let Tang Yin make the first appearance as well. Only that way could they show how much importance they attached to Yi Feng. But Yin Li had already clearly informed everyone that no one was allowed to make contact with Yi Feng at will. That cut off their path. Now, it seemed they could only pin their hopes on Tang Yin coming out of seclusion soon. Rules had never been a restraint on top experts. There were also some people who noticed a trace of something strange. The timing of Tang Yin's announcement of closed-door cultivation was far too subtle. They couldn't help but think more about it. While undercurrents surged among the upper echelons of the base city, Yi Feng, the one who had started it all, had no thoughts of paying attention to any of it. At this moment, he had already arrived at the destination of this trip. Gongxiong Bay City had the sea on one side, while the other 3 sides were all vast forests and wilderness. It had to face threats from 4 directions at once. Oceanic ferocious beasts, the Sea Clan, land ferocious beasts, and underground ferocious beasts. Especially those underground ferocious beasts, they were truly impossible to guard against. No one knew where they might emerge from. Yi Feng's target this time was precisely those ferocious beasts hidden underground. The ocean side had too much uncertainty. As for the land ferocious beasts, they were hunted and swept clean by the base city's martial artists every day. The 4th Order ferocious beasts had long since clustered together and curled up inside the territory of the 5th Order ferocious beasts. If Yi Feng charged in alone, he would 100% get gang-beaten, so he could only choose the underground ferocious beasts. Across the boundless wilderness, hovering in the air and looking down from above, Yi Feng could see that every 1 or 2 kilometers there would be an earthen mound over 10 meters high, or even dozens of meters high. From afar, they looked like dirt mounds. Up close, they looked more like towering chimneys. The middle was hollow, leading straight underground. According to the records in the intelligence, over the past several hundred years, these underground ferocious beasts had already built a vast underground world in this region. There were several million ferocious beasts down there, and they had already formed a self-contained ecosystem. But being underground, resources were limited in the end. So every so often, more than 100,000 or even more, underground ferocious beasts would come to the surface and form a beast tide. Among them were quite a few fourth and fifth order ferocious beasts. The key point was that these ferocious beasts were all experts at digging. City walls were basically meaningless against them. As a result, every time, they caused no small amount of losses to Gangxiong Bay City. That was why among the extermination and hunting missions issued by the base city, the bounty for underground ferocious beasts was the highest among those of the same rank. And regardless of identity, as long as one was a martial artist, one could accept these missions. After watching from the air for a few minutes, Yifeng saw more than a dozen martial artist teams enter the underground world through different openings. Without continuing to watch, he casually picked one entrance and went down as well. The cramped, dark, and damp scene he had imagined did not appear. It was unexpectedly spacious. The passage was dozens of meters wide and over 10 meters high, giving it the complete feel of an underground cavern. Sunlight streamed in through the opening above and spilled onto the ground, where it actually produced irregular refractions. Looking closely, one could see that mixed in with the dirt on the ground were extremely fine, crystal-like particles. When sunlight fell on those particles, it refracted. Through the continuous refraction of those crystal particles, the underground passage, which should have been dark and lightless, actually carried strands of faint light throughout, and visibility was not low. Interesting. Ye Invincible. Then he looked at the crisscrossing passages and instantly lost his smile. He had no clue where to go, so he immediately spread his perception to its limit. Very quickly, he sensed the aura of a human hunting team. In his perception, the chi and blood of human martial artists were like oil lamps lit in the dark of night, extremely obvious. Their characteristics were completely different from the auras of ferocious beasts and other creatures, making them almost impossible to confuse. Following the human team, winding and twisting through turn after turn, and without knowing how long he had gone, he finally sensed the aura of ferocious beasts. And there were quite a few of them, more than 100 presences in total. This human team had only 5 people altogether, 4 men and 1 woman. 2 peak Great Martial Masters, while the other 3 were also all in the Great Martial Master realm. The lineup was quite strong. As long as they didn't T-run into a 4th order ferocious beast, they basically wouldn't T-fall into danger. However, among those 100+ ferocious beast auras, there just happened to be a hidden 4th order ferocious beast. Its aura was very obscure, and it was hiding at the very back of the beast pack, sneaky as hell. If not for Yifeng's overwhelming realm and extremely sharp perception, he probably wouldn't have discovered it either. Anyway, the few people in that human team hadn't noticed any of this. They were still advancing toward the beast horde. I'll help you once. Consider it repayment for you leading the way for me. With that thought, Yifeng's figure vanished from where he stood. At this moment, that human team had already made direct contact with the ferocious beasts. Yilan, there are a bit too many of them. We can fight. I'll take the front line with you. The others stay behind and support. All right, let us do it that way. If Sister Lan says we can fight, then we can definitely fight. Let us go one big haul. Ha! Once we finish this wave, we one team need to come out again for the next week. It was obvious that the few of them trusted this female martial artist, named Yilan, immensely. Facing the nearly 100 ferocious beasts charging toward them like a flood, they showed no fear at all. They formed up on the spot and launched a defensive counterattack. Tianqing and Yilan were both peak Great Martial Masters. The former cultivated a body tempering technique. His defense was astonishing, and he could tank damage head-on without falling. The latter was nimble and agile. Her long spear struck like a ghost, and every time she attacked, it was a fatal blow. The 3 behind them also worked together with perfect coordination, guarding the rear of the 2 and preventing the ferocious beasts from fully surrounding them. The ferocious beasts were all huge in size. Even though there were so many of them, fewer than 20 could attack them at the same time, which was completely within what the group could handle. Judging by how the battle was going now, if not for that 4th order ferocious beast, the group would have been more than enough to swallow this wave of beasts whole. Unfortunately, there was no if. Roar! A beastly roar filled with savage fury suddenly came from behind the beast horde, and layer upon layer of ripples appeared in the air. A sonic attack. It instantly enveloped all 5 of them. Yilan and Tianqing, struck by the sound wave, both froze for a moment, their expressions going blank and their movements stalling. As for the 3 behind them, they fared even worse. Blood was already seeping from their eardrums. Their minds were dazed. They could no longer control their bodies. The surrounding ferocious beasts took the chance to close in. A 4th order ferocious beast. It's over. We're going to die here today. Why is there a 4th order ferocious beast here? It's over. It's all over. Unlike her teammates, who had already fallen into despair and accepted their fate, Yilan bit down hard on her tongue and forcibly brought herself back to clarity. I can't die here. However, before she could activate her movement technique, every possible path had already been cut off by the ferocious beasts. She couldn't T-dodge. She couldn't T-escape. She had already fallen into a hopeless situation. Am I going to die? Yilan's eyes were filled with unwillingness, staring fixedly at the surrounding ferocious beasts. She recovered a bit of strength and prepared to fight with everything she had. Even if she had to die, she would drag a few more ferocious beasts down with her. But the moment she thought of her family and that promise, her heart filled with regret. I should have been more careful. I shouldn't have been this confident. And it was at that moment, Chila, a crimson blade light split open the thick stone wall and chopped all the ferocious beasts surrounding Yilan and the others cleanly in half at the waist. Its momentum did not lessen in the slightest. In less than the blink of an eye, it had already reached that fourth-order ferocious beast. Those beast pupils, once filled with savage brutality, now showed very human-like fear. It wanted to dodge, but suddenly discovered intense pain shooting through all four of its limbs. Invisible long arrows had pierced through them, pinning it firmly to the spot. It could do nothing. It could only watch helplessly as the blade light slashed toward its neck. Its thick scales offered not the slightest defensive effect. Head and body were separated, and its vision spun through the air. Before its consciousness faded, the only thing left in its sight was its own body, still standing where it was. A fourth-order ferocious beast, instantly killed. It just died like that. Yilan, Tianqing, and the others, having survived the disaster, were all deeply shaken. One slash had directly killed dozens upon dozens of ferocious beasts, including a fourth-order ferocious beast, and it hadn't harmed any of them in the slightest. This kind of strength, this kind of control, was simply terrifying. An ordinary grandmaster probably couldn't do this. A great grandmaster. The names of the 5 great grandmasters in the base city surfaced in their minds. But none of those 5 used a blade. Could be a grandmaster? Reality gave them no chance to keep marveling. Yifeng's figure appeared in their sight, as if by teleportation, standing right in front of that headless fourth-order ferocious beast. It looked like a horse, but it had 2 ox horns, and its whole body was wrapped in black scales. Its sonic attack was even harder to guard against. Unfortunately, Yifeng's major realm suppression was too overwhelming. No matter how many methods it had, it couldn't use any of them. Good thing I made it in time. Yifeng had underestimated how complicated the tunnels on this side were. Even though he could sense Yilan and the others' auras and had the right direction, he still ran into a dead end. Too complicated. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Since he didn't know which tunnel to take, but had already confirmed the direction, he simply cut out a passage directly. Facts proved that his decision had been extremely wise. His gaze shifted to Yilan and the others. Seeing their taut bodies and nervous, uneasy expressions, Yifeng pointed at the fourth-order ferocious beast beside him and asked, "Is this thing tasty?" Boom! A loud explosion shattered the peace of this wilderness. The ground suddenly burst apart, and a gigantic fist condensed from crimson gang chi shot straight into the sky. Through the hole in the ground, dozens of meters wide, a headless horse-type ferocious beast shot out at high speed. It looked extremely bizarre. Brother Wong, quick, look. That's a fourth-order ferocious beast. A black-scaled horned horse? It looks like it, but why doesn't it have a head? Also, why is it flying? Why are you asking so many questions? Look carefully. Someone is carrying it while flying. What the hell? Even without its head, judging by its size, that thing has to weigh more than a dozen tons, right? Who can carry it while flying? Damn, everyone look, there really is someone. A grandmaster couldn't do something like this. It's definitely a great grandmaster. The human team nearby, which had been preparing to enter the underground world, was now staring at the corpse of the black-scaled horned horse rapidly flying out of sight through the air, as well as the faint human figure visible beneath the corpse. Every one of them was utterly shocked, and at this moment, the ones most shocked of all were undoubtedly Yilan and her group of 5. After special processing, the meat of the black-scaled horned horse was a rare delicacy. Once it reached the 4th order, if properly prepared, it could preserve and stimulate the energy contained within the meat to an extreme degree. At that point, it could no longer be considered mere food. It could completely be used as a cultivation resource. The key point was that it was genuinely delicious. This was also the main reason dishes made from 4th-order ferocious beast meat were so popular in the base city. Every time some appeared, it would be fought over frantically, and the price had always remained high. After learning this information, Yifeng was immediately delighted. He had originally thought it would take quite a bit of effort, but who would have thought that not long after coming here, he had already completed his original goal. He immediately prepared to return to the base city. He politely declined Yilan, and the others offered to lead the way. On the way in, he had indeed needed someone to guide him. If he made too much noise, all the ferocious beasts would run away, and that would mean twice the work for half the result. But now that he was leaving, there was naturally no need to worry about any of that. He could just open a hole straight upward. Originally, Yilan and the others hadn't understood what Yifeng was planning, but now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they were all stunned. Could someone really be this willful just because they were strong? Yifeng, absolutely. Sister Lan, this person is at least in the late-stage Grandmaster realm, right? Grandmaster? Yilan glanced at her companion. Have you ever seen any Grandmaster carry something weighing over a dozen tons and fly through the sky like it was nothing? If she still hadn't been sure what realm Yifeng was in before, then now she could confirm that Yifeng was a great Grandmaster. She looked at the contact info in her hand. To say she was too excited would be impossible. That was a great grandmaster in the entire Gongxiong Bay City. There were only 5 in total, all elusive big shots whose dragons showed their heads, but never their tails. Oh no, now there should be 6. Yelan, let us deal with these ferocious beasts and head back too, alright? This place feels like it could collapse at any moment. Tianqing's mouth twitched. A tiny bit of willfulness from a big shot was a devastating blow to people like them. Such a huge hole, running hundreds of meters straight through to the surface. Damn, that was freakishly monstrous. But the moment he thought about how they had successfully made contact with Yifeng, a great grandmaster, his eyes grew burning hot, and he felt deeply fortunate that when Yifeng had offered to let them handle the other ferocious beasts, Yilan had chosen to refuse. Originally, all of them had instinctively wanted to agree. After all, there were dozens of ferocious beasts, including quite a few third-tier ones. They were worth a lot. But compared to that, earning the goodwill of a great grandmaster was obviously far more worthwhile. As expected of people who both had the surname Yi, Yilan was awesome. Not long after, at the west gate wall of Gongxiong Bay City, a black dot shot over from the far horizon where heaven and earth met, flying straight in at astonishing speed, startling the somewhat drowsy city defense guards. By instinct, they were about to sound the alarm, but one of their companions beside them, holding binoculars and the first to notice what was happening, shouted to stop them. Don't pull it yet. That ferocious beast has no head. It should be dead. There seems to be a person underneath it, holding it up while flying. What the hell? There really is someone carrying it. I saw it. Let me take a look. Within a few breaths, Yifeng had already reached the city wall and slowly landed on top of it. Looking at the crowd staring at him nervously, he said, I want to bring this into the base city. What procedures do I need? Sir, please show your identity card. The great martial master leading them spoke respectfully. He stuck a glance at the headless ferocious beast Yifeng had set down on the wall. Having dealt with ferocious beasts all year round, he recognized it at a glance. Black-scaled horn horse. Judging by its size, it should be fully grown. That meant 4th tier. The cut at the neck was extremely neat and smooth. One look, and it was obvious it had been beheaded in a single slash. This man was very strong. He took Yifeng's identity card and had a subordinate verify it. When he saw the relevant information displayed on the card, his whole body immediately shook. Yifeng, position, none benefits rank. Deputy Commander Envoy Authority rank. Commander Envoy, he looked carefully again to make sure he hadn't seen it wrong, then immediately returned the identity card to Yifeng with utmost respect. Sir, as you please. Yifeng gave a slight nod. Gongxi condensed in his palm, supporting the ferocious beast in the air as he rose into the sky again and flew at high speed towards Ye Restaurant. Naturally, it caused quite a stir along the way. He ignored all and went straight to the entrance of Ye Restaurant. When the waitress saw the enormous ferocious beast corpse, her legs went weak and she dropped to her knees on the spot. Oh my God, why is there a ferocious beast here? The diners inside the restaurant all turned to look, and among them were quite a few people who knew what they were seeing. Cries of shock rang out one after another. After setting the beast corpse on the ground, Yifeng looked at the kneeling girl. Call out the person in charge. It's you. The girl recognized Yifeng. Her mind immediately flashed back to what Yifeng had asked last night. Then she looked again at the ferocious beast corpse she didn't even dare stare at directly, and screamed inwardly. So he wasn't joking? He actually went and did it. She immediately scrambled up from the ground, preparing to run into the restaurant to find the manager. Before she could get up, the manager had already rushed out after hearing the news. He was actually a martial master. Sir, this is... The manager was puzzled. He swallowed unconsciously, not because he was tempted, but because he was scared. A 4th-tier, ferocious beast. Its corpse had been preserved so completely. Aside from its neck, there wasn't a single wound anywhere else on its body. How strong did someone have to be to pull off something like this? You all, can you handle this thing? I can pay the processing fee. The words reached his lips, and Yifeng changed them slightly. Of course we can. There is no need for you to pay any processing fee. We'd be happy to serve you. It's just, I wonder if you'd be willing to sell us part of the flesh and meat. The manager's eyes were full of longing and anticipation. Hearing that, Yifeng nodded. Sure, just for a bite to eat, this really hadn't been easy. There was so much meat. If he ate alone, who knew what year of the monkey it would be before he finished? More importantly, no matter how delicious one kind of meat was, if you ate too much of it, you get sick of it. He could sell most of it to them and just go find something new later. At the same time, Commander-in-Chief Yan Li had already received word that Yifeng had brought back an entire 4th-tier ferocious beast corpse. He didn't know whether he should laugh or laugh. He was already 65. Logically speaking, he really shouldn't be acting like this. Professional matters really did need to be handled by professionals. After the deal was settled, the restaurant quickly arranged for personnel to transport the ferocious beast to a professional butchering site. It wasn't that Yifeng didn't trust them. With his strength, he was afraid of them trying anything funny. But they had insisted so strongly, and he himself had never seen a ferocious beast being butchered before. So he followed them over and watched for a while. All he could say was that many firsts in life were actually pretty underwhelming, just like the wedding night. Before doing it, you were full of anticipation. Once you really did it, it honestly felt like just that. After only watching for a few minutes, Ye left, watching them use all kinds of equipment and work until they were drenched in sweat, only to finally crack open the scales of the black-scaled horned horse. Forget the main event, even the foreplay had barely started. He truly couldn't bear to keep watching. After asking about the key points, he made a few cuts and directly finished the job. That tough flesh and bone was like tofu under Ye Feng's blade, easily sliced apart. He kept half a ton of the most tender and best-tasting meat from every part and sold the rest to the restaurant. In total, he sold about 10 tons of meat. That was nearly 20,000 jin. A signature dish made primarily from fourth-tier ferocious beast meat had a standard price of 100,000 Federation points in the inner city. Each dish used about 3 jin of meat. After deducting other costs like labor, rent, seasonings, and so on, 1 jin of ferocious beast meat sold for about 150,000. Of course, the purchase price definitely wouldn't be that high. The restaurant couldn't do business at a loss, and Ye wasn't that greedy either. In the end, Ye restaurant bought the 10 tons of meat at 10,000 per jin. They didn't give any other inner-city restaurants a chance to compete at all. The restaurant's big boss, Lu Guan, the eldest son of the Lu family, personally came over to pay. He said he had specially come to make the payment. But in truth, even more than that, he wanted to get to know Ye. One didn't slap a smiling face. So Ye didn't reject the man's goodwill. After all, he had just made 200 million Federation points from him, converted into contribution points. That was a full 20 million. Earlier, when he had saved Jinhai Base City, the reward had only been 30 million contribution points. Compared like that, Yinli really was a bit stingy. As for the purchase price, all that could be said was, as expected of a second-tier base city. The prices here were nearly 5 to 6 times higher than in Heishan Base City, and that was only the price of the meat. As for materials like scales, horns, and bones, the restaurant helped send them over to headquarters. After that, they would be exchanged for contribution points and credited to Ye Feng's identity card. That meant another round of profit. Compared to this place, Heishan Base City really lived up to its name. It was truly too black-hearted. But thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Heishan Base City only had a population of about 1 million, while Gangxiong Base City had nearly 10 million people. It was also the superior base city over more than 10 first-tier base cities. The market simply wasn't on the same level. At this moment, looking at his current total of more than 50 million contribution points, Ye wondered whether he should exchange them for a new cultivation technique or martial skill. He could casually get himself a high-grade Earth Tier 1. But very soon, he gave up on that idea. Not to mention that his retirement funds were nowhere near enough to spread around. A person's time and energy were limited too. The Pajuan Xiangang technique needed time to cultivate. As for the retirement funds he would get next, Ye had long since planned them out. First, put points into comprehending martial intent as a trump card. After that, put points into the purple lightning Vajra, imperishable body. Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to squeeze out any extra retirement fund for the next 2 or 3 months. Not a single drop. I wonder if I can exchange for heaven-tier cultivation techniques or martial skills here. Ye thought, unable to hide his anticipation. He immediately logged into the base city's internal exchange network, only to discover that there were no heaven-tier techniques there. The highest rank was still only Earth Tier. Then I'll save it for now. Later, I can ask Old Yen. I wonder if the Commander-in-Chief's authority is enough to get heaven-tier cultivation techniques or martial skills. He had lunch at Ye restaurant. Freshly cooked 4th-order ferocious beast meat really hit hard in terms of flavor. After eating 2 plates, Ye was full. Half a ton was 1,000 jin. Even if he ate 10 jin a day, it would still take him 100 days to finish it. There was no way he could finish it all, and it was impossible for him to eat this stuff every single day. Some of it was stored at the restaurant under extreme freezing. As for the rest, he had heard that the head chef here was unmatched when it came to smoking jerky, so after setting aside the remaining 400 jin of meat, Ye had to make some dried meat. That way, whenever he got a craving, he could gnaw on some. Wouldn't that make life a lot more flavorful? After eating and drinking his fill, Ye left the restaurant under owner Lu Guan's warm send-off. He didn't choose to fly. He planned to take a walk and help digest his meal. Well, more accurately, he was just taking a stroll. His powerful digestive ability meant that only a few minutes after the food went down, it was already mostly digested. The feeling of fullness quickly faded. For Ye now, being full simply meant that he didn't feel hungry. The stronger he became, the more being truly full turned into a luxury. Of course, there were ways to solve that. One was to keep eating. The other was to drink high-tier energy potions. Thinking about these random things, Ye had only taken a few steps when a middle-aged man blocked his path. After taking one look, he confirmed that he didn't know him. Just as he was about to ask, he saw the man smile and say, "My name is Qin Fun, General Manager of Wangxi Anglai. I wonder if you still remember that you signed up for a super VIP membership with us before." I remember. Ye Feng, no dit kaimli. Qin Hao's face surfaced in his mind. They both had the surname Qin. It seemed that restaurant was a Qin family business. Easy enough to understand. To open a store in a place like the inner city, where every inch of land was worth a fortune, you definitely needed some backing. Seeing how perfunctory Ye Feng's response was, Qin Fen frowned slightly. Then, without beating around the bush, he directly revealed the purpose of his visit. I wonder if you still plan on going out of the city to hunt. Our restaurant's head chef is far better than the one at Ye Restaurant. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. We'll talk about it later. Ye Feng had no intention of continuing the conversation. He turned, about to leave. But unexpectedly, the other man stepped in front of him again. Perhaps you're not entirely clear. I am Qin. Before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly rushed over from across the street and sent Qin Fen flying with a single punch. He crashed heavily onto the road dozens of meters away and passed out on the spot. The people around them couldn't help but look over. Qin Fen was the general manager of Wangxianglai Restaurant and a member of the Qin family. He had strutted around this area plenty in the past, so everyone knew who he was. Now that someone had knocked him out in the middle of the street, everyone wanted to see who could be so bold. Then they saw that the assailant actually bent at the waist and stood before Ye Feng with the utmost respect. Sir, please forgive us for disturbing your peace. I'm truly very sorry. This time, he acted on his own initiative, failed to recognize Mount Tai, and has absolutely nothing to do with our Qin family. I understand. Ye Feng nodded. The other man let out a breath of relief. Then I won't disturb your walk any further. He quickly went over to Qin Fen, who had already lost consciousness, lifted him up with one hand, and swiftly left. Even Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, he muttered, I'm just a 65-year-old old man, an utterly ordinary grandmaster. It's not like I'm some flood beast or savage monster. You really don't have to be like this. That very night, the Qin family sent people again to offer apologies. First, it was Qin Hao, the direct son of the family head, and then this Qin Fen. Ye Feng felt like he and this Qin family were somehow naturally incompatible, but their attitude greatly exceeded his expectations. Where was the arrogance of a great family that people always talked about? All he saw was the restraint of a great family. Sure enough, strength was capital. Some of the old fixed ideas he used to have could stand to be changed. He was no longer some nobody. Over the next few days, Ye Feng's life became regular. He didn't leave the base city again. The cultivation room, Ye Restaurant, the inner city commercial street, and headquarters archive room. These 4 places were all spots he visited every day. During that time, Yilan and the others had already sold off those ferocious beast materials. According to their earlier agreement, they gave Ye Feng 60% of the profits. The 5 of them split the remaining 40%. He couldn't refuse, even if he wanted to. Thinking of Yilan's resolute gaze, Ye Feng couldn't help recalling the comrade from his years in the military who had slept on the bunk above him. The same look, the same principles. That comrade had ultimately died in battle on the front lines. When people got older, they tended to reminisce about their younger days. In the end, Ye Feng accepted Yilan and the others' proposed distribution. No matter how you looked at it, they were the ones who had profited from this deal. So he didn't think too much about it. At a critical moment, they hadn't chosen to abandon their companions and run. Instead, they had fought together. People like that could never be of poor character. Now that they had some friendship between them, giving them a hand in the future within reasonable limits wouldn't be a problem. On this day, just like usual, Ye Feng slept until he woke naturally in the morning, went out for breakfast, then returned to the villa to cultivate. The whole morning quickly passed. At noon, as usual, he went to Ye Restaurant for lunch. For that reason, he had even specifically exchanged contact information with the restaurant owner, Lu Guan. As long as he didn't reach out, it meant he would still be going that day. He basically arrived at about the same time every day. So the moment Ye Feng arrived at the restaurant, the meal was already prepared. The timing was just right. A very comfortable rhythm. The taste was also extremely good. After going several times, the head chef here had basically figured out Ye Feng's preferences. Every dish hit exactly the right spot for him. This meal was especially satisfying. And every day, the dishes were basically changed up with new variations. He was still dining in the private suite on the top floor, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Through the massive one-way floor-to-ceiling window, he could clearly see the street scene outside. Speaking of which, several grandmasters from headquarters seemed to have been moving around a little too frequently lately. Ye Feng had a deep impression of those grandmasters who always liked to fly quickly across the inner city, then switch to running once they reached the outer city. He had already memorized what they looked like. At this moment, he suddenly had a feeling that his peaceful days probably would not last much longer. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Ye Feng's thoughts. Come in. Lord Yi, sorry to disturb you. Lu Guan opened the door and walked in with a smile. How has your dining experience been lately? Everything has been delicious. The head chef clearly put in a lot of care. Ye Feng was smiling as well, while inwardly guessing why the man had come. Knowing that Ye Feng came from a military background, Lu Guan did not beat around the bush or waste time. Lord Yi, you know this already. I come from a Lu family, and our family belongs to the Alliance faction. Several of the Alliance leaders are hoping to meet with you. I wonder when you might be free. Old Yin, oh no, the commander-in-chief didn't he inform you? Seeing the confusion on Lu Guan's face, Ye Feng explained. Before my official position is formally decided, I can't have private contact with your side. That was our recklessness. No wonder so many days had passed, and neither the 3 great families nor Yan Li had taken the initiative to approach Ye Feng. The family had been puzzled by that the whole time. So, this was the reason. Everything made sense now. But inwardly, Lu Guan felt somewhat bitter. So their side had not been informed at all. Had they directly excluded the alliance faction? Why? Of course. He did not dare say any of those thoughts out loud. After all, the alliance was the weakest faction. Weakness was the original sin. Sorry to disturb you. Lu Guan did not stay any longer. He had to report this news to the major leaders immediately. But when he thought of how their side's great grandmaster, Tang Yin, was still in seclusion, he could not help but feel helpless. If anyone else went to the commander-in-chief, they would have no real standing to speak. Only a great grandmaster could speak to another great grandmaster as an equal. That was the rule in the base city. So the commander-in-chief and the three great families were clearly taking advantage of Lord Tang, being in seclusion and unlikely to come out easily. That was why they were targeting them like this. Lu Guan sighed inwardly. At a time like this, if Tang Yin could leave seclusion and go slam the table in the commander-in-chief's office, their side would immediately be able to stand tall again. But when he thought of Tang Yin's cautious personality, as well as his behavior as a cultivation fanatic, he felt certain the man would never do such a thing. This was troublesome. Watching Lu Guan leave the suite and close the door, Ye Feng finally withdrew his gaze. Alliance, Tongyan. That name alone looked strong. I heard that before he rose to prominence, he even got his engagement broken off. That stacked the buffs. Even stronger now. During this period, he had learned quite a bit about Gongxiong base city. What he paid the most attention to was the condition of the several great grandmasters in the base city. After all, only great grandmasters were a threat to him. Among them, Tang Yin, because he came from a commoner background and had a life story that could only be called legendary, had the most information circulating about him. There was far less information on the others. And the more Ye Feng learned about Tang Yin, the more he felt that this man had to be treated with extreme caution. After lunch, Ye Feng did not go back to the archives room. He had already read almost everything he needed to. After thinking for a moment, he headed straight for the commander-in-chief's office. He knocked, then entered directly. Old Yin, long time no see. Have you figured out what job you're assigning me yet? Ye Feng asked with a smile. He glanced at the tea table. No tea had been brewed. Bad review. Yan Li clearly caught that glance, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's still under consideration. If you're really so bored you can't stand it, go wander around the wilderness more. I'll go after I finish the meat. Always stealing resources from the younger generation isn't exactly a good habit. Ye Feng found a seat by the tea table and sat down, looking like he had no intention of leaving. Yan Li did not mind. He simply continued reading the documents in his hands. Managing the entire base city and its tens of thousands of martial artists, facing pressure from every direction, and also being the kind of person who liked to handle matters personally, he had an enormous number of things to decide every day. Ye Feng did not understand it, but he respected it. Everyone had their own way of doing things. There was no fixed standard. Respect was enough. Without speaking to interrupt him, Ye Feng pulled out the Ferocious Beast illustrated handbook from his clothes and flipped through it casually. He even brewed himself a pot of tea. Of course, there was no way he was getting concentration tea. But any tea that could be kept in Yin Li's office, given how much the man loved tea, was bound to be of excellent quality. At first, Yin Li did not pay much attention. Other than concentration tea, while the rest of the tea leaves were not cheap, they could still be bought somewhere. If Ye Feng wanted to drink them, then let him drink. After all, he was a great grandmaster. Yin Li still had to give him that much respect. But as he watched Ye Feng drink pot after pot, using a different tea each time, looking as if he intended to sample every kind of tea in the office, Yin Li finally could not hold back anymore. You brat, can you be any less polite? Out with it. What do you want? Nothing really. I was just bored, so I came over to drink some good tea. Seeing the look on Yin Li's face that plainly said, as if I believe that, Ye Feng sighed. Fine. There's actually something I wanted to ask. I'm wondering whether our place here allows exchanges for heaven-rank cultivation methods or martial skills. You really dare to think big. Yan Li Suunda impresa. Ye Feng was a little disappointed. So there isn't? There is. If they can be exchanged, then why can't I see them? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. Yan Li calmly replied. Your authority level isn't high enough. A little speechless, Ye Feng looked at Yan Li. So only you can exchange for them? Congratulations. You guessed right. In a second-level base city, only the commander-in-chief has the authority to exchange for heaven-rank cultivation methods. But it can only be done twice a year, and it requires an application in advance. After explaining, Yan Li looked at Ye Feng's frustrated expression, and his mood brightened considerably. Serves you right for drinking my tea. Seeing Ye Feng hesitate as if he wanted to say something, Yan Li naturally knew what he was thinking and smiled. In principle, exchange cultivation methods and martial skills cannot be passed on to others. But every year, I get one quota that lets me help apply for one heaven-rank cultivation method or martial skill. Interested? What I need to give up in return. Ye Feng understood that where there was gain, there was loss. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Approval showed in Yan Li's eyes as he spoke. This year, I haven't used that quota yet. I personally don't have any need for it, so I can give it to you for free. At that point, however, his tone suddenly shifted. But Tang Yin mentioned it to me before. He hoped I could help him exchange for one. I didn't give him a clear answer. So if I want that exchange quota, I have to compete with Tang Yen for it? Yi Feng calmed down. Yen Li Nudda. Yes. The two of you can work it out between yourselves. Then forget it. Let him have it. Yi Feng waved his hand. This time, it was Yen Li who was stunned. You're giving up just like that? A gentleman helps others fulfill their wishes. Ye Feng similed. To him, the allure of a heaven-rank cultivation method was certainly great, but it was not a necessity. At least for now, even if he did exchange for a heaven-rank cultivation method, he would not have the energy to cultivate it. There was no need to offend a great grandmaster over it. Seeing that Yi Feng did not seem to be faking it, Yen Li raised a brow. You're quite open-minded. You rotten old man, you're shady as hell. Grumbling inwardly, Yi Feng's expression didn't change in the slightest. Can't be helped. For a civilian grandmaster like me, with no background and no foundation, it's better to act a little more cautiously. You're not the first person to say that. Yen Li's expression turned a little strange. Catching his meaning, Ye Feng probit, Tangyan. How did you know? Just a guess. Talented, powerful, and patient. In Yi Feng's eyes, Tang Yen was definitely not someone who would stay trapped in a shallow pond. A genius like that had to be treated carefully. Seeing the wary look on Yi Feng's face, Yen Li's expression grew even stranger. Actually, you don't need to care that much about Tang Yen. In my opinion, your talent is much stronger than his. Don't jinx me. Yi Feng glanced at him. Yen Li said helplessly, I'm stating facts. Tang Yen only broke through to Grandmaster at 127 years old. You broke through at 65. If anyone should feel pressured, it should be him. Ambition has nothing to do with age. Being careful never hurts. Yi Feng really wanted to tell Yen Li that he didn't understand what it meant when the name Yen was paired with a broken engagement. That was protagonist material. Even if they were both at the Grandmaster realm, it was still better to stay cautious. Not to mention that the other party had comprehended martial intent. While he had not, Yen Li had deliberately avoided mentioning that point. There was every reason to suspect the old man had ulterior motives. If Yi Feng were a martial king right now, with a major realm advantage suppressing the other side, then he wouldn't need to worry so much. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Seeing how firm Yi Feng was, Yen Li said no more, but inwardly he couldn't help sighing. Another Tang Yen. Seriously, did all these civilian-born grandmasters have persecution paranoia? Why was each one more cautious than the last? If it were only a conflict among great martial masters, then losing one was just losing one. Dead was dead, because it wouldn't affect the bigger picture. But once it reached the Grandmaster level, the situation was completely different. In a third-level base city that was already absolutely high-end combat power, a pillar of strength, there was no need to even mention a second-level base city. Lose one, and the base city would suffer serious damage. They were true privilege holders. As long as they didn't commit a principled offense, nothing was really a problem, and they wouldn't be punished. No one in Gangxiong Base City dared to truly offend a Grandmaster to death. So in Yen Li's view, once you're already a Grandmaster, there was really no need to be that cautious. Unfortunately, Tang Yen was like this, and Yi Feng was too. Yi Feng stayed with Yen Li until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before taking his leave. He didn't stroll around the inner city. Instead, he went straight to the outer city. He had been in Gangxiong Base City for so many days now, but he still hadn't wandered around the outer city. Compared to the inner city, the outer city's shops were clearly a grade lower. The consumer groups were different, so that was perfectly understandable. It wasn't as prosperous, but it had more of that everyday human flavor. It gave Yi Feng the dazed feeling of having returned to Earth. He casually found a small roadside shop. The ingredient grade might not have been high, but they were fresh and the taste was good. By the time he finished eating enough for 10 people by himself, he finally felt full. The shop owner seemed long used to this and wasn't surprised at all. A martial artist having a bigger appetite was normal. The table was piled with empty bowls and plates. Instead, Yi Feng himself felt a little embarrassed. After dinner, he had pretty much finished wandering around for the day, so Yi Feng returned to the villa and continued cultivating the Pujuan profound gang art, training for more than 5 hours straight. He only stopped around midnight. Looking at the skill proficiency that had increased by another few dozen points, Yi Feng was in a pretty good mood. He casually ate a little for a late-night snack. For some reason, he suddenly missed the seafood from Zhenhai Bay City a little. That also made him think of Mao and Feng. Some people really couldn't stand being thought about. The next day, in the villa living room, Brother Mao, long time no see. Have you been transferred back? Looking at the travel-worn Mao and Feng, Yi Feng wore a smile. Back in Zhenhai Bay City, the man had taken very good care of him. Before they parted, he had even given him the ancestral blood drink Treasured Saber. Naturally, there was no way Yi Feng wouldn't acknowledge him as a friend. Sensing that Yi Feng's attitude toward him hadn't changed at all, Mao and Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief, then directly stated his purpose. Brother Yi, this time, I have something I hope you can help with. What is it? Yi Feng asked. He did not immediately state his position, but not refusing outright already said a lot. Mao and Feng's expression was sincere. Brother Yi, I want to invite you to become a guest elder of our family. Normally, you and T need to make a move, but if our family ever reaches a life and death crisis, I hope you can step in and help us. That's serious? Yi Feng was surprised. Alas, letting out a sigh, Mao Feng explained, "Our family really was glorious in the past, but because we were too sharp and prominent back then, we made quite a lot of enemies. After we declined, we were suppressed for decades. Right now, aside from me, only 2 elders in the entire family are at the Master Realm. Both of them are already quite old and simply don't have the strength to protect the family." Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded in understanding. Gao Ding had already chatted with him before about the Mao family's situation, so he roughly knew what was going on. After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, "Forget the guest elder position." Before Mao Feng could speak, Ye Feng tapped blood drink with his finger and continued, "But I owe your family a favor. If that time really comes, I'll make a move." "Thank you." Mao Feng's face filled with gratitude. After chatting a little longer, he took his leave. His steps were much lighter than when he had arrived. He was probably preparing to return to his family with good news. That very same day, word quickly spread through the inner city that Ye Feng and Mao Feng were good friends, and that Ye Feng owed the Mao family a favor. A grandmaster still had plenty of face in Gangxiang Bay City. In any case, once the news got out, neither the City Defense Corps nor Ye Feng's side responded. The moment they chose to tacitly acknowledge it, all the forces targeting the Mao family withdrew their claws, while repairing relations. They also began investigating Ye Feng's relationship with Mao Feng. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak wind. It hadn't been that long since Zhenhai Bay City had faced a city-destroying crisis, and Mao Feng had been the chief commander of the City Defense Corps over there. Combined with the fact that Ye Feng had obtained the Mao family's treasured saber, and that the Bay City had also given Ye Feng a reward, it was easy to guess the conclusion. Ye Feng and Mao Feng had probably met at that time. Their personal relationship should indeed have been quite good. And in the end, Mao Feng had even generously gifted the Mao family's heirloom saber to Ye Feng. It had to be known that quite a few people in Gangxiang Bay City had always coveted that saber. Some had even offered extremely favorable terms. Among them were promises to protect the Mao family. But Mao Feng had never budged. Before, no one understood. Now everyone did. So he had been waiting for the highest bidder. In Mao Feng's eyes, those people and forces simply weren't qualified. They weren't worthy of wielding the blood drink treasured saber. Thinking about it, that made sense. The weapon of a former peak grandmaster had to go to a grandmaster at the very least. Only a grandmaster could truly protect the Mao family. Ye Feng perfectly met every requirement. Mao Feng must have known back then that this Ye Feng already possessed grandmaster strength. This guy, SI for people, was as vicious as ever. The Mao family really was destined to pull off a desperate comeback. Still, Grandmaster Ye Feng personally stepping into the matter didn't seem to fit the rules, did it? Brother, you're actually trying to talk rules with the Grandmaster? Still too young. The rules were made by them in the first place. They only target us. They have nothing to do with the Grandmaster. Sigh. The Mao family still has more than a dozen shops in the inner city. Looks like that chunk of fat meat was never meant for us to eat. A Grandmaster has already stepped in personally, and you're still eyeing their shops? You really aren't afraid that one day someone will wipe you out without anyone knowing. And if you die, you'll die for nothing. Ye Feng couldn't hear these voices from the outside. No one was stupid enough to openly discuss such a sensitive topic in public. Aside from cultivation, satisfying his appetite was one of Ye Feng's few hobbies at the moment. Since no work had been arranged for him, he might as well enjoy life. Let the music play, let the dance continue. An image couldn't help but rise in his mind. The banquet scene from the Three Kingdoms TV drama he had watched on Earth in his previous life, with Imperial Uncle Liu hosting a feast. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, his memory had improved tremendously. Now that he had reached the great Grandmaster realm, Ye Feng could basically achieve total recall. Even the memories from his previous life, memories that had long since grown blurry after several decades, were now as clear as if he had just experienced them yesterday. It was like he missed that life too much. Back on Earth, he had only been an orphan. He had worked his ass off to get into a first-tier university, only to find out after graduating that top university students were everywhere. Without background or connections, there was simply no way to rise. He had spent his whole life at the bottom of society. The mud truck had sent him into this world. His first few decades here had indeed been miserable. Every day, he had struggled on the edge of life and death. He hadn't even dared to sleep too deeply. But now he had endured it all. Great Grandmaster was not Ye Feng's endpoint. As long as he stayed alive, he could keep growing stronger without end, until he was invincible under heaven. Wasn't he this way better than his previous life? He didn't dwell on these thoughts too much. Since he was craving seafood, Ye Feng headed for the coast. According to the intelligence provided by headquarters, Ye Feng hovered in the air above a reef-filled region more than 500 kilometers from the shoreline. This was where the oceanic ferocious beasts known as Qingyu groupers gathered. Unlike the Sea Clan, who liked going ashore to stir up trouble every now and then, oceanic ferocious beasts were physiologically unsuited for moving on land. Unless driven into a desperate corner, they would not come ashore. So as long as humans did not enter their marine territory, they would not be attacked. But humans often needed to carry out activities in nearshore waters, so contact with oceanic ferocious beasts was inevitable, and conflicts were hardly rare. Compared with land transport, marine transport had both lower costs and greater capacity. Qingyu groupers were exactly the kind of oceanic ferocious beast that loved attacking human transport ships. Because of this, Gangxiong Bay City had launched no small number of campaigns against them. But every time large-scale action was taken, they fled into the deep sea. Even if a great grandmaster came alone, he still couldn't achieve complete success. They had fifth-order individuals too, and more than one of them. If one pushed too far into their territory, one might even encounter sixth-order or even seventh-order oceanic ferocious beasts. That was not something Gangxiong Bay City could handle. The moment they saw that humans could no longer continue the chase and clearly couldn't beat them, they would all run straight into the deep sea. Decisive as hell. Still, Yifeng only wanted to bring back a fourth-order Qingyu grouper this time. He was planning to wipe out their entire race, so the difficulty wasn't high. His perception spread into the sea, and everything within more than 10 kilometers fell under his control. Before long, he locked onto his target, mid-fourth order, equivalent to a mid-stage human grandmaster. Once he got close, he took it down in a single move. Before the Qingyu grouper school could notice anything unusual, Yifeng was already holding up that fish with one hand, a Qingyu grouper more than 5 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide, with bulging eyes and savage fangs, and flying at high speed toward the base city. In the span of a breath, he vanished into the horizon. A few minutes later, the sea surface erupted with activity as many Qingyu groupers appeared, including quite a few fifth-order ones, but it was all useless. Yifeng was already nowhere to be seen. Back at the base city, with the experience from last time, when people saw Yifeng returning with a Qingyu grouper the size of an elephant, everyone in the base city was much calmer than before. The general manager of Xie Restaurant was thrilled. Yifeng definitely couldn't eat that much by himself. Most of it would still be sold to them. Another round of profit. Over the next few days, Yifeng brought back one fourth-order oceanic ferocious beast every single day. He had fish, but he needed lobster too, right? Just eating fish and shrimp felt like something was missing. Crab tasted great too, and octopus had an excellent texture. Changing it up every day, he left the people of the base city completely dumbfounded. Yifeng, great grandmaster expert, lover of fine food. This had already become a major topic of conversation in Gangxiong Bay City after meals and an idle chatter. As the person involved, Yifeng had been living extremely comfortably during this period. There was no pressure. Every day, if he wasn't tea cultivating, he was wandering through the inner and outer cities. Occasionally, he would go drink tea in Yan Lie's office. The rest of the time, he was enjoying good food. If life could go on like this forever, that would be bad at all. Unfortunately, reality wouldn't allow it. Just after 2/3 of March had passed, when Yifeng had already started counting the days until his pension arrived, the ferocious beasts in the northern dense forest region suddenly began acting abnormally. And Gao Ida led a team over to hold the line, just as Yifeng was wondering whether he should also go over and join the excitement. The only great grandmaster in the base city he had never met before, Tang Yin, came out of seclusion. Originally, Tang Yin ending his secluded cultivation had nothing to do with him. The two had no dealings with each other. But on the very next day, after coming out, that guy came straight to his door, which left Yifeng quite surprised. In the villa living room, Yifeng and Tang Yin sat facing each other, sizing each other up. Marshal Dao was truly very strange. Even though the latter was already 135 years old, he looked about the same age as Yifeng, both appearing to be around 30. Still, the eyes were hard to fake. If one looked carefully, it was easy to see that Tang Yin's gaze carried the sediment of years. No young person could possibly have such eyes. At a glance, it was obvious he had some age on him, with extraordinary life experience. As for Yifeng, was it that 65 years old still counted as young among great grandmasters of this world? Or was it because recovering all the memories of his previous life and being a transmigrator had given him a faint sense of detachment from this world? That strange feeling of viewing this world from a god's eye perspective had only grown stronger. On top of that, he had obtained an extremely powerful cheat. As a result, all the gloom and worry in his heart had been completely swept away. All of it together made Yifeng's current gaze look exactly like that of a young man, spirited, brimming with vitality, full of anticipation and confidence for the future. Tang Yin looked at him until his expression became a little dazed. Back then, he had once had the same kind of eyes. But as he grew older, as his cultivation rose, and as his social experience deepened, he could no longer return to how he used to be. His Dao heart suddenly felt a little shattered. He couldn't help but think again of the difference in age and cultivation between the two of them. Just as Ye had said before, though he had long been widely praised as a genius, in front of Yifeng, he couldn't feel even the slightest sense of superiority. Because Yifeng was the real genius. What Tang Yin found even harder to accept was the ease and confidence radiating from Yifeng from the inside out at this very moment. It struck him hard. Why could Yifeng be like this, while he couldn't? Was it just because he was several decades older? For a moment, he suddenly regretted coming. But since he was already here, there was no way he could just leave without saying a word. Thinking of the purpose of this visit, Tang Yin adjusted his mood. then said, I heard from the chief commander that you want this year's quota to apply for a heaven-tier cultivation method or a martial skill. In all things, there is a first come, first served rule. Since you asked first, I can wait, Ye Feng said calmly. His intuition told him Ye Feng was speaking from the heart. Surprise showed on Tang Yin's face. If you wait for next time, then you'll have to wait until next year. And even then, that quota might not necessarily go to you. The three commanders have always wanted the chief commander to help them exchange for it too. Then I'll wait until next year, Ye Feng said indifferently. It was currently March. There were still 9 months until next year. If he did the math, that would be 24,750 retirement funds. Even if he poured all of it into his realm, Ye Feng's strength would rise greatly. Of course, he wouldn't do that. Given his current actual situation, the returns from improving his talent were huge. Martial Dao will definitely couldn't be neglected either. If there was any retirement fund left over, then he could consider cultivation methods and martial skills. 9 months from now, how much of my old self will I still look like? At this moment, seeing how casually Ye Feng responded, that utterly unconcerned look made Tang Yin feel a mix of shock and humiliation, as if something he treasured immensely meant nothing in someone else's eyes. He immediately nodded. Then I'll accept it without further courtesy. Brother Tang came all the way here today. It can't be just to say this, right? Ye Feng asked with a smile. A faint smile hung at the corner of Tang Yin's lips. Of course not. I came to invite you to join our alliance. Sorry, but for now, I have no plans to join any side, Ye Feng said honestly. No matter which side he joined, he would have to bear pressure from that side's opponents as well as from within the group itself. That didn't fit his way of doing things. A lone wolf could not be bound by anything. The Mao family matter had already been an exception once. There could not be a second exception. Of course, if Yanli insisted, then Ye Feng could only outwardly express acceptance. Without responding immediately, Tang Yin sighed with emotion on his face. Do you know? Looking at you now is like looking at my former self. Back then, I didn't want to get dragged into all these disputes either. But once you're in the game, no one can avoid it. Not even a grandmaster? Ye Feng asked in return. Hearing that, Tang Yin let out a sigh. Grandmasters need to eat too. If you want to go further, resources are indispensable. Relying on yourself alone, you'll never gather enough resources. His gaze settled on Ye Feng. Unless you're willing to let your realm stay where it is for the rest of your life. If there is no freedom, then I'd rather my cultivation never improve. You'll regret it. I want tea. Regret my ass. I barely need any resources to cultivate in the first place. As long as I can eat and drink my fill every day and stay holed up in the training room, that's enough. Once I save up enough retirement points, I can just that point step by step. This was his own unique, invincible path. It cannot be told to outsiders. At this moment, seeing Ye Feng's unwavering eyes and that there was no room for negotiation at all, Tang Yin stopped trying to persuade him. Sorry for the disturbance. Brother Tang, I have an improper request. I wonder if you could grant it? Ye Feng's eyes burned brightly. Tang Yin instinctively wanted to refuse, but he held back. Thinking he should at least give him face and hear him out, he said, I can't guarantee I'll agree. For you, it's just a small matter. Without wasting more words, Ye Feng said sincerely, could you let me experience your martial Dao will? That's simple? Yes, I'll grant it to you. The moment the words fell, an incomparably heavy mental fluctuation suddenly pressed down on him. Ye Feng only felt his mind go blank for a moment. The time might not even have been 1 second before he came back to himself. But the feeling of being suppressed mentally still remained. Everything felt hazy and sluggish, extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on his spiritual domain. Even the connection between his consciousness and body had started lagging, becoming that tiny fraction of a second slower than before. The duration was extremely short, but to a grandmaster, that little bit of time was enough to decide victory or defeat. The key was that martial Dao could still be improved. Right now, it could only make an opponent slower by a fraction of a second. Later, it might be 1 second, 2 seconds, or even more. Unless the opponent had also comprehended martial Dao will, or there was an obvious suppression in realm, there really seemed to be no way to deal with it. At the same realm, only martial Dao could counter martial Dao will. At this moment, Ye Feng's determination to spend points to comprehend martial Dao became even firmer. It really was powerful. The entire process only lasted a few seconds. Once the martial Dao was withdrawn, Tang Yin's voice followed. This is the martial Dao I comprehended. Mountain suppressing. You've already experienced its effect firsthand. With your talent, you'll definitely be able to comprehend martial Dao too. It's only a matter of sooner or later. Then I'll borrow your auspicious words. Ye Feng allowed a long breath. The feeling of being mentally suppressed just now had truly been awful. This was also the first time since obtaining his cheat that he had felt so powerless. He had absolutely no way to resist on the mental level. If Tang Yin had chosen to attack him just now, then Ye Feng would most likely have been finished. This was a wake-up call for him, not to underestimate the people of the world. They were both at the early Grandmaster stage, yet Tang Yin, who possessed martial Dao will, could now defeat him with ease. Everything that needed to be said had already been said, and Ye Feng had already experienced martial Dao will. So Tang Yin did not stay any longer. He quickly took his leave, and Yi Feng escorted him to the door. After all, the man had let him experience martial Dao will. That counted as Yi Feng owing him a small favor. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay it. If they still don't assign me any tasks, then I'll have to keep as low a profile as possible. I've been a little too jumpy lately. Counting the days, in another 9 days, it'll be April. Martial Dao will had countless variations, and each person S was different. Yi Feng was very curious. I wonder what kind of martial Dao will I'll comprehend. The last day of March. What has Yi Feng been up to lately? Suddenly thinking of Yi Feng, Yinli looked at the assistant standing before him. In the past, Yi Feng would drop by from time to time to mooch tea and chat for a bit along the way. Recently, Yi Feng had tea come over at all, and Yinli found himself a little unaccustomed to it instead. As the highest leader of Gongxiong Bay City, Yi Feng was the only one who could be so relaxed in front of him, and there was no conflict of interest between them. So getting along had been very harmonious. Yinli had gradually come to like this kind of interaction. Who would be thought that just when he had started to enjoy it, Yi Feng stopped coming? What a scumbag. Unlike before, the assistant did not take out a notebook to check. Instead, he answered immediately. Ever since meeting with Lord Tang, Lord Yi has not left the house again. All 3 daily meals are prepared by the head chef of Ye restaurant and delivered to his villa by assigned personnel. However, we have monitored that the source stone consumption in his training room has recently increased by nearly 1/4 compared to before. Looks like I need to put a little more burden on that kid as soon as possible. Just like Tang Yin, he has one of those abacus bead types. If you don't flick him, he won't move at all, Yinli said irritably. The assistant didn't dare respond. He only lowered his head and stayed silent. Seeing that, Yinli waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. As for himself, he began studying the question of where to send Yi Feng. It would do to keep placing him inside the base city to eat free meals all the time. The 3 commanders were all busy and had to go out and hold the line for time. Leaving a Grandmaster level combat force like Yi Feng inside the base city to gather dust was indeed a bit too wasteful. In the early hours of that very day, inside the underground training room of the villa, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed to rest his mind, Yi Feng waited quietly. The moment the second hand crossed midnight, the familiar system notification rang out by his ear. Ding! April retirement funds have been deposited. Wanderer in a foreign land, the season of revival has arrived. Are you still single? The joy of being single. You wouldn't understand. Yi Feng curled his lip and opened his personal panel. He had deliberately saved 250 retirement funds before, adding April's 2,750 that made exactly 3,000. Without any hesitation, his mind moved, and he directly added points to Martial Dao will. Ding! Retirement funds minus 3,000. Martial Dao will comprehension progress. 3,000/3,000. Would you like assisted comprehension? Comprehend. Let me see where your limit is. Yi Feng said in a low voice. Ding! Beginning comprehension of Martial Dao will. In an instant, Yi Feng's entire consciousness emptied out. In his mind, every bit and piece of his martial cultivation since transmigrating to this world rapidly replayed itself. Scene after scene played out like a slideshow. The whole process lasted a little over 10 seconds. Ding! Comprehension complete. Please choose a Martial Dao will type. This thing is actually multiple choice. Yi Feng came back to himself. A light screen similar to a status panel appeared before him, with 3 options on it. Speed, Divine Speed. Strength, Vidra. Constitution, Berserk. Choose 1 out of 3. After pondering for a moment, and considering his current actual situation, Yi Feng quickly made his decision. I choose Divine Speed. Ding! Beginning comprehension of Martial Dao will. Divine Speed. Boom! Inside his originally chaotic mental domain, a giant golden axe split open the fog. Yi Feng immediately felt everything turn clear, and he successfully grasped one of the light sources within. In that instant, he comprehended its essence. Divine Speed. Just like its name implied, godlike speed that could greatly amplify the speed attribute. Along with it, Yi Feng's spiritual attribute and spiritual strength also rose to a level capable of matching this Martial Dao will, Divine Speed. His sea of consciousness was forcibly torn open and expanded. A stabbing pain struck. Cold sweat instantly poured down from his forehead. He could clearly feel his spiritual strength rising, and his comprehension of Divine Speed becoming more and more tangible. It was pain and joy at the same time. The reason he had ultimately chosen Divine Speed was mainly because his current combat style already leaned toward flexibility and variation, with greater emphasis on speed. Compared to the other 2, Divine Speed was undoubtedly much more compatible with him. If he couldn't beat them, he could still run. His own safety would also improve. And speed was power. When speed reached a certain level, destructive force would also rise sharply along with it. Of course, if possible, Yi Feng wanted all 3 Martial Dao wills. Adults really didn't want to do multiple choice questions. He had no idea how much time had passed. Ding! Successfully comprehended Martial Dao will, Divine Speed. Current rank intensity, elementary, 0/6,000. Well then, it wants retirement funds again. Yi Feng seek it. He only got this much retirement money a month. In the short term, there was definitely no way for him to raise the rank of his martial Dao will. But after glancing at the age limit of 300 years on the panel, Yifeng immediately felt much more comforted. He had plenty of time. No ruse. After sensing the changes in his body and spirit for a while, Yifeng could no longer wait to test out his martial Dao will. At once, his mind moved. Divine speed. There didn't seem to be any change. But when Yifeng fixed his gaze on the second hand of the clock, he could clearly feel that the speed of the second hand's movement seemed to have slowed a little. No, it wasn't that the second hand had slowed. It was that he had become faster. Could this even involve the laws of time? Yifeng thought to himself. His figure moved continuously around the cultivation room. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked beyond words, because Yifeng looked as if he were teleporting 5 flashes in 1 second. The eyes simply couldn't keep up. The cultivation room was too small. It didn't feel satisfying enough. So Yifeng directly left the villa, rose into the air, and under the boost of divine speed, it wasn't long before he arrived outside the base city. His speed was several times faster than usual. The consumption wasn't especially high either. If he used it at full power, maintaining it for 5 or 6 hours wouldn't be a problem, Yifeng estimated. In real battle, victory and defeat were often decided in an instant. 5 or 6 hours was far too generous. It wasn't just his movement speed. Yifeng's attack speed had also been put on fast forward. If he faced Tang Yin again now, he wouldn't dare say he would definitely win, but at the very least, he wouldn't be so passive anymore. That was enough. After testing things outside the base city for more than an hour straight, Yifeng finally returned to the villa. During that time, 2 strands of perception had locked onto him. Yifeng wasn't polite about it. He locked his own perception onto them in return. He discovered they were Yin Li and Tang Yin. He didn't go over to meet them. It was late at night, and he had no interest in seeing men, so he went straight back to the villa. Little did he know, the 2 of them were both extremely shocked at that moment. Why had Yifeng gone out? How had they not sensed it at all before? On the way back, Yifeng had not used his martial Dao will. That was why he had been sensed. Divine speed would become his trump card. However, everything had 2 sides. The comprehension of divine speed and the increase in his spiritual attribute had caused Yifeng's strength to surge. But because his energy was excessively abundant, he felt no sleepiness at all that night. He spent the entire night cultivating. Several days passed, and Yifeng had already completely adapted to his changes. Sleeping 2 hours a day was enough to keep him full of energy all day long. Subtract another 2 hours for 3 meals. If Yifeng was willing, he could cultivate for 20 hours a day. No wonder Tang Yin was called a cultivation maniac. Did that guy do it because he wanted to? No. It was because that fellow simply couldn't fall asleep. So what else could he do except cultivate? After cultivating at full force for several days like this, Yifeng was starting to feel like he couldn't take it anymore. Before he could go to find some fun, Yin Li called him to the office. He had been in Gangxiong Bay City for almost a month now. At long last, his work position was about to be settled. Old Yin, this doesn't seem like your style. You're actually this generous today. After coming over to mooch tea so many times, Yifeng had gained some understanding of tea leaves as well. Long-term consumption of Ningxin tea could not only increase spiritual power, but also raise the chance of comprehending martial Dao will. Although the increase in probability was extremely low, it was still better than nothing. As a result, this kind of tea had always been priceless and in short supply. Its place of origin was Mengding Bay City, 10,000 li away from Gangxiong Bay City. That was a 3rd-level Bay City. Not only was the distance enormous, the 2 base cities were also separated by Mengding Mountain, which stood more than 7,000 meters high. Normally, if there was to be any exchange, one could only take a detour or go by sea. The former route was extremely long, crossing multiple Bay cities. Even if there was Ningxin tea, it would most likely have already been intercepted by the several Bay cities along the way. How could it possibly make it to Gangxiong Bay City? As for the latter, the route was 3 times shorter, but the sea was filled with dangers. No one knew what they might encounter at sea. Once a ship was breached on the ocean, then aside from grandmasters and great grandmasters who could fly, everyone else would die. The margin for error was simply too low. One failed trip meant total annihilation. All cargo wiped out. The losses would be enormous. Unless a great grandmaster was leading the team, few would choose the sea route. But every great grandmaster was an important force to a Bay City. Having a grandmaster leave the Bay City for 2 or 3 months meant taking on enormous risk. Anyway, Yin Li didn't dare gamble on that. So every time he went through hell and high water to get some Ningxin tea, he rationed it carefully. 1 or 2 liang of tea leaves could last him for months. This time, he had actually brewed a whole pot of Ningxin tea on purpose and waited for Yifeng. Yifeng was surprised. Glancing over at him, Yin Li poured a cup of Ningxin tea and handed it over, then directly set the rest aside. The meaning was obvious. There was only this 1 cup. Yifeng shouldn't even think about the rest. Now this felt right. It fit Yin Li's character perfectly. I called you here this time, mainly to make your position and responsibilities clear. Seeing that Yifeng looked calm and had no intention of asking anything, Yin Li continued. I have 2 positions here. Pick one. Go ahead. Yifeng downed the Ningxin tea in 1 gulp, then looked toward the teapot that had been set aside. The sight made the corner of Yin Li's mouth twitch, but he acted like he hadn't seen it. Become the base city's fourth commander. You'll be in charge of the mission section for hunting fiend beasts in the base city, and in wartime, you'll be responsible for the defenses on the ocean side. And the other option? Just from a name alone, commander sounded like a huge hassle. Ye Feng wasn't interested, as if he had long expected Ye Feng's reaction. Yin Li's expression didn't change in the slightest. The second option is to be my deputy, the base city's deputy chief commander. Your authority and status will be equal to the three commanders, but you'll report directly to me. Busy? That was what Ye Feng cared about. Status and authority were secondary. Yin Li said speechlessly, wherever you're needed. That's where you go. Then I'll take that one. Ye Feng understood what he meant. It meant standing with neither side. All right, from today on, you're the base city's deputy chief commander. Your office is downstairs. I already had someone clean it up, so you can move in any time. Yin Li smiled as he spoke. Seeing him like this, Ye Feng shook his head. Looks like you already knew I'd choose this. With how your mind works, I don't even need to think to know what you'd pick. All right, you're amazing. As long as you know. Show me a little more respect from now on. Stop being so casual all the time. No problem. Then give me another cup of ancient tea. Get lost. Seeing that Yan Li was still as stingy as ever, Ye Feng felt relieved. If this old guy ever suddenly became generous, that would mean there was something he needed Ye Feng for. In Ye Feng's view, the best outcome was for no one to ever need him. But that was impossible. The next morning, Ye Feng was sent to the northern defensive line to assist Gao Ida in dealing with the riding fiend beast there. Originally, it had been a territorial war between two fiend beast groups, and it had nothing to do with the base city. But for some unknown reason, as they fought, they ended up joining forces and turned to attack the human defensive line in the forest region instead. Fortunately, the movement on the fiend beast side had been noticed as soon as it began. The base city reacted immediately and sent Gao Ida to guard the area. Otherwise, the defensive line would have been breached in an instant. But relying on Gao Ida alone, facing the siege of two fifth-order fiend beasts, he was obviously having a hard time. He'd still been unable to drive them back. In terms of numbers, the human side was at an absolute disadvantage. Relying on the natural stone wall defensive line, coordinated teamwork, and the boost from weapons and equipment, they were barely holding back the beast tide. If this had been before, at least one of Qin Yang or Tianshun would already have led a team here to reinforce them. But this time, both of them had other missions and had left the base city earlier. Not long after Tang Yin met Ye Feng, he announced another closed-door cultivation session. Chief Commander Yin Li needed to remain in the base city. Without being able to guarantee the base city's safety 100%, he definitely couldn't leave. Considering that Ye Feng happened to be free right now, they didn't call Tang Yin out and instead sent Ye Feng over. At this moment, at the front line, has the reinforcements still not arrived? Staring at the terrifying scene in the distance, where Gao Ida was fighting 1 against 2, making heaven and earth change color and the ground tremble, Gao Yao's face was full of worry. His dad's side was holding firm. Fighting 1 against 2, he still wasn't at a disadvantage. But their side was starting to buckle. I'm leaving this side to you. After giving an order, Gao Yao directly took some of his team members to reinforce the western defensive line. Gao 1 and Gao Xian were left behind with the remaining city defense team members to continue holding the line here. Compared to the fiend beasts charging wildly with no formation at all, the human team's coordination was undoubtedly much tighter. But the disadvantage in numbers was still far too obvious. Once the rock wall was broken through by the fiend beasts, the pressure would surge dramatically. The defensive line probably wouldn't last much longer before collapsing. And once the line here was breached, the beast tide could affect the base city. That was a result none of them wanted to see. The battle continued. The sounds of killing never ceased. Seeing that the defensive line on the other side was also nearing collapse, Gao immediately led her team over to support it, leaving only Gao Xian and her combat squad still holding the line here. Everyone's faces were full of anxiety. If reinforcements didn't come soon, it felt like they could only retreat. But against these frenzied fiend beasts, could they really get away? Captain, reinforcements are here. The shout from the rear made Gao Xian and the others light up with joy. How many came? Just one person. Commander Qin or Commander Tian? Neither. It's Vice Chief Commander Yi. The moment the words fell, a figure had already arrived at the defensive line. It was Ye Feng, who had rushed over at top speed. Fall back. Ye Feng's voice was low and heavy. Guided by Gongqi, his voice spread across the entire defensive line. Everyone subconsciously looked up toward the sound when they saw Ye Feng standing in the air with a saber in one hand. Not a single one of them hesitated or questioned him. They immediately gave up their positions and retreated. Before the fiend beasts could press forward, the sky suddenly changed color. An extremely sharp aura blanketed the entire battlefield. Waves of stabbing pain even appeared on their skin. It was as if someone were scraping their flesh with a bone-scraping blade. Their pupils were dyed blood red by the crimson Gongqi saber light, wrapped in purple lightning. They saw a Gongqi saber beam hundreds of meters long descend into the fiend beast horde the instant they looked up, whether it was third-order or fourth-order fiend beasts. As long as they touched the saber beam, their limbs were torn apart, their souls shattered, and they died completely. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The crisis at the rock wall defensive line was resolved. With only 3 slashes, nearly 60% of the fiend beasts on the battlefield were gone, replaced by 3 bottomless fissures with sides as smooth as mirrors. The sight made people's hearts tremble. If that had landed on them, they probably would have been erased so completely that not even their bones would remain. Just imagining it was terrifying. At this moment, the city defense team below and everyone from the Gao family all looked at Ye with eyes full of awe. A Grandmaster powerhouse was terrifying to such a degree. In this world, where the strong were revered and everyone worshipped power, at this very moment, in their eyes, Ye was no different from a god. One man changed the entire battle. He had only made 3 slashes. Without striking again, Ye looked toward the true battlefield far in the distance. When there was an overwhelming difference in major realms, any so-called advantage in numbers held no real meaning. Gale step. His figure vanished soundlessly from where he stood. By the time he appeared again, Ye had already arrived at Gao Ida's side. Ye sensed Gao Ida's arrival the moment he showed up. In truth, Gao Ida had been secretly keeping an eye on the situation at the rock wall defense line the whole time, but he had no way to break away and could only worry from where he was. One-on-one, he was confident he could win. 1 against 2. With one of them even having mid-5th rank combat power was truly a bit troublesome. Helplessly, he had been dragged into a fierce entanglement. Now that he saw Ye coming over to support him, he immediately felt much more at ease. The offensive and defensive positions had already reversed. Those 2 5th rank ferocious beasts had also noticed what was happening at the Rockwall defense line. They urgently wanted to go stop Ye but Gao Ida blocked them with a reckless offensive that ignored defense entirely. By the time they finally forced open a gap and had the chance to go stop him, Ye had already killed most of the ferocious beasts. Human, you broke the rules. The 5th rank ferocious beast with a horse head and human body, its whole body covered in brown mane, fixed its eyes on Ye killing intent overflowing. Before Ye could speak, Gao Ida cursed loudly. You beasts still have the nerve to talk to us about rules? This time, we didn't even step into your territory. Yet you launched the attack first. It was you filthy beast who broke the rules first. Brother Gao, there's no need to reason with beasts. They can't understand. After breaking through to Grandmaster, Ye had only briefly exchanged blows once with that 5th rank, twin-winged, snake-eyed, lion-tiger beast. He had not even fought to his hard-ass content. Now he finally had a chance. I'll take this horse-headed one. All right, be careful. Its defense is very strong, and its bloodline talent seems to enhance strength. Don't clash with it head-on. After saying that, Gao Ida flew straight toward the other snake-shaped 5th rank ferocious beast that could float in the air. He had no weapon, relying only on a pair of fists, broad and unrestrained in style, fierce and unmatched. It was obvious he had cultivated a body-refining technique of extremely high grade, and his mastery of it was also extraordinarily high. When the ferocious beast's attacks landed on him, his body merely shook a little. They could not break his defense at all. If my Violet Thunder, Vajra, undying body reaches perfection, can achieve this kind of effect? Ye felt a little expectant. Then his figure flashed, dodging the horse-headed beast's attack and swiftly arriving behind it. The bludgeoning treasure saber was like a streak of flowing light as it chopped down directly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Those brown manies looked soft, but their defensive power was astonishing. When the blade came down, a large shower of sparks burst out. It only cut through some of the mane and did not injure flesh at all. Human, is this all you can do? The horse-headed ferocious beast mocked, but it did not launch another attack immediately. Its gaze secretly shifted toward its ally, who was being beaten back step by step by Gao Ida. Retreat was already beginning to show in its eyes. Thundershock, taking advantage of that instant of distraction. 100-meter saber glow, solid to the extreme, directly swallowed the horse-headed ferocious beast, smashing its 5-meter-tall body into the ground. With one strike landing, Ye seized the initiative. He gave the other side no chance to catch its breath. Shadowless, soul-chasing arrow. Gongchi arrows fell like a storm of pear blossom needles, while saber glows followed close behind. He directly switched into plowing the ground mode, a saturated bombardment. Even though he knew that with the other side's defensive power, these attacks were not fatal. Ye goal was not to kill it one-on-one, but to stall for time. Earlier, Gao Ida had been able to tie down 2 beasts in a 1-against-2. Now, in a one-on-one, his advantage was obvious. So as long as Ye could hold back this horse-headed ferocious beast, then once Gao Ida won on his side, they would have a 2-against-1 situation and a sure victory. And he would not need to reveal his trump cards. Absolutely perfect. Over at the rock wall defense line, now facing ferocious beasts reduced by nearly 60%, the pressure of defense had dropped sharply, and the situation had already turned around. I wonder if this horse-headed beast tastes good. But the moment he thought about its human body and horse head, and the fact that it could speak human language, Ye felt a little disgusted, like he would be eating a person. Of course, if it was really delicious, that would be another matter. The meat of a fifth-rank ferocious beast definitely contained an astonishing amount of energy. A little exciting. For the moment, he suppressed his foodie instincts. Ye locked onto the target with his perception and kept attacking. An area of over 1,000 meters had become the hardest hit zone of his saturated bombardment. The ground was completely shattered, dust and smoke filled the air, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. But Ye could still sense that the beast's aura had not weakened. On the other side, Gao Ida held nothing back at all. He vented the frustration from earlier, being pinned down by two beasts and unable to aid the defense line. Without restraint, punch after punch landed solidly, smashing through everything. Human, this time you win. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The snake-shaped ferocious beast suddenly sprayed green venom from its mouth. After forcing Gao Ida back, it directly burrowed underground and fled. By the time Gao Ida reached the ground, he could no longer sense its aura. TCH, it ran pretty fast. Without stopping, he flew straight toward Ye Feng's side. At this moment, on Ye Feng's side, trying to run, no longer using long-range attacks, Ye Feng rapidly closed in and engaged it at close quarters, not giving the horse-headed ferocious beast any chance to escape. Its speed was ordinary, relying only on strength and defense. It clearly could not break out of the battle. Human, you're courting death. Is it your last words? Ye Feng's figure flickered as he slammed straight into the beast's chest. The blood-drenched treasure saber turned into a blur. Layers upon layers of saber shadows directly hacking it away with brute force. Before the horse-headed ferocious beast could say anything else, it felt that berserk human aura behind it, along with a deadly sense of danger. It slowly turned its head. What entered its eyes was Gao Ida's savage grin, and those blood-stained fists that made one's heart tremble. My life is over. Gao Ida tanked the damage and dealt the output, while Ye Feng assisted from the side. 2 against 1. The two worked together with perfect coordination. No matter how fierce the horse-headed ferocious beast's strength was, no matter how powerful its defense was, in the end it could only die with hatred. Its head was smashed apart directly by Gao Ida's fists, while its entire body was covered in thousands of large and small blade wounds. The deepest wound was so deep that bone could be seen. With Gao Ida acting as a meat shield, Ye Feng was free to test his current strength to the fullest. After this battle, he had gained a more intuitive understanding of his current combat power, without using divine speed in a life-and-death fight. Taking down this early, 5th-rank ferocious beast with a powerful bloodline talent should not be a problem. It was just that he would definitely fall into a drawn-out fight and would not be able to decide the outcome in a short time. If he used divine speed, then the battle would become even simpler. With greater speed, the power of his martial techniques would also increase accordingly. Speed as power was not just a slogan. At this moment, looking at the horse-headed ferocious beast with its head blown open and its body looking as though it had been sliced alive, Ye Feng curiously looked at Gao Ida, who was panting heavily beside him. Old Gao, does this thing taste good? Thinking to himself, its endurance really doesn't seem that great. A body-refining grandmaster is only this much? Not knowing Ye Feng was secretly roasting him in his heart. Gao Ida showed a strange expression. You want to eat it? Why not? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. You can technically. The energy contained in its flesh and blood is indeed astonishing. If properly prepared, it can rival a 5th-rank energy potion. Ye Feng did not interrupt. He knew Gao Ida definitely had more to say, and that was indeed the case. But we generally don't eat this kind of human-bodied, beast-headed ferocious beast. Gao Ida changed the topic. Ye Feng turned into a 65-year-old curious baby. Why? Because this kind of beast-headed, human-bodied ferocious beast should be the offspring born from a union between a ferocious beast and a human. We call them beastmen. Seeing the disbelief on Ye Feng's face, Gao Ida sighed. There wasn't anything like this before. It's only appeared in the last few decades. As for exactly when it started, we don't know either. After a pause, as if recalling something, Gao Ida continued. I heard that in first-level base cities and super base cities, they've already started planned development of newborn beastmen. These beastmen have very strong talent? Ye Feng asked curiously. Gao Ida nodded. They have the terrifying physical strength and recovery ability of ferocious beasts. They have a chance to awaken bloodline talents. And they can also cultivate our human cultivation methods and martial skills. You tell me if that is strong or not. They get the advantages of both sides. That is kind of strong. Ye Feng then asked with obvious curiosity, Old Gao, do you think the father is human, or the mother is human? Fuck me. The corners of Gao Ida's mouth twitched wildly, and related images instinctively appeared in his mind. What an eyesore. Can that really even work? Whether the father was human or the mother was human, one could only say that the selected humans were truly gifted in a very special way. What normal person could do something like that? The picture was too beautiful. He didn't dare imagine it. In this beastman world, there really is every kind of strange thing under the heavens. Ye Feng shook his head slightly. Now that he thought about it, it really was pretty disgusting. Since it couldn't be eaten, Ye Feng lost interest. This corpse can be handed over to headquarters later. It should be worth about 60 million contribution points. We'll split it evenly, Gao Ida said. A fifth-tier ferocious beast? Is this cheap? It's not cheap. An ordinary heaven-grade cultivation method only costs about that much in contribution points. Then that's quite a lot. By the way, what does headquarters want this thing for? You can't even eat it. This thing can be eaten. We just don't eat it. But plenty of other people do. Process it a bit. And you can't tell. Yifeng only wanted to raise 6 fingers. What a man-eating world this was. The crisis had already been resolved. So Yifeng's mission was basically complete. He politely declined Gao Ida's invitation to stay for a meal and went straight back to the base city. Not long after Yifeng left, Grandpa, where Vice Chief Commander Ye, Gaowen ran over. Gao Xian followed, right behind her. Hearing that, Gao Ida glanced at her. Now, you know how to take the initiative? Too late. His gaze then shifted to Gao Xian. And you, stop building muscles from now on. Such a pretty face is really wasted on you. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa. Gao Xin smiled sweetly. Her looks were very sweet, but she was nearly 2 meters tall and extremely burly. Aprupe muscula barbilla. Gao Ida pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling utterly speechless inside. What a sin. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. Just now, fighting side by side, he had clearly felt Yifeng's strength and state. Absolutely grandmaster-level combat power. And both his martial skills and cultivation methods were at very high realms. Even ordinary early 5th-tier ferocious beasts would not be Yifeng's match. To have this level of combat power at the age of 65 was truly astonishing. If he could have a grandson-in-law like that, he really would no longer need to worry about the future of the family. The 3 great families in the Bay City were all in roughly the same situation now. Each family had a grandmaster as its head, serving as the stabilizing pillar of the family. But none of them had descendants with especially outstanding talent. Not to mention a grandmaster at 65. Even looking around, there wasn't a single descendant who could reach the grandmaster realm by the age of 100. It was only because grandmasters had lifespans of 300 years. Right now, Gao Ida, Qin Yang, and the other one were only a little over 100 years old, with more than 100 years left to live. So for now, there was no need to consider the issue of successors. If they only had a few decades left, then the Bay City probably wouldn't be this stable. When you were in a great family, some things truly weren't up to you. Of course, Yifeng didn't need to think about that. After returning to the Bay City, he went straight to Yan Li's office first thing. Old Yan, this is how you treat a returning war hero? Glancing at the teapot that contained nothing but ordinary tea leaves, Yifeng's face showed undisguised disdain. Yan Li remained calm. Then don't drink it. Saves me a pot of good tea. Huh, I say one thing and you get mad? Yifeng picked up the teapot. He drank 3 cups in a row like a bull chugging water. It was a tea that he didn't know how to drink tea elegantly. It was just that drinking it this way felt better. Yan Li had long since gotten used to Yifeng's free and rough manner. He did well this time. For the next period, Commander Qin and Commander Tian 1TB in the base city. I need you to help watch over the defenses they're responsible for. Sure, Ye Feng nodded. After waiting a few seconds and seeing no follow-up, Yan Li was a little surprised. You're not curious where they went? Would you tell me? No. Then there you go. Seeing that Yifeng truly didn't care, Yan Li smiled. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. They were temporarily transferred by our superior base city to the Western Front battlefield to participate in an encirclement campaign. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be back within 2 months. That generous, lending out 2 grandmasters at once. No choice. The higher-ups specifically named them. They have connections? Yan Li smiled. Scared? Yifeng looked calm. Why would I be? As long as you think that way. Seeing that Yifeng had no intention of asking further questions and was instead making himself another pot of tea, Yan Li suddenly felt a little frustrated. He just couldn't get the rhythm going. So he simply explained on his own. This kind of thing is actually very common in our country. The Qin family and the Tian family are both major clans. Their main branches are in our superior prefecture-level city. This place is only a branch family. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Each of those 2 families has more than a dozen branch families like this. Maybe even more. How could they possibly manage them all? If this branch were really valued, then the base city as Chief Commander would be me. Sounds like there's a story there, old Yan. You're from a great family too? Yifeng asked curiously. Yan Li shook his head. Unless there are special circumstances. The highest authority in a second-level base city is rarely held by someone from a great family. That's a red line of the Federation. Looking at Yifeng, Yan Li's eyes carried a sense of approval. Strictly speaking, I come from the military. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity the first time I saw you. Ye Feng similed. That immediately brought a look of shock to Yan Li's face. You actually know how to speak like a human? That is harsh. I've always held you in great respect. Got any spirit-calming tea left? Get lost. Every single day, all you do is covet my tea. Doesn't that just show how close we are? Yifeng quite liked chatting with Yan Li, so he would come over from time to time to mooch some tea. Gradually, it had now developed into the 2 of them regularly having afternoon tea together. Every time he saw this old guy showing that exasperated, helpless expression, furious, yet completely unable to do anything about him, Yifeng's mood would brighten quite a bit. After leaving the chief commander's office, he didn't go to the cafeteria for food. Right now, in the Bay City, Ye was like a bright lamp in the dark night. The moment he appeared, all kinds of attention would gather on him. Being stared at like some zoo animal didn't feel very comfortable. No wonder those few grandmasters rarely showed themselves in the Bay City. Presumably, they just didn't want to deal with that kind of situation. After all, in Gangxiong Bay City, grandmasters were rarer than giant pandas. When ordinary people ran into one, of course they'd take a few extra looks. Of course. What annoyed Ye the most were those families and merchants trying to cozy up to him. The Mao family's success seemed to have given them hope, and one after another, they all took the initiative to come over. Sometimes, he really wanted to give them a knife, but Ye still held back. These days, he preferred eating in his own villa. He only needed to send a message, and Ye restaurant would immediately finish preparing the dishes and send someone to deliver them. They were considered partners. Ye simply wanted to eat something good and satisfy his appetite. As for the other side, they wanted access to high-grade, ferocious beast ingredients. And they also wanted to build a connection with Ye. Each side had its own thoughts. In Ye view, things were currently even between them. He didn't owe them any favor. After all, he could sell that fourth-tier ferocious beast meat to any other restaurant. No restaurant would refuse it. So Ye ate those dishes and accepted that service with a clear conscience. After the northern ferocious beast riot was successfully suppressed, Gao Ida quickly led his team back to the Bay City, and Ye even had a meal with him. After all, they had fought side by side before. Having a meal together wasn't too much. It was just that the man's booming voice really made people not want to eat with him a second time. His ears couldn't take it. On the other hand, that granddaughter of his, that King Kong Barbie, left an extremely deep impression on Ye. Her muscles were almost even more solid than Gao Ida's, yet she had a cute and pretty face. The contrast was maxed out. It was impossible not to remember her. Of course, it was just novelty hunting. Ye had no other thoughts. With no external crisis, the Bay City seemed very peaceful. Occasionally, transport teams from lower-level Bay Cities would come over. As for ordinary people, they would spend almost their entire lives inside the Bay City's towering walls. They worked in some light industries. There definitely wasn't enough space inside the Bay City for farming. To ease food pressure, the vast plain outside Gangxiong Bay City's walls had been planted with crops, and patrol teams were usually stationed there. The surrounding defensive line itself had also been expanded outward. With the 4 major defense lines, plus the city walls, that basically meant there were 2 layers of defense. Occasionally, some lone ferocious beast would break through the defenses and enter the planting zone. Most of them were ferocious beasts from the underground world in the west. Creatures that could dig were honestly pretty hard to deal with. With the Bay City's current defensive methods, there was simply no way to control the underground. Of course, none of that had anything to do with Ye, so his life lately had been very comfortable. Cultivate, eat, mooch tea, then keep cultivating. Sometimes he would go over to the ocean and take a look, see if there was anything he wanted to eat. Marine ferocious beasts. That day, after Ye finished his morning cultivation and ate lunch, he prepared, as usual, to go over to Old Yen's place to mooch some afternoon tea and chat for a while. At the current pace, in less than 3 more days, the Paju and Xiangang art would reach completion. Ye was quite satisfied with this progress. Next, only the Purple Thunder Vajra Undying Body will be left. I haven't heard of any place around the Bay City with the natural conditions to cultivate this technique. Looks like I can only rely on adding points again. That is a bit troublesome. I have high-grade talent, but I can't use it. While thinking, he arrived at his destination. He knocked on the window. Without waiting for a response, Ye flew straight into the Commander-in-Chief's office. Then he discovered that it wasn't just Yanli there today. Tang Yin was there too. A bit of awkwardness immediately rose. But sensing that the atmosphere seemed a little unusual, Ye put away his expression. Something up? Yanli nodded. Just today, someone from the upper-level Bay City passed along a message. The war situation in the West isn't going too smoothly. They're short on manpower, and they're hoping our side can send another Grandmaster over. They really aren't afraid of something going wrong on our side. Ye walked over and sat beside Tang Yin. Tang Yin looked grave, his face full of seriousness. Commander-in-Chief, are you planning to go personally? I can't easily leave the Bay City. That's iron law. Throwing Tang Yin an annoyed look, Yinli said directly, Commander Gao has already explicitly refused this assignment. If the 2 of you refuse as well, then the 3 of you will have to draw lots. Whoever draws it goes. Let us draw lots. Ye and Tang Yin spoke almost at the same time. After exchanging a glance, both remained calm. I knew this would be your choice. Yanli wore an expression of I saw through this long ago. Ye teased, Old Yin, why don't you go instead? Get lost. Do you think I don't want to go? I really can't. Who knows? You brat really need a beating. Sure, you can beat me up now. Then I want to be able to go because of my injuries. Perfect. At this moment, looking at the 2 of them flirting and bickering as if no one else was there, clearly extremely close, Tang Yin suddenly couldn't understand what was going on. What the hell? He had followed Yanli for dozens of years, yet their friendship still couldn't compare to Ye who had only been here a little over a month. Was this really okay? Gao Ida arrived very quickly. From the moment the message was sent to the moment this guy got here, it took less than half a minute. Too fast. It felt like he had been waiting outside the door the whole time. Now that everyone was here, the drawing began. Clearly prepared in advance. Yenli took out 3 envelopes. 2 of these envelopes contained blank paper. The remaining one contains transfer orders. Whoever draws the transfer orders will go reinforce the Western battlefield. Understood. All 3 wore calm expressions. Their gazes unconsciously fell on the 3 envelopes. The moment that would decide fate had arrived. His gaze shifted to Yenli, and Yifeng noticed the old man smiling at him. He couldn't help raising a brow. It somehow felt meaningful. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Before he could figure it out, Gao Ida's voice rang out by his ear. I'll go first. As he spoke, he took 1 envelope. Without hesitating, he opened it right away. Blank paper. Gao Ida grinned. My luck is not bad. 2 envelopes remained. A 50% chance to win. Tang Yen moved first, raising his hand to take 1 envelope. He opened it immediately as well. Blank paper. Well then, looks like luck isn't on my side. Yifeng spread his hands. He didn't bother checking the remaining envelope. Ha! Brother Yi, Heaven's mandate is on your side. Be careful protecting yourself over on the battlefield. When you come back, this old man will drink with you again. Gao Ida's smile was exceptionally bright. Hearing that, Yifeng looked speechless. Forget it, old Gao. With a voice like yours, I don't want to end up with hearing loss. I'll talk more quietly? Gao Ida looked aggrieved. Seeing that made Yifeng's fist clench. You muscle-brain giant, pulling something like this is seriously painful to the eyes. He really wanted to hit someone. I'm going back into seclusion, leaving behind that sentence. Tang Yen departed first. Before walking out the door, he seemingly glanced at the unopened envelope by accident, and a trace of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. Gao Ida also left soon after. It was obvious that not having to go to the Western battlefield had made the old man genuinely happy. When he opened the door, he used too much force and almost tore it off its hinges. Understandable. As the head of a great family, Gao Ida didn't dare risk himself. The Western battlefield wasn't like their side. It was just ferocious beasts there. The activity of foreign races was also extremely frequent. This suppression operation, led by the Martial King, was not going smoothly. They needed to pull Grandmaster-level combat power from other base cities, which showed just how dangerous that side was. If they ran into a 6th-tier alien race or beast by accident, there was a high chance they'd be done for. The Gao family had no main family to rely on. Once Gao Ida was in trouble, they would probably become the next Mao family. And decline was only a matter of time. At this moment, only Yifeng and Yenli were left in the office. Tell me, why must I go? Yifeng stared at Yenli. He had to get an explanation. You saw through it. Yenli smiled. There was no awkwardness or embarrassment from being exposed. He looked very calm. He opened the remaining envelope. Inside was also a blank sheet of paper. Combined with Gao Ida and Tang Yen's move to draw lots first. The meaning was obvious. They wanted Yifeng to go. That side was certainly very dangerous. But wasn't it also an opportunity? With your talent, you shouldn't stay buried here forever. You're better suited to a bigger stage. A bigger stage meant greater danger. Old Yen, aren't you afraid I'll die there? Yifeng sighed. There's no absolutely safe place in this world. I believe you won't be that unlucky. High risk also means high reward. For you, this really is an excellent opportunity. Should I thank you then? The same as before. Since he couldn't change it, he could only accept it. There was no point obsessing over whether he should go. That had no meaning. Yifeng immediately asked, tell me about the situation over there. According to the person who came to deliver the message, there had been a rat tide of over 10 million there, led by a 6th-tier rat king, with quite a few 5th-tier ones as well. If it were only that, the problem actually wouldn't be too big. After a 2-second pause, Yenli's expression grew serious. But the alien race is also making moves. It said that the 2 alien passages that haven't been activated in many years have already entered the charging stage. If nothing unexpected happens, the alien race will invade soon. How strong are the alien passages? Yifeng asked. There was nothing to hide. Yenli said honestly, 6th tier, higher than me by a whole major realm. Wouldn't I just be going there to die? Yifeng's expression turned a little strange. 6th tier was equivalent to a human martial king. For him, a grandmaster, going over there was no different from delivering himself as food. Yenli explained. A 6th-tier alien race will naturally be handled by martial kings. If a situation arises that really can't be dealt with, the martial saints of the base city will move out at any time. Your worry is unnecessary. If the martial saints really had to move, then the situation would only be more critical than imagined. Still, it seemed I don't have any other choice. Yifeng looked at Yenli. The latter averted his gaze. Just understand that. Don't blame me for arranging you to go. You're more suited than Gao, Ida, and the others to represent us. For you personally, this is also an excellent opportunity. I hope you can seize it. When do I leave? Tomorrow. For some reason, Yifeng felt that Yenli still had something he hadn't told him. But now he also had no time to think about that. Since the other side wouldn't say it, there was no way he could force him to. He was leaving tomorrow, with a recording pointer. There was no need to worry about getting lost. If he flew at full speed, it would take about 2 days to arrive. If only he could get another retirement payout. After calculating the time, Ye realized there was no way to delay it until May. It was now April 23rd. It would still take another week before May. Should I just fly a little slower on the way? The thought had barely surfaced before Ye rejected it. The transfer order had a time limit. If he arrived late, he would definitely be punished. He could only take things one step at a time. This feeling of being pushed along by someone else was not very pleasant. Still too weak. If I were a Marshal King now, I wouldn't need to think about so many things. Ye Seekit. He had originally planned to stay in Gongcheong Bay City for a few years, build up his strength first, and then go to a level 3 Bay City. Who would V thought he even stayed here for 2 months before he had to leave. Plans never keep up with changes. It was said to be a temporary assignment, and he could come back after completing the mission. But his intuition told Ye that things were definitely not that simple. There was no point thinking too much about something that had no answer. The next day, after getting ready, Ye took the recording pointer Yinli gave him and flew rapidly toward the western battlefield. In just a blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight. Staring in the direction Ye had left, Yinli's eyes held a trace of emotion. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "No one to have afternoon tea with anymore." Roar. Bloodthirsty howls rose one after another in the forest. Pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the dark gaps between the trees, looking extremely eerie. They all turned toward one direction in unison. To be precise, they were staring at one person. They closed in slowly from all sides, looking at your mother. In an instant, dozens of flying daggers condensed from chi shot silently and invisibly into the foreheads of the beasts that kept approaching. Their heads exploded directly. It was like setting off fireworks. Ye was in a very bad mood right now. The transfer order told him to reach the western battlefield within 3 days. That whole day, following the direction indicated by the recording pointer, the road ahead was like walking through a maze. Taking a few turns was one thing, but sometimes he even had to go back. Was the guy who recorded the coordinates really not joking? And these beasts along the way didn't know their place at all? Who were they looking at? Kill them all. He viciously bit into a piece of dried meat. The meat fragrance instantly filled his mouth, and with every chew, the aroma grew richer. The instant he swallowed, the energy contained in the dried meat flowed through his body like a stream. It felt as comfortable as getting a full-body massage. Yifeng's mood instantly brightened a lot. Then he reacted and felt that he might have gotten a bit sick from rushing on the road. He was actually making such a big deal out of eating dried meat. The bloody smell, drifting over with the wind, was truly a bit of a buzzkill. After quickly finishing the dried meat, he glanced at the waning moon in the sky and prepared to keep moving. Get to the destination first. It was still an irregular route, making one feel powerless to complain. How long had this route not been updated? Not until the horizon began to show a pale, fish-belly white did Yifeng stop. Far in the distance, at the junction of heaven and earth, there were countless purple bolts of lightning, like giant purple dragons, constantly crashing down from the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Thunder Domain. The unhappy feeling in his heart instantly vanished. That place could definitely be used to cultivate the purple thunder Vajra, undying body. With the retirement points, the technique was already at the entry level. Yifeng was very clear about the environmental conditions and resources needed for cultivation, and he immediately took a liking to that place. It was just that from so far away, he could still clearly feel the destructive aura of the lightning, as well as the intense sense of danger. Thinking about how he couldn't use chi defense while cultivating there, and could only rely on his body to take it head-on, Yifeng felt a little uncertain. He wouldn't get struck to death outright, right? Lowering his head to look at the recording pointer that was guiding him in the opposite direction, as if telling him to hurry up and flee from here. A look of understanding flashed through Yifeng's eyes. Looks like that thunder domain should be pretty large. Once the recording pointer gets close to that area, it loses its effect, so it deliberately avoids it. Figuring there should be enough time, Yifeng found a higher spot and hacked out an extremely conspicuous clearing to use as a marker. He hid the recording pointer and his luggage there, then flew straight toward that thunder region. He didn't enter it directly. That would be courting death. Instead, Yifeng approached it little by little. When he was only about 1,000 meters from the edge of the thunder region, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a purple chain. With a speed too fast to cover one's ears, it smashed down toward the area where Yifeng was. Sensing that its power did not pose too great a threat to him, Yifeng released his Ganchi defense, activated the purple Thunder Vajra, undying body, and went straight up to meet it. Rumble. The lightning entered his body, and his whole body instantly went numb. A stinging pain spread through him from head to toe. Faced with this kind of destructive natural disaster, if a non-body tempering grandmaster did not use Ganchi for defense, it would be extremely dangerous. One moment of carelessness could even cost him his life. Being careful was definitely the right choice. As the cultivation method continued to circulate, the lightning running wild inside his body gradually stopped being violent. Instead, it turned into pure energy and continuously tempered Yifeng's body. It really works. After consuming the last trace of lightning power, He opened the panel, seeing the cultivation progress of the purple thunder Vajra, undying body rise from 0 to 1. Yifeng's face lit up with joy. One strike gives 1 point. To go from beginner to minor success. I only need to get struck 1,500 times, right? And this was only the lightning dispersing from the outer edge. If he could go deeper, the cultivation efficiency should become even higher. Yifeng did not continue deeper. He didn't want to die, just like that. He cultivated in the outer area for more than an hour. Whenever he sensed lightning was about to fall, Yifeng would activate his movement technique and rush over at top speed, directly meeting it head-on, commonly known as asking to be struck. Purple Thunder Vajra, Undying Body, Beginner 187, 1,500. The cultivation efficiency was indeed very high. The so-called difficulty of cultivating this technique mainly came from not being able to find such a suitable cultivation ground. Those so-called cultivation resources were actually just energy needed to make up for and repair bodily damage. Because Yifeng was extremely cautious and only sought out lightning he could endure, his body did not suffer too much damage. That saved him quite a bit of those resources. However, to cultivate from minor success to major success, special cultivation materials were needed. The same went for going from major success to perfection. Yifeng had checked the exchange network of the base city. They basically had all of them. When the time came, he could just exchange for them. That was the benefit of having a powerful backer. There was no need to search for resources himself. He could just exchange contribution points for them directly. At his current rate of improvement, Yifeng was confident he could cultivate this technique to the minor success realm in 10 hours. Unfortunately, time did not allow it. He did not know exactly how long it would take him to reach the western battlefield, so he could not gamble. After all, he still was not strong enough, and he still had to survive within human society. His strength did not allow him to completely break free from the restraints of the rules. Returning to where he had left the recording pointer, Yifeng looked at the clothes on his body, which had been blasted by lightning until only a few lonely strips of cloth were left hanging from him, and felt very fortunate that he had also left his luggage here. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he operated the recording pointer to record the coordinates of this place, then left reluctantly. Hopefully, when I come next time, this thunder region will still be here. What he did not know was that not long after he left, deep within the thunder region, at the center where lightning raged, a pair of purple beast pupils slowly opened and looked in the direction he had departed. There was human-like puzzlement in its gaze. Focusing on his journey, Yifeng continued flying along the maze-like route. He rested 4 hours a day, 3 hours for sleep, 1 hour for eating dried meat. Fortunately, he had brought over 100 gene of dried meat this time. It should be enough to eat. As for barbecue, he would spare himself the embarrassment. After eating ferocious beast meat prepared by professionals, if he had to go back to eating his own barbecue, which was practically a biochemical weapon, it truly would be impossible to swallow. Another day passed. There was only 1 day left before the deadline set by the transfer order. It would be impossible not to be anxious. In his heart, Yifeng had no idea how many times he had cursed the fool who set the arrival deadline. Fortunately, his luck was still pretty good. Resisting the temptation earlier and deciding not to stay too long in the thunder region had been an extremely wise choice. By a little before 5 in the afternoon on the third day, the western battlefield finally appeared in sight. It was just like the frontline battlefield Yifeng had once served on. Desolate, murderous, ruined. Even the air was filled with the smell of blood. That was the most direct impression the western battlefield gave people. I really don't know how I managed it before. To think I could endure in this kind of environment for decades, and even survive without losing an arm or a leg. Yifeng felt deeply moved. As soon as he reached the edge of the war zone, he was stopped. Please show your identity card. The one stopping him was a valiant short-haired girl. Her aura was sharp, and her gaze was firm. Her actual age should not be very high. She didn't seem like military personnel. She had more of an academy vibe. The other team members behind her were in much the same state. There was not the slightest trace of fear in the way they looked at him. They had the kind of bearing of newborn calves that feared no tiger. Even though they had personally seen Yifeng fly over and knew that he was at least a Grandmaster level expert. Slowly landing, Yifeng handed over his identity card. Yifeng gender, male age, 65 affiliation, Gongxiong base city position, Deputy Chief Commander realm, early stage Grandmaster, a 65-year-old Grandmaster. The looks in their eyes instantly changed. Chief Commander Ye, please enter. The operations room is right ahead. The girl's attitude became much more respectful. This was respect for a genius expert. Taking back his identity card, Yifeng nodded to her and then strode toward the operations room. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, several people behind the girl could not help speaking up. Sister Li, for someone from second-level base city to break through to Grandmaster at 65, this guy's talent is probably at least top tier. As if that needed you to say. The girl called Sister Li rolled her eyes at him. Without hesitation, she immediately took out her communicator, found her master in the contact list, and sent over Yifeng's information. Seeing this, the others said nothing, but expectation was written all over their faces. With this kind of genius, teacher probably 1T refuse. A 65-year-old Grandmaster It depends on his background. If there's nothing special about it, I feel teacher will definitely make a move. This time, quite a few people from those second-level base cities below were sent here, but among them, the only ones who can truly be called geniuses, if I remember right, are just 3. This Yifeng is the most talented one. Yeah, the others were doomed from the start. Grandmasters over 100 years old still dare come here. I really don't know what they're thinking. They're just frogs at the bottom of a well. I just hope their Tao hearts don't shatter. This time, it's not just second-level base cities. The 3 great first-level base cities also sent plenty of people over. The gap ISNT, just a little bit. I think the ones who should actually be worried are those so-called geniuses from the first-level base cities. They'd better not get hit too hard by this Yifeng. After all, the cultivation environment and resources aren't even on the same level. Yet their cultivation is in the same realm. That's a little awkward. Sisterly did not respond to any of that. Looking at her master's reply, continue observing, she immediately sent back an affirmative response. And by this time, Yifeng had already arrived at the destination of this trip. They called it a war room, but it was really just a tent. On the frontline battlefield, everything was kept simple. Yifeng had served for decades. Seeing these tents again now, he unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity. He shook his head slightly and didn't let himself dwell on those hardships. The light boat had already passed beyond 10,000 layered mountains. Everything was in the past. There was nothing worth reminiscing about on the road he had traveled. After the guards verified his information, Yifeng entered the war room. The guards who saw his file all had shocked looks on their faces. Yifeng was already used to that. Whether it was his realm or his talent, he could now be considered a genius. There was nothing to hide. The realm of Grandmaster was no decoration. He was too afraid of being targeted. Inside the war room, there was only one middle-aged man. He sat in the main seat, using a communicator to discuss something. Hearing Yifeng's footsteps, he slowly raised his head. With just one glance, Yifeng's intuition told him this man was stronger than him. Yifeng, early-stage Grandmaster, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Gongxiong Base City, reporting for duty. Yifeng spoke first. Gongxiong Base City. Muttering the name, the other party said, I thought the one coming would be Tang Yin. Looks like Yin Li thinks highly of you. He tapped the communicator screen a few times, and Yifeng's relevant information appeared before his eyes. His gaze paused for a few seconds on the age section before he looked up. You came from the military? I enlisted at 18 and retired from the front line at 60. Yifeng briefly recounted his experience. The man nodded slightly as he listened. For the next few days, you don't need to go to the front lines. First, familiarize yourself with the situation here. After that, I'll assign you a task. Understood. Seeing that the man had no intention of saying more, Yifeng took his leave and left. As soon as he walked out of the tent, his communicator received the number of the tent he would be staying in. At the same time, inside the war room, a civilian background, military identity, clean background. For someone like that, to reach Grandmaster at 65, his talent must be top tier. Compared to him, can those arrogant fellows even still be called geniuses? Qin Wuya shook his head with a chuckle. Then he suddenly remembered the information previously reported by a junior from a branch family. That junior had said a super genius had appeared in the base city on his side. That junior seemed to be from Gongxiong Base City. Originally, Qin Wuya hadn't paid much attention to it and had simply taken it as exaggerated words from an inexperienced junior of the branch family. But now it seemed they had been too arrogant. They should have taken it seriously long ago. Even now, it was not too late. Qin Wuya dialed a number. At this moment, Yifeng had already arrived at the residential area. His tent number was 101, having served for decades. How could he not know what that meant? On the frontline battlefield, the smaller the number, the higher the status, and the greater the importance attached to that person. This was the southern combat zone of the western battlefield. In other words, among all the experts in the entire zone, only 100 people ranked ahead of Yifeng. He really wanted to call the police. This was way too far up front. Yifeng curled his lips. Hopefully this won't bring me any trouble. If nothing comes up, I should stay indoors as much as possible. However, before he could enter the tent, a voice called out from nearby. Brother, are you new here too? Turning his head, Yifeng saw a blonde-haired guy. He looked to be only in his 20s, but in this world, martial arts experts often had age limits of 200 or 300 years. Judging actual age from appearance alone was already impossible. I just got here today. Yifeng's gaze instinctively lingered a few extra moments on the other party's blonde hair. It wasn't he died. It was natural. A troubled look appeared on the man's face. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he had drawn attention because of that blonde hair. He quickly adjusted his emotions, glanced at Yifeng's tent number, and said, Mengding Base City, Xiaochun. Gongxiong Base City, Yifeng. While replying, Yifeng quickly reacted and subconsciously asked, that first-level base city famous for producing tea? Yes, but I didn't bring any tea. Xiaochun scratched the back of his head. Whenever their base city was brought up, almost everyone's first thought was tea. Heaven have mercy, they were a first-level base city. They guarded a 7th-rank alien passage, directly facing the territory of a 7th-rank beast emperor, and were also one of only 2 first-level base cities guarded by 2 martial saints. How is it that nobody remembered any of that absurdly awesome stuff, and only remembered the damn tea? Not wanting to continue that topic, Xiaochun stared at the number plate on Yifeng's tent with a mysterious look and asked, Do you know what this number means? I do. Having one more friend was definitely better than having one more enemy. From their conversation, this blonde-haired Xiahou Chun didn't give Yifeng the feeling of being some scheming faker, thinking that on the frontline battlefield, a reliable friend might save his life in wartime. Yifeng exchanged contact information with him and even agreed to take a walk around the camp together later. On the frontline battlefield, the situation changed in an instant. Dangers were everywhere and impossible to guard against, unless one's personal strength was enough to alter the entire battle. It was better not to act alone. Of course, that was only if the person by your side could be trusted. For now, aside from being a bit talkative, this Xiahou Chun didn't seem to have any major problems. After entering the tent, Yifeng found it was only about 50 square meters. One bed, one table, 2 chairs, one separately installed bathroom, and one clock for checking the time. There were no other extra furnishings. Thinking back to his years of service, even in the years just before retirement, when his treatment had improved somewhat, Yifeng had still only been able to live in a 4-man room. When he had first enlisted, it had been one giant shared bunk. 24 people were crammed into a single tent. They had all been young men in their 20s then, full of vigor and blood. In the morning, just turning over could lead to sword fighting. The image was too much to imagine. That had been the road he came from. Now, Yifeng could already live in a single room. There was still plenty of time before their agreed meeting. Might as well cultivate for a while first. When in a cultivation state, Yifeng found that his state of mind would become completely calm. He liked that feeling very much. Having just arrived, there was no telling how many people in the entire camp were stronger than him. If he said he had no unusual thoughts at all, that would be impossible. Right now, what he urgently needed was to calm down and think about how he should deal with what came next. He didn't know how much time had passed before Xiahou Chun's footsteps came from outside the tent, interrupting Yifeng's cultivation. 3 hours passed that quickly? After checking the time, Yifeng got up and stepped outside the tent. Sorry, I was too focused on cultivating and didn't notice the time. So intense? Xiahou Chun was stunned. He suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Normally, he only cultivated 10 hours a day. Ever since coming here these past few days, he had never been able to settle his mind. He couldn't even guarantee 3 hours of cultivation a day. And yet this guy had just arrived at camp and was already able to calmly cultivate. Compared to that, he really had been too lazy. No helping it. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Yifeng it. The way you say that. Anyone who can stay in tent 101 definitely has extraordinary talent and strength. Xiahou Chun's eyes were full of admiration as he looked at him. He had talent and was hardworking. No wonder he could move into tent 101. Unlike Xiahou Chun himself, despite coming from a first-level base city, with better resources and a better cultivation environment, he had only gotten tent 106. It wasn't just Yifeng. There were also 4 men and women from other first-level base cities, and they were housed even farther forward than him. That alone said enough. Forget that. Come walk around with me, then let us grab something to eat. Yifeng changed the subject. Hearing that, Xiahou Chun's eyes lit up. I may not train as hard as you, but over the past 2 days, aside from the areas we're not allowed into, I've been all over the place. Then I'll have to trouble you to be my guide for once. My pleasure. Just like that, the two of them walked and chatted as they strolled through the camp. During that time, Yifeng habitually took out some jerky and bit into it twice before reacting and splitting half of it with Xiahou Chun. Xiahou Chun immediately felt like he'd met a kindred spirit and also took out some jerky to share. Maybe it was because Mengding Bay City was known for producing tea, but the jerky Xiahou Chun gave him carried a faint tea fragrance that left a rich aftertaste. After eating the roast meat, it felt like his energy had recovered, and even his spirit attribute seemed to have increased by the tiniest bit. I secretly smoked this roast meat with my grandpa as treasured tea leaves. Pretty good, right? Xiahou Chun said with a grin. Yifeng looked at him. Your grandpa, doesn't tea beat you for that? He does, but I'm used to it. Besides, he has so much tea anyway. What does it matter if I use a dozen or so Jean? A dozen or so Jean. Thinking of how stingy Yanli was. Making 1 liang of tea last for 2 months, Yifeng didn't know what to say. Some drown while others die of thirst. Eating and chatting. The two arrived at the mess hall area. Calling this place a mess hall was honestly an insult to the term. In truth, it was just some wooden tables and benches set out in the open air. Not far away, several giant cauldrons had been set up, along with more than a dozen enormous grills, all roasting and stewing ferocious beast meat. No need to expect flavor. The main selling point was simple. Huge portions and all you can eat. And it was meat only. Vegetables and the like were scarce ingredients here. Of course, that was during non-combat periods. Once battle started, who had time to prepare food? Everyone just drank energy potions directly. Look, those are Jin Jing and He Jiangping from Xingho Bay City. And over there, that is Peng Feiyu and Luda from Yalan Bay City. The 4 of them are staying in tents 102 to 105. Following the direction of Xiahou Chun's gaze, Yifeng saw the 3 men and 1 woman. They all looked very young. The men were handsome, the woman beautiful. He didn't probe their aura or blood chi strength. That would be been rude and could easily spark conflict. Before Yifeng could ask, Xiahou Chun had already begun smoothly recounting everything he knew about the four of them, as well as the situation of the mission they had been temporarily transferred here for. This encirclement operation was being jointly carried out by the three first-level base cities of Xinghe, Mengding, and Yilan. Earlier, East Camp, West Camp, and North Camp had already begun operations, surrounding the beast tide from three sides and achieving some results. But with the alien race passage about to open, the pressure on those three camps had surged sharply. As a reserve support force, South Camp's main task next would be to withstand the impact of the alien races and create enough time and space for the encirclement operations of the other three camps. 3 Martial Kings were overseeing the operation, more than 100 Grandmasters, over 1,000 Masters, and a total force of an astonishing 80,000 troops. The main army had already set out long ago and was currently constructing a defensive system at the alien race passage. Yi Feng and the others belonged to the final wave of combat strength to be conscripted over, because they were all geniuses recommended by their respective base cities, all under 100 years old, with nearly 100 people total, and the weakest among them still possessing master-level combat power. They had been assigned into the same company-level combat unit. So their 100-man company was also called the 100 Genius Company. The defense work over at the alien race passage is basically almost finished, and with the 3 Martial Kings stationed there, if we go over now, we'll really just be helping out with odds and ends. The danger level ISNT high. After glancing around and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Xiahou Chun lowered his voice. Rather than saying we came to assist in battle, it's more like we came to show ourselves. Show ourselves to who? Yi Feng asked with a smile. A lot of people. After thinking for 2 seconds, Xiahou Chun replied, I heard the 3 Martial Kings who came this time still don't have disciples. Several instructors from the Martial Dao Academy came too. Rumor says they intend to pick talented people to enter the academy for further study. And those big families are all watching us as well. Looks like we're all hot commodities now. The moment Yi Feng said that, before Xiahou Chun could respond, a voice full of displeasure came from behind them. Hey, you're the one staying in tent 101. Turning around, Yi Feng saw that the speaker was Luda from Yilan Bay City, currently glaring at him with a face full of fighting spirit. Xiahou Chun immediately turned and stepped forward, patting Xiahou Chun on the shoulder. Yi Feng calmly looked at Luda. Is there a problem? Do you even know what that means? Luda looked like the words unconvinced were practically written across his face. Yi Feng glanced at Peng Feiyu, who was also from Yilan Bay City, as well as Jin Jing and He Zhanpeng, whose gazes had also gathered here. He also swept his eyes across the others nearby. His gaze paused for a second on one familiar figure. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Yi Feng withdrew his gaze and sighed inwardly. What a hassle. Looking at Luda, a faint smile curved at Yi Feng's lips. So what do you want to do about it? Beat you? Or you give up tent 101? As he spoke, Luda's Gang Qi was practically on the verge of bursting out of his body. Stepping forward and blocking the furious Xiahou Chun behind him, Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back. So this is the magnanimity of Yilan Bay City. I've experienced it today. What do you mean? Luda roared Inanja. Why drag his base city into this? Peng Feiyu behind him seemed to have realized something, and his expression turned a little ugly. Yi Feng kept the same smile as always. That's what I should be asking you. We're about to head to the front lines, yet you're pointing your spear at your own comrade. Just because of the order of the tents. Not giving Luda a chance to speak, Yi Feng threw the words right back at him. What do you mean? It's just a place to stay. If you want it that badly, what is the harm in letting you have it? Yi Feng cut him off, the smile fading from his face as he turned serious. If you really want to decide who's better, then settle it on the battlefield. We'll see who kills more alien races. And if I remember correctly, private fighting is forbidden in a military camp. Staring directly into the other man's eyes, Yi Feng said in a low voice, what do you mean? I wasn't. Luda's face turned bright red, and he had no idea how to answer back. He was so stifled he felt like coughing up blood. Seeing that, Peng Feiyu behind him knew he had to speak. We accept. We'll compete by the number of alien races killed on the battlefield. There's no point counting ordinary alien races. We'll compare the number of 4th order and 5th order alien races we kill, Yi Feng said, settling it in one stroke. Peng Feiyu and Luda both said heavily fine. It's settled. After saying that, they turned and flew away. They really couldn't afford to lose any more face. They had come over aggressively, only to be left speechless by a few words from someone else. They had lost face inside and out. Pointing your spear at your own comrade before battle. Private fighting is forbidden in a military camp. Just those 2 lines alone were enough to leave Luda and Peng Feiyu barely able to breathe under the pressure. If they dared admit to either one, they would be severely punished. As for the strange looks from everyone around them, they felt like blades carving painfully across their bodies. Damn, they ran. Yi Feng, you're amazing. Xiahou Chun raised a thumbs up. Originally, he thought there was no avoiding a fight this time. Who would have thought that with just a few words, Yi Feng would send the other side packing? To subdue the enemy without fighting. That was badass as hell. I was only telling the truth, Yi Feng said calmly. His gaze shifted to Jin Jing and He Zhanpeng, who were walking over. Let us get acquainted. I'm He Zhanpeng, and this is Jin Jing. We're We're both from Xingho Bay City, He Jiangping said amiably, having witnessed what had just happened from start to finish. He would rather fight a grandmaster than trade words with Yifeng. Terrifying. Jin Jing, standing beside him, said nothing, but she gave Yifeng a slight nod. Gangxiong Bay City, Yifeng. You don't slap a smiling face. Yifeng gave his name, and the blonde-haired guy beside him immediately spoke up as well. Mengding Bay City, Xiaohochun. Gangxiong Bay City. He Jiangping looked shocked. That was a subordinate Bay City under Xingho Bay City. Only a second-level Bay City. And yet Yifeng was able to stay in 101. And his ranking was even ahead of everyone else in this 100-man genius company. He was a brainless brute like Luda. He knew very well that the one responsible for receiving their entire company was peak Grandmaster Qin Wuya. And someone like that would never arrange rankings casually. Since Yifeng had ultimately been placed in 101, that meant Yifeng truly had something that put him above all of them. But He Jiangping had never imagined that Yifeng actually came from second-level Bay City. Pretty shocking, right? I was startled too when I found out, Xiaohochun said with a look of shared pride. It was as if he were from Gangxiong Bay City too. Jin Jing, who had not spoken until now, finally couldn't help but ask, "You're a grandmaster?" Yifeng answered truthfully. There was approval in the way Jin Jing looked at him, and she said nothing more. It was obvious she was the cold, aloof type of girl. After that, the group of two became a group of four. Though He Jiangping and Jin Jing found it hard to believe. The facts were right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. Xingho Bay City and Gangxiong Bay City belonged to the same system, and they would be fighting side by side from here on out. Compared to the others, they naturally felt closer to Yifeng. Of course, quite a few people here came from subordinate Bay Cities under Xingho Bay City, but not just anyone was qualified to walk with them. Even among geniuses, there are levels. In their eyes, Yifeng was a genius on the same level as them, or even higher, and was worth befriending. Xiaohochun came from a first-level Bay City and was also at the Grandmaster realm, so he naturally qualified as well. As for those masters, they didn't even register in their eyes. Not even peak masters. A single Grandmaster could crush a whole crowd of peak masters. The gap in strength between major realms was terrifyingly huge. It had already reached the point of being irreversible, and the difficulty of breaking through a major bottleneck was enough to make one despair. Out of 100 peak masters, fewer than 5 would be able to break through to Grandmaster. That alone showed the value of a Grandmaster. As for the Martial King, Martial Saint, and even Martial God above that, the difficulty of breaking through only grew greater. Of course, those were not things for people like them, who had only just entered the Grandmaster realm to be thinking about. Too far away. The four of them didn't eat at the cafeteria. None of them had any intention of making themselves suffer for no reason. They had all brought their own food. He Jiangping and Jin Jing had originally planned to share the 5th-tier energy potion they brought with them. But when they saw Yifeng and Xiaohochun pull out jerky at the same time, they were speechless for a moment. Was this right? What about the dignity of Grandmasters? But after tasting the jerky, the two of them silently put their energy potions away. That stuff really wasn't fit for human consumption. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What the hell kind of life had they been living before this? At night, after parting with the 3 of them, Yifeng didn't return to his quarters. Instead, following a familiar aura, he arrived at the entrance of Tent 178. Captain Tong, won't you invite me in for a sit? So you still found me. The tent flap opened. What appeared was a face Yifeng was deeply familiar with, Tong Ming, Chief Captain of the City Defense Corps of Heishan Bay City. Several months had passed, but Tong Ming still looked the same as before. Cold, calm, full of distance. His realm was also the same as before, late-stage master. At this moment, inside Tong Ming's tent, the two sat facing each other. As a master-level expert, Tong Ming also had a tent to himself. You broke through to Grandmaster. Even doing his best to stay composed, Tong Ming still couldn't quite keep his expression from cracking. Even though he already knew the answer, he still wanted to hear Yifeng admit in person. Yifeng nodded calmly, with no intention of continuing that topic, and instead brought up something else. Come to think of it, being able to transfer out of Heishan Bay City was thanks to your clan cousin, Tong Wei. A trace of mockery flashed across the corner of his mouth. Not hiding anything, Tong Ming slowly said, less than a month after you left Heishan Bay City, he returned to the clan. He should still be idling at home now. In the face of absolute strength, all his so-called political tricks meant nothing. Gao Ding really had some ability. Yifeng praised him inwardly and felt much more at ease, since Gao Ding had successfully driven Tong Wei away and taken control of Heishan Bay City. Then there definitely wouldn't be any problems on old friend Wang Kaishan's side, with the chief captain backing him from within and Yifeng himself on the outside. Old Wang could walk sideways through the Bay City. For a while after that, Yifeng and Tong Ming chatted a little more. He didn't stay long, and soon took his leave. Actually, the two of them weren't familiar with each other, much less close. Back when he served in Heishan Bay City, Yifeng had only met Tong Ming a handful of times. By the time he had worked hard in cultivation and raised his strength enough to speak with him on equal footing, Tong Ming had left the Bay City for some reason. and afterward Wei had taken his position as chief captain. After that, there had been no more interaction. They really weren't close. Still, after spending several years in Heishan Bay City, Ye Feng did have some special feelings for the place. Since he had run into Tong Ming here, he naturally had to come over and say hello. Who would Ve thought there would be an unexpected gain as well, learning about the recent situation in Heishan Bay City. The last trace of worry in his heart was gone too. Who would Ve thought that my only bond in this world would actually be with a man? Ye Feng smiled and shook his head. In his mind, old Wang's figure surfaced. He wondered when the two of them would meet again. Inside tent 178. Tong Ming's cold face flickered in and out of shadow, his gaze complicated. Awe, jealousy, envy, unwillingness. A subordinate who had almost no presence at all had, in just a few months, reached the realm he had dreamed of, leaving him far behind. As for himself, he was still standing in place. Not to mention Grandmaster. Even reaching Perfected Master was still a long road away for him. With such a huge gap laid out right in front of him, it was impossible for him not to have thoughts. Had Ye Feng always been hiding his abilities? Or had he suddenly awakened to his potential? It didn't seem matter. This was a world where only results mattered. The fact was that Ye Feng had already become a Grandmaster, a figure he now had to look up to. And not just him, even his clan Wun Ti dare provoke Ye Feng. After all, the strongest member of their clan was only at mid-stage Grandmaster, already over 200 years old, with no hope of advancing any further. By contrast, Ye Feng's future still held enormous room for growth. Ridiculous. The commander-in-chief had always thought he made a huge profit. If he knew that Ye Feng had already become a Grandmaster, his expression would probably be priceless. Tong Ming suddenly found himself looking forward to the expression on their commander-in-chief's face when he brought this news back. Actually, back then, when he learned that the Bay City had exchanged Ye Feng for a direct disciple of the Gao family from Gongxiong Bay City, a mid-stage Grandmaster named Gao Ding. He had also felt like they made a killing. Not only had they obtained Gao Ding, whose talent was stronger and whose realm was higher, they had also established ties with the Gao family, even though they belonged to two different Bay City systems. Who would refuse the friendship of a great clan that had a Grandmaster? At the time, he had even secretly wondered whether the commander-in-chief of Gongxiong Bay City was an idiot. How could he make such a losing deal? On the surface, the logic seemed sound. There was no problem at all. But Ye Feng was a Grandmaster, and that changed everything. They had lost out big time. By this time, Ye Feng had already returned to his own tent. The concentration of energy particles here was only at an ordinary level, without much of a bonus. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Ye Feng chose to cultivate until the latter half of the night before finally going to sleep. The efficiency was average. The day when his Paju and Xiangang art would reach perfection would have to be pushed back a bit. Reality gave Ye Feng no chance to calmly cultivate and improve here. The next afternoon, their company of 100 men, under Qin Wei's leadership, headed toward the alien passageway. It wasn't too far away, and they arrived by dusk. What came into view were 3 defensive lines. The Martial Kings and Grandmasters held the very front, forming the first defensive line. The Grandmasters were the second defensive line, while the army was stationed on the outermost perimeter, surrounding the alien passageway completely. This time, there were 2 alien passageways that needed guarding, so splitting their forces into 2 routes was unavoidable. Ye Feng's 100-man combat company was assigned to the troops under Martial King Feng Shaoran of Xingho Bay City. They weren't on the front line either, but were arranged into the second defensive line. In other words, they would be staying together with the Grandmasters. For Grandmasters like Ye Feng and the others, the threat level was relatively lower. Compared to the camp from yesterday, the conditions here were undoubtedly even more primitive. There was no cafeteria. The accommodations were still tents, and there weren't many of them, so they would most likely have to take turns sleeping. What was most complete here were the various weapons and defensive fortifications. Among them were quite a few firearms. All of them were large-caliber weapons. They could still pose a threat to alien races below the 4th order. I hope this battle ends soon. I'm almost out of jerky. Xiahou Chun shot a resentful look at Yi Zhanping and Jin Jing. At first, the two of them had been so resistant to the jerky, practically looking down on it. But after tasting it, they had completely lost control and shown no courtesy at all. As a result, the jerky had been disappearing at an alarming rate. Ye Feng, who also had fairly high standards when it came to food, thought about how he didn't have much jerky left either. Instead of looking at the guilty Yi Zhanping and Jin Jing, he turned to Xiahou Chun. Do you know how to process ferocious beasts? I can, Xiahou Chun replied, understanding what Ye Feng meant, though he hesitated. I personally have no problem with it, but is private cooking even allowed here? It should be fine. Ye Feng didn't remember there being any related regulation, mainly because no one had ever done this before. Xiahou Chun would be the first to eat the crab. Anyway, his grandfather was the commander-in-chief of Mengding Bay City and held a lofty position. Besides, he was already used to getting beaten for stealing tea leaves. At worst, he'd be dealt with under military law and suffer some physical punishment. For the sake of food, it was worth taking the risk. Completely unaware that Ye Feng had already decided to sell him out, Xiahou Chun nodded solemnly. Then let us do it. That night, Yi Zhanping found an excuse, and, After obtaining permission from Qin Huiya to leave, it took less than 2 hours to bring back a third-order barbarian bear. Time was tight, so there was no room to care about rank. As soon as he came across a ferocious beast with a suitable body size and enough meat on it, he grabbed it and brought it back. When it was caught, the bear had been digging for honey. Naturally, He Jianping didn't let that go either, and brought the honey back as well. Third order is third order. The rank really is a bit lacking, but this kind of barbarian bear likes berries and honey. So the meat doesn't have such a strong, gamey smell. It's easier to deal with. Xiahou Chun immediately got into character. After breaking the limbs of the still-living barbarian bear, so it couldn't move, he started bleeding it. Then came skinning and removing the tendons. After that, he took out all kinds of seasonings from his luggage, as well as a huge bag of emerald green tea leaves, added water, and began soaking the bear meat in it. Professional, Ye Feng praised. At the same time, he thought to himself that this blonde brat wasn't honest either. Earlier, he had clearly said he hadn't brought any tea leaves. Now, there was this huge bag of tea leaves, at least 3 Jin. After mooching tea from Yin Li so many times, Ye Feng had developed some understanding of tea leaves as well. That refreshing, elegant fragrance alone was enough to make one feel clear-headed and relaxed after just a few breaths. The leaves were tender and crisp, unfurling in the water like a pool of clear spring water. These tea leaves were absolutely the kind that would get him beaten by his grandfather on sight. At the side, He Jianping and Jin Jing stared without blinking, already imagining the taste in their minds. Ever since they had officially begun cultivating, their families had always made them drink energy potions for all 3 meals of the day. The stated reason was that as long as it was food, no matter how superb the cooking skill, it would definitely contain impurities. Long-term consumption would damage the body, affect cultivation efficiency, and might even impact one's martial path limit. In comparison, energy potions were extremely pure and also very easy for the body to absorb, helping improve cultivation efficiency. They had believed this without question, and they had kept at it for several decades. Now that they thought about it, they felt stupid. They had actually believed it. Ye Feng and Xiahou Chun were the strongest counterexamples. After tasting the jerky, looking at those energy potions again made them genuinely hard to swallow. Thinking of that, the two suddenly felt a bit melancholy. Once they returned to their families, they probably wouldn't be able to enjoy good food so freely anymore. Just the thought of going back to drinking energy potions made them feel resistant. How about not going back? Apparently, that wouldn't work. Xiahou Chun's cooking skill was actually quite good. One look was enough to tell he was a true veteran foodie. In less than 3 hours, he had finished preparing all the barbarian bear meat. More than 200 Jin of it was roasted, and over 1,000 Jin was smoked. That was enough for the 4 of them to eat for quite a while. What smells so good? So it turns out you, brat, are running your own little private kitchen. Just as they were about to dig in, Qin Huiya suddenly appeared. It was hard not to suspect that the old guy had discovered them long ago, felt too embarrassed to wait with them, and had deliberately shown up right on time. Uncle Qin, your timing is really perfect, He Jianping teased. Jin Jing also dropped her usual aloof demeanor and smiled with a nod toward Qin Huiya. It was obvious they were all very familiar with one another. You little brat, can't you save me some face? Qin Huiya laughed and scolded. His gaze shifted to Xiahou Chun, and he praised, not bad. Nice skill. It's okay. Not as good as my grandpa's, Xiahou Chun replied, habitually scratching the back of his head. Then he invited him, Uncle Qin, want to sit down and eat with us? Then I'll gladly accept. Qin Huiya had been waiting for exactly those words. If he were really going to refuse, he wouldn't have come over in the first place. Lately, my mouth has been so bland I could almost faint from it. Finally, I've got some proper food to eat. 1 extra mouth. But thankfully we prepared plenty of meat this time, so there is no fear of not having enough. But seeing Qin Huiya's shocking eating speed, Ye Feng and the others couldn't help but speed up their chewing as well. In the end, they still lost. All that could be said was that a peak grandmaster was terrifying indeed. Whether it was strength or appetite, it wasn't something they could contend with. The alien race passage could open at any time. Although you're not on the first line of defense, you still can't let your guard down. And don't even think about hiding your true abilities. This mission is an excellent stage for you to show yourselves. Miss this one, and even in another 100 years, there won't be such a chance. Qin Huiya swept his gaze across the few of them, his expression serious. I believe you've all heard some information in advance. I can't disclose the specifics, but I can tell you clearly that for you, this will be a chance to reach the heavens. A chance to reach the heavens. Ye Feng and the others all changed expression in shock. Qin Huiya definitely wouldn't say this without reason. Xiahou Chun and the others all looked excited. And Ye Feng also appeared extremely moved on the surface, but inside he was very calm. He only needed to steadily collect his retirement pay to become invincible. There was no need for him to fight his life for this so-called chance to reach the heavens. Just take it easy. Everything had to be based on ensuring his own safety first. After the pep talk, Qin Huiya was very satisfied with Xiahou Chun and the others' current state. But he still didn't forget to remind them, of course, all of this is predicated on you surviving. A dead genius is nothing more than a pile of ordinary white bones. Do your best. After saying that, he didn't stay long and turned to leave. He also took away dozens of gene of meat on the way out. Just after returning to his quarters, Qin Wuya's face immediately fell. I overdid it. He had always been competitive and didn't he want to lose to the younger generation in appetite. Who would have thought he'd end up overeating in a spectacular fashion? Even a Grandmaster's digestive ability was absurdly strong, but it still couldn't he withstand such frantic eating. After finishing, he was a little regretful. If he had lost control of his expression just now, that would have been an enormous embarrassment. Fortunately, he held it in. At this time, on Ye Feng's side, Xiahou Chun, He Jianpeng, and Jin Jing were all guessing what this so-called chance to reach the heavens actually was. The so-called taking in disciples by a martial king and studying an academy definitely didn't warrant such a description. In other words, there had to be an even more explosive reward. They were extremely curious. All three came from first-tier base cities and were well-informed, but for a moment, even they couldn't guess. Very soon, the eyes of the three all, by coincidence, fell on Ye Feng, who was lazily wiping his blood-drink treasure saver. For some reason, they suddenly felt that before the competition had even started, they had already lost. Ye Feng, you're not curious about this chance to reach the heavens? Xiahou Chun couldn't help asking. After putting blood drink back into its scabbard, Ye Feng said calmly, if it's mine, no one can take it. If it's not mine, then no amount of effort will help. Makes sense, Jin Jing agreed. Seeing Xiahou Chun and He Jianping staring at him, he couldn't help frowning. What? Nothing. We're just a little surprised that you actually know how to speak properly, Xiahou Chun said with a smile. Without giving Jin Jing a chance to retort, He Jianping nodded in agreement. Indeed. What Jin Jing said these past 2 days is probably more than the total of the previous few days. You're making me sound mute, Jin Jing said speechlessly. Ye Feng didn't want to seem out of place and was just about to say something. Woo! The alarm suddenly blared, echoing throughout the entire camp. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned toward the alien race passage. 5-colored light shone brilliantly. This scene was very familiar to many people in the camp. It meant one thing. The alien race passage had opened. A great battle was about to break out. The 5-colored light continued to blaze, covering an increasingly larger area. It almost covered the entire region from sky down through the clouds. Yet no one had the mind to admire its brilliant colors. Everyone's faces were tense, because at any moment, tens of thousands or even a base of 1 million alien races could rush out from there. Once their side failed to defend successfully, the alien race could establish a stable base on Waterblue Star, causing a devastating blow to humanity. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the alien race passage, which had originally emitted faint glimmers in the darkness, suddenly burst forth with bursts of blinding red light. Even from far away, Ye Feng and the others could hear waves of howls coming from the passage. That was not a sound humans could make. The alien race is about to invade. All troops return to position. In the air above the first line of defense, a figure stood suspended with his hands behind his back. His back didn't look imposing, yet it gave off a powerful sense of security. It was none other than Feng Xiaoran, the martial king and the highest combat power on this battlefield. The moment Feng Xiaoran appeared, the entire army erupted. The worry, tension, and even fear brought on by the imminent opening of the alien race passage and the coming battle all vanished in an instant. This was the confidence a martial king gave everyone. Whenever a great battle came, the strong must stand at the front. That had always been the Federation's tradition. In a world where martial arts were paramount, if you enjoyed the privileged treatment of a superior citizen, then you had to bear that responsibility. This is how people of our generation should be. He Jianping was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. The fighting spirit in his eyes was almost overflowing. Xiahou Chun, Jin Jing, and even the other comrades on the battlefield were in the same state at this moment. At the latest, 3 years from now, no. I want to even need 3 years. I'll definitely reach this realm too. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with longing. As the person in charge of their 100-man company, Qin Wuya reached the defense line first. Without a doubt, he stood in front of everyone. The second line of defense had a total of a little over 1,000 grandmasters, led by 4 great grandmasters. Including those 4, there were only 18 great grandmasters in total. 15 of them were on Ye Feng and the other side. That also included Qin Wuya, the peak grandmaster and the highest realm expert on the second line of defense. That alone was enough to show how much importance the higher-ups placed on the 100-man genius company. They had already given sufficient safety guarantees. If they still died in battle, then they could only blame their own lack of strength. For Ye Feng and the others, this mission was less an act of support and more a real combat assessment. Those who performed well would be accepted. Those who failed would be eliminated. As for where they would be accepted to, that was still unknown. What they needed to focus on now was not that, but defeating the alien race and surviving. How sharp was Ye Feng's perception? He immediately sensed the gaze from his right, fixed on him intently, and turned his head. As expected, it was Lu De, with whom he had had a small conflict earlier. As for Peng Feiyu from the same base city, all of his attention was currently focused on the direction of the alien race passage, his expression incomparably concentrated. Having a simple mind was sometimes a good thing. It meant a lot less trouble. The alien race was about to invade. The great battle was about to begin. And this guy was still thinking about the bet and staring at Yifeng. Truly, there was no one else like him. Yifeng didn't pay much attention to such a fool, since his physical state couldn't be changed. He did his best to adjust his current mental state to the best possible condition. Inside, however, he was a little regretful. In 2 more days, it would be May. He could collect another pension payment, strengthen his power another round, and have a bit more confidence for the battles ahead. Unfortunately, reality was always full of disappointments. Boom! The ground suddenly began to tremble. It was like an earthquake, but Yifeng knew very clearly that this was not an earthquake. It was the vibration caused by a large army on the move. The passage had connected. The foreign race had arrived. As if to confirm his guess, the red light on the other side of the foreign race passage suddenly spread out, turning into dense blood mist that surged over at an astonishing speed. Irritability, violence, slaughter, fear. Without giving anyone time to react, all kinds of negative emotions surged into their hearts. Not good. Yifeng's expression changed. Before the blood mist had even covered them, his mind was already being affected. Once it actually enveloped them, then on the mental level, they would most likely be led astray. They would be unable to stay rational and might even directly become puppets of those negative emotions. At that point, if they could bring out even half of their full combat strength, that would already count as normal performance. They might even go mad and start attacking their comrades, throwing their own formation into chaos. Obviously, Yifeng was not the only one to notice this. The others around him, and even Qin Huiya at the front, all looked grim. Scram! A furious shout suddenly rang out, echoing across the entire battlefield. Along with it came a mental fluctuation invisible to the naked eye. Yifeng felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up by a beat. His adrenaline spiked sharply, and his whole body became excited. It was as if he had been given a buff. Having already comprehended Godspeed, Yifeng could now confirm that this was martial will, and it was martial will that could directly boost the combat strength of others. Compared to this, the martial will he had just comprehended was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. If my Godspeed rises in rank later on, will I also be able to reach this level? Yifeng's eyes burned with heat as he looked toward the source of that martial will. There, floating at the very front of the battlefield and facing the entire foreign race passage alone, King Wufang Shaoran was radiating a strange spiritual fluctuation from his entire body. As if a mouse had seen a cat, the blood mist that had been arrogant just moments ago was forcibly driven back. In the first clash, humanity won. Roar! A furious howl suddenly rang out, and the trembling of the ground became even more intense. Everyone on the battlefield turned their eyes toward the foreign race passage. Under the influence of Fang Shaoran's martial will, not only did no one feel nervous or worried, they were all eager to give it a try instead. If only some people reacted that way, that would be normal. If everyone reacted that way, then it was not normal. Clearly, they had been affected by Fang Shaoran's martial will. Divine betulfid sikid, ye fenk sikit inyardli. They did not have to wait long. In the direction of the spatial passage, ripples of space suddenly appeared, like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ring after ring of ripples outward. They're here, someone muttered in a low voice. Many pitch-black silhouettes appeared beneath the sky where the foreign race passage was located. The silhouette at the very front was more than 10 meters tall. It carried an exaggerated giant axe on its shoulders with both hands. Its upper body was humanoid, but its lower body had 4 legs, like a savage 4-legged beast with a human torso. In almost the blink of an eye, the silhouettes became reality. Only then was Yifeng able to see its true appearance clearly. Centaur. Yifeng recognized its identity at once. The image was far too distinctive. It was as if a human upper body had been mounted onto a horse's body. It was impossible not to recognize it. The moment their forms appeared, a rain of arrows and long spears filled the sky and shot toward them. Holy shit. Before Yifeng could make a move, the more than 100 grandmasters on the first defensive line had already formed a great wall of gongshi, blocking every single attack. Not one arrow got through. Fang Shaoran immediately engaged the 6th Order Centaur at the front. King against king. By unspoken agreement, they moved far away to fight. Otherwise, the shockwaves from just the 2 of them exchanging blows would be enough to kill most of the people here. And it wasn't just the humans. The centaurs were also afraid of harming their own allies. This counted as a tacit understanding between both sides in battle. The Great War began. Countless centaurs poured out. Rather than calling that thing a foreign race passage, it was more like a key. Once activated, the entire plain where it stood, covering an area of dozens of kilometers, became the connection point between 2 worlds. The area it covered was too large. There was no way to block it off completely. If only the foreign race passage itself could be used to pass through, then they would have surrounded it long ago and camped the spawn, killing one every time one came out. Unfortunately, things were not that simple. The area Yifeng and the others were responsible for was located on the right side of the 2nd defensive line. Before long, tens of thousands of centaurs had arrived 1,000 meters away. They did not charge directly. Instead, they quickly formed a military formation. The 4th Order and 5th Order centaurs stood at the very front. Unlike savage beasts that had no discipline and only knew how to charge blindly, the invading foreign races all came in organized units. Their battle methods were skilled, and they coordinated with each other perfectly. This was no longer simple slaughter, but a collision between two civilized races. It was just a pity that this was a high martial world where martial arts flourished. If your raw strength was not enough, then no matter how complete your military formation was or how perfect your tactics were, what was the point if you could not break the defense? Before the centaurs could launch their attack, Qin Huiya moved first and seized the initiative. He looked refined and gentle, but on the battlefield, he was overbearing to the extreme. Protected by Ganshi, he charged through the rain of arrows and spears and smashed directly into the centaur formation. Like a human bomb. Boom! The moment the explosion sounded, it was like the horn of the charge had been blown. Ye Feng and the others moved out as well. In order to compete with Ye Feng, Luda did not hesitate and rushed ahead first. Then he was immediately besieged by two 5th Order centaurs, one of whom even had mid-5th Order combat strength. He was directly beaten down the whole time. A complete disaster right out of the gate. It was only because Peng Feiyu immediately stepped forward to help and share the pressure. Otherwise, he really would have collapsed. Xiao Chun, He Jianpeng, and Jin Jing formed a triangular formation, like a sharp blade stabbing into the foreign race army formation. But they were quickly held back by the 5th Order centaurs that rushed over. This time, the centaur foreign race had clearly come fully prepared. There were almost no 1st Order centaurs to be seen. The ones that came all started at 2nd Order, equivalent to the combat strength of a human martial master realm. The 3rd Order and 4th Order ones formed the backbone of their forces, and the number of 5th Order ones was also quite large. So far, they had only seen one 6th Order, and it was currently fighting Feng Xiaoran in the far distance. Space and sky were both violently shifting and trembling, and even from Ye Feng's side, they could clearly feel the aftershocks of that battle. Before absolute strength, numbers had no meaning at all. Ye Feng understood this very clearly. From beginning to end, the deciding point of this battlefield rested on Feng Xiaoran alone. If Feng Xiaoran won, then they would win. If he lost, then even if all of them charged together, they probably still would not be enough for that 6th Order centaur to kill. Even if they could eventually wear it down and force it away, it would still be a miserable victory. Human wave tactics were, in the end, a war of attrition. The losses would be far too great. What Ye Feng and the others needed to do now was maintain the situation until the battle on Feng Xiaoran's side was decided. They had to make sure the defensive line did not fall. Of course, if he could break the centaur race, that would be even better. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He didn't T-charge into the centaur formation for close combat, and he didn't T-suspend himself in midair as a target either. Standing at the rear, Ye Feng turned his chi into a longbow, fully spread out his perception, and began sniping the 4th-tier centaurs. Rapid fire. Every long arrow of chi could take a 4th-tier centaur's life. The shadowless soul-devouring arrow was really too useful on the battlefield. Silent, soundless, invisible. A godlike technique for messing with people, and he didn't even need to charge the front lines. He only had to keep shooting from the back. It was very hard for the enemy to find him, mainly because his teammates were helping draw fire, so Ye Feng could output steadily. In a very short time, he had sniped over 100 4th-tier centaurs. An impressive record. He didn't just stand in place either. Using Gale Step, Ye Feng kept changing positions, making it impossible for the centaurs to locate him. Watching his 4th-tier centaurs fall in batches, the centaur commanders were furious. But it was useless. They were all matched with their own opponents and couldn't break away from the fight, and they also couldn't find Ye Feng. Besides raging helplessly, they couldn't do anything else. This kid really is slippery. After forcing back the centaur commander in front of him with one strike, Qin Huiya, who had locked onto the battlefield with his perception and had been keeping an eye on Ye Feng and the others, raised an eyebrow. Everyone else was matched against opponents of the same tier, but Ye Feng was suppressing by a whole major realm, 5th tier against 4th tier. A pure one-shot kill situation. It didn't feel like a battlefield at all. It was more like practicing archery in his own backyard. His bearing was relaxed and effortless, and his movement technique was ghost-like, leaving a deep impression. With the number of 4th-tier centaurs sharply reduced, the pressure on the Grandmasters and the 100-man unit was also greatly reduced. After dozens more seconds, the 4th-tier centaurs that had flooded in here were almost entirely killed by Ye Feng. People like Tong Ming and the others, who were Grandmasters, were basically 5 or 6 against one 4th-tier centaur. Those Grandmasters who no longer had 4th-tier centaurs blocking them simply charged into the centaur formation and began slaughtering everything. Even though the centaur side outnumbered Ye Feng's 100-man unit by 100-fold, the battle was completely one-sided. It could only be said that Ye Feng's style of fighting was cautious enough and smart enough. After a while longer, aside from a few scattered 4th-tier centaurs being suppressed and beaten, he couldn't find any other 4th-tier centaurs. He had no interest in centaurs below the 4th tier and left them to Tong Ming and the others. Instead, he turned to assist Xiao Chun and the others, continuously shooting to harass the 5th-tier centaurs. even though the power of the chi arrows wasn't enough to kill 5th tier centaurs outright. It still kept them from focusing fully on the fight, forcing them to split part of their attention to guard against Ye Feng's sniping. The battle, which had originally been evenly matched, now gave Xiahou Chun and the others a clear advantage. The situation was excellent, but Ye Feng was very clear that as long as the foreign race passage remained open, nothing could really be said for sure. That was the truth. As the battle continued, centaurs kept pouring into their defense zone. Among them were no shortage of 4th tier and 5th tier combatants. After fighting fiercely for nearly an hour, Ye Feng himself no longer knew how many centaurs he had killed, but he had no choice but to give up the sniping tactic and instead draw his blade to face the 5th tier centaurs head-on. There was no helping it. If he still didn't team move, the 5th tier centaurs would flood into the area guarded by his own Grandmaster level fighters, and the consequences didn't need to be said. Then let us fight. In terms of numbers, Ye Feng's side had always been at a massive disadvantage. However, in their 100-man unit, the weakest were all at the Grandmaster realm. The foreign centaurs below the 4th tier posed no threat to them at all. As long as they could hold out, or even defeat those 5th tier centaurs, the battle would basically be stable. At the northeast corner of the defensive line, 3 5th tier centaurs were now pressing forward like a landslide and tidal wave, closing in at astonishing speed. The pressure was immense. Tong Meng and the other 5 Grandmasters stationed there all tightened up internally. A deadly sense of crisis, but none of them chose to retreat. Not one step back. They all gritted their teeth and held the line. Their eyes were filled with the resolve to fight to the death. For humanity. Just as the 3 5th tier centaurs were about to reach them, the skies suddenly turned blood red. Before they even had time to look up, a red, 100-meter-long crescent blade light appeared in their field of vision. Carrying specks of purple light, it slashed toward the 3 5th tier centaurs that had already closed in. The latter reacted extremely fast, their spears wrapped in golden unknown energy as they thrust straight forward. Boom! A violent explosion mixed with a wild surge of shockwaves sent Tong Meng and the others' protective chi trembling. And that was only the aftershock. If they were hit by an attack of that level, their protective chi would probably be cut open as easily as tofu, and there would be no way to block it. A Grandmaster battlefield was not something a Grandmaster could participate in. Before everything could settle, a figure arrived soundlessly and, with lightning speed, swung his blade in a direct slash, an oblique cut, then a vertical thrust. Needless to say, it was Ye Feng. The perfected Benlei saber allowed Ye Feng to strike however he pleased. Every slash carried a full 100% force, and the trajectory was completely invisible to the naked eye. However, these 3 centaurs were all 5th tier after all, and their strength was formidable. Their spears moved without leaving any gaps, completely neutralizing all of Ye Feng's attacks. Their forelegs were running incredibly fast too, and very agile. The unknown golden energy they used seemed to function much like chi. It seemed the centaurs had also cultivated a technique, or perhaps they possessed a bloodline talent. After a full minute of fierce attacks, even with the initiative, Ye Feng still had not made much progress. Instead, he had been surrounded in the middle by these 3 5th tier centaurs. 2 were 5th tier early stage. 1 was 5th tier mid stage. Seeing that the other side wasn't in a hurry to attack and was only constantly tightening the encirclement, Ye Feng's expression remained calm. So they think they got me dead, writes. He glanced at Tong Meng and the others, who didn't need him to say anything and had very sensibly moved far away from this area, then took a deep breath. Godspeed. On a battlefield where it was kill or be killed, when faced with a powerful enemy and outnumbered 3-1, with one enemy even above his own realm. Hiding his strength was just courting death. He had to go all out. His martial will fully erupted, and his spiritual fluctuations enveloped the entire area where he and the 3 5th tier centaurs stood. At this moment, Ye Feng felt like he was the god of this area. Gale step. His entire body teleported without warning to the back of 1 5th tier early stage centaur. With Blood Drink Saber, also enhanced by Godspeed, he slashed toward the back of its neck. Not even a phantom could be seen. With only a single thought, the blade had already cut into the other side's neck. Roar. Only after the blade had cut through nearly 1/3 of its neck did the opponent react. Golden energy suddenly erupted all over its body. Having already landed a hit and fully aware of the opponent's condition, Ye Feng had already appeared behind and to the side of another 5th tier early stage centaur, using the same attack method. The instant blood mist spread, golden energy erupted in response. He used the same trick again. However, that 5th tier mid-stage centaur was a little slower to react to, but it still managed to make a defensive move in time. Just as expected, it failed to do any real damage. Not discouraged, Ye Feng feinted toward the 5th tier mid-stage centaur, while in truth constantly looking for openings to force slash at the 2 5th tier early stage centaurs. The entire figure flashed teleport after teleport within the area where 1 man and 3 centaurs were fighting, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, even beyond perception. The centaurs' roars never stopped, but to no avail. They did nothing to stop Ye Feng from cutting those 2 early 5th tier centaurs into sieves. Golden energy could indeed boost defense, but after being enhanced by divine speed, Ye was not only faster, his Benlay Saber's power had also increased a great deal. Enough to break their defense. That was enough. Anyway, the other side couldn't catch him at all, and they also couldn't keep up with his blade speed. If 1 slash couldn't kill them, then 10 slashes. If 10 still couldn't kill them, then 100. But he had to admit, centaurs really were tough. Their necks were almost cut off, bones deep enough to be seen, blood all over them, and yet they could still keep fighting. Ye knew he wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. However, after activating divine speed, the advantage was his. Too strong. How could this man be this fast? Against 1 enemy and 3 centaurs, he still firmly held the upper hand. Was this man a grandmaster from a level 1 base city? Good thing this lord came to support us in time, or we would probably died here already. Keep killing. If we can't beat the 5th tier ones, can't we beat those 2nd and 3rd tier ones? Tong Meng, who had not taken part in the conversation the whole time, had recognized Ye the moment he arrived. At this moment, a flash of gratitude crossed his gaze toward Ye Feng's position. Then he steadied his spirit and threw himself back into the battle. Yet he still couldn't help feeling bitter inside. The gap in rank on paper couldn't compare to the impact of seeing it with his own eyes. They were already people from 2 different worlds. In the distance, Qin Huiya, who had successfully killed 2 late 5th tier centaur foreign races, finally had a moment to catch his breath and pay attention to the battlefield. He, along with He Zhanpeng and Jin Jing, all came from Xingho Bay City, and their families were closely connected, so naturally they were priorities for attention and support. Especially Jin Jing. At 78 years old, he was already at the peak of early Grandmaster, given more time to accumulate strength. With the Jin family's resources and Jin Jing's own outstanding talent, breaking through to Grandmaster mid-stage should be no problem at all. As for He Zhanpeng, his talent was slightly weaker than Jin Jing's, but breaking through to Grandmaster mid-stage at 93 was undoubtedly the mark of a genius as well. The 2 of them were performing very well. 2 against 3, with 1 late 5th tier centaur among them, and they still firmly held the upper hand. On the other side, Peng Feiyu and Lu De from Yilan Bay City, as well as Xiahou Chun from Mengding Bay City, were all at the early Grandmaster stage. In one-on-one combat, facing early 5th tier centaurs, they all had the advantage. As for those so-called geniuses from level 2 base cities, who only managed to break through to Grandmaster in their 90s, they were finding it quite difficult to fight foreign races of the same tier. They even needed multiple people against one to gain the upper hand. It was only because several veteran Grandmasters had been arranged to pin down the foreign race centaurs they couldn't handle that the situation was as clear as it was now. Otherwise, things definitely wouldn't look this good. Overall, they were performing fairly well. But the ones eligible to enter that plan were probably only the 5 people from level 1 base cities. The others were no, something was wrong. Where was Ye Feng? With cultivation conditions that were completely incomparable to those 5 from Jin Jing's group, yet able to reach Grandmaster realm at 65 and with his realm extremely stable. Ye Feng was undoubtedly also a key target of attention. It could be said he was the top genius of the 100 genius lineup. Not only him, but he had already reported this upward, and even the 3 martial kings and the instructors at the martial arts academy had taken notice. If something happened to him here, then his responsibility would be huge. Wasn't he always hiding in the back, taking cheap shots? How could his aura no longer be sensed? Could it really be? As his perception spread further, Qin Huiya grew especially tense. Finally, in the northeast area, he sensed a faint, flickering aura. It seemed to be Ye Feng. His whole body rose into the air, protected by astral chi, completely ignoring the spears and arrows shooting toward him. Qin Huiya swept out a hand, and dozens of astral chi hands crashed down from the sky. All the centaurs below turned into pulp. Noisy. Without even glancing at the scene below, Qin Huiya looked toward the northeast. The sight before him made his heart shake. Something was off. This kid was off. He couldn't be wrong. After carefully sensing it, Qin Huiya's expression immediately broke, shock written all over his face. It was a speed boost type martial will. A Grandmaster at 65, and he had comprehended martial will too, even able to use it in actual combat. He was absolutely material for a martial king. Under normal circumstances, out of 100 peak level Grandmasters, maybe 3 or 4 could successfully break through to Grandmaster. But out of 100 peak level Grandmasters, there might not even be one who could break through to Martial King. Below Martial King, as long as your talent reached the advanced level, then without caring about the cost and forcefully piling on resources, there was a very high chance of breaking through to Grandmaster realm. But to go one step further and reach Martial King, you just need total blood energy to exceed 1 million. You also had to comprehend and condense your own martial will. Only then could you truly be crowned and become a Martial King. That was why anyone who could reach Martial King was someone with exceptionally outstanding talent and comprehension. In Qin Huiya's view, Ye Feng already met all the hard requirements to become a king. The hardest hurdle had already been crossed, and the rest could all be made up through external conditions. Then there was no problem at all. If Marshal King Fong and the others learned about Yi Feng's situation, they would probably fight over him. But no matter which side Yi Feng ultimately chose, he was still a man of our Xingho base city. In a great mood, Qin Wuya waved his hand again, and dozens more giant astral chi hands fell from the sky. After wiping out nearly 1/3 of the Centaur reinforcements surging in from the north, Qin Wuya locked onto the two leading late 5th-tier Centaur commanders and shot straight toward them. He had comprehended martial will, and it was a speed boost type at that. As long as he didn't run into a foreign race Centaur with late Grandmaster or peak Grandmaster combat power, Yi Feng had the ability to fight. At most, he couldn't break through the opponent's defense, but escaping was no problem at all. Qin Wuya charged ahead with peace of mind. On Yi Feng's side, the carotid artery in the neck was forcibly sliced open and blood sprayed out. Yi Feng's figure flickered, easily dodging it. He glanced at the ground stained with the Centaur foreign race's blood and found that it was all actually smoking, as if corroded by highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Poisonous. Yi Feng's assault never stopped. Divine speed, he narrowly avoided the attack from that Centaur foreign race with mid-5th-tier combat strength. And by now, he had already closed in on that early 5th-tier Centaur an unknown number of times. That opponent's entire body was soaked in blood already. Blade wounds covered its whole body, and even the big bell between its two hind legs had been cut off by a third. There was no light left in its eyes. However, just as Yi Feng closed in this time, the opponent, who had originally been standing motionless with its head raised to the sky, suddenly swung its spear and thrust backward in a predictive counterattack, a sudden reverse spear strike. The momentum was extremely fierce, easily the fastest and strongest spear strike in the entire battle. Good idea, but unfortunately reality was cruel. With divine speed active, everything around Yi Feng was in slow motion. The instant the opponent's muscles changed, he had already reacted. He dodged with ease. Thunderclap slash. Under normal conditions, with Benlei Saber at mastery level, Yi Feng could at most turn 10 slashes into one. At this moment, under the swift state, his limit was 20 slashes fused into one. That was equivalent to stacking 20 layers of power. Crack. The opponent's inhuman white spinal bone, wrapped around the carotid artery in its neck, was severed in one stroke. Roar. Seeing that both of its brothers had already been killed by Yi Feng, the Centaur alien with mid-5th-tier combat power flew into a rage. Blood rapidly surged through its entire body, and its original brown color turned blood red. Its eyes were completely crimson, with no pupils visible at all. It had fully entered a berserk state. Like a mad beast, it charged over. Yi Feng steadied his mind and fought with all his strength. After more than a dozen exchanges, he discovered that the other side's attacks had become extremely violent. Its speed, strength, and even defense had all clearly increased. The price was just as obvious. It had lost its reason. Its attacks no longer had any structure. It was fighting with pure wound-for-wound exchanges. Yi Feng naturally wasn't going to play crazy with it. A head-on clash was impossible. He widened the distance and began kiting it. In terms of speed, Yi Feng still held the advantage. That was enough. Shadowless, soul-chasing arrow. Eyes, ears, temples, crotch, rear. Yi Feng kept trying. The direct result was that the tiny bit of reason the opponent had left completely vanished. It couldn't take it anymore. Its mind held only one thought: kill Yi Feng. But it couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Feng's clothes. Like a pathetic simp, it was led back and forth the whole time. One chased, one ran. The two of them kept circling through the northeastern area of the defensive line. During that time, Yi Feng kept firing explosive shots. The crazed 5th-tier Centaur didn't even defend, just tanking them head-on. No one knew how much time had passed. Bang! The heavily wounded mid-5th-tier Centaur slammed to the ground. Its body twitched nonstop. Every weak point in its defense had been shot to pieces by Yi Feng, making it look utterly miserable. The blood-red color covering its body gradually faded, revealing its original skin tone. Its muscles visibly slackened. Seeing this, Yi Feng naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. But in case the other side was faking it, he unleashed another barrage of shadowless, soul-chasing arrows. Only after confirming that its defense had truly dropped sharply and its body could no longer move did he walk over and take its head off with one slash. Thus, in a 1-against-3, Yi Feng won completely. Huff. He exited the swift state, a life-and-death battle, and 1-against-3 at that. One mistake could have meant defeat and death. Just now, Yi Feng had been in a state of extreme concentration and consumed a huge amount of energy. Only now did he feel the obvious exhaustion. However, before Yi Feng could relax, Qin Wuya's shout suddenly rang in his ears. Careful. Acting on instinct, he entered the swift state again. In an instant, his scalp went numb, as if some great terror had locked onto him. Protective chi erupted around his body, and Gale's step was pushed to the absolute limit. In an extremely short instant, his figure shot away. Brushing past Yi Feng's protective chi, a giant golden axe nearly 3 meters long descended from the sky. It sank completely into the ground, and from that center point, spiderweb-like cracks spread for several kilometers. Boom! What followed was a deafening explosion. MMGH. Part of the golden energy wrapped around the giant axe broke through his protective chi and slammed into Yi Feng's body. He let out a muffled grunt, but his feet didn't stop moving as he instantly opened the distance. Fortunately, he had cultivated an Earth-tier high-grade body-refining technique. Even though he had only reached the beginner level, it had still raised his physical toughness by a considerable amount. After breaking through the chi, the impact of that golden energy had already weakened by more than half. Yifeng's body was strong enough that he only felt some pain and wasn't injured. Qin Wuya's furious roar rang out by his ear. "Beast, you're courting death." The response was the incomparably furious howl of the Centaur commander. Looking at the culprit who had nearly injured him, the peak 5th-tier Centaur commander, Yifeng didn't stop moving and quickly withdrew from the area. Behind him came the Centaur commander's enraged roar, shaking even the air. It was clearly furious beyond measure. But Qin Wuya had it pinned down, so it couldn't come over at all. Only then did Yifeng let out a breath of relief. I almost got buried here. He didn't keep watching. A battle at peak 5th tier was still not something he could participate in. If it wasn't his circle, there was no point forcing his way in. His figure flickered repeatedly as Yifeng resumed his cold arrow sniping tactic. This battle went straight from night until dawn. Calling it night was a bit misleading, though. Under the 5-color glow of the alien passage, the entire war zone looked no different from daytime. Yifeng had already lost count of how many Centaur aliens he had killed. Anything below 4th tier wasn't even worth his time. By the latter half of the battle, those 4th tier Centaurs all started walking around him. They all knew the humans had a long-range archer with 5th tier combat power, one who loved sniping 4th tier Centaurs. Clearly, he had 5th tier combat power, yet he kept bullying the weak from above his level, with no sense of martial honor at all. Without question, Yifeng had become famous. During the last 2 hours, no matter how he moved or changed positions, he would be discovered immediately. The Centaur side's attention on him had already surpassed their attention on Qin Wuya. At least Qin Wuya played by the rules, king versus king. He only occasionally dropped a giant hand from the sky to vent on the little soldiers. How was that anything like Yifeng, who kept going wild from long range against 4th tier Centaurs? Too sneaky. As for being watched too closely and having his long-range sniping tactic fail, because of it, Yifeng could only feel helpless. If he couldn't snipe 4th tier and didn't want to kill 2nd and 3rd tier, then he could only go after 5th tier. Aside from the 3 5th tier Centaurs from before, Yifeng later killed 2 more early 5th tier Centaur aliens one after another. The boost martial intent gave to strength was simply too great. Those Centaur aliens who couldn't catch him and whose defenses could be broken by his attacks. So long as Yifeng was willing, he could kill them all. Considering he had no idea when the battle would end, Yifeng didn't activate the swift state unless he encountered a 5th tier Centaur. Facts prove that this choice of his was very wise. This battle lasted for more than 10 hours straight. In the end, amid a series of mournful military horn calls, the remaining Centaur aliens slowly retreated back into the alien passage, leaving devastation all over the ground. But the battle was not over. During the next 2 days, the Centaur aliens launched invasions at irregular times every day. Each time, the numbers started in the millions. Aside from there still being only one 6th tier alien, the number of 4th and 5th tier Centaur aliens increased every time. That put huge pressure on the human side's defenses. The losses on Yifeng's side weren't too severe. After all, they were being specially looked after. The other defense zones weren't nearly so lucky. Did you hear? The defensive line next to ours lost 7 Grandmasters today. The 3rd defensive line in the rear lost over 1,000 people. They're basically holding it with lives. Sigh, who knows when this will end? These Centaur aliens are way too damn underhanded. Every time they launch an attack, it's at a different hour. They're just messing with our mentality. There's nothing we can do. We're the passive side in this defense, after all. Do you think it'll be possible in the future for us to go through the alien passage and head straight into the world where the aliens live? A counterattack? Feels possible. It can't always be them coming over. We need to go over too. But that's something for later. Right now, let's figure out how to stay alive first. I heard the limit for a 6th tier alien passage staying continuously open is 7 days. After that, it'll enter a cooldown period. In other words, we just need to hold for 7 days, and that'll count as victory. 7 days. That should be fine, right? Relax, it'll definitely be fine. Listening to the conversations of the comrades around him, Yifeng felt like the smoked meat in his hand had lost all its flavor. Most of them didn't know each other, but when facing the foreign races, everyone was of the same kind, comrades in arms, grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Hearing that his comrades had suffered such heavy losses, Yifeng felt a little stifled inside. But reality gave him no time to mourn or sigh. No one knew when the fighting would start again, and what they needed most right now was rest and adjustment. After 2 days of high-intensity fighting, everyone was utterly exhausted. Yifeng was no exception. However, thanks to his decades of military service, compared to the others in the 100-man company, Yifeng was undoubtedly far more adaptable to the battlefield. Mentally, he was inevitably a little worn out, but his physical condition had remained excellent the whole time. He could keep fighting at any moment. That was something newcomers to the battlefield simply couldn't do. Just look at Xiao Chun. Earlier, he had been talking nonstop. But now, whenever they weren't fighting, he was either eating or sleeping. And then there was Luda. At the start of the battle, He had been bent on competing with Ye Feng to see who could kill more of the foreign races, but now he had completely lost that thought. Because he charged too fiercely and was constantly getting surrounded, Peng Feiyu often couldn't get over in time to help share the pressure. As a result, Luda had become one of the only 3 grandmasters in the Genius 100-man company who were seriously injured. He was also the only one among the 3 who came from a first-tier base city. The other 2 were like Ye Feng, both from second-tier base cities, but both had only barely broken through to grandmaster in their 90s. Now, they were already 97 or 98 years old. They had almost failed to get in. After all, the Genius 100-man company only recruited grandmasters and masters under 100 years old. Once you were over 100, even if you were a grandmaster, you wouldn't be accepted. As for the reason, Qin Wuya had never explained, and Ye Feng had no interest in thinking too much about it. Just like that person had said earlier, what mattered most now was how to stay alive. That left him a little conflicted. Ding, your May pension has arrived. Please check it yourself. Do your best to stay alive. For every extra month you survive, your strength will increase a little more. That's right. It was already May. Another pension payment had come in. According to his original plan, Ye Feng had intended to raise his cultivation talent. But now that he was on the battlefield, choosing that kind of improvement was obviously not very suitable. No matter how strong his talent became, it still needed time to cultivate before it could increase his strength. And right now, what Ye Feng lacked most was time. I'll add a talent next time. For now, I'll raise my immediate combat power first. Ye Feng made his decision. Same as always, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Where he put his points had to depend on the actual situation. After glancing at his panel, Ye Feng realized he had 2 choices in front of him. One was to directly push his realm higher, but 2,750 pension points still weren't enough to raise his realm to the mid-grandmaster stage. At most, it would only add a little over 20,000 qi and blood. That would in turn increase his qi and blood, as well as the strength of the gongqi converted from it. The actual boost to his strength wouldn't be that great. Thinking about it that way, it seemed there was only one choice left. Purple Thunder Vajra, Imperishable Body. Its current progress was 1,871 out of 5,000, enough to raise it to the minor mastery realm. Thinking about how he had previously relied on his body to withstand the aftershock of an attack from a peak 5th-order centaur, Ye Feng felt body refinement was still very necessary. But the moment he thought of the lightning domain he had encountered before, he felt conflicted again. He could clearly rely on himself and train it up to the minor mastery realm in a short time. Spending points on it now felt a little wasteful. And if it was only being raised to minor mastery, the boost probably wouldn't be that great either. Ye Feng was not an indecisive person, but at this moment, he hesitated again. His gaze kept sweeping across his panel before finally landing on Martial Dao Will. Because its progress was 0 out of 6,000, since it was still so far from rising to the next rank, Ye Feng had been unconsciously ignoring Martial Dao Will this whole time. But now, he couldn't help recalling the massive Bushinsu had given him in battle over the past few days. Putting points into Martial Dao will also seemed like a pretty good choice, even if it couldn't raise the rank. Deepening his comprehension should still improve his strength by quite a bit. You are the one. He glanced at the foreign race passageway in the far distance, still radiating 5-colored light and extremely eye-catching, and no longer hesitated. A man goes all in. Ding, pension points, 2,750. Current Martial Dao Will rank. Shinsu Elementary, 2,750 out of 6,000. The instant the system notification sounded in his mind, a flood of insights related to the Martial Dao Will known as Shinsu poured into his head. Ye Feng's expression turned dazed, and it felt as if he had been dragged into a different dimension. Within that space, he remained in the Shinsu state the entire time, and his understanding of this Martial Dao Will gradually deepened. He had no idea how much time passed before the enlightenment came to an abrupt stop. It froze at 2,750 out of 6,000. Shinsu was still elementary, but Ye Feng could clearly feel that his improvement was enormous. He felt deeply fortunate. Judging from the result, choosing to invest in Martial Dao Will have been absolutely the right call. Coming back to his senses, he had just been about to call up the panel and take a closer look when the scene before his eyes made him instinctively unleash his gongqi. Boom! Gongqi erupted, and airwaves rolled out. Xiao Chun, who had been crowded right in front of Ye Feng and staring at him like some love-struck idiot, was sent flying dozens of meters on the spot. The people around them couldn't help laughing out loud. When Xiao Chun had taken advantage of Ye Feng blanking out to creep over and stare at him while fooling around. They had already been looking forward to Ye Feng's reaction once he came back to himself. And sure enough, he didn't disappoint. Xiao Chun was sent crashing down face first. A dignified grandmaster had made such a complete fool of himself. Who could possibly hold back their laughter? If not for his status and strength, they probably would already started teasing him openly. What are you doing? Xiao Chun's face was red. The yellow hair on his head was a complete mess in the wind. Retracting his gongqi, Ye Feng said irritably, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? What are you doing? I just thought your mental state looked a little off, so I came over to check on you Xiahou Chun made up on the spot. Ye Feng didn't believe him at all. You can check on me, but next time don't get that close. You're disgusted by me. Yes. Xiahou Chun was depressed. Ignoring this idiot, Ye Feng shifted his mind and immediately entered the Shinsu state. As he felt the changes in his surroundings and compared them with before, he instantly got a clear measure of it. Its strength had increased by nearly 40% compared to before. The overall increase to his combat power was undoubtedly even greater. If he ran into a mid-fifth order centaur foreign race again, he would be able to win much more easily. Ye Feng was extremely satisfied with this result. At the same time, he was very curious. Elementary Shinsu was already this powerful. If he could raise its rank, just how strong would it become? Could he directly use his early Grandmaster cultivation to fight above his level and defeat a late Grandmaster? Probably not. Recalling the full-teamed buff effect of Feng Shaoran, the Martial King's martial Dao will, Ye Feng wondered whether he might one day be able to do the same. Of course, that was something for the future. It was still far too early to think about it now. With the increase in the strength of his martial Dao will, Ye Feng's confidence for the coming battles rose by another notch. Exiting the Shinsu state, Ye Feng looked at Xiahou Chun, who was still staring at him from the side. Need something else? No, it's just that you seem a little different somewhere, Xiahou Chun said uncertainly. Especially just now. I suddenly felt a strong sense of threat. And the source of that threat was you, Ye Feng. You slept yourself stupid, Ye Feng said, not telling him that he had comprehended the martial Dao will. He was the kind of person who liked to show off just because he achieved something. Maybe. I've been too tired these past 2 days, Xiahou Chun sighed. He didn't dare fully relax every day. His nerves had been stretched tight the whole time, afraid that if he let down his guard, the alien race would suddenly invade, and he wouldn't be able to immediately throw himself in a battle and bring out his full strength. After all, once the fighting started, it would be a brutal, drawn-out battle lasting at least 10 hours. It would be a huge test of both body and spirit. One mistake, and he could lose his life and soul. Every bit of combat strength was critical. Get some rest while you can. Stop thinking about all that nonsense, Ye Feng comforted him. He was thinking that if there was room to spare in the battles ahead, he'd look after this yellow-haired little bro a bit. After all, he was still counting on his dried meat and smoked meat. At that moment, He Jianping also walked over. Ye Feng's right. Don't overthink it. Rest as much as you can while you can. As he spoke, he looked at Ye Feng. You're not right. You want a beating too? Ye Feng clicked his tongue. One by one. Why were they all a little neurotic? Had a centaur's axe clamp their heads? If I'm not mistaken, there were a full 5-stage centaur alien races that died by your hands, and one of them was even in the middle of the 5-stage. He Jianping said seriously. When Xiahou Chun, standing nearby, heard that, he immediately looked at Ye Feng with admiration. Killing 5-stage centaur alien races alone, and even killing above his level. Ye Feng's combat power was really absurdly strong. Even they rarely managed to single kill an alien race of the same level. Yet Ye Feng could single kill above his level. No wonder he could live in 101. There were reasons for it. So, Ye Feng found a comfortable position to lean back. He Jianping asked solemnly, have you been hiding your true ability all along? You're not at the early Grandmaster realm. You're at the middle stage, right? He himself was at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. Regarding his own realm, He Jianping had always been very confident. At the very least, among the 100 people in the 100 Geniuses line, within those under 100 years old, he had never heard of anyone else with middle stage Grandmaster cultivation. He was the only one. His realm was the strongest. But on the battlefield, He Jianping discovered that his results were nowhere near Ye Feng's. These past few days, even going all out, he had only slain 2 5-stage early centaur alien races and 1 with 5-stage middle stage combat power. That one in the middle stage had only been killed with someone else's cooperation. In a one-on-one situation, He Jianping had no confidence that he could fight and kill it. People feared comparison. Although he always had a friendly attitude before, deep down he had actually been a little unconvinced. True, he was older, and his potential and talent might indeed be a bit worse. But in terms of immediate combat power, he was confident that as a middle-stage Grandmaster, he could beat Ye Feng, who was at the early Grandmaster realm. But reality was that Ye Feng lived in 101, ranked first in the 100 Geniuses line, and the strength he displayed on the battlefield was also far beyond his. That made He Jianping question his life. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't hold back and came over to ask. He wanted an answer. At this moment, looking at Ye Jianping's complicated expression, expectant, worried, and with a bit of fear mixed in, Ye Feng almost couldn't bear to hit him with the truth. But he still said honestly, I didn't hide my realm. After a pause, he added, as for why I can perform like this with your knowledge, you should be able to guess. Early Grandmaster realm, yet able to display middle stage Grandmaster combat power, and even kill alien races with middle stage Grandmaster combat power. Without doubting Ye Feng's words, He Jianping muttered under his breath, and suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened. You freak. After saying that, he didn't give Ye Feng a chance to respond. He turned around and quickly left. For the time being, he didn't want to face Ye Feng anymore. He was afraid his Dao heart would shatter. After reuniting with Jin Jing, he whispered to him for a while. Then when Jin Jing looked over at Yifeng, his eyes also carried the words, freak. Yifeng felt very helpless, thinking to himself, if you knew I'm only 65, I wonder what kind of expressions you'd have then. Only in this world could he have the cheek to add the word only before 65. Sometimes Yifeng thought that, thankfully, the retirement benefit age standard set by this Mother Star Transmigrator Welfare Association was based on Earth-S retirement age standard. If it were based on Water Blue Star S standard, then Yifeng would probably have to wait several dozen more years. That would really be an old-timer-esque comeback. What do you mean? Xiahou Chun was confused the whole time. Nothing. Yifeng stood up and patted Xiahou Chun's shoulder, smiling. Actually, being like this suits you pretty well. Better not know so much. It's not good for you. Xiahou Chun. What the hell did that mean? After the brief exchange, there was another long silence. No one took the initiative to speak. Everyone closed their eyes to rest and recover their bodies and energy. Yifeng and the others still had dried meat to chew on. Eating it was, in a way, also a way to soothe the spirit. The others could only drink energy potions. That stuff tasted average but had high absorption efficiency. It was very energizing too. Time passed second by second. The expected fierce assault did not arrive. After 3 days of brutal fighting, Yifeng and the others welcomed a full day of peace. The Centaur alien race showed no movement at all, but no one dared relax in the slightest. Everyone felt that something was off. It now felt a bit like the calm before the storm. The brief calm was only there to welcome a more violent storm. It wasn't just Yifeng who felt that way. Everyone else did too. Boom. At noon on the 5th day on the battlefield, after only a few bites of dried meat, a tremor far stronger than before suddenly erupted, and the entire battlefield seemed as if an earthquake had broken out. The ground began to shake violently and crack. The weaker comrades on the third line of defense were immediately thrown into chaos. The so-called position they had built looked like it was about to completely collapse. Fang Xiaoran's voice rang out across the entire battlefield. Get back! An invisible martial Dao will instantly envelop the whole field, forcefully pushing back the other side's show of force. Only this time, Fang Xiaoran no longer had his previous relaxed and composed demeanor. It was obvious that the opponent's strength exceeded that of the 6th-stage centaur he had fought over the past few days. Another 6th-stage centaur had come. If that was really the case, then things would be troublesome. Reality did not give Yifeng and the others much time to think. 2 centaur phantoms instantly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, they passed through the alien passage and condensed into physical forms. 2 6th-stage centaurs. As expected, they hadn't acted yesterday because they were holding back a big move. One would hold Fang Xiaoran down, and the other could massacre most of the people here in a short time. Thinking of that, everyone's faces turned ugly. But before the 2 6th-stage centaurs could make a move, haha, Brother Fang, I'm here to help. A burly figure flashed over from the place where heaven and earth met in the distance behind them. That was right. In Yifeng's eyes, the other party had simply teleported. Following the voice and looking over, the moment he caught sight of the figure, that person had already crossed an unimaginably vast distance and arrived at Fang Xiaoran's side. Too fast. Forget the movement trail or the figure itself. Even Yifeng's perception couldn't keep up with him. Real teleportation. King Yuanwu. Great, we're saved. Xiahou Chun let out a long breath. His face was full of joy. Yuanwu, a king realm expert of Mengding Bay City, because he cultivated the heaven-tier, high-grade body-refining technique. Ape Demon world-suppressing war body. An Ape Demon phantom would appear behind him in battle, so he was also called the Ape King. His combat power was astonishing. Without any extra nonsense, Fang Xiaoran and Yuanwu took the 2 6th-order centaurs and left the battlefield directly, heading to an extremely distant place beyond sight to begin a 2 versus 2 PK. As for Yifeng and the others, they had to face a centaur assault far beyond the previous scale. It wasn't just that the numbers had multiplied several times. The amount of high-level combat power had also surged. The number of 4th and 5th-order centaurs was more than triple what it had been before, putting enormous pressure on the defensive line. Yifeng didn't even have time to snipe 4th-order centaurs. The moment the battle began, he was already being besieged by 4 5th-order centaurs. They didn't bother looking for anyone else. The instant they entered this sector of the defense line, they came straight for Yifeng. Clearly, after several days of fighting, Yifeng, who had sniped over 1,000 4th-order centaurs and personally hacked 5 5th-order centaurs to death, had already made it onto the centaur race's list. This time, they were obviously targeting him. 2 5th-order mid-stage, 2 5th-order early stage. 4 against 1. If there hadn't been prior arrangements, Yifeng wouldn't have believed it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yifeng's strength had evolved again. Divine speed. He closed in extreme speed. Blade rose, blade fell, and a mist of blood scattered. The nearest 5th-order early-stage centaur had a 2-meter-long gash torn open across its chest by Yifeng's strike. Bone was visible in the depth of it. Blood sprayed out. At a glance, it was already badly wounded, easily dodging the attacks of the other few 5th-order centaurs. Ye Feng moved behind the heavily injured centaur and unleashed a chain of 25 slashes. It looked like he had only swung once. Rip, with just that one strike. The shoulder blade of the fifth-order early-stage centaur Ye Feng had just injured was nearly severed outright. Its body could no longer move. Taking the chance, Ye Feng added another slash and completed today's first kill. That's it. A faint curve lifted at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. Too easy. Today's one was different. His figure vanished from where he stood. The instant he reappeared, another fifth-order early-stage centaur had already been beheaded, slaughtering fifth-order early-stage enemies like killing dogs. A complete crushing display. To be honest, even Ye Feng himself was startled. It was still only elementary martial Dao, will, yet the boost it gave his strength was this great. Against centaurs whose mental attributes were clearly lacking, whose speed couldn't keep up with him, and whose defenses couldn't block his attacks, his advantage was massive. The current Ye Feng had already completely surpassed the combat power level of an early Grandmaster. Even against fifth-order mid-stage centaurs, he was now full of confidence. 1 against 2. They couldn't catch him. Roar. Listening to the furious but helpless roars of the two remaining fifth-order mid-stage centaurs, Ye Feng's fighting spirit surged. Still, fifth-order mid-stage was indeed far stronger than fifth-order early-stage by more than a little. The two worked together perfectly, even with his speed advantage. It was still somewhat difficult for Ye Feng to kill them in a short time, but he wasn't in a hurry. He led them around the entire battlefield. Along the way, he casually took quite a few fourth-order centaurs with him too. Ye Feng's reputation among the centaur race was obviously terrible. After he sniped a few more, those fourth-order centaurs started avoiding him, and the fifth-order early-stage centaurs didn't dare come near either. The image of their two fifth-order early-stage companions being hacked to death by Ye Feng in just a few seconds was still echoing in their minds. If their combat power wasn't at least fifth-order mid-stage, none of them dared come over. Good kid. So his martial Dao will gain a new breakthrough again. This level of comprehension really makes people unable to even feel jealous. Qin Huiya had been watching Ye Feng's situation this whole time. At this moment, he was truly convinced. For other people, comprehending martial Dao was extremely difficult. Not only had Ye Feng comprehended it early, he had even made obvious progress in a short period of time. Sure enough, battlefields nurture the strong. Qin Huiya was even thinking about whether he should directly transfer Ye Feng to the front lines for training. But clearly, now wasn't the time to think about that. Fighting 1 against 3, he was under huge pressure. Fortunately, they had prepared an advance on their side, and King Yuanwu had come as reinforcement. As long as nothing went wrong on the sixth-order side, then they would be able to hold. It was only a matter of whether they lost more or less. Ye Feng and the younger generation were all performing this brilliantly and fighting this desperately. As an elder, he couldn't fall behind. He had to work hard too. Qin Huiya burst forth. Another fierce battle lasted for more than 10 hours. A full 5 fifth-order centaurs had died under Ye Feng's blade. All of them were fifth-order early stage. Those two fifth-order mid-stage centaurs had always cooperated seamlessly and fought together, never giving Ye Feng a chance for a one-on-one. As for the fourth-order centaurs, Ye Feng sniped dozens of them, but after that, he couldn't find any more chances. Even so, after one battle, Ye Feng's record could still be called incredibly ferocious. The looks everyone gave him were filled with respect. This was respect for the strong. Right after the battle, just as Ye Feng was about to catch his breath, Qin Huiya came over. After signaling Xiahou Chun and the others to go rest, he lowered his voice and said, "Come with me. King Feng and King Yuan will want to see you." With two martial kings wanting to see him, Ye Feng had no reason to refuse. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he followed Qin Huiya to the foremost front line, entering a tent that looked very ordinary. The furnishings inside were simple, just one table and 2 chairs. The two martial kings sat side by side, both facing the entrance of the tent. The moment Ye Feng stepped inside, he saw them. Feng Shaoran wore a kind smile. Yuan Wu, seated beside him, also said nothing. He merely gave a slight nod as a greeting, then openly sized Ye Feng up without restraint. He completely ignored Qin Huiya, aside from talking less. This style and behavior was very similar to Xiahou Chun's. It seemed the corporate culture of Mengding Bay City was just like this. Ye Feng thought to himself. As for being ignored, Qin Huiya looked very calm, as if he were already used to this treatment. "I brought him here. I'll head out now." He directly exited the tent, leaving Ye Feng alone to face the two martial kings. Saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Not waiting for the two martial kings to speak first, Ye Feng took the initiative to greet them. "King Feng, King Yuanwu. Kid, release your martial Dao will, and let's take a look," Yuanwu said bluntly. Without hesitation, Ye Feng directly activated divine speed. The expressions of both martial kings immediately turned serious. A few seconds later, "Not bad." Feng Shaoran nodded, the smile on his face deepening quite a bit. "All right, you can put away now. Young people these days are really incredible. Not only did you reach the Grandmaster realm at such a young age, you even comprehended martial Dao will. Kid, you should have comprehended this martial Dao will some time ago, right?" There was a probing look in Yuan Wu's eyes. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng had no intention of hiding it. "I've understood it for about a month, I guess. Then a year is definitely wrong." "A month? Yuan Wu's eyes showed surprise. Fang Xiaoran beside him also looked surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He praised, to comprehend it to this extent in just a month. Your aptitude is much stronger than ours. After a pause, his eyes carried anticipation. There is still 1 year left. At the current pace, by then, your martial Dao is very likely to take another step forward. You may not be unable to compete with those geniuses from the super base cities. Old Fang, how about, before Yuan Wu could finish, Fang Xiaoran directly refused, no. Yi Feng is a man from our Xingho base city. We'll give you 30% of this year's top-grade calming mind tea production, and we'll also give you Chunzi. Don't even think about it. Even if I agreed, the Guardian Lord Wu Tea, you should know what Qianlong Abyss represents. With your little conditions, do they match a genius who can enter Qianlong Abyss? I can offer more, and Chunzi actually isn't bad. He is not completely without a chance. If he really had a chance, would you use him as a bargaining chip to trade with us? Old Yuan, that is not honorable. Watching two martial kings, both 200 or 300 years old, arguing like ordinary old men right in front of him felt strangely satisfying, but also gave him a tense feeling, as if he might be silenced at any moment. However, from the content of their exchange, Yi Feng picked out the keyword, Qianlong Abyss. It seemed that this Qianlong Abyss was the final goal of this batch of the 100 Genius cohort. It should be very hard to get into, which meant there were probably many benefits inside. Yi Feng thought. He wasn't in a hurry. He just watched the two of them argue, while he, the person directly involved, instead became the bystander. This world was truly strange. Very quickly, the two of them also seemed to notice this. Yuan Wu looked over directly. Kid, want to come to our Mengding base city? Calming Mind tea will be unlimited. You can use it to take a bath every day, no? Use it to wash your feet if you want. He has already comprehended martial Dao will. Why would he still drink that stuff? Yi Feng, you're originally from our Xingho base city. We'll definitely do everything we can to help you enter Qianlong Abyss, and all resources will be tilted toward you. Having been poached right in front of him, Fang Xiaoran no longer had the elegant and easygoing manner from before. At this moment, his expression was very solemn. Seeing both of their gazes converge on him, Yi Feng couldn't help asking, Sirs, what is Qianlong Abyss? Qin Wuya didn't tell you? Fang Xiaoran asked. Yi Feng shook his head. No, maybe he was worried that it would put too much pressure on you and affect your performance, so he didn't say. Organizing his words, Fang Xiaoran explained. Qianlong Abyss is also called the Martial God Plan. It was jointly established by the 3 super base cities. The goal is to search across the entire Federation and focus on cultivating future martial god seedlings. Each cohort only recruits 10 people, and the competition is extremely fierce. There, the Federation's top cultivation resources, teaching resources, techniques, and martial skills are all gathered. Those who can successfully enter and ultimately come out from there can, at the very least, reach the martial saint realm. Yuan Wu's eyes carried longing. That is a martial saint. The Federation has nearly 4 billion people, but the number of martial saints officially registered is fewer than 50. It's almost 1 in 100 million. Above that, there are even fewer than 10 martial gods in the entire alliance. As for the Guardian Martial God, from the standpoint of strength, his realm is still martial god. Only because of his contribution to the Federation, his own strength, the Federation's management, and other factors did he receive that title. The martial gods who currently hold this title are all at the very peak of the Federation's power. There are only 3. Not knowing that Yuan Wu's mind had already drifted to things extremely far away from them. Yi Feng's first reaction after hearing these explanations was not excitement or longing. It was to leave. Besides techniques and martial skills, the other resources were actually not very attractive to Yi Feng. As long as he lived, he would ultimately be invincible. He only needed to live long enough. Qianlong Abyss and the like would definitely be extremely competitive. If things went badly, there might even be casualties. He'd also have to go to Super Base City. With his current Great Grandmaster cultivation, he was the ceiling in a level 2 base city and in a level 1 base city. He would still be an absolute upper echelon. But once he reached a super base city, he'd at most only count as a master level expert, part of the middle force. There were far too many existences that could threaten him. To be honest, it was too dangerous. He didn't really want to go, but he couldn't say that directly. Still, according to Fang Xiaoran, there was 1 year of preparation time left. By then, Yi Feng's strength would definitely improve a lot. He'd take it step by step for now. If Xingho Bay City threw enough resources at him, then he would use a few months of his retirement pay to push up his talent. Taking a wave of resources and saving some retirement pay wouldn't be bad either. At this moment, seeing that Yi Feng remained calm and showed no excitement at all, Fang Xiaoran and Yuan Wu both secretly nodded. This composure was worthy of the genius they valued. Argue as they might, compete as they might. Afterward, Fang Xiaoran and Yuan Wu both took the initiative to share many of their insights on martial Dao will. The insights of a martial king's martial Dao will were self-evident in value. Fang Xiaoran's martial Dao will was battle order. It could fully enhance his own combat strength and also spread its effect to others. Wherever his perception could reach, it could extend. Of course, the closer one was to him, the stronger the effect. Not only could it boost combat strength, but once martial Dao will reach a high level, spiritual fluctuations could even cause tangible damage. When Feng Xiaoran had previously used his martial Dao will to forcibly withstand the earthquake shockwaves, it was precisely relying on this effect. Battle Order could be called a godlike battlefield skill. Because of this, Feng Xiaoran also had another nickname, the Army King, in Ye Feng's opinion. This nickname wasn't as nice as Yuan Wu's nickname, Ape Demon. No wonder the Xingho Bay City people hadn't introduced this before. It seemed Feng Xiaoran himself didn't like this nickname either, but since everyone called him that, he couldn't very well refuse it. As for Yuan Wu's martial Dao will, it was called Flame, battle intent like fire, burning away cowardice, growing braver with every battle, more excited with every battle, and stronger with every battle. A body-refining martial king with an extremely formidable physique was the most troublesome. No one really wanted to run into an opponent like Yuan Wu. Qi and blood, astral force, terrifying physique, flame will, his combat strength was absurdly exaggerated. In a one-on-one fight, Feng Xiaoran was not Yuan Wu's match. The former was better suited for Legion warfare, while the latter was more of a one-man forces break 10,000 methods fighter. The martial Dao wills of the two were vastly different from Ye Feng's super speed, but their insights into martial Dao will still gave him quite a bit of inspiration. It was a pity that his medium aptitude was still a little lacking. Ye Feng failed to comprehend those inspirations and turn them into something of his own. On the other hand, after hearing his insights related to super speed, both Feng Xiaoran and Yuan Wu seemed to have gained some understanding, clearly reaping some benefits. Well, they really were geniuses. Whether it was cultivation talent or comprehension, they were both extremely outstanding. No shortcoming at all. Ye Feng was just a 65-year-old old guy collecting retirement pay every month. After exchanging pointers for a while, it was already getting late, so he left. As they passed the first defensive line, seeing one grandmaster after another sitting on the ground without any concern for appearance, regulating their breathing and recovering, one could imagine just how brutal the battle had been. These grandmasters had blocked the vast majority of the pressure for them. Anything that slipped through to the second defensive line was basically at a level that was judged to be within Ye Feng and the other's ability to handle. A sudden sense of security rose in him, the feeling of being supported and protected by others. In Ye Feng's mind, images involuntarily surfaced of Feng Xiaoran and Yuan Wu standing at the very front, directly confronting the sixth-order centaur alien race. A true man should be like this. Xiahou Chun's earlier words suddenly echoed in his mind. Give me a little more time. In the future, I could become someone you can rely on too. Ye Feng was suddenly stirred, but very quickly, he calmed down again. There was no point thinking too much about the future right now. What he needed to do now was survive. After returning to the camp at the second defensive line, Xiahou Chun, He Zhanpeng, and the others did not ask anything. But from the looks they gave him, Ye Feng could tell that they had probably guessed the general situation. They all knew what was going on. After all, they were all geniuses from first-tier base cities, and they all had great families backing them. What they knew was definitely more than what Ye Feng, this lone wolf, knew. And although each of them looked only around 30, or even in their 20s, their actual ages were far from young. Jin Jing was 78 years old. He Zhanpeng was 93, and Xiahou Chun was also 80. Among them, Jin Jing and Xiahou Chun were both at the early Grandmaster realm. This was also the realm of the other people in the 100-man company who had reached Grandmaster. He Zhanpeng was the only one at the mid-Grandmaster realm. So even though he was already 93 years old, his talent was still extremely outstanding. Living in a first-tier base city and backed by a great family, having been groomed as a key talent since childhood, with no shortage of resources of any kind, it still took them several decades to reach the Grandmaster realm. For martial artists born in second-tier base cities, or even third-tier base cities, how difficult it was for them to improve their martial path realm was easy to imagine. This was also the main reason why the two martial kings and Qin Huiya valued Ye Feng so highly. Jin Jing, at the peak of early Grandmaster and on the verge of breaking through to mid-Grandmaster, could be considered a top genius in a first-tier base city. But if placed in a super base city, he was still far from the very top. In Feng Xiaoran and the others' eyes, Ye Feng possessed the possibility of competing with the top geniuses of super base cities. The premise was that after investing resources in him from here on out, Ye Feng could still maintain his current rate of progress. If his realm could not keep up, then his martial will had to be strong enough. If his martial will was average, then his realm had to show an absolute advantage. He had to hold a clear advantage in at least one area before he could have a certain level of competitiveness. Of course, that was only competitiveness. Whether he could actually win was still unknown. What the top geniuses of super base cities were really like, no one knew. Only after truly fighting them would they find out. The alien race invasion had begun at noon. After more than 10 hours of fierce fighting, it was now already the dead of night. Everyone was exhausted in both body and mind. Since Xiahou Chun and the others had not asked, Ye Feng was not going to bring it up on his own. He was also extremely tired. He also needed time to digest the contents of his earlier exchange with the two Martial Kings. The night passed quickly. Over the next 2 days, the Centaur alien race seemed to have gone mad, charging at the defensive line endlessly without caring about losses at all. But there were still only 2 sixth-order Centaurs. As long as the Foundation remained stable, there would not be any major problems. It was just that entrusting his safety to others truly did not feel good. Yifeng's mentality shifted again. The 2 days passed quickly. The alien passageway that had been radiating 5-colored light gradually returned to stillness. The 5 colors, gold, green, blue, red, and brown, gradually faded away. The spatial gate was about to close. Naturally, they could not let the Centaur alien race come whenever they wanted and leave whenever they wanted. A Grandmaster squad of nearly 100 people, led by Feng Xiaoran and Yuan Wu, swiftly charged in after the 2 sixth-order Centaurs withdrew, forcefully blocking off most of the area around the spatial gate. They gave the remaining Centaur aliens no chance to retreat. The army directly formed an encirclement net as well, gradually tightening it. A trapped beast still fights, seeing that their road home had already been sealed off at the very moment the spatial gate completely closed. The more than 100,000 Centaur aliens left on Shui Lawn Star all revealed human-like determination to die in their eyes. They went completely mad. Unfortunately for them, the human side had 2 Martial Kings overseeing the field. They could not stir up any real trouble. Yifeng barely even made a move. He simply acted as a spectator, watching Feng Xiaoran and Yuan Wu use less than 1 minute to slaughter almost all of the more than 100,000 Centaur aliens. Only a little over a dozen were left, knocked unconscious and taken away. Most likely, they were going to be dissected for research. This kind of thing was very common. Only by researching and understanding the real conditions of these alien races could they deal with them more effectively the next time they encountered them. The Federation even had many cultivation methods and martial techniques that had been developed by drawing from the aliens' methods. As for how the language problem would be solved, that was something for the departments specifically tasked with dealing with alien races to think about. Yifeng had no interest in wasting brainpower on that. The battle here had finally ended. The 100-man company that had originally numbered over 100 was now down to fewer than 60. More than half of them were injured and would need a period of recuperation before they could recover. Yifeng was not injured. The Centaur aliens fast enough to keep up with him had all been tied down by Qin Wuya. As for those who could not catch him, they were destined to pose no threat to him. As long as he could break their defense, he could grind them to death. It was just that the battle had lasted too long, and he had been fighting at full burst the whole time. Yifeng realized that even his more than 100,000 chi blood was starting to feel insufficient. And this was under the condition that his cultivation method and martial techniques were at high levels. His efficiency in converting chi blood into gongqi was excellent, and the consumption was low. Otherwise, his chi blood might already have been completely exhausted by now. After noticing this, Yifeng knew that the cultivation of the Purple Thunder Vajra indestructible body, as well as the improvement of his talent, had to be put on the agenda. 7 days and 6 battles, all of them continuous high-intensity fights. Even for grandmasters as strong as these, both body and mind were utterly exhausted and in desperate need of rest. It was only because blood drink S grade was high enough, and because Yifeng paid attention to wrapping it in gongqi during battle and maintain it promptly afterward, that its edge had held up. Otherwise, the blade would already have been chipped and rolled. Those fifth-order Centaur aliens were truly tough. Without using weapons, just throwing punches and kicks every day will make smoke come off your fists and legs. Yifeng really admired those who did not like using weapons and relied purely on fist and foot techniques to kill enemies. They were truly fierce. They rested in place for 1 day, and afterward Yifeng and the others returned to the previous camp. Yifeng still stayed in Tent 101. This time, no one was unconvinced, and even less did anyone dare to have the slightest objection. Now, whenever Luda saw Yifeng, he would take a detour. Conviction was conviction, but fear was real too. In 6 days, an astonishing 13 fifth-order Centaur aliens had died under Yifeng's blade. As for fourth-order Centaurs, he had sniped over 1,000 of them. The second and third-order Centaurs he had dealt with along the way numbered 2 to 3,000. With his overwhelming performance on the battlefield, Yifeng had completely proven himself. In the Genius 100-man company, his position as number 1 was fully deserved. After resting another 2 days at the camp, Qin Wuya, who had not been seen anywhere, finally appeared. He brought news of the results from the other battlefields. Whether it was the suppression and extermination of the ferocious beasts, or the battlefield at the other spatial gate against the alien race, both had now entered the final cleanup phase. There was no need for them to go provide support. This also meant that the Genius 100-man company was about to disband. Of course, not everyone had to return to their original base city. Some could stay behind. As the person in charge, Qin Wuya announced the result in public. Yifeng, along with Jin Jing and the other 3 great masters from first-tier base cities, would go to Xingho Base City for 6 months of further training. It was not just resource support. At that time, whether it was Marshal King Feng Xiaoran, the Garrison Envoy Marshal St. Wang Xiao, the instructors of Xingho Martial Dao Academy, or even the Dean, all of them would teach them. During that period, Mending Bay City and Yilan Bay City would also provide corresponding resources and teaching support. After 6 months, Yi Feng and the others would go separately to Mending and Yilan Bay cities for another 3 months of further training. After completing the rotation training across the 3 base cities, the 6 of them would then represent the 3 first-tier base cities in the selection competition for the Qianlong Abyss, competing against the geniuses of the entire Federation. The pressure was not small, but whether they could join the Qianlong Abyss or not, they would still get this year's resources. No matter what, it was not a loss. Besides the 6 people, including Yi Feng, 23 others from the team also got the chance to study and train at Xingho Martial Dao Academy, Yilan Martial Dao Academy, and Mending Martial Dao Academy. It was just as rare an opportunity. Tongming was among them too. Yi Feng's former squad leader had decent talent. In the future, he still had a pretty good chance of breaking through to the Great Master Realm. It was just that catching up to Yi Feng was already impossible. Those left far behind by Yi Feng would only see the gap grow wider. There was no chance of catching up. By then, the matters here were basically settled. Next, everyone would set off and go their separate ways. You're going to leave alone for a while. Qin Wuya subconsciously wanted to refuse. If it were anyone else, he would probably have snapped at them directly. But the one asking was Yi Feng, the super genius they valued the most. The seed candidate most likely to enter the Qianlong Abyss. He still had to show some respect. The technique I'm cultivating needs to be trained in a special environment. On the way here earlier, I happened to encounter a suitable one. I want to take leave and go cultivate there for a while, Yi Feng explained. Hearing that, Qin Wuya thought for a few seconds before saying, if I remember correctly, you should have exchange for the body-refining art purple thunder Vajra indestructible body. Did you find a natural thunder domain? Yes. Yi Feng was not surprised that his cultivation technique information had been known. After all, the technique had been exchanged from the internal network, so there were records for it. In that case, go. The camp has resources that go with this technique. Remember to collect them before you leave, Qin Wuya instructed. Not expecting an unexpected windfall, free resources were naturally something Yi Feng would not refuse. He immediately nodded. Okay, that saves me the trouble of scraping things together myself. From now on, your cultivation resources will be covered by the base city. We only have one demand of you. Focus on cultivation. Qin Wuya continued encouragingly. When you've cultivated purple thunder Vajra indestructible body to the perfect stage, I'll help you apply for its progression technique. That is a heaven rank high grade technique. Heaven rank high grade? Yi Feng was startled. He did not even need to exchange for it. Just given directly? What was this supposed to mean? Were they training him as a dead soldier? Don't blame me for not applying for it right now. The prerequisite for cultivating that technique is that purple thunder Vajra indestructible body must reach the perfect stage first, or it can't be cultivated, Qin Wuya explained. Hearing that, Yi Feng's expression turned serious. I'll raise indestructible body to the perfect stage as soon as possible. Do your best. Qin Wuya stood up, walked over, and patted Yi Feng's shoulder. Be careful when you cultivate. I'll be waiting for you at Xingho Bay City. In the next 2 days, Yi Feng, together with Xiao Chun, He Zhanpeng, and Jin Jing, made quite a bit more smoked meat, roasted meat, and jerky. The 3 of them said they just wanted to satisfy their cravings. But Yi Feng knew clearly that they understood he would be leaving for a while and could not go to Xingho Bay City with them. So they were preparing these rations for him. He saw through it, but did not say it. This trip had shown Yi Feng that his biggest gain was not those meritorious points or the empty fame, but the friendship he had formed with these 3. Early the next morning, Yi Feng, who was not used to saying farewell, carried a big bag of jerky and another bag of supporting resources needed for cultivating indestructible body. Following the direction indicated by the record pointer, he prepared to leave without saying goodbye. Though he said he was leaving without saying goodbye, he actually knew Xiao Chun and the others were already awake. They just knew he disliked farewell scenes, so they deliberately pretended to still be asleep. Everyone, until we meet again. Leaving those words behind, Yi Feng rose into the air, and his figure quickly vanished into the horizon. Not long after Yi Feng left, Xiao Chun walked out of the tent with a piece of jerky in his mouth. He Zhanpeng and Jin Jing seemed to have shared the same thought and came out of the tent as well. All of them were staring in the direction Yi Feng had left. Next time we meet, I'll definitely scare you to death, Xiao Chun said fiercely. He Zhanpeng replied solemnly, make him regret leaving. Rolling his eyes at the 2 of them speechlessly, Jin Jing's gaze gradually turned firm. It's about time to start breaking through to the middle stage of Great Master. Yesterday, Qin Wuya had already told the 3 of them about the Qianlong Abyss, and the attitude of the Bay City had also been made clear. At this moment, all 3 of them felt pressure, but they also had motivation and a goal. That was the legendary Qianlong Abyss that opened once every 100 years. The martial god plan. If they could join it, then the bottom line was the martial saint realm. Who could resist that? Go all out. The wilderness, the thunder domain. Rumble. Purple lightning, like a dragon, twisted and coiled as it slashed down from the sky at tremendous speed, carrying an aura of destruction. The instant before it landed, a tiny figure charged up toward it at a speed the naked eye could not see. The two sides collided head-on. The expected explosion did not appear. What should have been world-destroying lightning, the moment it touched that person's body, was like water seeping into a sponge as it entered his body. From a distance, it looked as if that person had forcibly pulled the lightning down from the sky. The sight was extremely terrifying. In less than a minute, that bolt of lightning was completely absorbed. Purple lightning flickered over his body, appearing and disappearing, looking extremely strange. After nearly another minute, the lightning that had been flashing over his entire body finally completely reined itself in. This madman who cultivated by devouring lightning was, without a doubt, Ye. Finally reached minor completion. It was much slower than I expected. I overestimated myself. Looking at the panel S description, purple thunder, Vajra, indestructible body. Minor completion, 0 to 3000. And feeling his clearly stronger body, Ye was in a good mood. What surprised him even more was that, after reaching minor completion, aside from the passive strengthening of his body by the technique, he could now also actively circulate it for a short burst. ZZZ. Purple lightning wrapped around his entire body, constantly stimulating him. Ye could feel his body strength being fully activated and amplified. Sensing the rate of qi and blood consumption, he roughly estimated that in a full burst, he could maintain this state for nearly 6 hours. Lightning fast. Martial Dao, well activated. His strength was boosted once again. He was basically giving himself 2 layers of enhancement buffs. Ye felt that if he faced those beastmen from the 5th tier mid-stage realm again now, even 1-on-2, no matter how well they coordinated, he should still have a chance to kill them. Exiting the state, feeling the dual fatigue of his body and mind, Ye sighed inwardly. His realm was still a bit weak. If his realm could be stronger, the time he could keep the dual state active would definitely be longer too. He just didn't know whether the fatigue after exiting the state could be reduced. He didn't keep daydreaming about all that. No matter how much he thought about it, it was better to act directly. For Undying Body to go from minor mastery to major mastery, he needed to fill 3,000 progress points. A month's retirement pay wouldn't even be enough. He just didn't know how efficient his cultivation and improvement would be with his current high talent. Back at the temporary camp, Ye planned to rest and adjust himself to peak condition. Then follow the cultivation requirements of the manual and apply those special ointments before continuing to cultivate in the Thunder region. Cultivating from minor mastery to major mastery required special ointments. Otherwise, the danger level would be extremely high, and the cultivation speed would also be very slow. How slow it was, and how dangerous it was, Ye wasn't some blonde punk like Xiao Chun who liked getting beaten and abused, so he had no intention of trying. Anyway, he had already freeloaded these cultivation resources. He had arrived here yesterday at noon, and now it was around 8 in the morning. He had originally thought it would only take more than 10 hours to cultivate to minor mastery. But who would have thought the higher the manual proficiency got, the slower it would increase. Later on, every bit of progress required him to be struck several times. This was only because this place was within the Thunder region and never lacked lightning. Otherwise, the cultivation progress would have been even slower. If his talent could rise to the next tier, the efficiency of his cultivation should improve quite a bit. While chewing on dried meat, Ye thought to himself, it was still more than 20 days until June, so it was too early to be thinking about receiving retirement pay. His other hand wasn't idle either. He was applying special ointment all over his body, and it was the highest quality kind. According to the Camp's logistics officer, if he were in Xingho Bay City, exchanging for a bottle of this ointment would require a full 10 million contribution points. That was 100 million Federation credits per bottle. It couldn't be said to be cheap. This time, the logistics officer had directly given him 34 bottles. An oddly specific number. Clearly, the entire stock had been handed over to Ye generous to an outrageous degree. The Bay City wouldn't mistreat geniuses. That sentence was fully embodied at this moment. If you were mistreated, that could only mean you weren't talented enough. After applying the ointment, Ye was just about to finish the remaining dried meat in his hand when the Thunder region in the distance suddenly became violent, drawing his attention. Yesterday was like this too. Why is it always like this when I'm almost done eating my dried meat? Couldn't he figure it out, so he stopped trying to. Ye swallowed the dried meat in one bite and ignored the increasingly violent Thunder region. He sat down and regulated his body and mind. Half an hour later, the Thunder region returned to its original state, and Ye had already finished resting. After sensing the surroundings and finding no abnormal aura or situation, he flew straight toward the Thunder region. Same as before, he looked for a strike at the outermost edge. Very quickly, he found a suitable target and went straight toward it. A few seconds later, the lightning had been fully absorbed. This intensity could no longer achieve any cultivation effect. Ye it. This was actually within his expectations. After all, his physique had become stronger. This level of lightning striking his body was just like an itch. How could it produce any cultivation effect? He immediately began to slowly approach the Thunder region. 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters. Only when he was 300 meters from the core area of the Thunder region did the lightning intensity finally reach the cultivation requirement. Each time he was struck, His body felt numb and tingly. It was at the level of being just about to reach his body's tolerance limit, which was the best cultivation intensity. He really didn't know who had created this manual that required being struck by lightning to cultivate. It was really awesome. It was just that natural lightning didn't have the same intensity every time. Sometimes the judgment would be off, and he would encounter lightning beyond his tolerance limit, leaving his whole body completely paralyzed from a strike. Whenever that happened, the emerald green ointment applied to his skin would show its effect. His whole body would turn warm, and his body would immediately recover its ability to move. In just a few seconds, he would be fully recovered. It was just that every time he recovered, the color of the ointment would visibly darken a bit. After trying out, Ye found that one application could only last for 3 strikes. A bottle's worth could be applied 6 times, which meant it could protect him for 18 strikes. When one bottle was used up, and there was already no trace of ointment left on his body, Ye did not stay any longer and prepared to withdraw from the Thunder region. At the same time, with a thought, he opened the attribute panel. He glanced at the manual's progress. Purple Thunder Vajra Undying Body Minor Mastery, 5,530,000. The progress was absolutely fast enough. If one bottle of ointment could stably increase 55 progress each time, then 34 bottles would be 1,870. Well, that still wasn't enough to cultivate to the major mastery realm. Keep cultivating and deal with it after the ointment runs out. If worst comes to worst, I'll make a trip back to Xingho Bay City. Ye thought. However, just as he was about to leave the Thunder region, rumble, the purple lightning that had originally only poured down like rain in the core area suddenly went berserk, like one lightning serpent after another, wrapping around him at lightning speed. Fuck! Ye expression changed drastically. Undying body, swift speed, gale step, with dual state buffs stacked on top of each other, his movement technique surged to the limit, and his chi force exploded, enveloping his whole body. At this moment, Ye used every life-saving method he had available. His senses kept warning him. A deadly crisis had arrived. Seizing the opportunity, he launched himself at full speed. Just as he was about to fly out through the gap between the lightning serpents and regain his freedom, the nearest lightning serpent suddenly split into hundreds of lightning chains, forming a massive lightning net at an astonishing speed and trapping him inside. Open for me. Chi force condensed into a blade, slashing out fiercely. This time, Ye held nothing back at all. The blade light successfully cut open the lightning net. However, before Ye could fly out through the opening, the net had already healed. Damn it! The Chi Force blade kept slashing out. Blade light flying wildly as it cut the lightning net around him into a mess. But every time, before Ye could break free, the net would rapidly recover. It didn't even move closer or launch an attack. It just surrounded Ye and refused to let him escape. This made Ye extremely unhappy, and he kept trying to tear open a gap. This state lasted for more than an hour, after sustaining full power output for that long. Even though Ye physique was formidable and his blood and chi were abundant, he was still a little short of breath. Looking at the lightning net around him, how many times had it been cut open and healed again already? Ye took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then dispersed the Chi Force blade in his hand. Speak. What exactly do you want? Through the expansion of Chi Force, his voice spread very far. That was to make sure the other side could hear him. They had fought for so long. If he still couldn't tell that the other side only wanted to trap him and not let him leave, and had no intention of hurting him, then that would be too stupid. Ye naturally could see that. Judging from the strength the other party had shown so far, it far surpassed his. Being able to control lightning was way too powerful. Without even showing itself, just by controlling this lightning, it had already left Ye completely helpless and unable to get away. That alone was enough to prove how terrifyingly strong it was. Definitely not 5th tier. At the very least, 6th tier, maybe even stronger. I should have thought of it earlier. How could there be a stable lightning domain in the wild that's existed for so long? There had to be some powerful existence here that created this lightning domain. I just hope I can get out of this in one piece. Ye was starting to regret coming here. He'd still been too confident, mainly because ever since he had reached the age to start collecting his pension, everything had gone way too smoothly for him. So smoothly that Ye had started to feel like nothing could ever go wrong for him. Facts proved that it still wasn't time for him to act reckless. This time, he had run into trouble that strength alone couldn't solve. The other party didn't respond right away. After several seconds, the lightning net slowly dispersed, while the surrounding lightning pythons formed a path leading deeper into the lightning domain. Understanding its meaning, Ye hesitated for a few breaths before ultimately choosing to go, mainly because he wasn't confident he could escape. He immediately canceled Shinsu and the undying body state, then followed the direction guided by the lightning pythons and flew toward the depths of the lightning domain. Wherever he passed, those overwhelming and incomparably violent bolts of lightning strangely split apart, constructing a passage in front of him with lightning rain falling on both sides. Flying through it, Ye felt on edge. Compared to the lightning in the area where he had trained before, the lightning here was far stronger. If he got swallowed up in it, he would most likely be done for. His body probably wouldn't even leave behind scraps. At the same time, one thing became clear in his heart. This lightning domain had an owner. Was it a person, a ferocious beast, or some other race? Ye silently guessed at the identity of the lord of the lightning domain. He also made up his mind. If he managed to leave alive this time, he definitely would never be this confident or reckless again. He absolutely had to keep a low profile. He'd lie low for at least a year first. Rumble. Another familiar clap of thunder and flash of lightning. He hadn't paid much attention at first, since this kind of sound was everywhere around him. But his body was brutally honest. Every hair on his body stood straight up in an instant, and Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. It's coming at me. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but before he could move, the lightning had already struck him. Bathed in lightning, his whole body instantly went numb. But to Ye Feng's surprise, his body didn't feel any pain. These terrifying-looking bolts of lightning didn't even affect his movement. They had perfectly landed right within the limits of what he could endure. Circulating the purple lightning Vajra undying body, Ye Feng was delighted to discover that the cultivation efficiency was astonishingly good. It felt as if his current cultivation level in this technique, as well as the strength of his body, had been meant all along to train with lightning of exactly this intensity. It matched too well. Such perfect lightning. Ye Feng couldn't help but marvel. Right after he finished absorbing that one, another bolt came down. Ye Feng didn't hold back and immediately began cultivating on the spot. Just like that, he absorbed the full 10 bolts of lightning before this feeding mode finally stopped. He glanced at the panel and found that his technique progress had increased by 50 points, instantly making him overjoyed. A little more? Got any more? What answered Ye Feng was the suddenly violent lightning rain around him. Understanding what it meant, Ye Feng pressed his lips together. If you're not giving it, then fine, but can you keep your emotions a little more stable? He didn't think the other party was just giving him these benefits for free, so he immediately asked, "What do you want from me?" Crackle, crackle. A tiny cluster of lightning split away from the nearby lightning rain and rapidly formed vivid images in front of Ye Feng. They were clearly scenes of him eating jerky back at the distant camp. In the end, all the images disappeared, leaving only that piece of jerky behind. Seeing this, how could Ye Feng not understand? You want jerky? The surrounding lightning suddenly turned gentle. It was the first time Ye Feng had ever found the word gentle applicable to lightning. He immediately nodded. All right, I'll go get it for you now. The passage that had closed at some point opened up again. Ye Feng didn't linger and quickly flew out of the lightning domain. After returning to camp and hesitating for a few seconds, he ultimately chose to pick up the jerky and fly back toward the depths of the lightning domain. As he arrived, the passage appeared once more. This time, Ye Feng entered the deepest part of the lightning domain, and there he saw the owner of this lightning domain, a purple flood dragon with a pair of horns on its head. That small? A trace of surprise flashed through Ye Feng's eyes. He had thought it would be some massive, imposing, awe-inspiring creature. Who would have thought it would only be a flood dragon less than 2 meters long? At a glance, it was obvious it was still just a child. As if it had seen through what Ye Feng was thinking, the purple flood dragon narrowed its eyes in a very human-like way. Almost at the same instant, before Ye Feng even had time to speak, his entire body was swallowed by a sea of lightning. Smack, smack. The young purple dragon happily munched on the jerky. Its cheeks were puffed out. The sound it made while eating was seriously loud. If it were anyone else smacking their lips while eating in front of him, Ye Feng definitely would have said something, or at the very least shot them a glare or two. He really couldn't stand that. What idiot was it that said food tasted better when you smacked your lips while eating? Whether the person doing it enjoyed the food more, Ye Feng didn't know. But as the bystander, he absolutely couldn't stand it. It was loud as hell. Still, Ye Feng looked perfectly calm on the surface, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Couldn't be helped. The situation was stronger than the man. He couldn't beat it. So what else could he do? Just now, when he'd been drowned in that sea of lightning, he'd been electrocuted for a full 10 minutes. His whole body had gone so numb, he couldn't even muster the slightest bit of strength. The key was that he hadn't even been injured. Its control was absolutely flawless. Ye Feng did not want to experience that a second time. Just wait until I get stronger. I'm definitely going to teach you, you lip-smacking bastard, a proper lesson. Without showing any expression on his face, Ye Feng thought viciously to himself. He decided that from now on, he would call this young purple dragon lip-smacker. After transmigrating to Aqua Blue Star for so many decades, he had never felt this aggrieved. He couldn't beat it, couldn't run from it, and still had to get electrocuted by it. The key point was that Ye Feng seemed to have to beg it to keep electrocuting him. How the hell was anyone supposed to take that? It's not like I'm some kind of pervert, but for cultivation, he could only endure it. Also, even though this lip-smacker wasn't very big, its appetite was genuinely enormous. Out of nearly 200 gene of jerky, it ate over 40 gene in no time at all. Only then did it reluctantly stop. Ye Feng understood the look in its eyes. It wasn't that it couldn't eat anymore. It was afraid of finishing it too quickly and having none left in the future, so it wanted to save some for later. With your appetite, no matter how much I get you, it still won't be enough. Grumbling inwardly, Ye Feng suddenly felt that this lip-smacker and Xiahou Chun would probably get along pretty well. He just liked eating. while Xiahou Chun both liked eating and liked cooking for himself. If that man and that beast were together, one cooking and one eating, they'd actually be a pretty good match. But the moment Yi Feng thought of Lipsmacker's appetite, he felt it was better to forget it. Chunzi was a pretty decent guy and had always been friendly to him. He couldn't just shove him into a lightning pit. He couldn't help picturing the miserable scene of Xiahou Chun constantly being electrocuted into making all kinds of food. Given Lipsmacker's personality, it honestly felt fully capable of doing something like that. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. A bolt of lightning struck Yi Feng before he could even react. Again, you're messing with me, right, after eating your fill? Huh? But the moment Yi Feng felt that the lightning's intensity fit his current cultivation progress perfectly, he immediately adjusted his breathing, entered a cultivation state, and after absorbing it, looked at the other party right away. Again, Jizue puckered its lips, showing a human-like look of disgust, but it still controlled the lightning and kept bombarding Yi Feng. Before, he had to wait on the outskirts for the lightning to fall, judge whether its strength met his requirements, then rush in. The whole process was time-consuming, exhausting, and labor-intensive. Now that Jizue was actively controlling the intensity and frequency, Yi Feng's cultivation efficiency shot up several times over. It felt just like getting on a highway. Too satisfying. One bolt of lightning after another was absorbed. He even saved on the medicinal paste. To be honest, Yi Feng didn't want to save it. But since he had already taken it out, was he supposed to take it back? Yet before he could even spread the paste on himself, Jizue snatched it away. Watching it smear the paste on a dried meat and gulp it down with crunching bites, Yi Feng was stunned. While chewing, it even showed an expression of enjoyment. That really shocked him. That was cultivation medicinal paste. The stuff looked green and oily, and it gave off the bitter smell of herbs. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem edible. Anyway, Yi Feng did not want to try it. This little dragon had clearly never eaten anything good before. Apparently, feeding it had made it happy, and its service to Yi Feng afterward became much gentler. With this nearly perfect cultivation environment, Yi Feng's efficiency was extremely high. Only, the dried meat was soon gone, and even the medicinal paste used for cultivation was finished off. With nothing left to eat, Jizue directly went on strike. Originally, Yi Feng was planning to leave. But after staying here for so many days, there wasn't exactly any feelings involved. He just couldn't bear to lose such an excellent cultivation helper. Thinking that this thing could even eat medicinal paste so happily, as long as he didn't feed it shit, there probably wouldn't be any problem. He went and hunted down a Tier 3 ferocious beast. He found some wild seasonings and, based on his memory of Xiahou Chun's cooking method, did a simple preparation. After a casual roast, he could at least make sure it was cooked through. Who would thought Jizue still ate like crazy. It even took out some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Not for Yi Feng. It wanted Yi Feng to help cook them. Fine, so I'll become a cook. Yi Feng was helpless, but soon, when he realized he could get nearly 1/5 of the share, he had no objections. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all of very high grade. Most of them carried lightning attributes. They matched the purple lightning Vajra immortal body extremely well. His cultivation efficiency rose again. Just like that, Yi Feng didn't even know how long he had stayed here. In any case, the Tier 3 and Tier 4 ferocious beasts around here had been pretty much ruined by him. As for Tier 1 and Tier 2 ferocious beasts, Jizue didn't even bother looking at them. He had originally been worrying about not being able to find suitable barbecue ingredients. But who would thought he'd get an unexpected harvest that day? Human, this isn't a place you should come. You're courting death. A leopard over 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall, all muscles and no fat, glared viciously at Yi Feng. A Tier 5 ferocious beast. The ring-eyed gold coin leopard. With no intention of chatting with a ferocious beast, Yi Feng activated his god speed and immortal body states. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of the other side, slashing the ring-eyed gold coin leopard away with a single strike. The hard bone on its forehead was nearly cut through. The tremendous force sent its massive body flying backward uncontrollably, blood spraying everywhere and impossible to stop. Its consciousness was already fuzzy, but the ferocious beast's sharp instincts still made it subconsciously twist its body in midair to dodge, narrowly avoiding the blade that was slashing toward its belly, only to find that its leopard head had been firmly grabbed by a tiny hand. Then an unstoppable force came crashing down, slamming it hard onto the ground. Its body was deeply embedded into the earth. The deadly sense of crisis made its fur stand on end, yet it could not move at all. In its blurred vision, a blade came from far to near and stabbed straight into its eye socket. She exploded, violently churning. Very soon, the ring-eyed gold coin leopard lost consciousness forever. After the purple lightning Vajra immortal body reached the great accomplishment realm, my body's toughness is almost 3 times what it was before. Now, relying on my body alone to withstand attacks of Tier 5 early stage strength shouldn't be a problem. Standing on the corpse of the ring-eyed gold coin leopard, Yi Feng estimated his current strength. If I go all out, even without using chi, my combat power should already be above an ordinary tier 5 mid-stage. There wasn't only one genius in this world. Ye Feng at least had this much self-awareness. For those geniuses, you definitely can't judge them by common sense. If I had chi on top of that, then those horse-headed aliens I met before the tier 5 mid-stage should be easy to kill. The only thing I don't know is whether, with my current strength, I can make any headway against a tier 5 late-stage opponent. He had never truly fought a tier 5 late-stage expert. In other words, a late-stage grandmaster. Without a reference point, Ye Feng couldn't estimate the gap between himself and someone of that level. He opened the panel again. Looking at the cultivation progress of Purple Lightning, Vajra, Immortal Body, Great Accomplishment, 7,981 10,000. Ye Feng hefted the ring-eyed gold coin, leopard, and headed back. After reaching Great Accomplishment, even though the cultivation environment was extremely perfect and there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist him, his cultivation efficiency still dropped a lot. At the current rate, even if Ba Jizue cooperated with full effort and Ye Feng's body and stamina could keep up, cultivating 20 hours a day would at most increase progress by 100 a day. To reach perfection, he would need more than 3 months. Too slow. Ye Feng was not satisfied with this speed. Counting the time, June should be coming soon, right? By then, I'll just use my retirement pay to raise my talent. Beep. June has arrived. Congratulations. Wandering far from home, you've survived another month. Your pension has been deposited. Spend it freely. It's only 2,750. How am I supposed to spend it freely? Ye Feng was already used to the system getting more and more cheeky. He was too tired to complain. June finally arrived. Nothing much to say. He directly dumped the retirement pay into talent. Beep. Retirement pay. 2,041. Talent grade successfully raised to top tier. Current talent grade. Top tier, 6,000. The instant his talent increased, Ye Feng felt his whole body become clear from the inside out. His body seemed to possess an attractive force, and the surrounding energy particles gathered around him on their own. He didn't even need to circulate his cultivation method, and some of the energy particles were already impatiently entering his body. Even though he wasn't inside a cultivation room, the concentration of energy particles around him had increased several times over. Human-shaped cultivation, understand? Cultivation would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Strike me. Ye Feng looked at Ba Jizue, who was gnawing on grilled meat, with great anticipation. The latter didn't even lift its head, and a bolt of lightning came straight down from the sky. As the lightning entered his body, Ye Feng circulated his cultivation method and found that the absorption efficiency had increased by at least 10 times compared to before. Top-tier talent truly lived up to its name. Too fierce. In just a few seconds, Ye Feng finished absorbing it and looked back at Ba Jizue again. Sensing the situation, Ba Jizue smacked his lips, and a very human-like look of confusion appeared in his eyes. He stopped eating the roasted meat and immediately controlled another bolt of lightning to strike over. Just like before, it only took a few seconds for it to be completely absorbed. But Jizui was shocked. Feeling like he had been looked down on, he started controlling lightning to strike down again and again as if he were sulking, and the intensity gradually increased. At first, seeing the lightning growing stronger and stronger, Ye Feng was a little nervous and wanted to tell him to stop. But he soon discovered that after his talent had improved, although his body strength had not increased, his constitution seemed to have changed. His tolerance had risen by a lot. Only when the lightning reached twice its previous intensity did he finally hit his limit. Even so, the absorption speed was still much faster than before. His cultivation efficiency had increased by more than tenfold. Originally, it would have taken more than 3 months to cultivate the undying body to the perfected realm. Now, if they went at full output, Ye Feng estimated that he would only need 10 days to reach perfection. Of course, that was impossible. It was not that Ye Feng could not endure it, nor that he did not want to cultivate faster. It was that Ba Jizue, this young dragon, was unwilling. In the past, this little guy really had not eaten anything good, so whatever he ate tasted delicious. But now that he had been eating roasted meat for so long, there was no way he could still be that easy to satisfy. In short, his standards had gone up. Fortunately, Ye Feng's learning ability was pretty good. His skill in handling ferocious beast meat had become more and more refined, and his control over the heat was practically perfect. The taste of the roasted meat kept improving. Otherwise, there really would have been no way to satisfy this guy. Even so, what should have taken only 10 days at full cultivation ended up taking a full 21 days. Ye Feng's cultivation efficiency was too high, forcing Ba Jizue to frequently control lightning to strike down, while also having to carefully regulate the lightning's intensity. He had to strike Ye Feng thousands of times a day. It was honestly pretty boring. There was no way he was actually going to follow Ye Feng's request and keep striking for 20 hours a day. Ye Feng had no solution to that. Same as before, he could not beat it, so he could only follow its pace. For the time that followed, Ye Feng's life became extremely regular. Hunt ferocious beasts, roast meat, eat, cultivate, sleep. Every day followed that exact routine. From the time he arrived here, nearly 50 days had passed in total. On this day, Ye was finally about to cultivate the purple thunder Vajra undying body to the perfected realm. Only the final strike remained. Forget Bajizui being fed up. Ye was not some masochist. After being struck by lightning thousands of times every day, he was long tired of it too. Once this cultivation method reached perfection, he did not want to see lightning again for a while. Rumble. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky and instantly engulfed Ye. After finishing that, Bajizui lowered his head and began enjoying today's roasted meat feast. Since it was the last meal, Ye had deliberately spent quite a bit of time finding a fifth-order lion tiger beast entrenched on Hoda Mountain. He had used every trick he had to make this roast as delicious as possible. The taste should have been pretty good. It represented the peak of Ye Feng's current cooking skill. It was obvious that Bajizui was eating with great satisfaction. Still, he actually knew that Ye was about to leave. A trace of reluctance flashed through his eyes. But very quickly, he returned to his usual calm and focused on the food. Ye Feng's attention shifted back to himself. In just a few seconds, the lightning was fully absorbed and transformed into pure energy, specifically tempering Ye Feng's internal organs, sinews, bones, and flesh. The entire process lasted nearly 5 minutes as his body continuously evolved and strengthened. And it was full body enhancement. Even his chi and blood surged wildly. And his realm also rose somewhat. The purple thunder Vajra undying body had reached perfection. When everything returned to calm, Ye let out a long breath. Feeling the explosive power contained within his body, he smiled in satisfaction. I'm so strong. Rumble. Countless thunder pythons swept over the sky. Ye could not help the twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he made no move. The thunder pythons did not strike him. When they got within about 2 meters of him, they abruptly changed direction and blasted several hundred meters away instead. They struck the ground and blasted out a giant bottomless crater. Seeing that, Ye shot Bajizui an annoyed look. Got it. You're the strongest. As he looked at the other party, his expression suddenly became a little complicated. I'm leaving. Bajizui looked over and swayed his tail. It was almost like he was waving goodbye. Within the thunder domain that had originally covered an area of more than 10 kilometers, a passage leading to the outside world appeared. Understanding what he meant, Ye smiled. Thanks for this time. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, he rose directly into the air and flew out of the thunder domain. A young dragon this strong, at the very least 6th order, actually could not speak human language. That was something Ye had always found rather puzzling. But he did not think much of it. He had already stayed here for more than 50 days. Next, it was time to report to Xingho Bay City. Ye was extremely looking forward to the advanced cultivation method for the purple thunder Vajra undying body. If it still needed a thunder domain to assist with cultivation, he would probably have to come back. But first he needed a break. Now, whenever he saw lightning, he had a stress response. His first instinct was to rush up and get struck once. That kind of thinking was bad. He absolutely had to correct it. If he had to come back and cultivate here again in the future, Ye figured he could bring more seasonings. He would definitely feed Bajizui into complete obedience. What Ye did not know was that Bajizui kept watching his figure leave the thunder domain. Even after Ye had vanished from sight, he still did not withdraw his gaze. In the end, it was as if he had made up some kind of decision. He began sorting through his treasures. Less than half a day later, this thunder domain disappeared. Xingho Bay City was tens of thousands of li away from the thunder domain, extremely far. Of course, at Ye speed, if he traveled in a straight line and encountered no obstacles along the way, he could arrive in 1 day. But the route was obviously not that simple. Having already gained enough experience with this, Ye was not in a hurry. More than 40 days had already passed, or a few more days. Along the way, well, Ye did not know which direction he was ultimately heading in either. In any case, it was a maze-like method of travel. He just had to fly in the direction pointed out by the recording pointer. What I'm using is the Grandmaster version of the recording pointer. For Martial Kings, the version is different, so the route probably isn't this complicated. This was information Ye had learned earlier from Xiahou Chun and the others' casual conversation. With different realms came different ferocious beast territories to take into account. If a Grandmaster entered the territory of a 4th order ferocious beast, being at the same realm, there would naturally be danger. But if a great Grandmaster entered the territory of a 4th order ferocious beast, it would not matter much. Would the latter even dare make a move against him? Passing through is just passing through. By the same logic, many of the ferocious beast territories Ye had to detour around could be charged straight through by a martial king, and the danger still would not be too great. The difference in strength was right there, so following the recording pointer's direction was definitely safe. In any case, Ye had barely turned off his perception the whole way, and the strongest aura he had sensed was only at the 4th order level. The danger level was extremely low. No, it would be more accurate to say there was no danger at all. A 5th order existence could not possibly lose to a 4th order one. The route was indeed a bit roundabout, but the safety factor was genuinely high. No one knew how those coordinate routes had been determined. Most likely, it was thanks to the groundwork laid by the seniors before him. Over the next few hours, Yifeng wasn't in a hurry, flying at the speed of sound. He followed the direction indicated by the recorded pointer while taking in the natural scenery around him. Every now and then, he would casually drop a gongqi palm from the sky to tease the ferocious beasts he happened to come across below. Back on the battlefield, watching Qin Weia do that had felt incredibly satisfying to Yifeng. Unfortunately, he had never learned any palm techniques. He was only copying the form, forcefully relying on his control over gongqi to condense a palm and then slam it down from the sky. It really did feel great. With my current top-tier cultivation talent, even without using my pension, my progress should still be extremely fast if I cultivate on my own. Once I get to Xingho Bay City, I can give it a try, Yifeng thought to himself. It was time to upgrade his martial techniques. With those thoughts in mind, Yifeng continued on his way. He had assumed the whole journey would be wilderness and had already prepared himself for sleeping out in the open and eating whatever he could find. Including his time on the battlefield, he had already been gnawing on meat for over 2 months. Right now, all Yifeng wanted was some vegetables and something like soup. Maybe the goddess of luck didn't want to hear him keep muttering about it, because less than an hour later, at the very edge of his perception directly ahead, human auras appeared. And not just a few, a large group of humans. All of them were martial artists, and there were even 4 grandmasters among them. Aside from the humans, there were, by rough estimate, over 100,000 ferocious beasts. That savage aura stood out sharply in Yifeng's perception. A beast tide? His figure vanished instantly. When he appeared again, he was already above the base city. At a glance, many of the ferocious beasts at the very front of the beast tide had already rushed onto the city wall and were just about to charge into the base city itself. Once the ferocious beasts entered the city, the losses would be enormous. His perception instantly covered the entire battlefield. He found that the strongest aura on the ferocious beast side was only at the peak of 4th rank. But on the base city side, the strongest fighter was a bit weaker, only at the late Grandmaster stage. Relying on extremely advanced martial techniques, that person could barely keep the peak 4th rank ferocious beast occupied. There was no way to decide the winner in a short time. But there was just one 4th rank ferocious beast on the battlefield. There were 8 in total. The base city side only had 4 grandmasters. Their strongest fighter was tied down, while the other 3 had to face 7 ferocious beasts. All of them were fighting one against many. After quickly sorting out the situation, Yifeng naturally had no intention of just watching. Without drawing his saber, he condensed gongqi into a palm and slammed it downward from above. A gigantic gongqi palm, 100 meters wide, crashed into the beast tide. A huge swath of ferocious beasts was smashed straight into pulp, forcibly halting the beast tide's forward momentum. Then Yifeng flicked his fingertip. 8 flying knives condensed from gongqi shot silently into the glabellas of the 8 ferocious beasts at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A 5th rank taking on 4th rank beasts. Even peak 4th rank ferocious beasts were completely insignificant in front of Yifeng. Instant kill with ease. From beginning to end, he never showed himself. His main consideration was the agreement with high-rank ferocious beasts. As a great grandmaster, it was appropriate for him to show up openly. After taking that step, he immediately flashed away, entering the base city. Since he was already here, he was definitely going to enjoy a nice bath and a good meal before leaving. The sudden turn of events left both sides on the battlefield momentarily stunned. The base city side reacted first. All the 4th rank ferocious beasts were dead. From that point on, the battle became completely one-sided. Faced with 4 human grandmasters, the 100,000 plus ferocious beasts were like paper. No matter how many there were, it was useless. Very quickly, tens of thousands were slaughtered. The remaining ferocious beasts immediately lost all morale and began fleeing in all directions. In less than an hour, after killing several more tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, the 4 grandmasters from the base city finally returned with excited expressions. This time, they hadn't just taken down 8 4th rank ferocious beasts. They had also killed nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts. The ferocious beast side had suffered grievous losses. For the next several years, or even longer, the base city likely wouldn't encounter a beast tide of this scale again. One battle had decided everything. How could they not be happy? Captain, what exactly happened just now? Why? Before the man could finish, the base city's chief of city defense shot him a glare, signaling him not to continue. Watch your mouth. If the people below ask about it, just say we killed those 4th rank ferocious beasts ourselves. But, there's no but. That's the truth. Understood. A person who could become the chief commander of a base city, and one at the late Grandmaster stage at that, naturally knew that what had just happened was beyond the capability of any Grandmaster. That meant it could only have been a great Grandmaster or some even stronger human powerhouse. According to the agreement, experts at that level were not allowed to act casually within a 3rd level base city. After all, the ferocious beast side also had 5th rank and even stronger existences. They simply hadn't made a move. So this matter absolutely could not be publicized. As long as it hadn't been discovered, they could just enjoy their luck in secret. If word got out and the ferocious beast side found out, it would be a devastating blow to the base city. Of course, if Yifeng hadn't stepped in, the base city would have been destroyed anyway. The intensity of this beast tide had simply been too high. There had been a full 8 fourth-rank ferocious beasts. They clearly couldn't have held out. At this moment, in the inner city, after waiting for the situation to stabilize in order to be restored, Yifeng found a hotel and checked in. Right now, all he wanted was a good bath and some delicious food. Tonight, he could finally get a good night's sleep too. However, Yifeng had still underestimated the authority of the chief of city defense. Not long after finishing dinner, before Yifeng could stroll around this third-level base city, the man came to find him. Inner city, top floor of a high-end restaurant by the window. What had originally been a fairly lively dining area now held only Yifeng. A tall man exuding the bearing of someone long in power strode over. Sir, I am Tao Cheng, chief of city defense of Jinghu Bay City. After much consideration, I still decided to come personally to express my gratitude. Without your help, the consequences truly would have been unimaginable. With gratitude written across his face, Tao Cheng took out an exquisite wooden box and presented it with both hands. This is a small token of appreciation from our Jinghu base city. Please, you must accept it. Yifeng waved his hand and did not take it. Forget the gift. I only happened to be passing through and stayed in the base city for one night. I didn't do anything else. How could I possibly accept your things? It's fine. Let us leave it at that. It's better for both of us this way. I understand. Thank you very much. Seeing that Yifeng had no intention of continuing the conversation, Tao Cheng quickly took his leave. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He could tell that Yifeng truly didn't want this credit. Most likely, he found it troublesome. After all, he had only been passing through and had simply lent him a hand along the way. The bearing of a true powerhouse was on full display. He probably didn't care about such a small amount of contribution points. What a pity that he hadn't managed to build a connection with Yifeng. That left Tao Cheng somewhat regretful. Still, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Since Yifeng had no such intention, Tao Cheng wouldn't say anything more. Needlessly offending an expert who was at least a great grandmaster would be far too unwise. As for Yifeng's identity, Tao Cheng was actually very curious. But he also knew that curiosity was one thing, and things you shouldn't know were best left unknown. The more you knew, the more trouble it brought. Since Yifeng had no intention of exposing his identity, then they would naturally go along with it. They would just treat it as if they had repelled the beast tide themselves. As for how to divide the benefits and credit, that would still need some discussion. Tao Cheng was only a minor interlude. Yifeng didn't care about it. He sat there for a while watching the street scene, then got up and left the restaurant. Jinghu Bay City was named after the natural giant lake in the inner city, Jinghu, and because of that lake, the Bay City's freshwater fishery resources were extremely abundant. Just now, Yifeng had tried the local specialty freshwater fish. The taste was pretty good. The fish meat was fresh and tender, with no noticeable fishy smell. Unfortunately, they were only ordinary fish and hadn't reached the rank of ferocious beasts. The taste was certainly good, but the energy they contained was still far lacking. If Yifeng wanted to fill himself up with that, he would have to eat dozens or even over 100 gene of it. That was way too troublesome. It was only for a taste, just to satisfy his appetite. Ever since his talent had risen to peak level, Yifeng discovered that energy particles were entering his body on their own every moment. Not only did that make cultivation twice as effective with half the effort, another obvious effect was that he got hungry much more slowly. He even suspected that if his talent rank increased by another level, would he be able to fast without food? He only needed 6,000 retirement funds to raise his talent by another rank. There were still 709 retirement funds left and used from June. In other words, he only needed 2 more months to gather 6,000. He had already experienced just how terrifying the cultivation boost from enhanced talent was. As long as no major incident happened next, like an invasion by foreign races or a large-scale beast tide that required Yifeng to support the battlefield, nothing would change his stat allocation plan. Talent had to be raised. Yifeng, gender, male age, 65319 race, human talent, peak, 06,000, comprehension, medium, 688 1000, martial Dao will, divine speed, elementary, 2756,000, special talent, none cultivation methods, Jinjuan body tempering art perfected, Pejuan profound gang art, major success, 2878 3000, purple lightning Vajra undying body, perfected, martial skills, military body 13 forms, perfected, shadowless soul-chasing arrow, perfected, Benlay saber, perfected, Gale step, perfected, chi in blood, 307,320 realm, grandmaster initial stage, 20,732 100,000, retirement funds, 709, strolling leisurely by Jinghu Lake. Yifeng opened his current status panel. With the purple lightning Vajra, undying body, cultivated to the perfected realm, not only had his lifespan increased, even his chi and blood and martial Dao realm had both improved quite a bit. He had taken another big step toward the Grandmaster middle stage. From now on, every time he circulated the undying body, it would temper his physique, and his chi and blood and martial Dao realm would rise along with it. It was just that without the support of lightning, the tempering effect was no longer so obvious. After all, it was a special type body tempering cultivation method, not a universal one. Special type cultivation methods all required specific cultivation conditions before their efficiency could be brought up. Otherwise, their efficiency was very average. In common terms, they were simply harder to cultivate. Yifeng had no solution for that either. He couldn't exactly keep a Jizui by his side at all times. Even if he wanted to, but Jizui wouldn't agree. Alright, the main thing was that Yifeng himself had no such idea. Carrying around a ferocious beast of unknown depth always felt like playing with fire. In the state of the purple lightning Vajra undying body at the perfected realm. Once he activated the special buff state Yifeng called the undying body, the attribute boost it granted was several times stronger than when it had only been at minor success before. His physique could immediately receive an explosive enhancement, and it was an all-around improvement to his physique. Yifeng was confident that ordinary mid-stage, fifth-order foreign races and ferocious beasts wouldn't even be able to break his defense. With the addition of divine speed, if he went all out, Yifeng's overall combat power would definitely surpass the vast majority of mid-stage, fifth-order foreign races and ferocious beasts. The only question was whether he could contend with a late-stage, fifth-order opponent. That would require an actual battle before he could know the answer. The current Yifeng was truly strong. Fighting above his level had already become a routine matter. Once he reached Xingho Bay City, he would first build up a new wave of trump cards. Then he would find a suitable chance to reveal that he had cultivated the undying body to perfection. As long as he could obtain the advanced cultivation method before leaving the base city, that would be enough. Yifeng had already made his plans. It wasn't just the undying body. After his talent improved, the cultivation efficiency of the Pajuan profound gang art had also become extremely high. He had only practiced it casually in between his usual undying body cultivation. Yet after dozens of days, its progress had already reached 2,878. It was about to reach perfection. That was the good thing about universal cultivation methods. They could be practiced anywhere, and their efficiency was never too bad. It all depended purely on talent and comprehension. Closing the panel, since he couldn't sleep anyway and didn't want to cultivate, Yifeng continued strolling by the lake. It seemed that in order to guard against the underground river at the bottom of Jinghu Lake, which connected to the outside world, being used by ferocious beasts outside the base city to swim in and cause destruction, the patrol frequency around the area was extremely high. The headquarters of the city defense had been set directly on the island in the middle of the lake. With Yifeng's movement technique, it was naturally impossible for him to be discovered. He made his way all the way to the rooftop of the city defense headquarters building. Looking out from above, his mood immediately felt much more refreshed. No wonder so many people liked standing high up. The feeling really was different. Yifeng sighed with emotion a couple of times. After sensing nothing unusual, he returned to the hotel. Nothing happened that night. With the warm mattress, the suitable temperature and humidity, and the fragrant aromatherapy in the air, Yifeng slept extremely comfortably that night. He slept in one go until dawn. The next day, after breakfast, Yifeng once again set out on the road to Xingho Bay City. The route twisted and turned, which was rather helpless. He had set out in the morning, and it was not until dusk that Yifeng finally saw the outline of Xingho Bay City's towering city walls. After being apart for nearly 2 months, Yifeng was very curious how Xiahou Chun and the others were doing now. With super expert instructors and abundant resources, they had surely all improved a lot. Looking down from above, Xingho Bay City covered an extremely vast area, stretching beyond sight. The entire Bay City was like a fierce tiger crouching on the peninsula, ready to spring at any moment. It was surrounded by sea on 3 sides. To the north, across the sea, it faced Qinghai Forest from afar. The east and west sides were bordered by the sea, with sheer cliffs hundreds of meters high cutting off the seawater, where crashing waves continuously slammed against the rock walls. Only the south side of the entire Bay City connected to land, and the flow of vehicles and people coming and going was constant. On both sides of the flat, broad roads, endless farmland, orchards, and all kinds of planting bases were arranged in orderly fashion. Busy figures could be seen at every single one. By Yifeng's sight and estimate, the farthest agricultural and planting areas were probably more than 100 kilometers away from the city walls. And this was outside the Bay City, in a place full of dangers. That alone was enough to show Xingho Bay City as confidence. The area it actually controlled was broad enough that it wasn't limited to the space within the city walls. And to achieve that, strength was a necessary condition. As a first-tier base city, Xingho Bay City clearly had enough strength. As expected of a first-tier base city, confident enough and strong enough. He did not fly straight in. That would just be asking for trouble. Yifeng landed on the ground and followed the stream of people heading toward the Bay City until he arrived at the south gate. Only when he got close did he realize that at the city gate stood a gigantic metal door, similar to the security gates at Earth's subway stations. Every person entering the Bay City and every vehicle entering it had to pass through this door. A green light meant normal passage. A red light meant there was a problem. Up until it was Ye Feng's turn to enter the city, the metal door had never lit up red once. Thinking about it, with this kind of specialized security gate set up in the Bay City, no one would risk their life trying anything. That would be way too arrogant. With those thoughts in mind, Ye Feng didn't do anything special. Under the guidance of the city defense personnel, and without even needing to check his ID card, he walked straight through the metal door. But the instant he passed through it, the red light suddenly lit up. At the same time, a woo-woo-woo alarm sounded. Holy crap. Ye Feng was stunned. At that moment, he quickly ran through his own situation in his mind and confirmed that there was no problem. Looking at the stern expressions of the city defense personnel rapidly closing in around him, he was speechless. He had wanted to enter the city quietly. Now it looked like that probably wasn't happening. Hopefully it wouldn't be too troublesome. The other people and teams waiting to enter the city immediately backed away. Their reactions were extremely fast. It was as if they constantly drilled for this kind of situation. Don't move. Show your ID card immediately. The middle-aged man in the lead had sharp eyes, as if he wanted to see straight through Ye Feng. His whole body radiated the powerful aura of a grandmaster. But inwardly, he was deeply shocked, because he discovered that although, as a grandmaster, his perception had clearly locked onto Ye Feng, he couldn't sense even the slightest aura or chi blood from him. Yet his instincts told him that if they fought, the one who would lose would definitely be him. This person was not right. Relax. One of our own. Ye Feng showed a helpless look. As he spoke, he handed over his ID card. Seeing how cautious the other party was being, a trace of approval appeared in Ye Feng's eyes. When faced with an unexpected situation, he hadn't panicked, and his actions were cautious enough. That was worth acknowledging. There was a dedicated scanning device at the city gate. The moment the ID card was placed on it, Ye Feng's relevant information appeared. After seeing the contents of that information, the expression of the leading middle-aged man became increasingly colorful. Before his subordinates could see the information, he directly shut off the device and waved his hand. It's a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Yes, sir. Even though they had countless questions in their hearts, everyone still quickly dispersed. The surrounding crowd all let out sighs of relief, then continued entering the city in an orderly manner. But their eyes remained fixed on Ye Feng's side. They were very curious. They were all sharp people. They had all seen Captain G's change in expression just now. Even an idiot could tell that Ye Feng's identity and status were definitely extraordinary. My lord, I'm very sorry for delaying your time. The middle-aged man stepped forward and respectfully returned the ID card. After taking it back, Ye Feng didn't immediately enter the city. Instead, he looked at the metal door. Why did it flash red when I passed through? Because your chi blood is too high. My lord, it exceeded the detection standard. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he added, according to the base city's regulations, great grandmasters do not need to pass through here. There is a dedicated entry passage. As he spoke, he pointed upward. All right then, so he could just fly over. A little awkward. At this moment, looking at Ye Feng's young face and the ease and confidence radiating from him, then connecting that with the red light from the detection gate just now, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of the super genius, the family had specifically instructed them to pay special attention to. He really was different. He was already thinking that as soon as Ye Feng entered the city, he had to inform the family immediately. The super genius, the base city, had placed a heavy bet on had arrived. During this period of time, the major forces within the base city had not paid any less attention to Ye Feng as time passed. On the contrary, they had only become more serious about him. It could be foreseen that with Ye Feng's arrival, all the major forces would be making moves afterward. There were factions within the base city. The same was true within the Federation. The Federation had more than 1,000 base cities, covering an extremely vast area, and the regions they were located in were also different, based on factors such as geography, race, customs and culture, former nationality, and so on. Aside from the 3 super base cities that stood in a transcendent position, the other base cities had spontaneously formed alliances of their own. Thus, the Southeast Alliance came into being, with Xingho, Yilan, and Mengding, these 3 first-level base cities as its core. It had more than 30 second-level base cities and more than 300 first-level base cities under it, with a total population of over 400 million. Among so many base cities and such a huge population, within 100 years of age, Ye Feng was without question the most talented one. The number 1 genius of the Southeast Alliance. That title had already been placed on Ye Feng's head, and his strength had already been proven on the previous battlefield. Facts spoke louder than words. Not convinced? Then go and produce a more dazzling result than Ye Feng. People under 100 years old who could break through to the great Grandmaster realm were already as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. And to be this powerful on top of that, there was truly no one who could do it. There was no choice but to be convinced. Not to mention, Ye Feng was only 65 years old. Most importantly, many people on the battlefield had seen Ye Feng's performance with their own eyes. His battle record could not be faked. It was all real. As for this basic information about Ye Feng, the high-level officials of the base city had not issued any gag order. So the major forces in Xingho Bay City were all very clear about Yi Feng's situation. Knowing his potential, they naturally had to pay special attention to him and take him seriously. This was a super genius with the greatest hope in the entire Southeast Alliance of passing the Federation selection tournament and entering Qianlong Abyss. Who would T want to get acquainted with him? Even just becoming a familiar face would do. If Yi Feng really could enter Qianlong Abyss when the time came, then when he came out, at the very least he would be at the same realm level as a Guardian Envoy. Their current investment would absolutely be worth it. Even if he ultimately failed to enter Qianlong Abyss, with Yi Feng's talent and potential, he was still absolutely worth investing in. It would be good just to form a positive connection, whether families or major forces, unless things had reached the point of an irreconcilable life-and-death feud. No one was willing to offend a super genius who had already grown to the level of Great Grandmaster. Unaware of all this, Yi Feng had already smoothly entered the Bay City. The Guardian Envoys of first-level Bay Cities were all martial saints. They were matched against 7th-rank ferocious beasts and foreign races. Those were true high-level powerhouses. Placed anywhere in the entire Federation, they were figures of tremendous importance. After all, above Martial Saint was Martial God, the pinnacle combat power of humanity. Faced with such a major figure, there was no way Yi Feng could fail to treat this seriously. Without wandering around, he connected to the Bay City's internal network, figured out the rules here as well as the permissions he possessed, and after learning that he was allowed to fly within the Bay City, Yi Feng immediately rose into the air. With no obstruction along the way, he arrived at the headquarters building. There was no face-slapping scene. Within Xingho Bay City, only Great Grandmasters, Martial Kings, and Lord Guardian Envoy had permission to fly. All of them were major figures. Only an idiot would offend such people for no reason. Rules had never been made to restrict these major figures. After a simple identity verification, Yi Feng was permitted to enter and went alone to the top floor of headquarters. The entire top floor was Guardian Envoy Wang Xiao's office, cultivation, and living area. The headquarters was located at the very center of the Bay City, and it was also the tallest building. From there, one could overlook the entire Bay City. That was, of course, assuming your eyesight was good enough. It was called an office, but at the level of a garrison envoy, unless something involving 7th-rank foreign races or ferocious beasts came up. There usually wasn't anything that would trouble him. But as long as the garrison envoy was in the Bay City, that alone was enough to give the whole city a strong sense of security. Top-tier combat power might go unused, but could not be absent. Come in. Just after stepping out of the elevator, before Yi Feng could knock, a voice filled with a deep sense of age sounded by his ear. He opened the door and walked in. The scene that entered his sight made Yi Feng pause in surprise. The top floor had a ceiling over 10 meters high. Inside, there was actually an indoor fish pond of nearly 200 square meters. More than a dozen strange-looking monster fish swam through it at a slow pace. It was downright bizarre to look at. There was no need to deliberately sense them. Yi Feng could already tell these were not ordinary fish. Every single one of them was at the ferocious beast level. Sharp teeth jutted outward, scales grew in reverse, and their fish eyes were blood red. Not a single one looked normal. As he stepped farther inside, a small old man under 1.7 meters tall came into view. He looked unkempt, and his whole body gave off a peaceful aura. If nothing unexpected had happened, this should be Xingho Bay City's strongest combatant, the garrison envoy, Wang Xiao, a martial saint expert. Am I a little different from what you imagined? Wang Xiao smiled. As he spoke, he tossed a handful of fish feed into the pond, feed that was clearly no ordinary stuff. At once, the strange fish began scrambling to fight over it. The scene was lively to watch. A little different, yes, but I know you can't judge a person by appearance. Yi Feng walked over. I like hearing that. Wang Xiao raised a hand and pointed at the seat across from him, motioning for Yi Feng to sit. His gaze sized him up. If you hadn't come any sooner, those old fellows from the academy would be gone looking for you themselves. Before Yi Feng, who had just sat down, could speak, Wang Xiao continued, you can't really blame them for being anxious. We've recently got news that quite a few super geniuses have appeared in the other alliances too. As for the super base cities, there's no need to even mention them. If you want to stand out there, the difficulty is huge. That was what he said, but there was not the slightest trace of tension or distress on Wang Xiao's face. He was still just as carefree and composed as before. Of course, you don't need to feel any pressure. If you can't get into Qianlong Abyss, then come back. There will always be a place for you here. I've raised your authority level to that of a chief commander. It's just a title, so don't worry about it. The Bay City's resources are fully open to you. There is still more than 4 months left. All you need to do from here on is focus on cultivation. You don't need to concern yourself with anything else. We don't have any rigid requirements for you, and we want to actively interfere with your cultivation pace. If you run into any problems related to martial cultivation, you can come directly to me or to Xiao Feng and the others. Our cultivation base ISNT inside the Bay City. If you want to go there, let me know, and I'll have Xiao Feng come pick you up. Better safe than sorry. The Shanghai forest is far too prone to accidents. Without giving Yi Feng any chance to speak, Wang Xiao just kept rambling on and on by himself. After explaining everything that needed explaining, he waved his hand, signaling that Ye Feng could leave. Damn, he hadn't even had a cup of tea, and he only said one sentence himself. This old man was way too chatty. Standing at the door, Ye Feng, say mo taichit. This was a disease. It needed treatment. Of course, considering that the old man could most likely hear him. Ye Feng only grumbled that in his heart and didn't say it out loud. According to what Wang Xiao had just said, after Xiao Chun and the others arrived at the base city, they had been taken into the cultivation base inside Xinghai Forest. Marshal King Fong Xiaoran was usually stationed there. The dean and instructor from the Martial Academy also went over from time to time to teach and guide. Because it was located on a source-stone vein, the cultivation environment there was exceptionally favorable. The concentration of energy particles was dozens of times higher than in ordinary areas. And, aside from cultivation, they could also go directly into Xinghai Forest to find ferocious beasts for live combat training. It was extremely convenient. Ye Feng did not head there right away. He planned to rest in Xinghou Bay City for a couple of days first. The cultivation environment at the cultivation base was certainly better, but the living conditions there were pretty average. It could only meet the most basic needs. After all, it was over 1,000 kilometers away from the Bay City, and it was located inside Xinghai Forest, where ferocious beasts were numerous and the magnetic field was chaotic. Transporting supplies there was extremely inconvenient. Once every month, the transport team delivered source stones to the base city. After purchasing supplies, they would return to the source stone mine. Buying supplies only once a month was far from enough to cover consumption, so the mine vein side mostly had to be self-sufficient. For nearly 2 months now, Ye Feng had basically been living out in the open. He felt that no matter what, he ought to enjoy himself for a couple of days before leaving. As for cultivation, there was no need to rush it for the moment. Given his current situation, if he performed too perfectly, it would instead become a burden. He might as well build an outward image of someone who wasn't hardworking. Reducing the amount of attention on him wouldn't be a bad thing either. What Ye Feng didn't know was that although Wang Xiao looked like a little old man who didn't care about anything, he was actually very clear on Ye Feng's every move within the base city. Interesting little brat. According to what Xiao Feng said before, back then his total qi and blood volume and its intensity were only at the level of someone who had just entered Grandmaster. And now, in less than 2 months, he's already close to the middle stage of Grandmaster. With Wang Xiao's perception, even though Ye Feng had hidden himself very deeply, he still saw through him. An answer had already formed in his heart. His talent is most likely top tier, and it seems he has had some fortunate encounter during this period. Talent, luck, and even his looks are all that outstanding. Even this old man is getting a little jealous. If he ultimately fails to join Qianlong Abyss, then I'll have him come back and inherit my mantle. At that thought, a trace of loneliness surfaced on Wang Xiao's face. 800 years ago, Shui launching began to undergo drastic changes, and the whole world entered a new era. He counted as one of the first batch of martial artists after that upheaval, and now he was already over 700 years old. Otherwise, his appearance would not have looked this aged. A martial saint could generally live to around 800 years old. Wang Xiao did not have much time left. For now, no genius had appeared in Xinghou Bay City who could inherit his mantle. Ye Feng's appearance had let him see hope. The premise, however, was that Ye Feng failed the selection competition and could not join Qianlong Abyss. If Ye Feng passed, then Wang Xiao would definitely let him go. The Federation had not produced a new martial god in nearly 100 years. That was also the main reason Qianlong Abyss had opened once more. Naturally, the Federation could not be effective for the sake of a single base city's interests. So when it was time to let go, he would let go. Unaware of all this, Ye Feng had already arrived at his residence in Xinghou Bay City. It was still a standalone villa. No complaints when it came to treatment. He had no interest in the villa's interior decoration or layout, so he went straight to the cultivation room. After sensing it for a bit, he discovered that the concentration of energy particles there had actually reached 20 times that of the outside world. Not bad. He did not cultivate. After putting down his luggage, Ye Feng left the villa. Same as always, he was planning to find a place to eat something. A luxurious high-end restaurant with excellent business caught his attention. Just as he was about to enter, the female greeter at the entrance stepped forward. "Sir, we have a dress code." Before she could finish, a hand suddenly shot out from behind her and covered her mouth. Just as the waitress had said half a sentence, a man in a suit suddenly jumped straight down from the second-floor window and clamped a hand over her mouth, not letting her continue. Why did this scene feel a little familiar? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. Then he heard the man's anxious voice beside his ear. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. Xiaoju is young and ignorant. She was talking nonsense. We're honored that you've come to eat at our restaurant. Please, this way." As he spoke, the hand covering the mouth of the waitress named Xiaoju loosened, and he gave her a warning look. Damn it, that had almost ruined everything. Just now, when he was pretending to serve customers on the second floor, but actually sneaking around slacking off, he had clearly seen Ye Feng flying over from the air, only landing at the street corner. This person was definitely a grandmaster. He couldn't afford to offend him, even though the big boss behind them was also a notable figure in the Bay City. if the big boss found out they had turned away a grandmaster just because of his clothes. The two of them would probably be thrown into the sea to feed the fish that very night. In Xingho Bay City, with over 70 million people, losing a few commoners with no backing at all wouldn't matter. Not to mention someone like Xiaoju, an ordinary person. Even he, at the martial artist realm, would be no exception. Yifeng nodded and said nothing more. He understood what the girl named Xiaoju had meant, even though she hadn't finished speaking. A high-end restaurant required proper attire, and he really was dressed a bit too casually. Even though he wasn't short on money, he had never bought many new clothes because he found it troublesome. He still wore those few outfits that were somewhat like Earth-S Zhongshan suits. Forget it. Why make such a fuss? Yifeng didn't dwell on the clothes matter. Under the other party's guidance, he entered the restaurant. He immediately became the center of attention, watched as he was led into the elevator. He was practically one step away from having a question mark drawn on his forehead. Because the restaurant was backed by a major force, it had always been very tough. Especially when it came to attire, the requirements were extremely strict. Those who came to dine here had always followed this rule. It even gave the restaurant a much more upscale feel. To many people, coming here to eat was a symbol of status. It gave off the feeling that everyone here was in the same class. However, someone had now broken that established rule, and it was the restaurant manager personally bringing him in. More than annoyance, there was confusion. Who exactly was this person? There were really not many fools living in the inner city of the Bay City. Sir, our guests here are all very enthusiastic. Please don't mind it. The man forcefully explained. Yifeng looked calm. They are indeed pretty enthusiastic. When the elevator reached the third floor, it stopped for a moment, and two men and a woman walked in. One of them saw how casually Yifeng was dressed and immediately showed a look of disgust. But before he could speak, the man who seemed to be in the lead among the three suddenly said excitedly, "Brother Ye, long time no see. I never expected to run into you here. Long time no see." Looking at him, Yifeng recalled for 2 seconds. Fortunately, his memory was now extraordinary. Soon, he pulled the information about the other party from a corner of his memory. He didn't know the man's name, but he had also been among the top 100 geniuses, and he was at the Grandmaster realm. "Brother Ye, you still have your style after leaving the battlefield. I can tell you've gained a lot during this time. It's still because you gave me too much pressure. After I came back, I trained harder every day. Now it's your turn to pressure me. Looks like I'll have to work even harder. Brother Ye, give us ordinary people a chance." After the meaningless pleasantries, they arrived at the 5th floor. The other party didn't linger and left with his companions. That actually surprised Yifeng a little. That considerate, the manager, who had originally planned to bring Yifeng to the 5th floor for a meal, had already changed his mind and directly used his authority to press the button for the top floor. The top floor usually required a reservation to dine there. But as the restaurant manager, he had one chance a month to arrange for a guest to eat on the top floor. Just now, Lu Guanxi from the Lu family, a Grandmaster expert, had shown Yifeng a fawning attitude. He decided to take a gamble. If he won, he'd get promoted and raise his pay. If he lost, he would only use up this month as authority. One use of authority, at most, usually only earned a favor or perhaps tens of thousands of Federation points. Fine, that was still a little painful, but he knew the opportunity was rare, and he had to seize it. The elevator quickly reached the top floor. There were only 4 separate private rooms, Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding, each isolated from the others, and there was no minimum spend. Those who could come here to dine were never short on money. Setting a minimum spend would easily offend people. The 4 private rooms offered views of different areas of the Bay City. The Jia room was already occupied, and Yifeng was led into the Yi room. Seeing that the menu had many dishes made primarily from 4th-tier ferocious beast meat, as well as 4th-tier seafood and various vegetables, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. What surprised him was that the menu even had heavenly materials and earthly treasures, though those required a reservation. That was the kind of dish the restaurant would have only when it managed to get the ingredient. If it couldn't then it would never have it. It felt like there was a bit of gimmick to it. He didn't mistreat himself, and the long string of numbers in his identity card also didn't allow him to mistreat himself. Anyway, just order the expensive ones. The manager who had brought him here now had a look of wild joy in his eyes. At this spending level, he had definitely gambled correctly. On the other side, Lu Guanxi and the other 2, whom he had just met in the elevator, had also taken their seats. "Brother Lu, what was that guy's deal just now?" "Yeah, you were pretty humble just now. If your old man found out you had no backbone like that, be careful he breaks your legs." Hearing this, Lu Guanxi's expression didn't change, but there was mockery in his eyes. "You two know jack shit. Even if my dad met him, he'd still be speaking gently and treating him warmly." "No way. Who exactly is that guy?" The 2 were curious. They could tell Lu Guanxi wasn't joking. Then Yifeng's identity had to be very unusual. Hearing that, Lu Guanxi didn't explain anything, only shook his head. "His identity isn't something I can casually reveal. When the timing is right, you'll naturally know later." "Just kidding. If I told you, what would I have left to lick? This kind of powerful future connection had to be kept to myself. Besides, they had fought the foreign races together." Yifeng's attitude toward him just now had been pretty good, not ignoring him outright, which meant that battlefield friendship should still be there. Thinking of this, Lu Guanxi felt much better. Going over to disturb him right now definitely wouldn't he do. It was too lacking in boundaries. But he really had no mood to eat this meal anymore. He immediately stood up, gave the two of them a brief greeting, and left directly. He was planning to go home and explain the situation to his old man. Yifeng had probably just arrived at the base city, and he might be the first person to have contact with him. He had to go home and discuss how to get closer to Yifeng next. Watching Lu Guanxi leave quickly, the remaining man and woman were both dumbfounded. Only after several seconds did they come back to their senses, with just one thought in their minds. Who exactly was that person? This meal was still quite satisfying for Yifeng. Dining in a private room meant no one disturbed him. Eating alone did not make him feel lonely either. Or rather, Yifeng had long since gotten used to loneliness. After coming to this world for decades, the only one who could truly be called his close friend was Wang Kaishan. The rest were just nodding acquaintances. They could entrust their backs to each other on the battlefield, but in life, they had no overlap at all. Usually, he only kept in touch with Wang Kaishan, that thick-skinned guy. His only bond was with a man. That was pretty damn miserable. Most of the time, Yifeng was either cultivating or preparing to cultivate. Always alone. He felt nothing was wrong with that. Over time, he got used to it. If anything, if there was suddenly someone beside him, he would feel a bit unaccustomed. The night lights of Xinguang Bay City were dazzling. On the streets of the inner city, cars sped past, and pedestrians came and went on both sides, making it lively beyond measure. Various shops stood shoulder to shoulder, and many men and women could be seen moving through them. In the distant park, with Yifeng's eyesight, he could see some older men and women inside, chatting and playing chess, looking extremely at ease. If not for the occasional person shooting through the air at high speed, and the fact that many shops sold all kinds of weapons. While some display cases held savage beast hides, fangs, and sharp teeth, Yifeng might have felt for a moment that he had returned to Earth. During the first 42 years after coming to this world, Yifeng had lived in fear and worry. At the front lines, every day could mean death and soul destruction, and he dared not relax in the slightest. In the following 5 years, after withdrawing from the front lines, he had refused to accept it and kept trying to break through his realm, with his nerves constantly stretched tight. Only now, at 65 and retired, collecting his pension, with his strength rapidly increasing and the ability to protect himself, could he truly calm down and quietly look at the ordinary beauty around him. Such a beautiful scene could not be ruined. Yifeng sighed, and a flash of resolve crossed his eyes. He had already paid for the meal anyway. Without leaving through the main entrance, he simply flew out through the window. Yifeng knew the situation outside the private room very well. His identity seemed to have been exposed. People from all the major factions were waiting for him to come out, all wanting to build some sort of connection with him. If he really walked out now, just thinking about that scene made it feel troublesome. Better to just slip away directly. That way, everyone could keep their dignity. Sensing that Yifeng had already left, and even in such a special way, the people who had originally been waiting outside and wanted to get acquainted with him all became thoughtful. The personnel sent by the various factions immediately reported this situation upward. This was only their first attempt. It definitely would not be the last. After leaving the restaurant, Yifeng strolled casually along the streets. Though he had said he did not care, his body was still very honest about preparing to buy a few sets of clothes. This time, because his clothes had suffered heavy wear and tear while cultivating in the Thunder Domain before, he now only had 3 sets left to change into. Clearly, that was not enough. Buying clothes became the top priority. He had not paid much attention to it before. But after the purple lightning Vajra indestructible body was cultivated to perfection, Yifeng's body seemed to have come alive and actually developed further. His height shot up directly to 2 meters, and his muscles became even more perfect. The streamlined muscle lines showed no trace of bulkiness, yet contained terrifying, explosive power. His skin had also become as delicate, smooth, and fair as a newborn baby's. His looks had already been extremely high to begin with, and now he was undeniably even more handsome, only slightly inferior to the readers. This directly caused the salesgirls trying on clothes to stare blankly. 2 of the bolder ones even said they could help Yifeng change clothes inside the fitting room. Women. Toward these women coveting his body, Yifeng made his refusal very clear. But just this cold attitude was, for women, even more attractive. One after another, they kept crowding over, their eyes shining, and being proactively enthusiastic to an absurd degree. Watching this, Yifeng was thoroughly speechless. In the end, he directly switched to a male salesperson and finally got some peace. However, that male salesperson's gaze was also somewhat off. He really wanted to slap that guy, so hard his head and body would be separated. What kind of people were these? Yifeng respected these strong men who forced other men into romance and their right to freely choose happiness. But he could not stand the fact that the object they wanted to force into romance was him. In the end, Yifeng bought 6 sets of clothes. Then, under the gaze of the male and female sales staff and the store manager, he directly rose into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only the people left behind, who finally reacted and suddenly turned deathly pale. Female clerk, I actually tried to flirt with the Grandmaster. Come to think of it, he was really handsome, so stylish, and so powerful too. What a pity he did not take a liking to her. The male clerk was simply afraid. He thought that luckily he had kept his sense of measure and only vaguely expressed those intentions in words, without taking any real action. If he had laid hands on him, he looked down at his hands. Would these hands still even belong to him now? If Yifeng knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely tell that guy right away. Not only your hands will be gone, your life will be gone too. After returning to the villa and putting the clothes he had bought into the washing machine, Yifeng did not go out again. When he arrived at Xingho Bay City, it was already evening. After doing so many things, it was already almost 11 at night. He soaked for a while in the villa's constant temperature pool, feeling as if every inch of his skin was emitting a sense of comfort. Actually, at Yifeng's current level of strength, his body almost never sweated. Usually, he only needed to burst out with astral energy or blood chi, and all the dirt clinging to his body would be cleared away completely. It was very convenient, but that had no soul to it, and could not replace the comfort of taking a bath. After soaking, he washed up again. Seeing that he did not feel sleepy, Yifeng went to the cultivation room. With a 20-fold energy particle concentration and his top-tier cultivation talent, his absorption efficiency could be pushed straight to the maximum. By Yifeng's estimate, even if he went to a cultivation base with a higher energy particle concentration, his absorption efficiency would still remain maxed out. Talent played a crucial role at this moment. One night passed, and the progress of the Pajuan Xiangang art directly increased by 100 points. He was only 22 points away from reaching perfection. The next morning, after going out for breakfast and getting his body and mind into peak condition, Yifeng spent less than an hour to successfully cultivate this Earth-grade mid-tier technique, exchanged for with a merit he had accumulated over 42 years to perfection. At this point, all of Yifeng's techniques and martial skills had reached perfect mastery. In other words, all of his current status buffs were maxed out, and from here on, he could focus entirely on improving his realm. Without special cultivation environments like the Thunder Domain, which was extremely compatible with the purple lightning Vajra indestructible body, Yifeng still mainly used the Pajuan Xiangang art, which had no special requirements for the cultivation environment, as his main technique. After reaching perfection, the cultivation efficiency of Pajuan Xiangang art had increased by no less than 1-fold compared to its great completion state. But it still could not compare with the purple lightning Vajra indestructible body in its peak state. Even though the two techniques only differed by 1 grade, it can only be said that the cultivation bonus from the Thunder Domain was truly too strong. Absorbing lightning, tempering the body, raising his realm. Crazy lethal but efficient. Suddenly, he kind of missed Ba Jizue. Although this little dragon was pretty gluttonous, had a rotten personality, and sometimes got lazy, and his strikes were occasionally too heavy or too light, his cultivation efficiency was truly high. He wondered if there was a lightning domain in the Star Sea Forest. If there was, then his cultivation efficiency would be quite considerable. Of course, a natural lightning domain definitely couldn't compare to Ba Jizue. After all, the lightning intensity there was random and uncontrollable. When cultivating, Yifeng would still need to spend effort judging whether the lightning strength was suitable, so efficiency would drop quite a bit. The danger level was still okay, but with one careless mistake he could get injured, or even die with his soul destroyed. Yifeng gently shook his head and stopped thinking about these irritating things. He threw himself fully into cultivation, clearly feeling the changes in his own realm. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As time passed, if there were text data to record Yifeng's realm growth, then it would look like this. Realm 5, Realm 5, Realm 5. In the cultivation room, with 20 times energy factor concentration, with Yifeng's absorption efficiency maxed out and relying on the perfected Pajuan Xiangang Gong. Each hour of cultivation could raise his realm by 5 points. If he cultivated 10 hours a day, that would be 50 points. On the panel, the cultivation point requirement for Grandmaster Perfection was 100,000 points. Cultivating 10 hours a day in a 20 times cultivation room, with Yifeng's current monstrous talent, it would only take 2,000 days to reach Grandmaster Perfection. That was nearly 5.5 years. Long? Not long. Plenty of Grandmasters cultivated their entire lives and still could not reach perfection. But for Yifeng, 5.5 years was truly too long. Even if it were 2.5 years of cultivation, he would still think it was too slow, let alone 5.5 years. After all, when he cultivated in the lightning domain before, he had only spent a little over 40 days to forcibly gain 20,000 cultivation points by relying on the purple thunder Vajra indestructible body, pushing his realm straight toward the Grandmaster mid-stage. After flying on a plane, asking him to walk on foot now really felt like a huge drop. He couldn't quite accept it. Might as well go back to the lightning domain to cultivate, as long as he could produce enough eye-catching cultivation results. The Starfire Bay City side probably wouldn't have any objections, Yifeng thought, aside from realm advancement. It was about time to put martial skill upgrades on the agenda too. He was already at Grandmaster realm, but his martial skills were still all Xian rank. That was indeed a bit lacking. At the very least, they should be Earth rank. he stopped cultivating and opened the internal exchange network of Starfire Bay City. As a first-tier Bay City, the number and types of cultivation methods and martial skills here were much greater than in second and third-tier Bay Cities. But to exchange for heaven-rank cultivation methods, certain permissions were still required. Ye Feng's current permission level was at the General Commander level. In a second-tier Bay City, that was the highest permission level. But in the first-tier Starfire Bay City, there were still 2 levels above him, Deputy Guard Commander and Guard Commander. They were respectively held by a Martial King and a Martial Saint, with strict realm requirements. In Ye Feng's view, these 2 positions were somewhat like sect elders. The daily affairs inside the Bay City were actually managed by the General Commander. Only when problems arose that could not be solved would they be reported to the Chief and Deputy Guard Commanders. From this angle, Ye Feng's current permission was already extremely high. Of course, this was only a permission level, not a position. In other words, he only enjoyed the benefits and did not need to fulfill the corresponding obligations. That was the treatment of the number 1 genius. Barely acceptable, huh? Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that with his current permission, he could directly exchange for heaven-rank cultivation methods without applying. He had never checked Starfire Bay City's internal exchange network before, so he had not known about this. Not looking didn't matter, but once he did, it was truly startling. Ye Feng suddenly discovered that he could directly exchange for the advanced method of the purple Thunder Vajra indestructible body, and did not need to apply for it. Or rather, the Bay City had already helped him apply. Lei di indestructible Vajra body. Heaven-rank, high-tier body tempering cultivation method. Use heavenly lightning to temper the body, forge an indestructible Vajra physique, condense a Lei Di phantom, transform into a Vajra battle body. At perfection, one can take on the Lei Di form and control lightning with a human body. Note, to cultivate this method, the purple Thunder Vajra indestructible body must first be cultivated to perfection. Strong. That was Ye Feng's first impression of this cultivation method. Lei Di form, controlling lightning. An image instantly formed in his mind. And that Vajra battle body, just from a name, one could tell it was powerful. Ye Feng couldn't help but think of the ape demon battle body of Yuan Wu, the martial king of Mengding Bay City. He was tempted. Ye Feng looked at the contribution points required for the cultivation method exchange, thinking about whether his contribution points were enough. But when he clearly saw how many contribution points were needed, his face immediately showed surprise. 1 contribution point. Wasn't he this basically giving it away for free? 3 seconds later, Ye Feng chose to exchange without hesitation. At this point, he owed Starfire Bay City a huge favor. Aside from one's biological parents, no one would treat you well for no reason. In fact, sometimes even biological parents didn't do it for no reason. There was always something to gain. Right now, the relationship between Ye Feng and Starfire Bay City was exactly like this. What Starfire Bay City valued was Ye Feng's future. And what Ye Feng gained from Starfire Bay City was what he wanted. At its core, it was actually a transaction. The cultivation method exchange was complete, and the contribution points dropped by 1. Unlike before, the cultivation method content was not directly transmitted to the communicator. Less than 5 minutes later, outside the villa, a peak grandmaster with a solemn expression handed a jade token to Ye Feng. Touch the jade token to your forehead and channel your ganchi into it. And the cultivation method content will automatically be imprinted into your memory. Understand. Ye Feng no dit seriously. The other person's gaze carried some complexity, expectation, admiration, envy, and also respect. But he said nothing and directly turned to leave. Watching that figure disappear from view, Ye Feng returned to the cultivation room. Looking at the jade token in his hand, honestly, it felt a little unreal. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. He would know once he tried. After quickly adjusting his state, Ye Feng touched the jade token to his forehead and then channeled his ganchi into it. Boom!